Chapter 40, Additional Operations, The Party. Additional Operations, The Party. July 1, Unified Year 1925. Letzenbourg Embassy and current residence of Prince Wilhelm von Hohenzollern, Berlin. Tanya had never been what you might call a party animal. In her past life, the salaryman's experience of such celebrations had been limited to a few social gatherings after work, and they had mostly been a way to help network with superiors and clients rather than an actual leisure activity. For the salaryman, social gatherings were a means to an end, another way to help him climb the corporate ladder and gain the coveted corner office. Her new life had also provided her with precious little experience in this regard. As an orphan, she'd never had much reason to celebrate things such as birthdays given her circumstances. Even if she'd felt the desire, the nuns could barely afford food, let alone gifts or a party for their young charges. Then, once she left the orphanage, all she'd ever attended was a few official functions such as her graduation from the military college. She had never been invited to a less formal gathering such as this. She would like to think that this was the reason why things felt so awkward, but the truth of the matter, as always, lay with Wilhelm. Understandably, the events in the high command meeting had made things distinctly uncomfortable between them. Although he'd not reacted to his demotion quite as badly as she might have expected, she knew him well enough that he would be harboring some resentment about the issue, and she could almost feel it in the air between them. She would have much preferred to give him some space to cool down, but events, helped by Wilhelm, had conspired to make that impossible. Although it was supposed to be Wilhelm's birthday party, something she already thought was arrogant to the point of narcissistic during wartime, she had once again been made the center of attention for the evening's events. In a decision that had obviously been made prior to today's meeting, the party had become a joint celebration of both the anniversary of him falling into this world and her freedom from captivity. She was one of the guests of honor. It was a warm evening, and one of Wilhelm's underlings had elected to have the celebration in the embassy gardens. The terrace had been decorated with banners wishing them both well, and a second cake had been made especially for her return with the words "Welcome back, Major" emblazoned across it in flavored icing. Wilhelm had also provided her with a stack of gifts that equaled if not exceeded his own, which sat on a nearby table. It seemed Wilhelm had gone to a lot of trouble to give her celebration just as much prominence as his own, although she had no idea why he would go to such lengths. The little captain was probably regretting that decision now, and Tanya couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. In different circumstances, it might have been a nice gesture. Instead, it must have felt like she was stealing his birthday as well as his rank. She hoped he would be rational enough not to blame her for this situation. However, the last thing she needed was him to resent her even more. She suspected he would be difficult enough to keep under control as it was. The party itself was a relatively small affair for someone like Wilhelm, who usually basked in the limelight and liked to retain the attention of everyone around him. Rather than the expansive guest list full of VIPs that she might have expected, he had only invited a handful of officers from her battalion, the Zerbst sisters, and a few others from his own company. The only invitee of note was Prince Adalbert, who was only putting in a fleeting appearance before heading back to the summer palace to make his report to the emperor. The limited guest list would have already made things a little uncomfortable for Tanya. Usually at these sorts of events, she would use her time to network and help build stronger relationships with her subordinates. However, there wasn't really anyone here she could socialize with to further her career prospects, and she already had a strong rapport with her officers. She was wary of closing the gap between superior and subordinate too much. Her past life had taught her that senpai and koi should keep a respectful and professional distance, or personal problems could bleed into their relationship. This, in turn, would affect her ability to lead and reflect badly on her as a manager. This left her feeling uncertain about what to do and who to talk to. She could talk with Weiss, Visha and the other company commanders. She had a lot to catch up on as far as the battalion was concerned. However, she didn't want to burden them with business talk during the celebration. It was unprofessional to talk too much shop while at a social gathering, and she didn't want to get the reputation as a slave driver that forced her subordinates to work while they were supposed to be on their downtime. She also didn't feel comfortable talking with Prince Adalbert. She had not expected him to be at the command meeting earlier and worried she had offended him. Although she had ultimately swayed the man to her way of thinking, it was obvious that the man truly cared for Wilhelm's welfare and had been genuinely insulted by the accusations made against the little captain. It seemed the stories that Wilhelm was close to the imperial family were far from exaggerated, and Tanya felt it would be better to let things settle down before she tried to interact too much with any other royals. This only left Wilhelm and the members of his company. The former was out of the question. She wanted to give him as much space as possible to calm down for the moment. As for the latter, she wasn't sure she was especially welcome amongst Wilhelm's close combat company either. She'd received a frosty welcome from the Zerbst sisters when she first arrived. Evidently, news of the incident in the conference room had managed to precede them, and the sisters didn't seem especially pleased about what they had heard. The other officers in the company seemed to take their cue from the two women and also kept their distance, making the atmosphere tense and uncomfortable, at least for her. It was only Wilhelm's efforts that stopped the entire event falling apart. He'd immediately moved to reduce the tension by addressing the elephant in the room and assured everyone that he was happy about the recent turn of events. He quickly began joking about his demotion, telling Grants that he was considering taking up the persona of Private Ansbach again before adopting the act and picking up a plate from the buffet. Begging your pardon, sir, but I thought you might like a snack. I promise they're much better than the potatoes and broth they usually give us, he joked, earning a laugh from all those who had witnessed his original performance back on the Rhine. He went on to tell everyone how relieved he was that he no longer had to shoulder so much responsibility, which seemed to soften the attitudes of some of Wilhelm's officers. He claimed his only regret was he'd pushed all that burden onto Tanya and promised he would do everything he could to help and support his new superior. Tanya has given me the best birthday present I could imagine, he declared. Now I'll get to spend more time with all of you. For the most part, the boy's intervention seemed to have worked. Weiss and the other company commanders, along with most of the Letzenbourgers, accepted the boy's words as truth and began to attack the buffet table with the same efficiency she'd seen them take out the Dacians on her own birthday. She doubted the sisters believed Wilhelm was telling the truth, but they must have understood what their master was doing as they too ceased their hostility. Sophia even began helping the little captain by taking over some of his hosting duties while her sister conversed with an already tipsy Lieutenant Weiss. Only Visha seemed to be unaffected by the boy's assurances, and she glanced between Tanya and Wilhelm with a worried expression. She looked as though she might have been about to say something, but Captain Zerbest pulled her aside and cheerfully invited her to try some of the sweets that had been prepared. Tanya elected to stand alone and out of the way while trying to ignore the concerned looks from Visha as she nursed a slice of her welcome home cake. She had to admit the sweet was delicious, but the awkward situation had spoiled her appetite, and even the temptation of fresh strawberries and dark chocolate couldn't persuade her to eat much of her treat. Instead, she spent her time watching Wilhelm as he flitted around the soiree, mingling with his guests like the perfect host, and she had to admit she was begrudgingly impressed. Rather than retreat into a sullen silence as she had expected, Wilhelm seemed determined to promote the fiction that he was happy with the way everything had played out. He moved from person to person, chatting happily with them and telling them all how much he looked forward to spending more time with them all. He used every one of his deceptive qualities to project the impression that he was having a good time and was upbeat about the future. She was certain it was a lie. Even at a distance she could see the tired and miserable look deep in Wilhelm's eyes, and she caught the occasional wince of pain from the injuries that he still hadn't given the time to heal. He was as uncomfortable with this situation as she was, probably even more so, and it was clear he wasn't having a good time. As usual, it seemed she was the only one that could see all this, although she suspected the Zerbest sisters were also aware but remaining quiet on the issue. Either way, she found the gesture comforting, not because it made him suffer, but because it was obviously an effort to stop any potential future conflict between the Letzenbourg company and the 203rd. Rather than resort to a petty act of defiance as he would have done in the past, he had swallowed his pride in order to prevent any future problems. Perhaps things wouldn't be so bad with Wilhelm as a subordinate after all. You really have grown up, she smiled softly. He really knows how to brighten up a room, doesn't he? Came a familiar voice breaking her from her thoughts. Prince Adalbert had appeared at her side with a drink in hand and a friendly smile. She was surprised the man had managed to sneak up on her. Princes weren't usually known for their stealth. Well, most weren't. She must have been too lost in thought to notice his presence. My apologies if I startled you. It's good to see you again, Major. You must be glad to be reunited with your fellow officers, the man said with a slight bow. Prince Adalbert, indeed, I'm looking forward to getting back to work. She replied, returning the bow while silently cursing her bad luck that one of the people she had been avoiding had sought her out. She would have to be careful with her words. She was already concerned she may have upset him. The last thing she needed was to cement a bad impression. He said you were a workaholic. The man laughed before following her gaze back to Wilhelm. I think that's one of the things he likes about you. An awkward silence fell between them. Usually, small talk wasn't difficult for Tanya. She was fairly confident with her communication skills. She had an extra 30 years of experience to draw on after all. However, her current situation made things a little tricky. She had been given the opportunity to repair any damage she may have done to her reputation with the Crown Prince. However, if she said the wrong thing, she could torpedo her own career for good. She felt like she was stood in the center of a minefield. She would need to tread very carefully to find her way out, or better yet, let him take the lead. It's quite the honor to be invited over on Wilhelm's birthday. He doesn't usually celebrate it, he commented eventually, giving her an avenue of conversation to seize on, even if it was about the little captain. He always struck me as the social type. I assumed he would throw a big party for the occasion every year. She replied, choosing her words carefully so as not to sound as though she was insulting the little captain. As long as she feigned interest, she should be able to improve the man's perception of her. He's not had many happy birthdays, he replied distantly with a thin smile before brightening slightly. Christina and Sophia have been trying to persuade him to have some sort of a bash for years. You must have made quite the impression for him want to celebrate with you. Probably not the impression you imagine, she thought to herself grimly as she saw Wilhelm deliver another pleasantry while masking the pain and fatigue he was feeling. She was beginning to feel deeply uncomfortable with this conversation. If what Prince Adalbert was saying was true, Wilhelm had thrown this foolish event for her benefit rather than to celebrate his own birthday. Idiot, I wouldn't have wanted this either, she thought, feeling an unusual and unwanted twinge of sympathy for the boy. What was the point in putting yourself through this? She had no regrets about forcing demotion on Wilhelm or letting him squirm a little under the gazes of their superiors. He needed to be humbled and he needed to understand his actions had far-reaching consequences that even he wasn't immune to. Most of all, she needed to make sure he was supervised so he didn't do anything to ruin the Empire's, or more importantly her, chances of survival. Even so, she was thankful for what he had done to free her from captivity despite the collateral damage it had caused. She felt bad for Wilhelm. The situation he was now in was laughably cruel. True, it was technically his own doing, but he couldn't have known things would end up this way. He was currently hosting a party he didn't want, for the person who had just humiliated him, all while pretending everything was fine. She never intended that he suffer this much and she didn't envy his position. Even he didn't deserve all this. I'm not sure what to say about that, sir, she replied honestly as she watched Wilhelm cross to his next target and begin his next offensive of faux merriment. She wondered if she should intervene somehow and give the little captain some respite. He may have been a practiced dissembler, but even he would struggle to keep up the act all evening. Major, I have a favor to ask you, the Crown Prince continued before she could think of an acceptable reason to disentangle herself from the awkward conversation. I know I've asked a lot of you already, given that I've asked you to look after him out there, but if possible could you try to persuade him to leave the war and come home to father and me? He's stubborn, I know, but it's my hope he might listen to you. You've done a good job winning this one over Wilhelm, she thought, suppressing a sigh. Too good. She wondered if the boy realized exactly what he'd done to those around him. His powers of persuasion were a double-edged sword. They worked against him just as easily as they worked for him. The little captain had practically brainwashed this man, so much so, that he was concerned enough about his welfare that he was trying to go against what Wilhelm really wanted. I think you overestimate my influence over him, Your Highness, she replied truthfully. She certainly didn't have enough sway to get him to leave the army. But I will talk to him. She hoped the non-committal answer would be enough. It wasn't really a lie. She knew it wasn't possible to persuade Wilhelm on the issue and she would eventually talk to him later, albeit about his company's position in the battalion rather than what the prince had asked. She was using the same misdirection tactics that the little captain used when he was persuading people. She realized, it looked like she was picking up his bad habits. Fortunately, the man seemed to interpret her words as meaning she would talk to him about leaving the military and left it at that. Excuse me everyone, Captain Zerbest called, tapping a glass to gather everyone's attention. I think we should let the guests of honor open their presents before you Imperials try to empty His Highness's wine cellar, she continued, glancing at Lieutenant Weiss and earning a laugh from everyone in the room. But first we have a small token of appreciation for everyone from Prince Wilhelm. Soon after, she and Christina began handing out small packages to everyone present save for Wilhelm. Tanya tensed instinctively as Christina approached, fearing she may still feel hostile towards her. The woman remained impassive, however, avoiding eye contact and only pausing to hand her a box with her name written on it before moving on to the next guest. She watched the others open Wilhelm's gift with undisguised curiosity. She wasn't surprised the boy would make such an ostentatious gesture, but she still wondered what he might have planned. Especially since this would have been organized before his ignominious fall from grace. The boxes contained a small silver pin decorated with a crest with both the Letzenbourg lion and the imperial eagle. Below the crest read the words, Mir Welbel we wat mir sin, Frin. She recognized it as a slightly modified version of the Letzenbourg national motto, which loosely translated as "We want to stay what we are, friends." As she opened her own parcel, she noticed her pin was different from everyone else's. Instead of silver, it was gold, and although it still featured the sigils of the two countries, the motto read, Mir kray I wat mir verdingen. She still wasn't confident in the Letzenbourg dialect and she wasn't completely sure what the phrase meant, at least not enough that she could divine whatever hidden meaning Wilhelm might have had behind the phrase. She did recognize the words "we" and "deserve," however, which made her certain that this pin was more than it seemed. She turned the pin over in her fingers and noticed a phrase she did understand etched onto the back. The nuns had been very insistent she learn Latin while she was at the orphanage. The engraving read Deus est contra nos. God is against us. Wilhelm had a twisted sense of humor. She doubted the others had this phrase etched into their pins. This was definitely designed for her. She looked up at the boy and noticed he wore the same badge on his collar. Had it always been there? She had not seen him with a parcel of his own. Unfortunately, she had no time to dwell on the significance of these pins as both she and Will were called over to begin unwrapping their presents. She had expected the group to mostly ignore them as they opened their gifts, or at least only watch out of polite interest. Strangely, however, many of the officers stood watching the scene with genuine interest, passing cheerful comments as the contents of the packages were revealed. At first, she thought they were just interested in what royalty received as gifts, but they seemed equally as interested in her own, and she began feeling uncomfortable as the eyes of those in the room fell on her. For the most part, contents of Wilhelm's gifts were surprisingly unremarkable, at least in comparison to what she would have expected someone of his social status to receive. It was still much more than the average 10-year-old in the empire could expect, but not the overt display of wealth and privilege she would have expected for a prince. What he did receive was a wide variety of books. They were mostly fiction and were written in an assortment of different languages. She couldn't tell how Will felt about them, however. He was doing his best to maintain his merry act under the gazes of all those around him, but Tanya could tell that for once he wasn't enjoying being the center of attention either. The only gifts Wilhelm received that were of any particular note was a set of toy soldiers, evidently from someone with little to no tact considering the boy's chosen profession, and an ornate chess set that Prince Adalbert delivered with a promise that one day the man would be able to beat him. Evidently, the little captain was a chess player. She wondered if he were any good. He did have a penchant for plotting, then again, he may just be as cavalier with the game as he was everything else. If anything, her own gifts were more extravagant than the little captain's, although thankfully they were practical, and she could put them to good use. Aside from the high-quality chocolate, which she was far more pleased about than she would ever publicly admit, she received a leather satchel with a metal canteen and food box with a variety of long-lasting treats inside. It had obviously been designed with soldiers in mind, and although it was tastefully decorated, it did not have any buttons or metal that could reflect the light and give away a soldier's position. It would be ideal to carry around when on the front lines or in the air. She also received a set of street clothes that to her surprise was tasteful, stylish, and subdued. The last time Wilhelm had attempted to give her any clothing, it had been the hideous ball gown that was far too frilly and feminine for her tastes. These were styled like a suit, however, and obviously of very high quality. As she held them up to examine them, she heard Visha quietly gasp how cute they would look on her. She didn't quite share that assessment, but she did think they would make for suitable attire should she find herself off duty. She felt strangely pleased by the idea of having some civilian clothes that she could use. Until now she had only really felt comfortable in her military uniform, something she found a little disconcerting considering her pacifist nature. "I think it'll suit you," Will commented quietly, favoring her a weak smile. "Hopefully they should fit. We had Visha take the measurements from one of your spare uniforms." Tanya felt another twinge of discomfort. Why had he done all this for her? And on his birthday? This had all obviously been planned before the meeting. Even if he'd gotten through it unscathed as he had expected, he knew he couldn't buy her off with gifts. He had nothing to gain from all this, so why? She wouldn't have much time to ponder, however, as Visha stepped forward, nervously clearing her throat, and broke Tanya from her thoughts. Prince Wilhelm," stammered Tanya's subordinate nervously, obviously not liking being in the limelight. "It isn't much, but the battalion had a collection and bought you a birthday gift, to thank you for everything." With that, the teen proffered a box a little larger than the size of her hand out in front of her, and a genuinely confused Wilhelm took it gratefully. Tanya was curious as to what her subordinates might have bought the boy. He had managed to become quite close to many of her officers, and they had a high, albeit misguided, opinion of him. Wilhelm opened the box and stared at the contents with confusion before breaking into a wide and genuine smile. He slowly reached inside the package and revealed a silver fountain pen. It seemed well made, but it didn't seem particularly special. It certainly didn't seem like it should have drawn such a grin from the boy given the circumstances. "Thank you, I will treasure it," the boy said almost in a whisper, and to Tanya's surprise once again without a hint of deceit. The boy must have seen her confusion, and he very carefully handed the pen to her so that she could examine it. As she held it up to the light, she could see the words, "mightier than the sword," etched into the side. She wondered which one of her subordinates had come up with such a bad joke. Comedy clearly wasn't the strong suit of her intrepid band of war maniacs. It seemed that the little captain appreciated the gift, however, and she could already see some of his fake high spirits being replaced by genuine cheer as she passed it back to him, and he placed it almost lovingly into his breast pocket. "It seems you have just one more gift to open, Your Highness," called Sophia, who also seemed to have picked up on the boy's improving mood, "from your uncle." "What?" a surprised-sounding Prince Adalbert said suddenly and with obvious concern. "It was supposed to have been cancelled." "Wilhelm, I don't think you should open that right now." Adalbert seemed strangely distressed for the sake of a gift from his own father. What could he possibly be worried about? Wasn't Wilhelm close with the Emperor too? "Don't be silly, Bertie. If it's from Uncle, I'm sure it'll be wonderful," the little captain replied, undeterred by his cousin's warning as he tore into the parcel while Adalbert looked on with a pained and worried expression. "Wilhelm, please." The Crown Prince pressed, but it was too late. Wilhelm froze as he opened the package, and all his newfound joy evaporated in an instant. The smile dropped from his face and he began turning deathly pale as he continued to stare down into the parcel. She saw his hand begin to shake slightly, but he quickly hid it behind his back before anyone else could notice. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but he said nothing. Whatever was in the parcel had completely robbed the boy of his faculties. "I'm sorry, Wilhelm, it was never supposed to be delivered." "It was sent before, Prince," Adalbert began, his voice trailing off as the little captain remained frozen in place. He looked as though he wanted to say more, but stopped himself and frowned as he glanced around at the company awkwardly. He clearly didn't want to discuss this in front of a gaggle of gawping soldiers. Tanya carefully approached the package. Judging by the boy's reaction, she was fairly sure she knew what it contained. As she suspected, inside was a familiar-looking statue, one that had been the center of a very big story recently. She'd been informed by Lieutenant Colonel Ryugen that Wilhelm had used another copy of the Thinker to defend himself against Canaris when he visited the Admiral at his home. No doubt most of those gathered would think Wilhelm had been shocked into silence upon seeing the sculpture, and that he was perhaps reliving some trauma from the incident, but Tanya knew better. Wilhelm had deliberately murdered the Admiral and she was certain he didn't feel any remorse over it. Although he would likely be surprised to see a duplicate of his murder weapon returned to him so quickly, she couldn't believe it would have such a profound effect on him. He was an expert at recovering from the unexpected, this should be nothing for him. Besides, she'd seen him have a similar reaction to a statue like this before, long before the Admiral's murder. The boy forced an uncomfortable smile and looked up at his cousin, who wore a pained expression due to the situation. It was clear that even Wilhelm was struggling to hide his true feelings this time. "It's okay, Bertie, I'm happy to receive anything from Uncle," the boy said with a shaky voice, and Tanya was sure that no one in the room believed him. The room fell silent as everyone stared at Wilhelm, wondering what he might do next. Even the Zerbst sisters seemed unsure of what to do and looked at the little captain pleadingly as if asking for some instruction to navigate out of this situation. He had none to give, however. This situation had all but pushed him over the edge after everything he had experienced today, and he continued to stare at the statue dumbly. "Lieutenant Weiss," Tanya cut in, projecting her voice as she would when addressing her troops, causing the attention of everyone gathered to switch to her. She wasn't even sure why she was doing it, her mouth almost seemed to move of its own accord as she took charge of the situation. "I'm surprised I would have to remind you of this given that you've drunk half of the punch already," she began with mock reproach. "But you've yet to propose a toast to our hosts." "Sorry, Major," her deputy replied with a mix of panic and confusion as he habitually snapped to attention. "Honestly, if you're going to take up all of Miss Zerbst's time this evening, the least you can do is say thank you to her and her boss." Weiss turned beet red, causing the other soldiers to erupt into laughter. Even the usually taciturn Christina Zerbst seemed to be struggling to hide a grin. She felt like she might have missed something somewhere. She had only intended to remove the attention from Wilhelm, but somehow it seemed she'd inevitably made Weiss the butt of a joke. She felt bad for throwing her deputy under the bus like that and vowed to make it up to him later. It had the desired effect, however, and he quickly led a toast and the whole room drank to the little captain's good health and the hard work of the serving staff before Koenig, Newman, and Grants led a rendition of "For He's a Jolly Good Fellow" that was so bad she wondered if it could be considered a war crime. The Zerbst sisters seemed to have caught on too as Sophia resumed her hosting duties by encouraging more people, including the Crown Prince, to drink and join in the song, while Christina hastily removed the item that had distressed the little captain so much. Wilhelm almost seemed to gradually disappear into the background, using the distraction to quietly extract himself from the party, and she saw him silently re-enter the embassy. She felt a pang of concern as she saw him trudge off and felt the desire to follow him to make sure he was okay. "What am I doing? It isn't any of my business," she thought, shaking her head as she headed towards the doors she'd just seen Wilhelm walk through. It wasn't her fault that he'd had to go through all this. Why should she care? "He's my subordinate now. A good manager makes sure their staff can operate as efficiently as possible at all times," she rationalized. This world didn't have any sort of workplace counseling and the various programs that the old world had to help a wayward employee. That meant that as a superior she had to take on that responsibility, even if she wasn't getting paid overtime for it. "Yes, if I don't properly supervise him, it reflects badly on me as a team leader. I'll just have to speak to him myself." As she approached the door to the interior of the embassy, she almost bumped into Christina as she returned from her errand with a distracted and worried expression. The woman gave her a hard stare for a moment, then briefly glanced back towards the house before settling her gaze back on her. Tanya was still uneasy around the maid. She was very protective over Wilhelm, and given the circumstances she had expected the woman to block her way, but instead, she stepped aside and bowed. "He's in the conservatory," she whispered to her as she passed. She wasn't sure why the woman had suddenly decided to trust her with her master. Maybe she knew that she would be unable to get through to him herself. Perhaps she had already tried and been rebuffed. Either way, Tanya was quietly relieved she would not bar her progress. She didn't doubt that the woman could have caused her a great many problems if she had wanted to. She entered the conservatory through the double doors that led out to the gardens. The room was unlit, but the moonlight and lamplight from the party outside illuminated the area enough that she could make out another table filled with treats and drinks for the guests. Obviously, the Zerbst sisters had set up this area as an alternate venue should the weather turn, but since the night was warm and dry, Wilhelm had claimed it as a temporary refuge. She saw the little captain leaning against one of the tall windows with a drink in hand, staring out at the evening's celebrations with an unreadable expression. At first, she thought he might not have noticed her enter, but she saw his shadowy silhouette glance back at her before turning back to the window. "Come to check if I'm plotting the end of the empire? Can't you at least trust me enough to give me a few minutes to myself?" He snarled bitterly at her. "I came to see how you were," she replied, ignoring the boy's comment. His attitude was to be expected considering all he had been through today, and although he had done a commendable job of hiding his resentment in public, it would be too much to ask for him to be so amiable now they were alone. That present from the Emperor, you didn't seem like yourself. She didn't see the point in beating around the bush. Wilhelm would likely be suspicious of her motives if she were subtle anyway. Sometimes it was better to get to the heart of the matter quickly, and she knew that to a certain extent the little captain would be much better off if he got some of his hostility for her out in the open. That sculpture, I've seen you act strangely around it before, she pressed, studying the boy's reaction. Wilhelm's silhouette straightened and Tanya felt a deep sense of unease as the boy suddenly seemed to radiate menace. The air felt thick and prickly like it did before a thunderstorm, and the atmosphere between them seemed to darken. She could almost feel the little captain's frustration and rage rise at her questioning and felt a twinge of anxiety as she wondered if she should have been a little more tactful. She knew how unpredictable he could be when he felt threatened. After a long silence, the boy emptied his glass with a gulp and the pressure seemed to drop suddenly as he turned and captured her gaze in his green orbs. To her surprise, it wasn't anger that met her in the boy's stare, it was fear and desperation. They looked more like the eyes of someone who had been running from something, like a fox that had been chased to exhaustion or a fugitive that had run out of places to hide. Does he haunt you too? He asked shakily with tears in his eyes. Does God try to torture you at every opportunity? He's no god, Wilhelm, she said reflexively and more aggressively than she intended. She felt a curious spark of panic at the thought of that the little captain might believe the vile creature really was a divine entity rather than the fraud he truly was. It was as she had always feared, the little captain wasn't as mentally fortified against being X's tricks as she was, and the creature was breaking him down. The thought that he might be overwhelmed by the false deity was oddly distressing, and the idea he could become a raving fanatic like Skiggle was almost terrifying. If being X could break Wilhelm, it opened up the possibility it could break her too. She couldn't allow that to happen. It had already started corrupting her with the Type 95 by forcing her to pray to it, and she'd suffered blackouts after using the cursed item. She may have been stronger than Wilhelm, but she was not invincible. Wilhelm's breakdown may be a taste of what lay in store for her if she failed. You were right when you called being X a monster, she continued, hoping to turn the boy back towards the side of rationality before the supernatural being took advantage of the weakened Wilhelm. And yes, he taunts me every chance he gets to. The little captain searched her eyes for a few moments, looking for signs of deceit, and Tanya was struck by the sudden role reversal between them. She was not trying to trick him, however. She was clear about her feelings towards being X. There was no other creature in the universe that she loathed more. Since arriving in this world, the fake god had dealt her the worst possible hand in order to prove its point. It plunged her into a world destined for war, for the express purpose of causing her suffering so she could find faith, even going so far as to gift her with magic potential to guarantee her life would be as dangerous as inhumanly possible. Being X had a twisted sense of humor and had seen to it that she had every disadvantage possible in this new life. She had rallied against her fate, however, and fought tooth and nail to forge a new path for herself. Wilhelm may have believed that your birth defined what your future could be, but she knew that wasn't true, so had worked hard from the get-go to prove being X wrong. It had almost been enough, but every time she came close to foiling being X's plans, the creature threw another curveball at her and mocked her from both the wooden nutcrackers and the bodies of her fallen foes. If anyone could relate to how it felt to be hounded by being X, it was her. Her answer seemed to satisfy Wilhelm, and his features softened with relief. He broke off their impromptu staring contest and approached the buffet table in the center of the room before pouring a fresh glass of punch for both of them. We're underage, she observed, staring at the alcoholic fruit drink longingly. As much as she would like to treat herself, especially considering all she'd been through recently, her body was still that of a child, even if her mind still contained the memories of a 30-year-old man. This meant that she had to be careful what she ingested due to this body's young age, especially since being X had warned her she would receive no further reincarnations. There's no booze in it, the boy said, smiling weakly. Christina won't usually let me drink, so she made up a separate batch for us. She tried to match the taste though. I think she worries we might feel left out. Tanya took her own glass and gingerly took a sip. It was good. The concoction was sweet and citrus flavored from the various fruits it contained, quite a feat considering how difficult it had become to source such items in the Empire since the start of the war. It also had a slightly bitter aftertaste that quite accurately mimicked its alcoholic counterpart. It even caused her cheeks to warm slightly, which was a pleasant and welcome surprise. By now Wilhelm had returned to the window and was staring up at the moon morosely. Tanya took another sip of her drink and observed the little captain silently, judging it to be better to let the little captain take the lead. He seemed to have calmed down a little now, and she knew he loved the sound of his own voice. He wouldn't be able to stay quiet for long. You remember, don't you? He said quietly with a hint of uncertainty, who you were before. The question may have seemed strange to most people, but Tanya knew immediately what he was asking her. Despite knowing of their respective associations with being X, they had only ever talked about their past lives on that day in the chapel in the Rhine HQ. The truth was, they knew very little about each other's past or their experiences of reincarnation. She knew his memories of his past life were limited due to some medical treatment he had received when he was younger, and she was aware he had some sort of deal with being X that allowed his reincarnation, but she didn't know the exact details. It wasn't exactly something you drop into casual conversation. Tanya meanwhile had avoided sharing her own past with anyone, she was all too aware how fanciful most people would find her story. Wilhelm had jumped to the conclusion when she'd mentioned being ex, and although he had been correct, she had never really confirmed anything to him. She'd like to say the reason was she didn't trust him enough, but if she were to be completely honest with herself, the salaryman's death and subsequent dealings with being ex felt almost shameful. She'd been killed by an irrational man, and then sent here by an irrational creature. It was an embarrassment that she had been ended by such illogical beings. I remember, she said tersely as she emptied her glass, hoping her tone would show him she would add nothing more to the subject. She owed him enough for the confirmation, but she didn't feel the need to share anything else. It was unfair, she knew. She was curious about Wilhelm's past and planned to get as much information from him without offering the same in return. She knew giving him this small piece of information would make him more forthcoming with what he knew about himself, even if it was a fairly evasive reply. It was her hope that knowing a little more about his past might help her understand why he was the way he was and make it easier to deal with him in the future. I envy you, he said after a few moments of silence before turning towards her with a weak smile. It must be nice knowing who you really are. She had never thought about it before, but her new life was entirely shaped by her old one, even her goal in this world was the result of the events in the past life. Being ex would no doubt have her believe that she would have been praising him if not for her past memories. It was part of the point he was trying to make, but what if she'd been put in the same position as Wilhelm? She knew she would still resist being ex with everything she had, but it must have been difficult with only fragmented memories to draw strength from. She not only used the salaryman's death but all the memories and experiences in his life to draw the logical conclusion that mankind didn't need faith in something like being ex to prosper. It was how she maintained her sense of self in this world, despite the malign influence of the Type 95. What must it be like to have that part of yourself missing? Wilhelm didn't give her the time to dwell on these thoughts, however, as his expression grew gloomy once again and he turned his gaze back to the window. That statue, I see it every night in my dreams. The boy said in a shaky whisper as he swallowed another mouthful of his drink. It's covered in blood and I can't move. I think it was how I died, how I was murdered. His story went some way to explaining why the statue had been such a shock to him, at least. A visual reminder of your death would certainly cause a great deal of psychological stress, especially for someone as unstable as Wilhelm. She could sympathize to an extent. To this day she was wary about standing too close to the edge of train platforms, and she subconsciously found herself checking over her shoulder to make sure no one was behind her when a train did arrive. She felt sorry for him but also oddly pleased that he was opening up to her on such an obviously sensitive matter. Even if it was simply his bottled-up emotions overflowing, it was still evidence that he still retained a certain amount of trust in her, and that was something she felt she should do her best to hold on to, if only to help keep him in line in the future. Still, she wasn't sure what it had to do with being hounded by being ex. The bastard puts them in places to torture me and remind me of my debt, I'm sure of it. The boy continued bitterly. You think it was a coincidence that it showed up both today and at Canaris's mansion? He's playing with me. Under usual circumstances, she might have thought he was being paranoid, but she'd experienced something similar herself. She had never found out where those stupid wooden soldiers that being ex spoke through back at the testing facility had come from. Everyone she had questioned had denied putting them there, and she'd even seen one that she'd smashed miraculously repair itself overnight. It seemed surreptitiously placing ornaments in places they don't belong was well within being ex's power. As if this thing wasn't enough. The boy continued before detaching his sword from his belt and angrily throwing it across the room. A loud clattering noise echoed around the dark room before the room fell back into silence, and the boy stared at the floor despondently. So this is all about his debt to being ex, she realized. Everything he does is connected to that. Not for the first time, she wondered about his deal with being ex. Somehow it didn't seem quite like the faux deity that she knew. True, being ex is a cruel bastard, but he'd never seemed to be particularly interested in the lives of those in this world, only their faith. So why would he be interested in having Wilhelm kill for him? Then again, being ex was a completely irrational creature, and it was even more difficult to predict its actions than Wilhelm's. It was useless trying to explain the fake god's thought process. Being ex didn't abide by logic. Just because it acted one way with her, didn't mean it would act the same way with others, and all of its behavior might be some part of a greater plan against her. He could even be purposely breaking Wilhelm down in front of her in an attempt to turn her to. I'm tired of it all, the boy murmured eventually. I'm tired of the debt and the sword. I'm tired of the saint, and I'm tired of Prince Wilhelm von Hohenzollern. I don't even know if it's really my birthday. I'm sick of pretending that it is. Tanya felt a knot of guilt in her stomach as she heard the boy's words. He still didn't know he had never been switched as a child, and he believed that he was a fake. Canaris had told her that Operation Doppelganger had failed, but he had obviously not shown Wilhelm the same courtesy. It was hardly surprising he didn't want to celebrate his birthday. In his mind, it wasn't even his. Part of her wanted to tell him. It would at least help alleviate some of his misery, and he would never need to do anything drastic to protect his secret again. She knew she couldn't, however. If she revealed it to him, it would reveal that she had attempted to sell him out to Canaris, that she had truly betrayed him. She couldn't risk it. Wilhelm had been very forgiving so far, but she doubted this magnanimous streak would continue if he knew the truth. He would have to continue suffering his mistaken case of imposter syndrome. Curiously, the thought of forcing that on him made her feel slightly sick. She knew that hiding the truth from him was the rational thing to do to minimize the risk to herself, but she still felt slightly ashamed that she had to do this to him. She would just have to learn to live with it. Maybe I should just give up and let him win. He murmured, almost inaudibly, breaking her from her thoughts. Tanya moved quickly and completely on instinct as she dropped her glass and grasped an understandably shocked Wilhelm by the collar. Her conscious mind didn't even have time to register the rage that her body felt upon hearing the little captain's statement, but for some reason, the idea that he should just give up and succumb to that creature was so abhorrent that her unconscious mind had taken over. Like hell you will. She growled as her conscious mind processed her own anger. I won't let you give being X the satisfaction. She didn't want to see being X win, that was all, or so she kept telling herself. She couldn't allow Wilhelm to become another one of that thing's puppets. The little captain simply stared back at her dumbly as she continued to glare at him to get her message across. Gradually his expression began to morph into a smile, although his eyes still showed signs of fatigue and uncertainty. As the boy's features began to soften, Tanya felt a twinge of embarrassment at her sudden outburst, and she found it increasingly difficult to hold his gaze. You're not afraid of him at all, are you? He whispered with undisguised admiration. You should focus on what you want in the future, she replied, ignoring his question. She looked away and released him from her grip before busying herself by tidying up the broken glass. Of course, she wasn't afraid of being X. She hated the creature too much for that, but the boy's sudden display of reverence made her feel strangely uncomfortable, and she couldn't allow herself to show any weakness in front of Wilhelm. Yes, the future, you're right. He said to himself distantly before he poured a fresh glass for each of them and took a seat on a nearby sofa. That can belong to me at least. You know what you want after you've beaten him, don't you? She asked as she finished tidying the mess, hoping the change in subject might help distract her from the unusual reaction to the boy she had just experienced. Yes, he said with a wistful look. I'll make sure everyone gets what they deserve. She joined him on the couch as he began describing his plans for after he'd paid his so-called debt to being X. His confidence began to return as he described how he would use his wealth and influence to see to it that the Zerbest sisters would be compensated for their service. He spoke fondly as he shared his hopes that Christina would become a doctor or scientist, and his dream that Sophia might become the first female prime minister of Letzenbourg or even imperial chancellor. Usually, she would have pointed out the irony that he wanted to build the type of meritocracy that he falsely believed didn't exist. This time, however, she was struck by how happy the thought of helping his allies succeed made him. She had always thought of him as a spoiled and selfish brat, but he seemed to relish the thought that his subordinates would accomplish great things despite what he thought was an unfair system. Despite his mistaken belief that meritocracy didn't exist in the empire, she could respect his attempts to bring it about for those he felt deserved it. I still want to help you too, he added with a wry smile. If you ever plan on letting me, that is. He chuckled as she shot him a look that told him she had no intention of taking him up on that offer. She'd had enough of his kind of help, she would be happy enough if he didn't stir up any more trouble. Still, it was almost endearing how committed he was to follow through with the original promise he made to her back on the Rhine, and she found herself laughing along with him. By now, all traces of the earlier gloom and despondency seemed to have melted away from the room. Maybe it was the reduced anxiety or Wilhelm's newfound amiable attitude, but everything seemed much more relaxed than it had not so long ago. Her head felt a little foggy, likely a side effect of the sudden drop in tension, but despite herself, she found herself enjoying herself and could feel a contented smile start to rest across her lips. Still, there was more she wanted to know about the little captain's plans. You haven't answered my question, she said between sips, enjoying the strange warmth her drink brought to her face. What will you do? Tanya stifled another laugh as she saw the boy turn a shade of crimson. It was a very rare sign of embarrassment from him, and she began to see why the boy took so much enjoyment from trying to elicit the same response from her. Turnabout was fair play, perhaps she'd try to find more ways to embarrass him in future. In truth, she expected his answer might be disappointing. Knowing Wilhelm, he would probably use the opportunity to do nothing but laze around and enjoy the wealth he'd been born into. It was the sort of childish thing she'd come to expect from him. Still, she wanted to hear him admit his laziness. She knew he could be a hard worker when he wanted to be, but all too often he passed his duties on to others when he couldn't be bothered or wasn't interested in performing them. She would have to break him out of that habit now he was officially her subordinate. Perhaps it was the influence of her old life in Japan, but she couldn't really comprehend the idea of being so idle. In her old culture, your job defined who you were and your place in society. No matter your role, you had an obligation to live up to. Although it could be argued that the job of a prince was to sit around and look regal, to her it sounded more like a neat. She felt it would be a waste of time, money, and Wilhelm's own talents if that were to happen. The still embarrassed-looking little captain was quiet for a moment before he carefully plucked the silver pen Visha had given him from his inside pocket. He turned it in his fingers for a moment and smiled as he watched the moonlight reflect off the polished metal. You'll probably laugh, but I'd like to be a writer. I mentioned it to Visha months ago, I'm surprised she remembered. He said eventually, still staring at the pen in his hands. I quite like the idea of reporting for the newspapers, it might be fun to experience the news from the other side for once. Or maybe writing fiction, like something in my books. Tanya blinked, taken aback by the little captain's admission, he actually wanted a job. It may not have been the most taxing work in the world, and she doubted any sane news outlet would be pleased about someone as high profile as Wilhelm reporting for them. He'd probably end up writing nonsensical fantasy from his desk at home, but it was refreshing to hear that he actually had some sort of work ethic. She felt a little bad for criticizing him. What about you? He questioned, slurring his words slightly as he turned to face her. Swaying slightly. Obviously, the drop in tension had started to affect him too, and his earlier fatigue was starting to catch up with him. What will you do when all this is over? Well, I'm not quite sure if I'll stay in the military or move into the private sector just yet. Either way, my leadership experience should ensure that I obtain a good position with decent career prospects and a stable income. She began automatically, falling into the familiar speech she had given countless times when asked as the Salaryman. Once I've gained a comfortable position, I'll probably think about getting married and having children. She stopped and her words trailed off as she thought about what she had just said. Was that what she wanted? In her past life, the Salaryman had always assumed that he would one day marry and procreate. He may not have been the romantic type, but it was expected of a company man to raise a family, it was more or less an unspoken rule. Not only was it another mark of his success as a profitable human resource, it would also give him the opportunity to raise one or more human resources to profit society in the future. This would raise not only his own value as a person but the value of his children too, it was investing in the future, just as his own parents had invested in him. But things were different now, she was no longer the Salaryman and Tanya's new body changed things. You? A wife and mother? Exclaimed Wilhelm with surprise as he struggled to hold back a fit of laughter. Somehow I can't imagine you playing the ideal housefrau. Tanya shot him a glare, but she knew that he was right. Although the empire was more accepting of women in the workplace than many other nations, it was still the social norm that a mother would quit her job to look after the children. She didn't want that, she'd worked too hard. It seems you'll have to find yourself a stay-at-home husband, he laughed, finding the whole situation much funnier than it actually was. No doubt you'll keep him on an even tighter leash than you do me. That was another thing that bothered her. Although she was too young to entertain such an idea at the moment, she had thought about what a romantic entanglement might entail. A decent match could do wonders to help her career prospects, but it would take time for her to learn to trust someone enough to allow them to become a lifelong companion. There were very few people she could imagine trusting that much. Then of course there was the act of having a child in the first place. She may have become somewhat accustomed to her new body, but she wasn't sure she'd ever be comfortable enough to carry a child. In truth, the idea terrified her, it seemed like such an alien concept to her. If she were to have a child, she would have to adopt. The more she thought about it, the more she disliked the whole idea. I think you'd be a good parent though, Wilhelm said as his fit of laughter dissipated. Maybe a bit strict but a good role model. I certainly think you're worth looking up to. Tanya didn't really know how to react to the boy's praise. In a strange way she felt happy about the boy's words, but they also brought back the strange feeling of discomfort she experienced earlier. Wilhelm meanwhile felt no such discomfort, if anything he seemed to be unusually relaxed. It was almost unthinkable that this was the same boy that had twice pulled a gun on her with terror in his eyes. He looked almost serene and in a genuine way for once. She didn't really understand why, but he'd opened up to her almost completely, and by doing so it looked as though his worries had all melted away, at least for now. She felt pleased with herself despite the odd feeling his praise had given her. Her ability to manage her team must have grown leaps and bounds since her past life. The Salaryman had usually been given the job of letting people go, but Tanya Digirakov had proven she could build people up too. She'd even managed to win over a problem employee like Wilhelm, and she felt hopeful that she could make something out of her little captain. There was still one question nagging at her, however, but she found herself reluctant to ruin the mood. Not only had it taken a good deal of work to get this far, but she was now enjoying herself and she wasn't sure if she should risk souring the mood. Then again, if she didn't ask now, she might never know. Why'd you throw this party, Wilhelm? She asked, finding it curiously difficult to speak. Your cousin said you don't celebrate your birthday. To her surprise, Wilhelm chuckled. Perhaps his mood had improved too much for him to be bothered by the question, or maybe he had regained enough of his former self to hide it. Either way, she found herself letting out a sigh of relief as she waited for him to answer her question. Maybe I'm happy you are out of prison, or maybe I just wanted to do something nice for you. She glanced over at him. By now it seemed like the exhaustion really had gotten to Wilhelm and he was struggling to keep his eyes open and head upright. It was hardly surprising, it had been a mentally and emotionally draining day for both of them, and she too was struggling to keep awake in the comfortable sofa, and her body felt almost weighed down by the encroaching fatigue. "We should get back to the party," she said, struggling to find the energy to follow through with her words. In truth, she felt like resting her eyes for a few moments, but the others would probably be wondering what happened to them. "Just, let me be me a few moments more." The boy slurred softly as he gently closed his hand over hers and rested his head on her shoulder. There must have been something wrong with her. Normally she wouldn't tolerate such a breach of her personal space, but right now she couldn't bring herself to turf Wilhelm off of her. Besides, the night had now turned cool and the warm presence beside her was oddly comforting. "It's probably because of being locked up all week," she thought as she laid her head down onto his sleepily, figuring that if he was going to use her as a pillow he could afford her the same courtesy. "I'll rest for 5 minutes and we'll go back outside." Wilhelm's breathing pattern told her that he had already fallen asleep as her own eyelids closed themselves, and she found the rhythmic breaths almost hypnotic. She could almost feel her conscious mind slip into sleep, and she listened to the peaceful sighs of the little captain, but just as sleep was about to overtake her, she remembered one last thing she owed the boy. "Happy birthday, Will," she mouthed drowsily before the night finally overtook her and she joined him in a content slumber. XXXX. Visha spared an anxious glance at the door. It had been a long time since the Major had followed Prince Wilhelm inside, and the teen felt more than a little worried for the pair. It might have been her imagination, but she was sure she sensed something off between the two, and the prince had been very upset about the statue from the emperor. She wasn't sure the Major was the best person to cheer him up right now. Sometimes she could be a little too blunt. "I'll raise," said Captain Zerbest, pulling her attention back to the game. Since the official events had finished or been postponed until the guests of honor returned, the party had broken into groups who were all chatting, playing various games, and in the case of Weiss and Christina, dancing to the music playing on the gramophone. Food and drink still flowed plentifully, with the desserts being delicious and the fruit punch tasty and refreshing. All in all, everyone seemed to be having a nice evening, despite the faux pas with the princes present, and she could almost believe she had imagined the strange tension between the Major and Prince Wilhelm. She had thought the idea of having a party was a wonderful idea. Everyone was feeling so depressed about the war dragging on, and she hoped that this might help raise everyone's spirits. It might have been a little frivolous, but she thought the little bit of normality provided by a birthday party might help take everyone's minds off things. Besides, the situation reminded her of the words her grandmother had said as they were fleeing Rus. "Just because the Bolsheviks want to cause trouble, doesn't mean the rest of us can't have our day." It wasn't the communists this time, but the message was the same. Just because some countries were fighting didn't mean you couldn't make some time to celebrate the things that mattered to you. The war would end eventually, but you could lose out on so many happy memories if you waited for that to happen. As usual, she had been pulled into a game of cards. Someone had been spreading rumors that she was a good card player and the Crown Prince had wanted some tips. In truth, she'd been a little disappointed. She had brought a camera that Arya had given her, and she'd been looking forward to taking some snaps of everyone having fun so they could look back on some happy memories. The last thing she'd wanted to do was play cards with one of the most important people in the country. At first, she'd been terrified, but she soon found that the man was almost as friendly as Prince Wilhelm, and although she had still felt a little uncomfortable, she had managed to give him a few pointers. She began to wonder if all royalty were just like normal people. After all, he even seemed to get a little upset when he suspected that they were letting him win, and she noticed a few similarities between the royal cousins. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to stay for very long. He had to go back to the summer palace, so had said his goodbyes and asked them to pass on his regards to Prince Wilhelm and the Major. She'd heard he'd been at the command meeting, so he probably had to go see the emperor about it. She felt sorry for him for having to leave so soon. He'd seen so little of his cousin on his birthday, but she supposed even royalty had a job to do. That left her, Newman, Koenig and Sophia in the game, while Grant sat close to her and occasionally commented on a particularly good hand. She had to admit she was having a tougher time than usual. Captain Zerbest was a formidable player, and Newman and Koenig seemed to be trying their hardest to knock her out first. They must have still been sore from losing a month of wages the last time they played. Fortunately for her, the cards had been on her side because she'd been a little distracted with her worries about the prince and Major. She'd managed to hold her own for the most part, but Sophia was taking no prisoners in this game and had won several hands already, much to Newman and Koenig's chagrin. "Damn it! I'm out again," complained Koenig, throwing his cards down in a huff as Sophia used her own to hide her smile. "Me too." Newman laughed. "You've cleared me out. I swear you two have rigged this somehow." "Come on, Koenig, Grants, let's get a drink while the masters of the game duel it out." The three stood and headed for the buffet table, leaving the pair alone in their duel. Visha stared at her cards again and wondered whether to call or re-raise. She had a good hand, but it wasn't unbeatable, and so far, she had struggled to notice anything that could tell her if her opponent was bluffing. She had to weigh her options carefully. The others would probably laugh if they knew, but if she was ever in any situation where she was uncertain of what to do, she always found herself wondering what the Major would do in her place. Maybe not specifically, she knew the commander didn't particularly care for cards, but she wondered if she would push forward or fall back in this situation. Her eyes wandered towards the door again and she felt another twinge of anxiety as she wondered what might be going on in the darkened conservatory. What could the major be doing? Were they okay? I wouldn't worry about it too much. Even Sis is leaving them time to be alone, said Sophia following her gaze before gesturing over at Weiss and Christina, who had stopped dancing for now and were sitting close to each other on one of the benches. Although maybe she's distracted. She continued with a smile. But trust me, we'd know by now if something was wrong. They must still be talking. Are you sure? The major can be, well, wouldn't it be better if you or Christina talked to him instead? She asked, earning her a wistful sigh from the captain. We would have been kicked out by now. She said with a sigh. He can be quite insistent when he wants to be. It's probably a good sign that she's still in there. It might have been her imagination, but it almost sounded like Sophia was jealous of the major. Then again, maybe it shouldn't have been that surprising. She and her sister had known the boy much longer than the major had. They must have wanted to comfort him too. Perhaps their feelings about the prince were like the ones she had about the major. She had tried to get closer to the commander on several occasions, especially since until recently they'd been the only girls in the battalion. She had always hoped she could do more to help the girl. She was older than her after all, and there was plenty of advice she could give to someone of the major's age. But all too often it felt like there was an invisible wall between them, preventing them from getting closer to each other. Maybe the difference in rank was too much to allow a relationship like that to develop. Sophia gave her a reassuring smile before something behind her caught the older woman's attention, causing her to frown slightly. Visha followed her gaze and was unsurprised to see it was her comrades that were the source of the captain's disapproval. What do you reprobates think you're doing? She asked accusingly, causing all three lieutenants to jump slightly as they stood over one of the punch bowls with a bottle of whiskey in hand. Christina said that was the alcoholic stuff, right? Grants replied nervously, pointing at the second punch bowl as his comrades did their best to hide behind him. It's all out, so we thought we'd make some more. What are you talking about? I thought we'd kept all the alcohol out here. A puzzled and slightly concerned looking Sophia replied as she rose and headed for the group. I told the prince to only drink from the one inside. Visha placed down her cards, thankful for the distraction, and picked up Arya's camera before heading towards the source of all the confusion. The commotion had also drawn the attention of Weiss and Christina, the former who was shooting glares at the soldiers who had disturbed his alone time with the maid, while the latter gave her sister a questioning look. No, I made sure that one of each was out here. It wouldn't make sense to have people go inside every time they wanted a drink, Christina said after a brief explanation. It's the second batch of alcoholic stuff inside. I've seen how much Matthias can drink, so I made sure some of it was kept out of the way. Weiss reddened slightly at her comment and Visha fought giggle, but she caught herself as she saw Christina scowl slightly at her sister. She felt a knot of anxiety in her own stomach as she saw the usually calm and confident Sophia squirm under her sister's withering gaze. Are you telling me you told His Highness to drink from the alcohol batch? The captain gave her sister an embarrassed nod, and as one they all turned to stare at the darkened conservatory to listen for any sign from the pair inside. Perhaps there was another reason why they had been in there for so long. We should go check on them, Christina said with a sigh while lifting her glasses and pinching the bridge of her nose. She was obviously expecting the worst. The group reluctantly followed the woman's instruction and headed inside. Nobody was particularly keen to interrupt their superiors, but if what they suspected was true, it would be irresponsible not to. Still, nobody wanted to be the one to interrupt them if they were wrong. Once they were inside, it didn't take them long to find the officers, despite the darkness. They were sat side by side on a sofa on one side of the room, illuminated by the summer moon. Besides, both of them wore mostly empty glasses and the familiar smell of the fruity alcoholic beverage that the other officers had been enjoying. It was as they'd feared, the prince and major had been drinking from the wrong bowl and had fallen asleep. She'd been a little worried at first. They were both far too young to drink after all, but after a brief examination, Christina declared that other than a nasty headache and probably some nausea in the morning, they should be fine. After the worry subsided, she found herself smiling at the scene in front of her. Prince Wilhelm's head was resting on the major's shoulder, while hers had fallen comfortably atop of his head. The boy's hand was clasped tightly around her hand, as though he were afraid he would lose it, and the major's arm had found itself wrapped around the prince's waist. Both were slumbering peacefully and happily as they each emitted a soft snore. It was almost a shame they would have to move them. It was cute, like the sort of picture she'd seen painted on ornamental plates, and it made her heart melt to see the two so at ease and natural around each other. She almost didn't notice Captain Zerbest behind her as she smiled at the pair and was caught completely off guard as the woman tapped on the camera hung around her neck. You wanted to take a picture of some happy memories, right? Author's notes. Hi everyone and thank you for reading. As usual, I seem to be apologizing for uploading late again. It seems my dreams of a regular upload schedule are impossible until the new year, as I am having to work 6 days a week at the moment, so I have very little time. I still plan on getting another chapter up within the month though, and have already started working on it. As I said previously, This chapter is a filler/character development chapter, so there's not much on the plot development, but hopefully, you like it. It was kinda hard work, I must admit, and I'm not totally sure on it if I'm honest, but I wanted to get Will and Tanya a little closer. I do not, however, condone underage drinking, not sure if I can be sued for putting it in a fanfic, but it never hurts to be wary. Just a few other things. I apologize for the date being wrong in the last 2 chapters, it should have read 1925, not 1920, this has now been fixed. This is what you get for copy-pasting dates in your story, one mistake becomes several, haha. The text on Tanya and Wilhelm's pin, mir kray I wat mir verdengen, means we will get what we deserve in Luxembourgish. Need equals not in education, employment, or training. Chapter 41, Additional Operations II Situation Report. Additional Operations 2, Situation Report. Dear Mother and Grandmother. I imagine you're still pretty angry at me for running off to join the volunteers. I'm sorry for causing you so much more to worry about. I know how difficult it's been for you since we heard about Papa, and the last thing I would want to do is cause you even more grief. But that's precisely why I had to do it. I don't want anyone else to lose their loved ones if I can do anything to prevent it. I don't want the Empire to force any more fathers to break promises to their wives and daughters. I heard the Imperials justify invading the Entente by saying they were attacked and that they are the victims of this war. Maybe that's true, but everyone knows how strong they are. Why build an army that big if you don't want to use it? If they really cared about peace, they would have stopped before invading our home. They knew we couldn't beat them on our own, they proved that at Norden. They could have stopped before they took Papa. The recruiter tried to talk me out of joining too, even though he said I was one of the strongest mages he'd seen. I told him the same thing, the Empire needs to be stopped. I've been told that I have to be careful what I write and that my messages will be checked to make sure I don't write anything I shouldn't, so don't worry if any of this letter has been blacked out. If I'm honest, some of the rules seem a little strange to me. I'm not sure I can even tell you what I ate for lunch at the barracks. Although hopefully, I can tell you it wasn't as good as grandmother's apple pie and that I miss you both very much. Leaving you was much harder than I ever expected. What I know can tell you is that I'm safe and being treated well. Training is tough and I'm not sure Colonel Drake likes me very much, but he's a good teacher and I've learned a lot since I got here. You wouldn't believe how exciting it is to fly. It's difficult to explain, but it feels so liberating to soar among the clouds, even if it does take a lot of concentration to do all the maneuvers the commander demands of us during training. When I look down at the world, I realize how beautiful and precious it all is and how small we really are. It's no wonder Papa loved being in the army so much, no one would want to give this up. I wish he could have been the one to teach me, I would have loved to fly with him. When I first arrived here, some of the soldiers seemed to blame me for the war because I'm Legadonian. They didn't say anything in particular, and if they did I'm sure Colonel Drake would reprimand them, but the looks they give me made me feel uncomfortable. It almost felt like they hated me more than the Imperials. Thankfully, most of them have started to warm up to me now that we have gotten to know each other better, and I've even made some new friends during my time here. Vivi is a girl a little older than me, but she's been very friendly and helped me a lot when I first got here. I'm sure I'd have been lost without her. I was struggling to even aim my gun the right way until she helped me, and she always supports me when the commander gets mad. She's been like an older sister to me, or at least how I imagine an older sister would be. Then there's a boy named Damien from Letzenbourg. I was surprised at first. He's younger than I am, but he's an incredible mage who's already fought against the Empire. They say that the soldiers found him near Letzenbourg and brought him back to the Allied Kingdom on a hospital ship. Most of the soldiers stay away from him, some even seem a little afraid of him, although he doesn't seem to mind. I don't understand why they avoid him. I know he's a good person, I can feel it deep down. Besides, nobody as devout as him could be a bad person, he prays every day without fail. I'm ashamed to admit it, but after we heard about Papa, I felt my faith waver. But after seeing how devoted Damien is, I felt inspired. He's been through so much but remains faithful. I felt so much better when I started praying again. It gives me strength knowing that Papa is by God's side watching over me. Damien doesn't talk about himself very much, but when he does, he says he wants to save his brother and that God has given us the mission to bring peace back to the world. He's certain that we will succeed and that when we do, nothing like this awful war will ever happen again. He says it's like Noah and the floods, God will never allow something so awful to happen again. If that's true, I'll give everything I've got to make it happen. I'm sorry if this letter seems a little rushed, and that so much of it is probably censored. There was so much more I wanted to tell you, but they tell me that if I don't post this letter now, it could be months before the next one will reach you, and I wanted to be sure that you knew I was okay. I swear I will stop the Empire and I'll come home safely to you. If I'm very lucky, I might even be home for Christmas. I love you both so very much. Your loving daughter and granddaughter, Mary Sue. July 15, Unified Year 1925. SIS Headquarters, St. James's Court, Londinium. Major General Sir Donald Habergram prided himself on his ability to maintain his composure, even in the most dire of situations. He'd long held the belief that it was important for a true Albion gentleman to exert an air of calm authority at all times so that he could act as a pillar of strength for those around him. By maintaining proper equanimity and fortitude one could overcome every obstacle life threw at you, but some days, even he found it difficult to live by this philosophy. Am I to understand that you are telling me that we have lost our entire network within the Empire, Sir Harry? He asked, fighting to keep his voice level as he watched the man fidget uncomfortably under his gaze. From his demeanor, it was clear that Sir Harry Ainsley did not share his belief about keeping one's composure. The man was sweating profusely and stumbling over his words as he delivered his bad news, failing to maintain eye contact as he spluttered out the unfortunate details of the situation they found themselves in. Habergram was aware he had a reputation for being a difficult personality to get along with, and it often put people on edge around him. But Sir Harry seemed quietly terrified of him, or at least the reception his report might receive. It was quite frankly ungentlemanlike, and it was starting to grate on Habergram's nerves. It was beneath him to speak ill of his colleagues, but privately the general didn't think much of the man. Now in his 70s, Sir Harry was the sort that clung firmly to the ideas of the last century when the Commonwealth kept itself isolated from the problems of the other powers. In his prime, he'd been a career diplomat and had successfully helped serve the Commonwealth's interests by skillfully manipulating the other powers into keeping each other in check for many years before the outbreak of what they were already calling the Great War. He'd always been part of the camp that believed the Allied Kingdom was safer watching from the sidelines. That the Commonwealth should seek to minimize its involvement and instead bide their time in order to maximize their potential gains later in the game. This was an opinion shared by the Prime Minister and most of the government. Only the Duke of Marlborough and a handful of supporters in Parliament favoured direct intervention and had even gone so far as to help make war plans detailing intervention in Legadonia and a naval invasion of the Empire's northern coast. When the tabloids found out about it, they demonized him as a jingo, which only served to make the idea of intervention more unpopular with the people. Marlborough was seen as aggressive and an adventurer. He believed in continuing the expansion of the Commonwealth through military intervention and gunboat diplomacy. Despite proving himself to be a formidable and decisive leader during his time as First Lord of the Admiralty, he was seen by many as a liability due to his expansionist views. Some even went as far as to claim he would be the undoing of the Allied Kingdom and its overseas domains. All this was used as an argument against the idea of direct intervention on the continent, but despite all that, Habergram agreed with him, at least to an extent. Unlike Marlborough, however, Habergram believed they had missed the point of intervention long ago. They had failed when they refused to honor the Treaty of Londinium and punish the Entente for their infraction. Due to their failure to act, the Empire had justification to enact their vengeance on the Legadonians and had made themselves stronger in the process. Since then, the Allied Kingdom's indecision had only served to make the situation on the continent worse. They had continued their official policy of non-interference while secretly supplying information and supplies to the Empire's enemies in the hopes of tipping the balance to gain the most favourable outcome. Even as the Legadonia Entente alliance fell, people like Sir Harry and the Prime Minister were still thinking that they could take advantage of the situation if they waited for the right moment. It wasn't until the Republic was completely driven out of their homeland that they realized that moment had passed. The great game to keep the balance of power in Europa had failed miserably, and now because of people like Sir Harry, Habergram had an imperial hegemony staring at him from across the channel. That's not entirely true, General. The man opposite replied nervously, remembering at least that Habergram preferred to be addressed by his military rank while on official business. We still have many agents in place at a departmental level, but with the fall of the Abwehr, they've been forced to go to ground for the moment. Habergram fought off a sigh. It felt like ever since the bungled attempt to create a government in exile for the Legadonians, there had been nothing but bad news from his operatives. They'd been proud of the information they had obtained for their Francois allies in both Rennes and Letzenbourg, but had been shocked at the speed and ferocity of the Imperials' reactions to those situations. They could only conclude that the mole that had hounded them since the fall of the Entente had struck again, although they'd still found no evidence of his existence. They'd also been caught completely off guard by the Empire's strike at the Francois Rhine Command headquarters and subsequent maneuver to wipe out the Republic's main forces on the Rhine. They'd heard nothing to suggest it was coming. Their information suggested that the Empire had been getting desperate and the Prime Minister had been ready to step in to force the warring parties into a treaty that returned the balance of power in Europa. But their information had been wrong. Perhaps if Project Ultra had been fully up and running, things might have been different. The code breakers in Block Clay Park were doing a sterling job, but so far Ultra was only decrypting about 20% of Imperial transmissions. Most of their intelligence was still sourced the traditional ways, but their agents in the Empire had failed to warn them of what was happening. It wasn't until later that they had found out why. But for all intents and purposes, we have no idea what the enemy is planning. Aside from the information we can glean from the Waldstadt embassy, we know nothing. He replied, and Sir Harry returned a reluctant nod of confirmation. Habergram hated relying on the second-hand information of diplomats, especially foreign ones. He was reminded of the words of Sir Henry Wotton, "An ambassador is an honest gentleman sent to lie abroad for the good of his country." Any information gained from foreign diplomats would be questionable at best. They only told you what their government wanted them to pass on, and there was no telling if there was even a grain of truth in it. Still, they had very few other options open right now. Not without risking exposing the existence of Ultra. What exactly do we know? He asked as he poured 3 fresh cups of tea from the urn thoughtfully provided by one of the secretaries in the neighboring offices. No was perhaps too strong of a word under the circumstances, but he wasn't about to waste time quibbling over semantics. Well, as you are aware, until recently all the Empire's intelligence has been coordinated through the ABWare, and we have had great success in infiltrating both this organization and its child branches. The man began taking his cup gratefully as Habergram did his best to ignore the pleased tone the man employed when relating his department's past successes. It didn't matter how well you played in the first half if the other team beat you by the final whistle. Before our agents went dark, we became aware of a faction emerging within the ABWare led by this woman. Sir Harry continued, pushing a file across the table with a picture of an attractive young lady on the front. We believe this faction became aware of our activities and has since sought to eliminate our agents. This is why the network went quiet. That made sense, but it did nothing to alleviate the general's fears that they had a mole of their own somewhere within the organization. Something must have alerted the ABWare to the security breach. Neither did he find it especially comforting that the network had collapsed precisely when they needed it most. It seemed too neat to be circumstantial. Worse still, it seemed like Sir Harry had yet more bad news to deliver, and since he had been quick to point out his agent's initial success, Habergram suspected the news would be dire indeed. It seems they have been particularly thorough in their efforts, even going so far as to implicate Admiral Canaris himself. They have essentially disassembled the ABWare. All the intelligence is now controlled directly by the military. The man finished, flinching slightly as he caught Habergram's surprised glare. Canaris? How was he implicated? He was the head. Habergram asking, unable to mask his confusion. Although it wasn't unusual for people to be suspicious of the head of an organization like the ABWare, it was very unusual for a spy chief to actually be accused of anything. They usually knew too much about everyone else to be removed by force. We aren't exactly sure. Sir Harry began in an uncertain tone. At first we thought it was a simple coup in the organization, but the way the Empire has villainized him. It's possible he was working with some of our men inside. Their spymaster was one of our moles and we didn't even know it. Habergram questioned incredulously. The mere thought of it was like some cruel joke. I know how it seems, sir, but much of our intelligence could have only come from someone at or near the top of the organization. The man explained wearily. And according to the man in the Waldstadt embassy, the Imperials are saying he tried to murder Prince Wilhelm von Hohenzollern. He believes it's their way of covering up how bad their own leak was. I'm afraid, it appears we've dropped the ball on this one. Internally Habergram felt like grabbing the man by his lapels and yelling at the elderly man for the ineptitude he and his people had shown in this matter. Such a failure was almost treasonous. He could not accept that no one knew Canaris had turned on his own people. If any one of them had even the slightest suspicion, they should have brought the Admiral in for debriefing at once. He was a member of their high command, who knew what priceless information he might have had. Additionally, the Empire had managed to purge their ranks from the inside without any of their agents knowing about it. If it had been a simple coup or a hunt for compromised agents, there would be a new leader of the ABWare, perhaps even this woman in the file knowing the Empire's recruiting habits. Instead, they'd removed the entire ABWare and allowed the military direct control. They hadn't wasted their time and effort chasing a mole as Habergram had, they'd cut out the entire cancer in one fell swoop and allowed the efficiency of the Imperial Army to take over. Habergram took a deep breath and cleared the frustration from his mind. There was no point focusing on past failures. It was time to move forward. He would advise the Prime Minister to replace Sir Harry with someone better qualified and see to it their efforts to find the mole was renewed without ripping apart their organization. Unlike the Empire, they didn't have the contingencies in place to replace it. In the meantime, they would have to see how they could use the information they did have and see what they could do about the new players on the board. What do you make of it, John? He asked, turning towards the third man in the room who had been watching the exchange silently while dutifully waiting to be consulted. John was not the man's real name, of course. His profession made it important that he maintained a certain amount of anonymity. Although those present in this room had the clearance required to read the man's file if they wished, it was courtesy to only speak the name he had been given when he swore an oath to serve Queen and country. If I may? He asked, gesturing the file on the table before he leaned forward and began calmly studying the information in the folder, pausing only to take the occasional sip of tea. John was intelligent, well versed in both diplomatic and military strategy and adept at languages. Because of this, he was a very skilled data analyst, and Habergram often found himself wishing he could have the man working closer to home. However, John's true strength lay in how easily he managed to slip into the background of almost any situation. He was by far the best field operative they had available. They couldn't afford to waste his talents back here at HQ. Rather than a hidden talent, John had a talent for being hidden, and with information being so precious, they needed him to use that talent to obtain that information. It says here that she worked for the young prince but had a brief break during which time she was seen entering the offices of the ABWare. some of our agents even say Canaris considered her his protégé. He began thoughtfully as he flicked through the papers. This information suggests she was recruited to keep an eye on the Letzenbourg royals. It would explain why things went south so quickly in Letzenbourg. She had Prince Wilhelm on hand to stir things up in record time. It might even have been her that finished off Prince Ludwig when the Republic finally retook the city. She seems a little eager to put the little saint in harm's way for an imperial though. Are you sure she's not a red? The question hung in the air for a few moments. It wasn't something they could discount. Although the Eastern Giant had signed a non-aggression pact with the Empire, they were still funding pro-communist movements across the world. Naturally, royalty would be the top of any communist hit list. He made a mental note to have the officers serving with Prince James discreetly investigated, and to double-check on the royal family's security arrangements, just in case. At this point that would be speculation, but it's clear she's a potential threat. If we get a chance, we should remove her from play, Habergram declared eventually. What about the Empire's plans? What do we know? Submarines and spy planes have spotted ships heading towards the Channel and troops massing off the coast of northern Francois. Reported John before Sir Harry had the chance to answer. Sir Harry seemed surprised by the interruption but remained silent, giving Habergram at least one thing to be pleased about. That coincides with the reports from the Admiralty and the RAF. We've seen a lot of Imperial planes in the sky and the Air Marshal is worried about our ability to maintain air superiority, even with the new radar systems we've been building, Habergram acknowledged with a frown. The signs were all there, it seemed they were planning an invasion. That could make things jolly difficult for our ships. Replied John, obviously coming to the same conclusion as he was. The Imperial Navy has come on leaps and bounds in the past few years, air superiority might just tip the balance in their favor. It was all happening at precisely the wrong time. Although they had the Navy, they only had 8 divisions on hand to protect the mainland along with a handful of trainee volunteer mages from the Unified States. Meanwhile, their coastal defenses were outdated and poorly maintained. The Admiralty had never entertained the idea that anything could get past their ships. Additionally, their leadership was in crisis. The Prime Minister's mishandling of the war situation had turned Parliament against him and there were calls for a vote of no confidence against the government. Right now, they desperately needed strong, decisive leadership. You don't honestly believe they could get past our Navy, do you? Said Sir Harry with barely disguised horror. We outnumber them at least 2 to 1. Habergram remained silent, as John patiently explained that a well-placed bomb could easily put a ship out of action either in or out of port. Besides, who was to say that was their plan at all? The Empire had outwitted their enemies at every turn during this war. It would be foolish to think they would not have some sort of strategy for circumventing the finest navy in the world. But how? They needed Ultra up and running at full speed now. And they needed other intelligence to back it up or else their ace would be revealed too quickly. It felt like they were missing something important and Habergram couldn't help but be frustrated that he didn't know what it was. I'll advise the Prime Minister to bring troops in from the colonies and dominions. We should prepare for the worst. He began thinking out loud. Still, it feels like we're being dragged around by the nose by these damned Imperials. He turned and stared at the map pinned to the wall on the far side of his office. If he were the Empire, what would he do? Where would he strike? Where else could he strike, given the problems a naval invasion would bring? John, you're headed to the southern continent soon, correct? Indeed, General, the Foreign Office wants some eyes on the Ildoan borders in Africa. The spy nodded politely. He already knew that, of course, everyone was nervous the Ildoans might join the war on the side of the Empire. Relations between the two had soured since the Istria crisis and although they were technically allied, they had not joined to defend the Empire against the Legadonians or the Republic. Still, it was possible they might take advantage of the current situation to make some territorial gains and everyone wanted as much warning as possible. Try to make contact with some of the native tribes while you're down there, Habergram said almost absently. I understand they aren't too fond of their Ildoan masters, perhaps we will have more luck befriending them, just in case the worst happens. He turned back and stared at the map once more. His head told him to tell the Prime Minister to bring as many troops as possible from the colonies to the home isles, but his gut said it was the wrong move. Duty demanded he give the logical advice to Her Majesty's government, but that didn't mean he needed to ignore his instincts. Hopefully, most could be routed through the Suez anyway. Whether it was the right thing to do, only God could say. August 29, Unified Year 1925. Offices of the General Staff, Berlin. Hans von Zetter let out a sigh of relief as he took temporary refuge in the office of his friend and colleague, Kurt von Rudersdorf. Both had become something of celebrities since Revolving Door and the freshly promoted lieutenant generals often found themselves harassed by well-wishers and other general staff members seeking to curry favor with the heroes of the hour. Zetter had found himself needing to sneak out of his own room in order to avoid the gaggle of junior officers loitering around the offices. Even the usually deserted general staff dining hall no longer provided sanctuary, with many young officers risking the questionable food in order to spend time with him and Rudersdorf in the lavish surroundings. This would likely change within a few weeks, most would not want to endure the weeks of stomach cramps necessary to allow the body to adapt to the cafeteria food, but until then, their private meeting spot would remain out of bounds for the foreseeable future. Since Xanen was known to be the more approachable of the two, he often found himself being periodically harassed by these fair-weather friends throughout the day. Fortunately for Xanen, most of them did not dare bother Rudersdorf. He had a habit of finding particularly unpleasant jobs for those that interrupted him without good reason. This meant his friend's office had become one of the few places Xanen could get away from the fawning junior officers, and he found excuses to visit frequently just for some peace and quiet. As the consequences of revolving door became apparent, Xanen began to find the praise and sycophancy increasingly annoying. Although he could take pride in the victory they had achieved, he believed the amount of recognition they were receiving was unwarranted, or at least excessive considering the outcome. They may have won a great battle, but they had failed to win the war. They had failed the Vaterland. From a purely tactical standpoint, Operation Revolving Door had achieved far more than anyone had dared dream of. The Republic's Rhine battle group had been defeated and the long stalemate had finally been broken. They'd driven the enemy from their own capital and their mainland territories, forcing the bulk of their remaining forces to retreat to their colonies to lick their wounds. Although there were still some units holed up in the south of the country near the Ispignan border, they'd essentially taken Francois from the Republic. Not even the unexpected intervention of the Allied Kingdom and their Commonwealth could prevent the fall of Francois, and the Empire now had uncontested control over Europa. By any measure, Revolving Door had been a huge turning point in the land war and would go down in history as one of the most successful military operations ever conceived. Despite all that, we failed, thought Xanen as he clenched his fist, in an uncharacteristic display of frustration and irritation. The objective of the operation had been to strike a blow that would force the Republic to the negotiating table. This had not happened. Far from suing for peace, the self-styled Free Republican Army was vowing to fight on under the leadership of Major General de Lugo from their colonies. Meanwhile, the Allied Kingdom had stubbornly stuck to their war declaration, despite it being obvious that they'd made a miscalculation. Now they were bolstering the defenses of their island and doing what they could to support de Lugo with materiel and firepower. If that wasn't bad enough, the Unified States started looking greedily at the continent in the hopes of making a quick buck. They had happily started selling weapons, sending volunteers, and lending money to the Allied nations, using the Commonwealth blockade as an excuse as to why they couldn't provide the same service to the Empire. The only good news was the American people were vehemently opposed to involving themselves directly in European conflicts. It was absurd. They'd beaten their enemy, yet somehow their situation was worse now than before the war had started. All hope of a peace treaty seemed lost for the foreseeable future, and now they were stuck fighting a war in which they had nothing to gain. We're like a wounded animal that's bleeding itself dry. Will we have to fight this war to the last man? Will the entire world really turn against us, as Digerekov warned? Was that why she had been so insistent destroying the Republicans before they escaped? His mind turned to the girl that proven to be both his greatest asset and the one had first introduced him to these unspeakable worries. Some in the general staff had begun referring to Digerekov as a mad dog since her attempted assault on the Brest military port. They said it was proof of her overly aggressive nature and that her actions might threaten a lasting peace. Ironically, the opposite had proven true. He should have let his mad dog off the leash and allowed her to wipe out the remaining Republican forces. If such an order cemented his image in history as a monster that hunted down fleeing troops, so be it. If it prevented the Vaterland from spending more blood and iron on this pointless war, he'd happily sacrifice his honor to the court of public opinion. He clenched his fist again before pushing aside his frustration and reminded himself of the words of Cicero. Any man can make a mistake, only a fool keeps making the same one. He would make sure he didn't allow any more opportunities to end this war slip past him. In the meantime, they had to decide how best to proceed. Drink? Cigar? Asked Rudersdorf out of politeness rather than expectation. Xanen shook his head. He had once again resumed his vow to eschew the pleasure of alcohol until the war was over, and he felt guilty taking one of his friend's favored treats. Rudersdorf nodded in understanding before lighting his own cigar and puffing on it thoughtfully, filling the air with the distinct scent that could only come from the finest rolls of tobacco. One day he would find out how his friend seemed to obtain such a steady supply of the luxury product. Kurt had been suspiciously silent on the matter for many years, and it had become quite a compelling mystery. So, we're decided? Rudersdorf asked with a twitch of his mustache as he leant up against the fireplace on the far side of the room. We'll send a small expeditionary force to the south to harass the Republicans as they regroup and disrupt Commonwealth supply lines from their overseas territories. The question was rhetorical by this point. They'd already decided what they were going to suggest to the rest of the general staff, and they weren't going to take no for an answer. This was simply the man's way of going over the details before they made their case to the other officers. A push south was more of a show of force rather than a serious attempt to seize control of North Africa. In truth, they weren't sure a force so small could effectively occupy the area required to blockade the entire inner sea, let alone the Suez, but they hoped it would be enough to cause problems for the enemy's logistics without straining their own. Xanen had already overruled sending a larger force. Supplying any expeditionary force was going to a major headache, so the smaller it was, the better. The main problem was that the imperial military's plans had always been defensive and built around the interior lines strategy. As such, they had built up the infrastructure within the empire so that manpower and material could be moved to where it was needed. Once outside the confines of the Fatherland, they had to rely on other forms of transport. Usually, this would be little more than a horse-drawn carriage. For the expeditionary force, however, it would have to go over the inner sea, further extending the supply lines. The desert held a mountain of problems for the service corps and he couldn't guarantee that the expeditionary force could be adequately supplied. They also would have to factor in losses to the transport ships as they crossed the inner sea. It was unlikely a navy power like the Allied Kingdom would allow their sea supplies to arrive unmolested, so losses were inevitable. The advantage of this plan was that their enemy wouldn't be expecting it. Everyone knew the Empire had no military presence in the inner sea or the southern continent, so their enemies believed they could safely regroup and strike back at the Empire later. Rudersdorf believed that if they could successfully wage a campaign in the south, it would disabuse the enemy of this notion and might get the Free Republic and its army to throw in the towel. Xander agreed, although mostly because he saw it as the best way to minimize any more losses while still striking out at the enemy. It also had the political advantage of showing their supposed ally the Kingdom of Ildoa, that they were willing to spread their influence into what the Ildoans considered their sea. The Ildoan kingdom had refused to honor their pact of mutual protection, so a feeling of mistrust had begun to emerge between the two nations. It was hoped that if the Empire struck south, the Ildoans might be reminded of their obligations, even if it was only to share in the spoils. At the very least, they hoped they might provide them with some extra supplies from the Ildoans' North African territories. It was your idea. Xander smiled, feeling reassured by his friend's easy confidence, despite the hardships they faced. Unless you're getting cold feet. We might not have it all our own way. I hear some of the new members of the High Command favor an invasion of the Allied Kingdom. Rudersdorf huffed derisively. He knew how foolish such an endeavor would be. Even Marchese and Schreiz are supporting it. They have most of the Grand Army staring at the Alba-ish over the channel. Xander suppressed a groan. He could understand why they would want to strike quickly. The number of troops Albion could field was tiny compared to the Empire and it would take time for them to bring in more from their colonies and dominions. It made sense to strike before they could reinforce, but in Xander's opinion, an attack on Albion's coast was suicide. How exactly do they expect to get past their navy? Xander returned, shaking his head. Their home fleet alone is on par with our entire navy. If they call in their colonial fleets they'll outnumber us 2-1, and that's without any assets the Republic contributes or their coastal defenses. I suppose they expect us to provide another miracle. Rudersdorf smiled mirthlessly. Maybe they expect the navy to pull off their own version of revolving door. It really would need a miracle if it were to have any hope of succeeding. Even if they did somehow manage overcome the Allied Kingdom's fleet, they had no proper landing craft, so an amphibious assault would be messy and incredibly costly. Additionally, all their supplies would need to cross the Alba-ish channel to reach the front lines. They would share many of the supply problems the expeditionary force would, but the number of soldiers needed to take the enemy's home would make this much more difficult, especially if they suffered problems with partisans as they had in Irene. Meanwhile, they had no idea if they could attain aerial superiority to support the troops and protect their transports. The air fleet had been fighting hard to gain dominance over the skies over the channel and the southern coast of Albion, but the air chief was growing increasingly worried about losses. Xander could understand why. Even if they survived, every pilot lost over the Allied Kingdom was out of the war, confined as a POW. Meanwhile, the Alba-ish just needed to play defensive. If they were downed over their home territory or even the channel, there was a very good chance they'd get back in the pilot's seat within a few days. They just had to wear the Empire down, and from what he had heard they were doing that very efficiently. Pilots were lamenting that the Albion fighters always seemed to know where they were. They complained they were using otherworldly powers to fight them and were intercepting them at every turn. Such an idea was foolish, but he had read reports that Albion had developed some sort of radio detection system, but with Imperial intelligence still rebuilding itself, they couldn't be sure on the accuracy of these reports. Do you think it's possible? He asked his friend, wondering for a moment if he was being too defeatist. Not so long ago, they would have probably thought what they accomplished in Legadonia and the Republic was impossible. Perhaps he was worrying too much. Only if the Commonwealth Navy forgets to leave port. Rudersdorf snorted. It seemed he was under no illusion that an invasion of the Alba-ish mainland would be a simple affair either. Did you know some fool even suggested sending mages over on a zeppelin? Xander laughed, feeling relieved that he wasn't the only one who had concerns over the risky plan. The two were used to picking apart one another's ideas until they found a workable strategy. They'd discovered long ago if neither thought it was possible, it probably wasn't. Still, he wondered exactly who had thought of using a zeppelin to deliver mages. True, they could fly higher than mages, fighters, or bombers, but how did they expect to get the mages back? Who would accept a one-way trip like that? That's certainly unorthodox. I suppose that's our fault for encouraging people to think outside the box. Xander smiled before turning serious once again. We can't afford to take unnecessary risks though. We need to minimize losses as much as possible. if another power turns against us it could be the end of us. You're still on that? The mustached man said, raising an eyebrow. He'd never quite been sold on the idea that this could become a world war, but even he was willing to be wary since the Allied Kingdom had joined. Well, that's all the more reason for you to lend me a little extra firepower. I already told you can have her and her unit, Xander replied. He'd initially been reluctant to let Rudersdorf take the 203rd, the point of the unit was to be a mobile reserve, not a vanguard unit. Still, he couldn't deny that they were the most effective unit they had on the roster, and the amount of damage they could cause compared to the amount of supplies they required, meant that they were the ideal choice to save both manpower and materiel. What about the Prince's Close Combat Company? Rudersdorf asked, already knowing Zetter's misgivings. Digurekov's paper on its implementation with mobile warfare was quite convincing, and his speciality could come in handy if the enemy tries to dig in around the port cities. The general staff was still split on how best to handle Prince Wilhelm. Most would like to keep the boy out of harm's way. He may have foregone his position as Letzenbourg head of state, but he was still a relative of the emperor. It could cause problems for morale if something happened to him. Some had also expressed their concerns that he was now under the stewardship of Zetter's mad dog. Digurekov's newfound reputation worried some of the generals, who thought the girl's aggressive tendencies might rub off on him. Despite the obvious drawbacks, Rudersdorf preferred to view the boy as a skilled soldier rather than a spoiled prince. Operation Lockpick had proven that to be true. Rudersdorf argued that adding him and his company to the already formidable weapon that was the 203rd, only served to make the unit even deadlier. It would be wasteful not to deploy him alongside Digurekov. Xander was on the fence about it. He agreed with his friend's arguments, but there was the wider picture to consider, one that had started to cause ripples of concern among the high command. As soon as they had started to occupy the Republican mainland, they had found that anything in an imperial uniform received a less than warm welcome. He supposed that was understandable given the circumstances, but the military police had already started experiencing major problems in the occupied territories. The stories surrounding Irene had caused the Republicans to believe they were monsters that would do unspeakable things to them now they had been conquered. However, these problems were less prevalent in the areas entrusted to the Letzenbourg forces, with some Francois citizens hailing these soldiers as their protectors from imperial barbarism. It seemed that the prince's reputation for mercy had even reached the Francois citizens, and they believed they would be treated better under the Letzenbourg troops. Some of the local commanders had even resorted to dressing the imperial troops' Letzenbourg uniforms in places where resistance was highest just to keep the peace. It was fortunate the Charlemagne Treaty had combined their militaries, or this would have been legally dubious, although it was still uncomfortably close to being a war crime. Ironically, the Francois citizens' impressions of the Letzenburgers couldn't have been more mistaken. He wasn't sure if it was the recent occupation of their country, or Prince Wilhelm's vow not to return to his home until the war ended, but the field commanders had noticed a worrying aggressive tendency among the Letzenbourg forces. At first, they had thought it a simple desire to reclaim the land lost to their people, and they had proven to be highly effective and motivated soldiers in combat. Many had even earned commendations for their actions during Revolving Door and the subsequent push into the Republic. However, this aggressive streak seemed to have gotten worse, and imperial troops had found their Letzenbourg colleagues taking out their frustration on the occupied citizenry. They'd had to remove the real Letzenburgers from garrison duties just to replace them with imperials masquerading as them. The problem wasn't confined to the armed forces either. Since the treaty, the little country had been gripped by a wave of nationalism that extended throughout society. Aside from the people buying an almost unprecedented amount of war bonds for such a tiny nation, it had almost bled itself dry in an effort to supply more soldiers for the war effort. Additionally, the Prime Minister had opened Prince Wilhelm's volunteer program to non-mages, meaning the tiny nation was now receiving wannabe soldiers from across the world. This caused its own problems, and some officers were already expressing concerns about how they would deal with this rabble. If things went wrong, Xander believed that the young prince might be the only one capable of controlling this mob, so he was inclined to keep him close at hand. Besides, the propaganda department was always requesting Digurekov and the prince for various publicity stunts. Having one of them around would at least keep them off his back. He wondered how the major might react if they were separated. Not well, he imagined. She'd been very keen to have him under her command again. He'd heard the rumors about them, of course, but even if they were true, he didn't take her for the sort to have him transferred for personal reasons. She'd been nothing but professional her entire career. If she wanted him in her unit, there must have been a good reason for it. She must have seen something that they'd missed. You can have the combat company too, it'll be a good way to test out the mobile warfare doctrine. He conceded eventually, feeling a nagging feeling of doubt in his stomach again. He didn't dare separate them now. Digurekov's natural insight had proven to be too reliable to ignore. God help him, he felt as though if he did, he might somehow doom the Vaterland to certain failure. He didn't want to tell Rudersdorf this though. He knew he was being irrational, and he wasn't sure he could stomach the embarrassment to admit that to his friend. Still, something in his gut told him it was the right thing to do. I understand Project Shroud is due for a field test too. Since the prince helped fund it, he should already be familiar with it. Will that give you enough to work with down there? It was a weak excuse Xanen knew, anyone could field test equipment, but if his friend suspected he was hiding his true motivations, he was polite enough to ignore it. You're too generous, I'll have to make it up to you with some fine wine when this war is over. The mustached general thanked him graciously. Not at all, it's for the Fatherland after all. He returned with a smile, feeling more comfortable now all disputes between them had been settled. Now there's just the matter of the commander of the expeditionary force. Already done, Lieutenant General Rommel will be commanding the expedition. Rudersdorf declared with a smile and a puff of smoke. Rommel? He's not exactly known for following convention himself, are you trying to make this a hard sell to the general staff? Xanen joked in reply. It was true that Rommel was considered a little unorthodox compared to some of the officers that served the Imperial Army, but in truth, Xanen agreed with his colleague's choice. The expeditionary force wouldn't be able to rely on tried and tested methods in the south, they needed a leader that could think on his feet and adapt his strategy to the situation. Rommel was the ideal choice for this. He'll win us the south, I'm sure of it. Rudersdorf grinned before frowning slightly. He did have one condition though, he wanted to meet those two first. He said if he didn't like what he saw, he wouldn't take them. They stood in silence for a moment, they could order the general to take them of course, but Rommel had a reputation for being very picky about his officers. Xanen could only imagine the stink he'd kick up if he was assigned officers he didn't trust. Then again, that would only be a problem if the man wasn't impressed by the pair. I don't think we need to worry, Xanen replied with a grin. We're giving him a top strategist to deal with the enemy and a royal diplomat. If our friends the Ildoans decide to cause us trouble, he'd be a fool to turn them down. Not to mention the best mage unit in the Empire, added Rudersdorf with a chuckle. You'll make the man paranoid by giving him so much to work with, you're usually so stingy. Xanen joined the laughter as he and his friend made for the door to head to the meeting, stopping briefly to glance at the map on a board by the door. The south, he thought, I've sent everything we can spare down there. If an opportunity to end this war arises on that front, I won't let it escape again. Author's notes. Hello everyone, and as always thank you all for reading. Some of you might be a little disappointed that we aren't immediately getting some Tanya and Will interaction after the party, but I wanted to give an overview of everything else that was happening in the war, and the generals were the best way I could think to do it. I really enjoyed writing the Albion generals part, so I hope you liked it. I always like when everyone misreads the situation in YS, so I thought the idea that they think the fall of the Abwehr was deliberate would be an interesting development that served to make them paranoid. I also liked having the 2 points of view of the situation side by side. Mary's letter was a bit more tricky as it's a little harder to get into her head. She has a bit more of a simple attitude to the war and doesn't appreciate the complexity of the situation as much as others do, but hopefully it feels in character for her. I have a little time off over Christmas, and because of COVID I'm limited to how much I can see my family and friends. On the upside though, I'll have MRE free time, so hopefully I can upload another chapter within a few weeks. Chapter 42, Add Operations 3, Project Shroud. Additional Operations 3, Project Shroud. September 4, Unified Year 1925, 8 o'clock. Prince Wilhelm's new residence, Berlin. Christina allowed herself a smile as she looked down at the letter in her hand fondly. Its sender had been tireless in his efforts to make sure at least one of these notes was delivered to her every day for the past few months. Whenever an envelope with the familiar handwriting arrived, she felt a warm giddy feeling and her heart rate increased as she pictured the man who had sent it in her mind. She felt silly and perhaps a little embarrassed, but because of him, there had been a near-constant smile pulling at her lips since the party. The then First Lieutenant Matthias Weiss had first tried to catch her attention when they were all deployed together on the Rhine. At first, she didn't think much of him, although tall and admittedly handsome, he hadn't seemed all that different from any of the other soldiers who had taken an interest in her in the past. She'd encountered his type before, another overconfident mage officer that thought too highly of himself. Being a woman serving in a primarily male-dominated environment had its drawbacks, and unlike her sister, she didn't much enjoy the attention that her presence attracted. She had grown used to brushing off the periodic advances of brash troopers and had taken precautions so she could take the appropriate action with those who wouldn't take no for an answer. Matthias, however, had proven to be different, and it had caught her a little off guard. Usually, confidence and determination were the hallmarks of a soldier, especially mages. They were qualities that were instilled into anyone that went through military training. No doubt the generals believed them to be essential characteristics for anyone who was required to charge headlong into a machine gun or fortified bunker. Unfortunately, in Christina's experience, this inflated sense of self-assurance did not cease when men exited the battlefield, and many seemed determined to attempt to repeat their conquests outside of battle, whether their target was interested or not. Weiss had been a little peculiar in this regard, however. Although she had observed him being exceptionally brave on the battlefield and a diligent and dutiful officer, his interactions with her had been almost comically timid. She could tell from the shy glances he threw her way that he was attracted to her, but unlike the men who had tried to get her attention before, he had stayed quiet and nervously avoided her gaze whenever they met. She had to admit she found it quite funny that he could deliver reports in a crisp, clear, and confident manner to Major Digirakov, and chat comfortably with both Lieutenant Serebryakov and Sofia. But whenever he was forced to speak to her, he stumbled over his words and could barely manage a greeting before scurrying away with embarrassment. It had felt a little strange. Her only real experience interacting with the opposite sex was the near-boundless confidence of the prince, the distant professionalism of the late Captain Houseman and the unwanted advances of gruff soldiers who thought they were better than everyone else. By comparison, Lisa's nervous behavior and shy compliments should have been easy to ignore. Instead, she found them oddly endearing. Then came the fall of Letzenbourg and the prince had been gravely wounded. This, along with the prince's and Sophia's quest for vengeance against Admiral Canaris, had almost made her forget about the man as her worries for the future grew and threatened to consume her. She had no time to dwell on his bashful advances while those she cared about were in so much danger. It had been during that time, just before the now infamous battles on the Rhine, that she had received her first letter from the man. Perhaps it was her anxiety over the situation, but she had chuckled when she read that he had been nervous about getting in touch and had rewritten his letter several times before sending it. The confession was oddly comforting, and she felt her worries begin to melt away a little as she read his note. He wished the prince well, of course. He had seen the extent of his injuries as they had bundled the injured boy onto a train back to Berlin. But he had also expressed a great deal of concern about her own well-being. Between some slightly awkward but well-meaning compliments, he had described how worried he'd been about her when he had last seen her, and he pleaded with her to make sure she looked after herself and got enough rest while looking after the prince. He sympathized how difficult things must have been for her and even offered to be a confidant if she felt the need to talk about things. He told her how much he empathized with having a superior with such a quick mind but fragile body and shared that privately he dreaded ever seeing the major injured like the prince. He had concluded that if their positions were reversed, he would want someone to talk to, so had reached out to her to make sure she was okay. She had been moved, far more than she had ever expected. Until Matthias had offered, she had not realized how desperately she wished for a shoulder to lean on. She had become accustomed to everyone assuming that she was capable of dealing with any crisis that came her way. The prince and Sofia were perhaps the worst offenders of this. The prince trusted that she would be able to carry out almost anything he asked with minimal effort, while her sister had become accustomed to leaving anything she didn't understand in her hands. It was as if they couldn't conceive of a situation she could not handle. Even now he and Sofia had run off to practice the use of Dr. Skiggle's new device, leaving her behind under the assumption that she would be able to master it later before they would be deployed with it. Although their confidence in her was reassuring, it was also an ever-present source of pressure. The things she did for them didn't come as easily as they believed. She worked very hard to achieve everything that was asked of her. She loved both her sister and the prince deeply and owed them everything, but sometimes their unconditional trust was difficult to bear alone. Matthias had offered to help her with that burden. Weiss had finished the letter by telling her how much he was looking forward to seeing her again and left a shy request that they meet up again when he was next back in the capital. She'd found herself sending a letter back almost without thinking, and it wasn't long before they were exchanging messages more and more frequently and even the occasional phone call when their duties allowed it. Gradually trust began to grow between them and she began to open up to him. She felt relieved to have someone she could share her worries with, who would keep her secrets and not judge her for her fears. Before she knew it, she couldn't imagine what it would be like without his quiet support, and she realized she had developed feelings for him. For the second time in her life, she thanked God for sending her a saint. Unsurprisingly, Sofia had found out about their exchanges almost immediately. There was no keeping secrets from her. Meanwhile, the prince had quietly given them his blessing with a cheerful smile. Other than that, they had done their best to keep their liaison private. Both wanted to maintain a professional appearance while at work, so had kept their relationship strictly business while on duty. But Matthias still insisted on sending her letters expressing his feelings for her day after day. It was almost as if he worried that she would forget about him. It was a little embarrassing to admit, but Christina looked forward to receiving her daily messages, and her schedule now revolved around their delivery. When they were allowed some time together, they did everything they could to make the most of it. In the evenings they visited the cinema or one of the city's famous cabaret clubs. It had turned out they shared a love of jazz, so Berlin's cabaret scene had proven to be an ideal escape for them to unwind. She was sure those who knew them would find it funny to see them both let their hair down and lose themselves in what was considered rebellious music. But when she was with Matthias, she found she didn't care what they might think. If they found time to spend together during the day, they visited the capital's museums and art galleries or went for lunch in one of the luxurious restaurants near the Brandenburger Tor. Other times they simply walked together along the banks of the River Spree and enjoyed each other's company. It was one of the few times they allowed themselves the opportunity to show much in the way of intimacy, although they had also given in to temptation in the festive atmosphere of the prince's party. It had been a wonderful few months. Her feelings of happiness and contentment had been further aided now that they had been assigned to Major Digirakov's battalion. Aside from having more opportunities to meet with Matthias, she had found that her own duties had lessened now that Canaris had been disposed of. The prince had decided to take over the administrative roles of the close combat company that she had previously been looking after, and he had moved out of the embassy and into a smaller apartment closer to the 203 RDS HQ, so her duties as the prince's maid had been reduced too. Her worries about Prince Wilhelm had dramatically diminished too. At first, she had been furious at the major for her treatment of the prince at the high command meeting. How dare she disgrace him amongst the county's leading figures? After all the risk he'd put himself through for her. She had assumed that the girl had a superiority complex and couldn't stomach the idea that the boy outranked her. It was obvious the girl liked to be in control, so she schemed to have the poor prince demoted so she had something to lord over him. But His Highness's behavior at the party had puzzled her. Usually, he wouldn't take this sort of insult lying down and would find some way to get even, but instead, he was supporting her and trying to show everyone he was content with the outcome of the trial. Why had he accepted his unjust demotion so easily? After the debacle with the statue, the life seemed to have drained from the prince and she had tried her best to comfort him. He wouldn't accept it however and hid himself inside the embassy, forbidding her from seeing him. It brought a pain to her chest when she thought of him pushing her away. As she was leaving, she was shocked to find Digirekov seeking him out. Why would she? She'd gotten everything she wanted from him. That is when she began to wonder if she had made a mistake about the girl. The major had worn a look of concern. It was clear she wasn't going to gloat over her success as Christina had originally suspected. Perhaps after witnessing the incident with the statue she wanted to be sure the prince was all right. Was the major genuinely worried about him? The girl knew more than most about what had been really going on and what the prince had been through. As much as Christina hated to admit it, she probably knew him at least as well as she and her sister did, and until that day, she had also been trusted almost as much as she and Sophia were. More importantly, Digirekov was the only person the prince ever allowed to challenge him. She was the only person who could force her way into seeing him, and she suspected the girl would put up one hell of a fight if he tried to order her from his sanctuary as everyone else had been. She might have been the only person who could get close enough to talk to him. She began to wonder about the major's motivations for getting the prince demoted and assigned to her unit. What if she hadn't been trying to take his position away from him? What if she had been trying to take some of the responsibility from him that had been weighing him down? What if in her own way she was trying to protect him? It was certainly possible, and it explained why the boy had accepted his punishment so readily. The girl knew how worn down the prince was, but also knew he would never voluntarily give up his duties. Everyone that had tried to talk him out of fighting this war himself had already learned how futile such a gesture was. Perhaps she had judged that the only way she could help him was to force him to relinquish some control and take the reins herself. The image of the girl cradling the broken prince flashed into her mind. That wasn't the action of someone who didn't care. Even if she was a little aggressive and disrespectful towards His Highness at times, she couldn't believe that the girl actually desired any harm to come to the boy. Not after everything she'd done to get him out of Letzenbourg. Suddenly she felt sure that Major Digirekov had the best interests of the prince at heart, and unlike Christina or her sister, she had the capacity to give him what neither of the sisters ever could. Tough love. She let the girl go and entrusted her with pulling her prince out of the pit of depression he had fallen into. When they had later found the pair asleep at the party, she knew she had made the right choice by trusting her. The effect on the prince had been profound. Aside from the hangover he had endured the day after, the boy had been noticeably more cheerful and had started becoming more like his old self again. It was like a weight had been lifted from him as the boy threw himself into his new duties with enthusiastic fervor. He had even managed to get more rest as his night terrors subsided for the first time in years. Christina began to hope they would leave him forever and that he might attain the same level of happiness she now felt with Weiss. That would require him and the major to grow up enough to show their true feelings for each other, however, and that didn't seem like it would happen any time soon. The prince hadn't been entirely forgiving of Major Digirekov since the command meeting. Privately he may have been happy with how things had turned out, but it didn't mean he wouldn't seek some sort of retribution for the embarrassment that the major had caused him, or at least that was the excuse he used to make mischief for his new commander. As such he had launched a campaign to do his best to get under the major's skin whenever possible. Technically he never did anything that was against the rules or gave the girl reason to punish him, but he did find a great deal of extra work for her. In public, he would adopt an innocent and ignorant attitude so that Digirekov would have to spend her time dealing with whatever problem he conceived for her. Things like filling out equipment forms for each individual piece of kit the company had brought with them rather than a bulk inventory, and intense questioning about the training the 203rd had gone through had become everyday occurrences. This obviously irritated the major, as she was forced to sign all the paperwork and answer every question the boy threw at her. She had tried to get out of it, but the prince pointed out that imperial regulations forbid her adjutant or deputy performing these tasks, although it was doubtful these rules were strictly enforced by the higher UPS. In private, the prince chuckled that it was retribution for the embarrassment she caused him, but neither she nor Sophia believed that was true. He simply wanted to elicit a reaction from the girl and use the excuse to spend more time around her. The major herself was not a lot better. Although she could usually remain calm and patient with most others in her battalion, she consistently allowed the prince's little rebellions get the better of her, which only emboldened him. Despite her protestations that she wanted him out of her hair, she continually summoned him back to her office to attempt to reprimand him for his actions. She had yet to succeed though, and by now, even Lieutenant Serebriakov was convinced it was an act to keep His Highness around. Although she had also shared her worry that the Major's temper might spill over if His Highness pushed her too far. She supposed they shouldn't have been surprised, even though they were both prodigies, they were still children. Some adults didn't have the emotional maturity to properly express their feelings for one another, it would be unfair to assume they would be able to do it straight off the bat. Still, she was a little disappointed in her prince, this was the equivalent of pulling Digirekov's pigtails in the schoolyard. It was probably for the best, they were both still far too young for any sort of romantic relationship anyway. It might be better to let them play their little games with one another until they grew up a little. Although, it might be wise to arrange some sort of talk with the pair. Perhaps she could ask Matthias to help, she wasn't exactly the best choice for the prince to talk to on this matter. She just wished that they could work everything out without dragging the rest of them into their strange little relationship. Unlike herself and Matthias, the line between their personal friendship and their professional relationship was somewhat blurred. Since they both outranked them all militarily and socially, they were inadvertently forcing others to play along with their games whether they wanted to or not, especially her and Sophia. It was the latest in the prince's attempts to provoke the Major that had left her waiting in the apartment on her own, at least in part. Dr. Skiggle had finally finished the prince's secret endeavor, Project Shroud, and he had gone to see it in action. It hadn't been difficult for him to arrange an invitation. He had been one of Elenium Arm's financiers and was highly respected by Dr. Skiggle. They had been happy to have the prince help field test the device with the Grand Army units. Unfortunately, since his voluntary demotion, he wasn't allowed to leave without the permission of his commanding officer. However, His Highness wanted to surprise their new commander. He'd been making the argument for some time that the Close Combat Company needed additional training and requested that they be allowed to go to the countryside for some intensive training. The Major had argued against it however and claimed she saw no reason why any veterans of the Rhine needed further training, at least not the sort that the prince was suggesting. Christina had taken this as a strange sort of compliment from the girl. In a roundabout way, she'd admitted the Letzenbourgers were as capable as the rest of the battalion. She just wasn't very good at expressing it. Undeterred by the girl's refusal, the prince had redoubled his efforts to tease the Major and gradually worn down her resistance. Eventually, she became so frustrated with his antics that she told him to get official orders from the general staff and practically thrown him out of her office. The prince of course already had the orders due to the invitation to test Project Shroud and chose to view the girl's outburst as permission from his commanding officer. So he left for the test site immediately, leaving Christina at home for when the Major inevitably came to demand his return. The only good thing was that it had given her and Weiss a few more days together. Those few days were over now however, the sound of a car door being angrily slammed shut echoing through the open window told her that much. A glance outside confirmed her suspicions as she saw an annoyed Major Digirekov marching towards the building with a look of fury on her face. While her panicked-looking adjutant hurried behind her, struggling to keep pace despite the size advantage she possessed. Christina sighed and carefully placed her letter into a small wooden box on the table in front of her. Ignoring the angry pounding at the front door as she made sure her treasure was safely stowed away before she was forced to deal with her angry superior. She straightened her uniform and took a deep breath to steel herself before she crossed the hall towards the door. "Good day, Major Digirekov. I've been expecting you. I'm afraid the prince is not in at the moment," she said, bowing slightly as she opened the large wooden portal. She spared a glance at the pair as she lifted herself back up to her full height. Visha seemed nervous and winced slightly as she heard about the prince's absence. Meanwhile, Digirekov radiated menace and Christina began to worry if the princes had taken his prank too far. The girl's pupils focused on her like lenses on a telescope, each orb directing her displeasure at the news via her gaze. "Where is he?" September 4, Unified Year 1925 1430. Odenwald Forest, 10 kilometers outside Landsberg. "Damn it, Wilhelm. Why do you have to be such a pain?" Tanya growled inwardly as she flew over the forest, casting her eyes over the dense foliage anxiously. She'd been furious when she'd found out he'd ran off without her permission, but that fury had turned to genuine concern when she found out where he had gone and who he had been involved with. The Odenwald Forest was the favored location for the military's secret testing, training, and war games. The dense woods hid numerous military installations to either hide or protect what was going on within, and she knew that any deviation from her prescribed route could result in immediate and likely violent repercussions. Friendly fire wasn't the way any soldier wanted to go, so she did her best to push down her frustration and focus on her flight plan as her eye twitched at every sign of movement below. She also had a more personal reason for disliking the forest. The last time she'd been here she'd been crammed into a rocket and launched towards the heart of the enemy. Although it was doubtful anyone would try to stage a repeat performance of that today, she still felt a little uneasy being so close to the site, or anything else the Mad Doctor had been involved in for that matter. If Shugel is involved in this Project Shroud thing, I will have to be careful. She thought with a shudder as she remembered the dangerous experiments she'd been forced to suffer through to test the Type 95. Anything that Zealot touches is bound to be bad news, and if Wilhelm is playing with it, it can only be more dangerous. Following her in a loose formation was Lieutenant Serebriakov, her faithful adjutant, and Christina Zerbest, who had been given the task of guiding her to the little captain. Neither had looked especially comfortable since they'd taken to the skies, and Tanya could sympathize. Both she and the Solariman had enough experience dealing with angry superiors to know how awkward it felt to be around them. That was precisely why she was doing her utmost to save the brunt of her ire for its intended target. "You've pushed me too far this time, Wilhelm. I'm done playing nice." It had been 2 months since the little captain's demotion and reassignment to her command, and as she had feared, the boy was proving to be just as difficult as she had expected. At first, it hadn't seemed so bad, and she mistakenly believed that her fears he might try to undermine her authority or be overtly disobedient might prove to be unfounded. It appeared that he had accepted his new position with as much grace as he could muster, and he seemed to be doing his utmost to make sure his troops integrated into her battalion. His behavior at the party led her to believe it wasn't some sort of trick, and for a while, she dared to hope he might prove to be a useful and dutiful subordinate. Of course, those hopes had been duly smashed by the irritating childishness of her new charge. Wilhelm hadn't grown up nearly as much as she'd hoped and had decided to enact his petty revenge on her in the most infantile and annoying way he could conceive. It had seemed innocent enough at first, or perhaps she'd simply not noticed it after the embarrassment at the party. As much as she would have liked to, she couldn't blame the boy for the mix-up with the drinks. She was still glad that the boy had opened up to her, but it did make her feel deeply uncomfortable whenever she thought about how they had been found together. She didn't want people to get the wrong idea and had even been forced to confiscate a compromising picture from Visha, much to the disappointment of her subordinate. Tanya had tried to distance herself from Wilhelm since his birthday and had planned to limit their interaction to the official business of running the battalion. They may not have been actively deployed at the moment, but there was still plenty of work to be done at battalion HQ, as well as various meetings they would have to attend at the general staff offices. She'd hoped they could both busy themselves until the discomfort passed. She had been pleasantly surprised to find that Wilhelm appeared to be following orders and personally overseeing all his new duties as a company commander. She'd hoped that sense of professionalism would go some way to alleviate the awkwardness between them and help distract her from the humiliating memory of waking up huddled up next to the little captain. However, as the days passed, she found him visiting her office more and more often with seemingly infinite pressing issues that required her personal attention. He seemed to spend almost every spare moment with her, and his presence once again became an uncomfortable hindrance. Initially, he had approached her for advice on the reorganization and retraining of his company. At the time she had been a little annoyed that a former battalion commander couldn't handle something so simple, but remembered that in the past he had delegated that work to the late Captain Houseman and the Zerbest sisters. He'd likely never had to deal with the day-to-day issues of his troops before he was attached to the 203rd. Indeed, he'd originally been bumped up the ranks with very little command experience. Perhaps he really didn't know what he should be doing. Foolishly she had believed that approaching her for advice was a sign of maturity. Usually, it was a good thing when a subordinate realized their weaknesses and actively tried to improve themselves. Perhaps he planned on taking his responsibilities seriously for once. It would be foolish for her not to encourage this sort of behavior. Since she was a gracious superior who liked to promote development in her subordinates, she'd cut him some slack on the matter. After all, every organization should promote talent management. She had hoped to point him towards the newly promoted Captain Weiss. Her deputy was more than capable of dealing with any operational concerns the little captain might have. Unfortunately, Wilhelm had other ideas and pointed out that he was here to learn from her, not her subordinates. He had even raised the subject when Lieutenant Colonel Rirugen was visiting, making himself, and by extension, her, look bad in front of a superior. This would not necessarily have been a problem. She was within her rights to delegate that sort of work to her deputy without it affecting the impression her superiors had of her. However, after the scene she had made at the command meeting about the boy's re-education, she feared that it might appear as though she was shirking her duties if she didn't take control of the matter herself. Especially if she refused Wilhelm in front of Colonel Rirugen. She also thought she should be considerate to the diminutive royal. It would no doubt be embarrassing asking the advice of someone who had only just been promoted to a rank you'd been demoted to. Additionally, dealing with him herself, it would clear up any misunderstandings with the higher UPS caused by Wilhelm speaking out of turn and give her the chance to make sure he was doing things correctly. So, despite how annoying the boy's pestering was, she had helped him with the reorganization and integration of his company. It was around this time she began to get suspicious of the little schemer's motives once again. The boy wasn't stupid. He shouldn't have found things this difficult. Before long, it became clear that he was using her kind gesture against her and was deliberately creating extra work for her. Every day he managed to produce endless amounts of paperwork needing her personal approval. At first, she'd wondered how he'd managed to generate so much documentation. The Imperial Army may like to keep a detailed written record, but this all seemed a little too much. Where had he found it all? Upon questioning, while attempting to hide a smug grin, he later revealed that technically all Letzenbourg equipment and combat doctrine was non-standard. Regulations demanded forms be filled out for everything that wasn't in the imperial rule book, and Wilhelm had taken this regulation very literally. Rather than provide a single inventory, he'd filled out forms for each individual piece of equipment and uniform belonging to every member of the company. Additionally, there were personnel files for every member and dozens of documents and reports relating to the little captain's combat doctrines. Worse still, he'd written them all in the awkward Letzenbourg dialect, making it difficult to read. She'd wanted to make him rewrite them in Germanic, but despite all his equipment being against the regulations, the use of his native language was not. When the Empire had started recruiting from the disputed regions, they had found that many did not read and write Germanic. At least not well. This had led to them allow paperwork to be filled out in a variety of languages, including those of its closest allies. Despite how adept Wilhelm had proven to be at speaking languages, the brat claimed to struggle with the written version of the Empire's favored dialect and said he was worried about filling out the forms incorrectly for her. It was a blatant lie, but he seemed to find an excuse for any objection she raised. What could she do? He was technically acting within the rules, and she knew that if she tried to escalate this up the chain of command, he'd find some way to weasel out of it. For all she knew, that was his plan all along. She could do nothing but scowl at his ornate handwriting as she deciphered the perfectly filled out forms, each adhering to the letter of regulations in every way. His precision was another problem. The regulations of any organization evolved over time, and since the war had started they had adopted several practices in order to help things work more efficiently. However, the official regulation book had yet to be updated to accommodate these changes. The higher UPS had more pressing worries than issuing a new one. The little captain had opted to do everything to the exact letter of these regulations, claiming to want to be sure that everything was completely above board. This meant was that there was an ever-increasing stack of work appearing on her desk. Again, technically nothing the boy had done was against the rules, so she could not refuse to do it, and she feared it would make her look bad if she refused the extra workload. So, she had no choice but to grin and bear it as he tried to use the rulebook against her. At least for now. It shouldn't have been too bad. She could tell at a glance that many of these forms could have been passed through Visha and only brought to her attention if absolutely necessary. Visha was a good adjutant, and Tanya knew she could rely on her to work quickly and help lessen the amount of work sent her way. However, Wilhelm had other ideas and insisted that she personally read through all of them, citing an ancient regulation that even she had needed to look up to confirm its veracity. He was testing her, she realized. It was obvious she was doing all this on purpose. The way he grinned at her was proof enough of that. This display of malicious compliance was obviously his way of getting back at her for his demotion. It was almost impressive. The brat must have spent hours working on all this. It was amazing how much of a nuisance he could make himself when he put his mind to it. Unfortunately for him, she was no stranger to a little paperwork. It would be quite satisfying to see the look on his face when he realized that she'd finished it all. He would learn that playground tactics don't work in the real world, and when he did, he would be forced to concede. She just needed to be patient. However, Wilhelm was very good at testing her patience. Along with his stream of paperwork, he brought a constant insistence on retraining his combat company. He claimed that he wanted to recreate the rigorous training methods she'd used when forming the 203rd, but by now Tanya was more than a little suspicious of these motives. Although she would never claim that his group were as professional as her faithful band of elites, they weren't exactly slouches. They were all veterans and certainly didn't require the sort of time-consuming exercises her troops had gone through. She'd laughed off his request and told him that no one that had served on the Rhine needed further training. She firmly believed that was the truth. There was no better education of warfare than the trenches of the Rhine. Her own training had barely been any preparation for it. At the 203 RDS formation, only herself and Visha had ever served on that bloody front. The general staff knew they couldn't spare any of the veterans from that theater for their pet project, so they had only recruited from the southern and eastern armies. That was why Tanya had been sure everyone else would drop out if she made her training difficult enough for them. Surely anyone with a choice would never put up with such conditions. Unfortunately, she'd underestimated the war fervor of the imperial soldiery, and the 203rd was born. The Rhine, however, was on a completely different level. It was a miserable and dangerous place where only the strong could survive. Death stalked the trenches, cruelly proving the theory of natural selection, while those who survived watched their comrades drown in a sea of blood and mud. Anyone who had survived that hellhole without going insane or dying didn't need any more education in war. They were either adept enough to survive or were incredibly lucky. Either way, they were ready for anything and deserved a safer position. However, the boy's continued insistence that his men were not ready and his pretense of lack of confidence risked making her look bad to the higher UPS again. Still, she wasn't about to waste unnecessary time and resources on the boy. So, she'd once again pointed the brat in the direction of Captain Weiss and told them to come up with some ideas for a short training course he could perform nearby while she dealt with the mountain of paperwork the boy had lumbered her with. Unfortunately, this had backfired too. Even though Weiss had first-hand experience of her training, he claimed not to feel confident recreating it for the little captain. It was an unusual lapse for her deputy, the man was usually reliable to a fault, and it surprised her that he seemed so uncertain about this. He almost looked afraid. She had only created the training from the half-remembered stories of special forces drills from her past life. It was nothing compared to real combat. True, she'd purposely made it as difficult as possible for the battalion in the hopes that they would drop out, but Weiss and the rest of them had miraculously made it through without too much trouble. Between that and the Rhine, they had all proved to be utterly fearless. Weiss shouldn't be scared of anything. Perhaps it was the little captain's social rank or connection to the royal family that bothered him. It would be disastrous for anyone's career if something happened to the boy while training, so he probably wanted nothing to do with it. Tanya couldn't fault him for that, so reluctantly she had spent yet more time with the little captain, going into the details of her training and the reasoning behind each part. Leaving out the fact that she'd hoped everyone would drop out so she could spend more time in the rear, of course. Despite her best efforts, she found herself losing her temper with him day after day, especially when he was obviously being facetious and obtuse, and eventually, she snapped. She told him that if he could get permission from the general staff, he could train wherever and however he wanted, before throwing him out of her office. She hadn't expected he would actually get permission. She'd been certain the general staff would come to the same conclusion she had and see any extra training as a waste. In hindsight, she should have known that crafty little manipulator would find some way to get what he wanted. He usually did. That was 2 days ago, and he and his company had all but disappeared. The only clues to his whereabouts were a copy of the forms he'd left after he had petitioned the general staff and a note telling her that Christina Zerbst could lead her to him if she needed him. She cursed herself for letting him out of her sight. He'd slipped his leash already. Miss Zerbst had led her to an impromptu and undesirable meeting with Dr. Skigel. Apparently, Wilhelm had been given the task of testing his latest project, hence his sneaky withdrawal. By now Tanya was doubtful this was the only reason for this, but she wasn't yet certain if it was part of his harassment campaign or part of some larger scheme. Either way, she was putting a stop to it. She had asked Skigel to order the boy back, but the mad doctor had refused. "You must find him yourself, Major. It's surely a sign of God's grace if you find him," he had declared zealously before adding, "I have faith in you. So, I shall let them know you're on your way." She began to wonder who was the most childish out of Skigel and Wilhelm. Were they seriously expecting her to play hide and seek? Fortunately, the little captain's maid had been more cooperative and had at least led them to his rough location in the forest. Although she couldn't be more specific about the boy's exact position. Tanya sighed and rubbed her temples. Her plan to keep Wilhelm close in order to keep him in check was already falling apart due to his childishness. Worse still, they had both been summoned to a meeting with General Rommel, a man known to be tough on his subordinates. If she showed up without the brat, it would call her competence into question. She could not allow Wilhelm to negatively affect her career. She had no choice but to find him and drag him back. Whether he liked it or not. "If you insist on being a child, maybe I'll treat you like one," she growled to herself, wondering if the rules on corporal punishment would allow spanking as an appropriate substitute for public flogging. Her thoughts were soon interrupted by a burst of static in her ears before a voice cut through the radio. "Attention unidentified mages, you are entering a restricted site. Identify yourself or prepare to be fired upon." Tanya cursed, wondering if they'd accidentally strayed off course. There could be several secret operations going on in a place this size. It would be just her luck to fly into the wrong one. She glanced back at the bespectacled Zerbst sister and saw the woman nod, allaying her fears. "This is Major Tanya von Digerekov." She began called back, feeling a little strange to be using her name rather than her call sign over the radio. "We're here with the permission of Dr. Skigel. I need to get in contact with Captain von Hozollern." "One moment please, Major. Please maintain your current position while we confirm." The voice returned and Tanya let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding as they complied with their instruction to halt. She felt a lot better now that she wasn't going to be shot at by her own people. Still, this was wasting time she could be using to look for the bratty little captain. She could at least start looking for some sign of him. She waved a hand in front of her and made the calculations to summon an observation formula in front of her. Quickly the glowing, transparent spiderweb of diagrams and charts showing information on mana output and density appeared in the air in front of her, and she began studying the data for any sign of her quarry. The first thing she noticed was multiple mana signals appearing from all directions. This wasn't especially surprising. This was a testing and training area. After all, there would no doubt several mages from the instructor unit around testing any new prototypes. She ignored them and focused her efforts on searching for a more familiar mana signature. Every mage emitted a unique mana signal due to their natural power emission, computation orb, and flight gear. Every time a mage used their power, for any reason, it would emit a detectable signal that could be picked up by specialized equipment or a mage using an observation formula. The more powerful the spell, the larger the signal. One of her instructors had once told her that magic was a way of temporarily cheating scientific rules. It bent reality for just long enough for a mage to accomplish their goal. The more you bend and twist the rules that govern the universe, the more difficult it becomes and the more power you must expend to use to accomplish it. As such, even the simplest spells an aerial mage might use could be detected from several miles away. From flying or enhancing your own speed or strength to imbuing your weapon with a high explosive artillery spell, all were cheating the laws of physics, so created a noticeable signal for any observer to see. It was impossible to hide it. Some mages, like Wilhelm, had become particularly adept at regulating their own power flow for maximum efficiency, thus dampening their signal. However, not even Wilhelm could hide his signal completely, no mage could. In fact, the signal the boy produced was easier to spot once you knew what you were looking for, as his conservative use of mana made his signal stand out. The moment Wilhelm used any kind of spell, she would have him. She looked up from her formula for a moment and gazed around at the overcast sky. She had expected to see some mages in the air, considering the number of mana signatures her readings had picked up, but the air above the forest was empty. Perhaps they were conducting some sort of operation on the ground? She glanced down to confirm her suspicions, but could make out very little through the dense foliage. If anything was going on down there, it was well hidden. She knew better than to inquire about it. However, she hadn't been given clearance, and Skiggle hadn't been very forthcoming about the details of his project either. She obviously wasn't meant to know about the details of this project, so asking unnecessary questions would only get her into trouble. Especially since the radio operator had yet to get back to her. What's taking them so long? Lieutenant, get the operator back on the line and find out what's taking so long. We haven't got all day, Tanya called to her adjutant irritably before casting her gaze back towards her observation formula. Hey? Are there more signals now? She looked around again, but the skies were still clear, there wasn't even a bird in the sky. Where were all these signals coming from? She pushed the question aside as her eyes caught the signal she was looking for. Wilhelm's unique signal shone brightly on the translucent diagram in front of her, and she felt a cruel grin tug on her lips. He was close by, less than a kilometer to the north. She'd found him. Her grin quickly turned into a confused frown as a second identical signal appeared to the east. It shouldn't be possible, no two mana signals were the same. Had she made a mistake with her formula? Major, we have confirmation, but I'm getting some interference over the radio. Her adjutant replied, but Tanya ignored her as she studied her observation formula with confusion. Suddenly a third signal appeared to the south, then another from the west, then another and another. It was impossible. According to her readings, there were now dozens of signals and they had her completely surrounded. Either there was something wrong with her formula, or Wilhelm had found some more doppelgangers, which was hardly a comforting thought. She hastily renewed her formula. Wilhelm would no doubt know she was here by now, and she couldn't afford to lose track of him over a simple mistake. As the glowing diagram reappeared, it showed the same results, except this time the signals were converging on her in all directions. Wilhelm had set this as a trap for her, she was sure of it. She didn't know how he'd caused this strange interference with her formula, but it was most certainly his doing. Instinctively, she grabbed her weapon as her spell dissipated and she searched her surroundings for the boy. This was a testing area and a live-fire exercise. He would have a barrier up so she could fire off a few warning shots to let the boy know she meant business. Then she would beat the little idiot within an inch of his life for his disobedience. Ready your weapons. She ordered, searching the skies frantically for approaching mages while wondering whether the maid behind her would remain loyal to her or their attackers. The skies were still empty, but there was no way even a mage could move so quickly through the forest. There wouldn't be enough room for even the most skilled mage officer to navigate through those trees at speed. Where was he coming from? Unless... She snapped her head down as the telltale hum of flight gear began to fill the air and a grinning Wilhelm and his combat company racing towards her from the canopy. He had hidden in the woods directly below her for his trap. There was little time to react and she was forced to jerk backwards in order to avoid a collision while Wilhelm sped past her with his sword in hand. She raised her weapon and aimed it at Wilhelm as he quickly flipped in the air before gracefully dropping in front of her. His confident grin didn't waver as he stared down the barrel of her looted machine gun and with a flourish of his blade, gave her a fencer's salute as he halted in front of her. Greetings, Commander, it's a pleasure to see you here. Have you come to see Project Shroud? He said cheerfully as his company fell in beside him. The combination of smug smile and faux innocence was even more infuriating than usual, and it took a great deal of willpower not to give in to the urge to fire on him at point-blank range. She felt her eye twitch as her last nerve broke in her attempts to keep her temper in check. She dropped her weapon, trusting that the strap would catch it, and lunged towards Wilhelm and grasped him by the collar of his black flight suit. What the hell do you think you're doing? She yelled, spattering the shocked boy's face with spittle. The little captain was stunned by the ferocity of her outburst and stared at her open mouth for a moment before he attempted to babble an excuse. Tanya was not willing to give him an inch just yet, however, and she tightened her grip on his collar as she yelled at him once more. You abandoned your post and attacked a superior officer. I should have you put in front of a firing squad. What do you have to say for yourself? Wilhelm's expression passed shock and into fear as he realized how seriously his games had backfired. Part of her was pleased. He must have realized he'd pushed his little prank too far, and he knew her well enough by now that he would receive a severe punishment for his actions. Major, I'm not sure what you mean. He choked with a hint of uncertainty. He'd obviously not expected her to be this angry. In truth, she hadn't expected herself to be this furious with him. She felt angrier now than when they'd had their standoff on the roofs of Letzenbourg. Perhaps it was that she was disappointed that the boy had failed to mature when he showed so much promise, or perhaps she was annoyed with his cavalier attitude to his duties. Maybe she had just had enough with his bullshit. Regardless, he had crossed a line and broken her usually calm composure. Major. Visha piped up nervously, maybe you should put Prince Wilhelm down first. Tanya glanced at her adjutant, who stared back at her pleadingly. Beside her, Christina was grasping her rifle tightly enough that her knuckles had turned white, although her face remained calculating and impassive as usual. Meanwhile, the rest of the soldiers looked on anxiously as they wondered what her next move might be, including the other Zerbist sister, who looked ready to draw her pistols. Tanya was probably lucky no one had tried to intervene yet. She turned back to Wilhelm and realized the source of their concern. When she grasped his collar, she had inadvertently restricted the boy's breathing and he was now slowly suffocating. Amazingly, he was still putting energy into his flight formula, but rather than using the energy to escape, he was holding his position. He must have not wanted to risk antagonizing her any further. He was paying the price now, however, as his face was starting to turn a worrying color due to lack of oxygen. She quickly released him, reasserting control over her lost temper as the assembled soldiers let out a collective sigh of relief. Wilhelm coughed and gasped loudly as he struggled to refill his lungs with oxygen, bobbing slightly in the air as his flight formula was briefly disrupted. He took a few deep breaths before straightening up and sheathing his sword before loosening a few buttons on his collar. I haven't abandoned my post, Major, he began croakily while rubbing his wrist nervously. We're here under the orders of the General Staff. We're testing Project Shroud. I thought you knew that much. And why didn't you inform me properly? I didn't give you permission to leave the capital, Tanya replied with a snarl. With respect, Commander, he began with a hint of a smile as his confidence returned. You told me that if I obtained orders from the General Staff, I could train wherever I want. I thought that was your permission. Besides, I left a message and Christina was on hand to lead you to me if you needed me for anything. The boy finished with an innocent look and sly smile, obviously meant for their audience, and Tanya struggled to subdue her anger once again. The boy was stretching his interpretation of her words to its very limit, but just as with his actions with the paperwork, it could be argued he was technically correct. If it were anyone else, she might drag him up before a court-martial and let them decide if his warped understanding of her words were acceptable. But Wilhelm would doubtlessly talk his way out of such a thing. That's an interesting interpretation of your orders, Captain. She warned, causing the boy's smile to waver slightly. And what about your attempted assault of a senior officer? She asked, unwilling to let him weasel out of some sort of punishment. The boy replied with exaggerated puzzlement. That little ambush? That was just a demonstration of Project Shroud. I thought that's why you're here. I apologize deeply for any misunderstanding. I would never try to harm you in any way, Major. He was probably telling the truth on this one. If he had wanted to hurt her, he could have easily gotten to her with his sneak attack. He had probably been trying to give her a scare. Still, she didn't appreciate his actions. She'd make sure he was punished for misconduct later. Maybe a day of being shackled to the front gate of the headquarters followed by a month of latrine duty might teach him a lesson. She glared at him for a few moments and she saw his smile crack slightly. He knew he'd gotten away with it for the most part, but it was obvious he now realized he'd crossed a line. A moment of silence passed between them and she caught a glimpse of anxiety in his eyes before he cleared his throat and began to speak once again. I'm genuinely sorry, Major, it was very unprofessional of me. He said contritely with a bow, and Tanya could almost believe him. I will accept any punishment you wish of me. Now let me tell you about Shroud. I don't have clearance and you shouldn't be giving away military secrets. She reprimanded him again before he could continue. Of course, you do, Commander, didn't the good doctor tell you? He replied with a knowing smile. I'm sure you know full well that insane engineer didn't tell me anything. You probably told him not to. The boy guided them down into the forest below where they were met by an infantry squad. After some brief introductions, one of the soldiers came forward with a large metal backpack similar to the long-range radios they usually carried. With it, the captain claimed, they could hide the movements of friendly mages. This was Project Shroud. Tanya was aware that both scientists and mages had been trying for years to find some way to disguise mana signatures with a complete lack of success. It was simply impossible to hide the power emissions. These devices worked on a different principle, however. Rather than trying to mask the signals, it was designed to create more in order to smother the true signals of the mages using them. Designed to be carried by ground units and vehicles, it created fakes or mirrored existing signals before broadcasting them onto the airwaves in order to confuse any observation equipment or formulas. These can even be used the equipment to broadcast the emissions produced by certain flight maneuvers or spells, that's why it looked like there were so many of us. The boy explained. We can give the enemy a completely distorted impression of the battlefield and use this to disguise our movements and strike where they are weakest. Can you imagine the possibilities? It certainly did open up a potential way to outman over the enemy, at least until they figured out a way to counter the new technology. Until then it would be excellent for hiding the movements of their mages. Best of all, she wouldn't ever have to use it. She naturally distrusted anything that came from that madman's laboratory, so was rather pleased that it would be the infantry and tank divisions that would carry this stuff. She wondered what Wilhelm's ideas were about its use were. He probably saw it as a way to get some easy kills to help pay his so-called debt to being X, knowing how bloodthirsty his motives were. Still, as long as he didn't do anything to prolong the war, she could allow him that. Even if it was only to get one over on the fake deity. But they had more important things to worry about at the moment. This is all very interesting, but we don't have time for this now. We've been asked to attend a meeting with General von Rommel. Tanya said after the boy had finished explaining before warning, you had better be on your best behavior. Does that mean we're being deployed? The boy asked as his eyes lit up with barely concealed excitement. Are you really this enthusiastic to get back to the front? She thought, wondering on the boy's sanity once again. Needing to kill for your own survival is starting to warp his personality, should I be worried about that? She ignored him and took to the air once more as the rest of her subordinates fell in behind her. Once they had passed out of the more dangerous area of the forest, she glanced back and saw a thoughtful-looking Wilhelm staring at his sword once again. The way he fixated on the blade couldn't be healthy, but that wasn't her concern right now. She had another issue to deal with. She slowed her pace so as to match the boy's and favored him with a cruel smile. She was glad she had time to calm down. Cold and calculated anger was much more useful than an explosion of uncontrolled rage. Upon seeing her approach, the boy sheathed his sword and smiled back at her nervously while she returned it with a glare. I really am sorry I upset you so much, he swallowed nervously. I'll make it up to you. It's quite all right, Wilhelm, you offered to accept my punishment, didn't you? She smiled at him sweetly as the boy began rubbing his wrist absently once again. I'm going to make your life hell from now on. September 4th, Unified Year 1925, 1800 hours. Office of General von Rommel, Berlin. That was interesting, thought Lieutenant General von Rommel leaned back in his chair while trying to gather his impressions of the two aces he had just met with. Rommel made a point of interviewing the senior officers placed under his command. Not only did it help prevent the personnel department dumping problem officers in his lap, but it also ensured that any newcomer would be a good fit for his command style. He had no patience for those that couldn't keep up with him, and he knew he would need the very best he could get if he were to even come close to what command was asking of him. Rommel had been appointed commander of the Southern Expeditionary Force, something that on paper sounded like a great honor but actuality seemed more like a punishment. He had not been given a lot to work with. Only 2 divisions of light infantry, some mages, and some light tanks that were not designed for the desert. It was a meager force to begin with, and although they were all veterans of the Rhine front, they were also not at full strength due to their losses. It was going to be a tough battle down there. Initially, he'd been delighted by the addition of an extra mage battalion to the roster. Magic officers could punch well above their weight in a fight and it would go some way evening up the power gap they would face. However, he had been less enthusiastic when he had found his new battalion contained the young Prince of Letzenbourg and a commander with a somewhat mixed record from some of the regional commands. Major von Digerekhoff had gotten a little bit of a reputation recently. Officers had taken to calling her a mad dog while the line troops had twisted her moniker into rusted silver. He'd even heard that the Republicans called her the Devil of the Rhine. The enemy having a cruel alias for her was understandable, but why had their own side had come up with such names for her? Her record told a different story, however. She'd been given glowing reports from both the Academy and the War College and had been highly decorated with the silver wings with oak leaves. The General Staff also gave her an outstanding evaluation, but Western Command said that although she was a skilled field officer, they would decline to evaluate her, as her achievements neutralized her bad points. Meanwhile, the Northern Command had severe criticism for her and claimed she had voiced clear objections to those in authority, and he'd been informed that she'd disobeyed orders and attempted to attack the Republic during the armistice. What was he to make of such a confusing picture? The prince was no better. Aside from any officer's natural reluctance to take a VIP into a war zone, the boy had a reputation for being overly sensitive. Although there was nothing wrong with a soldier maintaining a strong sense of morality, begging that the enemy surrenders so that you don't have to hurt them was taking that too far. He'd even taken voluntary demotion to ease the burden of command. Many had expressed that the prince was simply not out for the grim duties of a soldier. But then he'd also heard that the boy was known to be a highly skilled warrior and very aggressive attacker, racking up almost as many confirmed mage kills as Digerekhoff. His effect on battlefield morale had also not gone unnoticed, and every assault he led seemed to spur the surrounding troops on. He had no problem with assaulting fortified positions and had a long list of achievements to his name too. He'd been interested to meet the pair to try and see what he would make of them. Usually, only battalion commander would be summoned, but owing the unusual situation he thought it best to see them both. Besides, Zetter seemed to think the boy's diplomatic experience could be used to help with any problems he might encounter with the Ildoans. He had asked them to meet him in his office at 1700 hours. He already had a lot on his plate getting the expeditionary force organized and had preferred to get the ball rolling before he made the decision on the two misfit officers. Unsurprisingly, they arrived together. No doubt they traveled in the same car from their HQ. They also arrived with their uniforms in pristine condition, and most pleasingly they had arrived 10 minutes early. He appreciated when people didn't keep him waiting. They exchanged greetings, with both giving textbook parade ground salutes before they moved on to business. Rommel was surprised to find that, like him, the young major preferred formal, matter-of-fact exchanges. She seemed the sort to brook no nonsense, and he began to see why some had a hard time getting along with her. Some of his inquiries even earned a look that said, "Don't ask stupid questions." As he continued to question her, he even began to understand why she had disobeyed her orders. She displayed several signs of frontline syndrome while still maintaining a healthy grasp of strategy and a keen intellect. It wasn't surprising that war had warped someone so young, but she had come back from the Rhine better than most, and he felt sure she could use her. She could turn out to be a great officer. Much to his surprise, the newly demoted prince stayed silent throughout most of the meeting unless he was invited to speak. He wore a friendly smile throughout, but his eyes looked as though they were studying everything in the room as they spoke. When that gaze fell upon him, he found it slightly uncomfortable, until that discomfort was disarmed by the boy's easy smile. When he did speak, however, he did not stick to the short answers of her superior. He gave long, well-thought-out answers that showed his talent as a diplomat. A lot of words veiled in probable double meanings that gave the general a headache. Zetter was right about this one. If there were any problems with the Ildoans, this boy could be useful. The only time the prince had spoken out of turn was shortly after the girl had asked that her unit be allowed to act independently, reminding him that it had already been authorized by the general staff. Although not preferable as a commander, he had been told by Zetter and Rudersdorf that this would be the best way to use her, so reluctantly agreed. "I'm sure I can expect your unit to achieve great things, right?" he had said almost offhandedly, expecting the usual bout of enthusiasm that soldiers usually gave when their commander had entrusted them with such responsibility. Digyurekov remained silent, however, and he'd been forced to repeat himself. "I merely omitted the effort of answering a question that was impossible to answer," the girl had replied, causing the young prince to stifle a snigger before the major shot him a threatening glare. "I'm a soldier, sir, not a smooth talker. I'm afraid if I'm unable to explain our military capacity in words. Even if I were, I doubt it would satisfy you, sir, therefore, I am unable to answer you." Rommel stared at the girl, unable to follow exactly what she was getting at and feeling like he was somehow being talked down to for his lack of understanding. He had been ready to reprimand her when the prince spoke up. "Permission to speak, sir." By now Rommel very much felt like he had lost the initiative, so he happily allowed the boy to continue. The boy flashed him a smile and bowed slightly before continuing, like a performer ready for a speech. But his eyes still betrayed something else, something much more than what he was seeing. "I'm sure you've heard the phrase seeing is believing, General. That is what the dear Major is telling you. Our actions will speak louder than our words, and results will speak for themselves." He began confidently, like an actor delivering a monologue. "We cannot put into words what we have yet to achieve, and we do not wish to misinform you, General. Isn't that right, Major?" He finished, turning back towards her as a strange look passed between them. Content that the pair would be officers he could work with at least, he'd given them the orders to meet at the muster point for the boat journey south. The Navy had provided transports for them to land in neutral Ildoa. From there they would enact his strategy to cause as much chaos down there as possible. He leaned forward and studied the same map that had spent days studying and memorizing. There was a lot of desert to traverse. The south was practically a giant dust bowl, but if they were lucky, they could seize a huge victory. "What a strange world we live in," he thought to himself as he lifted his eyes from the map and settled his gaze on the imperial flag above his door. These kids could be the key to that victory. Author's notes. Hi everyone, and as always thank you all for reading. Wilhelm is back to irritating Tanya again, so anyone who thought that ship had sailed, I'm sorry, it seems they forgot to weigh anchor. They are a little closer now, but Will is a little too childish and playing with fire as far as Tanya is concerned. I hope you liked the part with Christina and her thoughts about WCCT. I wanted to give something more to some of the side characters, and since Theses chapters are sort of extra fluff, I thought this was the time to add it in. We are getting close to the deployment in the south when the plot proper will return. There will probably be one more chapter before then, but I won't spoil what I have planned. A quick note about the last chapter, I'm a little annoyed with Mary's letter. I had blackened out certain portions of it so that it looked like it had been censored. Unfortunately, when it uploaded to ff.net it removed it without me realizing. I have a bad habit of not checking what has changed when it uploads, so I didn't realize. That's also why some titles aren't underlined in some chapters, it removes them for some reason. Chapter 43, Additional Operations 4, The Duel. Additional Operations 4, The Duel. To General von Zetter. I must once again object to your continued attempts to sequestrate naval ships for your adventures in the south. As you are no doubt aware, there is a severe naval disparity between ourselves and the Allied Kingdom. As such, we need every available to both protect our coastlines and to prepare for a decisive engagement so that we can realize the wish of the Supreme High Command and begin invading Albion to put an end to this war. To put it plainly, you will not be receiving any of our ships. We have arranged for alternative transport for your troops, however. We have commandeered several merchant vessels intended for use for the invasion of Albion and are willing to spare several in order to transport your troops and supplies through the southern sea. We have also arranged for an Ildoan escort to see them safely to the port of Tripoli. Although I know many in the general staff have their concerns about the reliability of our Ildoan allies, they assure me they will do everything they can to protect our ships from the predations of the Allied Navy. On an unrelated note, I hope you and General von Ruttersdorf have had time to read through my proposal on the future use of our submarines. These vessels will be of limited use in an invasion, so can be tasked with sinking any shipping heading towards the Allied Kingdom without compromising our current plans. I know some have their doubts about the legality of unrestricted submarine warfare, but the way I see it is that supplying the weapons is as bad as pulling the trigger themselves. Sincerely, Grand Admiral Henning von Holtzendorf. Imperial Navy. September 6, Unified Year 1925, 2000 hours. Mess Hall, Merchant Ship SS Enric Mers, the Southern Sea. Will stared up at Tanya with a deep feeling of dread as the room fell into an uncomfortable silence around them. She was glaring at him with a predatory grin that sent a shiver down his spine, and he found himself struggling to keep his anxiety from his face as her eyes cut through him like a scalpel. Usually, Will enjoyed seeing the girl's professional exterior break. One of his favorite pastimes was to see how quickly he could get her to drop her guard and show some real emotion. Usually, it was only anger he could entice out of her, but he loved to see her features contort into almost any expression. He enjoyed seeing her struggle to maintain her composure as something unexpected caused her calm business-like exterior to waver and expose the true Tanya von Degirakoff underneath. He lived for the day when she finally cracked. Perhaps it was because he was so used to adopting various masks and persona himself, but he'd realized the moment that they'd met that much of the girl's true self was locked away behind her facade of professionalism. Not that her professional attitude wasn't an integral part of the girl's personality, of course, but it was a veil that hid what was deep inside, and Will wanted to let the inner Tanya out a little more. He wanted to see what was underneath. Someday he even hoped to coax a genuine smile out of her. One that wasn't simply due to a feeling of satisfaction of a job well done or surviving a dangerous mission. He wanted to see a smile of contentment or joy from her. Such an expression from Tanya was rarer than diamonds and far more valuable. For the moment though, he could only imagine what it might look like. Her uptight and overbearing attitude towards him prevented her from revealing such a treasure to him. Today, however, he was not feeling so pleased about seeing the girl's smile. It made him feel like a mouse that had just noticed the cat looming over him. It was the smile of a hunter that had caught its prey in its sights but was enjoying watching it squirm as it realized there was no escape. That smile was directed at him, and he knew that it meant something very unpleasant in his future. "Good evening, Captain Hozollern," she said with a barely perceivable hint of malice. "Don't you know it's rude to talk about someone behind their back? A less forgiving person might consider it disrespect towards a superior officer." Although she seemed outwardly calm, Will could tell she was a mixture of furious and excited upon finding him in such an exposed position. Her porcelain-like fingers had unconsciously curled around the pistol at her hip as they often did whenever she began to lose her temper. However, her eyes told him she felt a moment of triumph after finding him doing something wrong. She was obviously looking forward to whatever she had in store for him. She stood confidently over him in her uniform. It almost felt as though she had been born to wear it, and she gave off a threatening aura that made her seem larger than she really was. He marveled how such a pretty young girl could radiate such threat while still demanding the attention of everyone present. She both terrified and captivated those around her, Will included, but somehow that made her more fascinating. Fascination aside, he was in deep trouble. It was his own fault, he knew that, but that knowledge didn't give him much solace. Admitting his mistake wouldn't do anything to get him out of this situation. Tanya looked as though she was ready to deal yet another unpleasant punishment to him to make sure he didn't repeat this particular mistake ever again. He certainly didn't plan to. "I suppose this is my punishment for being difficult," he frowned grimly. "Perhaps I shouldn't have teased her so much." Her smile widened as she casually rounded the table, keeping her eyes fixed on him. Will felt his stomach knot with anxiety as her toothy grin made him wonder what the potential fallout of this endeavor might be. This mess had started not long after they had left port. Annoyed that she had been unable to discipline him severely enough for his actions a few days earlier at the testing grounds, she had decided to volunteer his services to the ship's captain to enact further, and no doubt unpleasant, punishment during their journey. The captain was horrified at the idea, of course, and ironically Will had needed to step in to allay his concerns. It was either that or face an increasingly grumpy Tanya. Will opted for the path of least resistance. Some fights simply weren't worth it. Tanya had forced him to work for several hours deep in the dark oily depths of the engine room, crawling into the small spaces that the rest of the crew were unable to get to. Although it was supposed to be a punishment, he found he actually enjoyed it. It was difficult work, but it had been a unique learning experience and the machinery was strangely fascinating to watch. It had also given him another opportunity to proliferate his reputation, something he took care to do wherever he went, and he'd quickly gotten to work befriending the crew. As one would expect, the sailors had initially been a little nervous around him, his supposed social rank being an automatic barrier between him and others, but it hadn't taken long to win them around with his usual charm. Before long he was laughing and joking with the sailors and engineers as though he'd known them for years and he'd managed to reinforce his reputation as a friendly, outgoing, and sweet young boy who was beloved by all. It was fun. It reminded him of the time he was playing the part of Corporal Ansbach on the Rhine. Will enjoying himself hadn't been part of Tanya's plan however, and she became increasingly frustrated with him during her regular visits to make sure he was appropriately contrite. This, of course, led her to find yet more dirty and grueling jobs for him, including an up-close look at the ship's plumbing. Although not exactly enjoyable, he soon found the unpleasantness of these tasks were vastly reduced due to the friendly attention of his new friends from below decks. Many of which had apparently heard certain rumors about him and Tanya. This gave them the mistaken impression that the Major's harsh attitude towards him was some sort of twisted sign of affection and interpreted her disrespectful attitude as proof of this. Will wasn't so sure about that, but he was happy to let the rumors spread for now. He doubted he could stop them anyway and he rather liked the extra attention it brought. Besides, these stories guaranteed that any humiliating punishment Tanya could conceive would no longer have a negative effect on his reputation. They all thought she was doing it because she liked him. He looked forward to seeing the expression on her face when she found out about it. She'd be horrified, he was sure. Maybe he'd even get to see her turn red with embarrassment. Another rare treasure from the Major. At the end of his day's punishment, after borrowing the captain's private bathroom and changing into something that didn't stink of diesel and sweat, he joined his new comrades in an informal gathering in the mess. Apparently, it was a ritual for the sailors and their officers to meet down here and relax while off duty. The large food hall was used as a makeshift tavern during downtime and it was common practice to turn a blind eye to a few rule breaches as long as day-to-day operations remained unaffected. The merchant fleet was obviously less strict than their navy counterparts when it came to shipboard discipline. Unsurprisingly, Sophia had already found herself down here and was making friends of her own. Will knew that by the end of the day, she would have established a network that would allow her to know anything that might happen aboard ship. If they were lucky, the ship was assigned to supply the task force and they would receive a steady stream of news and contraband from home in the future. They were also joined by a handful of officers and soldiers from both the 203rd and the other divisions of the task force, including Grants and Newman. As well as Christina, who was accompanied by an overprotective Captain Weiss. This was a little surprising and Will suspected she had attended to keep an eye on him. She had not been especially pleased when he had informed her of his plans to attend the evening's activities below decks. After a midshipman produced a stash of contraband booze, which Christina made very clear was not to fall into Will's hands, the room filled with a cheerful atmosphere. They played cards or dice while some of the sailors produced instruments and began playing unique versions of old Germanic folk songs and sea shanties. The moonshine was shared liberally amongst those gathered and Will suspected that any who tried it would pay for their good time with a sore head in the morning. Christina did not need to worry about him though. After the party Will had no intention of trying alcohol again for quite some time. Instead, he made do with some tea and enjoyed the friendly and lively atmosphere while making sure to win a few hands of cards before Visha appeared and bankrupted the crew. All in all, it had been a relaxing evening. One could almost forget that you were heading off to a war zone. Before long, the crew began questioning the mages in their party. It was hardly surprising, mages were rare and everyone in the 203rd was a named mage. Add in characters like White Silver and the Saint, then it was bound to be of interest to even the saltiest of sailors. So how'd you mages figure out who's the best out of ye? An aging engineer asked as he gulped down his drink. You get your fancy nicknames but there's only so many aces in the deck. We mages let our achievements speak for us. Christina interrupted before Will could reply. She disliked when he socialized with people she thought were beneath him and was glaring at the man with obvious disdain. The prince for instance has one of the highest scores on the Western Front. That's true. Confirmed Weiss as he sampled some of the ship's finest moonshine. I think the Major is the only one aboard ship with a better score, maybe even the whole military. With hindsight, this was probably the point that Will should have gracefully bowed out of the conversation and left them to it, but the relaxed atmosphere must have lowered his guard and loosened his tongue. Besides, it seemed like an ideal time to show off a little. What harm could be in that? She's been serving in the field longer than I have, so it's only natural she would have a higher score. He replied, taking care to phrase and deliver his words so as to maintain his reputation of humility while planting the seed in their minds that he might be the better ace if they'd shared the same circumstances. So, according to your rules, the White Silver is the better mage? It hardly seems a fair comparison if she's been doing it longer. The engineer pointed out, swallowing Will's bait immediately. Ha! You don't know the Major. Weiss interjected, it isn't simply about time served, she's the best there is. The major is highly skilled and a great commander, but I still believe the prince is a better mage, Christine replied, seeming strangely offended by Weisa's remark. The prince had the fastest growing score in the few months he was on the front lines. It wouldn't have taken long for him to overtake her if he'd remained there, not to mention all those he mercifully allowed to fall back. Will was rather surprised by Christina's sudden declaration. He knew that she held him in high regard and this confidence was heartwarming, but surely, she would know he was not nearly as skilled as Tanya. The girl was the ace of aces, it was why he had sought to attach himself to her battalion in the first place. She had rightly earned her fame without having to resort to manipulating her reputation as he habitually did. That's right, Sophia emerged with a confident grin, flanked by Grants and a few other soldiers. The major may have the silver wings, but the prince has taken on similar odds without needing to self-destruct, and he refused the medals afterwards. Sophia too? What she was saying wasn't entirely true. Although he'd taken on a platoon himself in the past, he'd always had backup close at hand, that was distraction enough for the enemy to catch them off guard and deal with them swiftly. In Norden, Tanya had needed to hold off her attackers on her own while waiting for reinforcements. She'd almost been overwhelmed and overloading her computation orb had been a heroic last-ditch attempt to drive off the rest of the company. That was why she was awarded the coveted Silver Wings Assault Badge. As for his own medals, it was true that he had either refused them or had them melted down for funds for charity. He never wanted them anyway. He only wore the royal paraphernalia or the trinkets he couldn't get rid of. He already had his sword to remind him of. Don't think about it. He chastised himself inwardly, fearing the voice of Ludwig World come to mock him again. After Sophia's proclamation, Grants had weighed in on the side of Weiss, claiming that Tanya was the better and more terrifying mage. Before long, this turned into quite the heated debate and Will began to wish the subject had never been brought up, it was beginning to ruin the mood. Besides, he couldn't simply admit he was the weaker magic user, it would make him look bad. Sounds like you pair need to fight it out. The engineer chuckled as he took another swig of something that smelled like it was designed to lubricate the ship's engines. That's how we settle things here, Klaus over there knocked a man clean out and afterwards they shared a drink. It's a ship tradition. They laughed, shrugging off such a possibility as impossible. Naturally, this caused the conversation to evolve into a debate about who might win a hypothetical duel, with some of the officers giving surprisingly detailed analysis of their capabilities. Will was surprised at how many supported him. Although he knew his battlefield butchery had been spun into tales of martial prowess, he never expected his inflated reputation might have fooled so many into believing he could beat the Argent in a fair fight. Even when he had been forced to consider killing her, he had never entertained the thought that he could deal with her if the playing field was even. There was a general consensus among the group that if he managed to get close, he would have the upper hand due to his specialization in close combat, but Will judged that this was selling Tanya short. It was incredibly unlikely she'd allow him to get that close, and if by some fluke that she did, she was deadly with her combat blade. Once she was inside the reach of his sword, she could easily finish him. Besides, no one in the group could figure out how he would manage to get to her, and he refused to comment. Sometimes it was better to stay quiet, silence can speak volumes. Still, as the discussion wore on, he saw no reason not to help his supporters' arguments even if they were fundamentally flawed. Since it was an impossibility that they would ever face each other, he saw no problem encouraging the idea that he could win. After all, having people think he was possibly the greatest ace in the Empire couldn't hurt his image, and it wasn't as if it would ever be put to the test, or so he thought. I would never raise a finger against my commander, he exclaimed innocently, taking great care to sound appropriately horrified by the idea. But if there were ever any threat that she couldn't handle, I'd do my utmost to protect her. He was rather pleased with that. He managed to maintain his reputation by refusing to consider fighting her, while implying that he could beat something that she couldn't at the same time. Boasting with humility and declaring that he would courageously save his commander should the need arise. It was perfect for maintaining the image of the saint. So you're saying that you are stronger than her? The engineer replied with a wide grin as the officers of the 203rd fell unusually quiet around them. By now Will was enjoying himself too much and hadn't realized the importance of the sudden silence of the soldiers. It had been a while since he'd managed to hold the attention of the room like this, at least without Tanya turning it around on him, and he was enjoying leading people to the conclusions he wanted them to make. It would be improper to say anything that would disrespect my commander, so he began bowing his head slightly, leaving the unsaid message dangling in the air. To any listening it was obvious he was implying he was the better mage, but no one could claim he actually said it. That is when Tanya revealed herself. Good evening, Captain Hozollern. Don't you know it's rude to talk about someone behind their back? A less forgiving person might consider it disrespect towards a superior officer. Suddenly the silence of the soldiers made sense and he felt a deep feeling of foreboding as he realized his mistake. Will turned and did what he could to compose himself as he looked upon the threatening presence of Tanya. He couldn't tell how long she had been listening, but judging from her expression, and a snigger from the engineer who obviously didn't know better, she'd heard enough. Worse still, she would have doubtlessly seen past his faux humility and straight through his empty boasts. She would take offense to his comments and was likely already thinking up new and interesting ways to punish him for his attitude. It is interesting though, we often get compared, but who do you think would win if we really fought Wilhelm? She asked, pacing slowly like a lioness on the prowl. Will remained silent. He was on dangerously thin ice and knew he had to be very cautious with his next words. She was challenging him, worse still she seemed to know that he didn't believe he could beat her. He needed to de-escalate this situation and quickly. Unfortunately, Tanya did not give him the chance. I understand the tradition on this ship is to fight out your grievances and see who the better fighter is. Like some sort of duel. She began nonchalantly and Will winced, she must have heard everything. Usually, the military doesn't allow for this sort of thing, but in the spirit of cooperation with our friends in the merchant navy, perhaps we can play by their rules for a while. After all, they have very kindly gone out of their way to take us to the southern continent, we should give them a show to thank them. Tanya shot him a cruel smirk, before continuing, and Will felt a shiver run down his spine. You can consider it training. You like training, don't you, Captain? Maybe we can put this little question to rest once and for all. Will felt his blood run cold as he realized what her plan was. She knew he couldn't beat her in a fair fight, so she was going to use this as a way to beat and humiliate him in front of the entire task force. Worse still, they would be watched by the sailors of the merchant ships and the Ildoans accompanying them. The story would spread like wildfire and he'd lose all the respect and prestige he'd earned with his fraudulent heroics. Now, Major. He said, forcing his voice to be calm despite the imminent threat of social demise. As I said before, I wouldn't dream of ever trying to hurt you. The lie had obviously been for the benefit of the crowd. He hoped that getting them on side might help defuse this situation. However, Tanya was prepared for this argument and fixed him in place with her eyes while hitting him with a sickly sweet grin. It's only training, Wilhelm. I trust that you're skilled enough that you wouldn't actually hurt me. He was trapped. He couldn't refuse without seeming like he was conceding, and that would be utterly humiliating. Worse still, Tanya seemed as confident that she could beat him as he was sure that he would lose. No matter what he did, he'd end up losing face. All he could do was try to minimize the damage. Maybe I could throw the match. Yes. That was perfect. If he made it seem as though he obviously lost, he could claim that he simply couldn't bear to harm his commander. He could trade on the Saint's reputation to minimize the damage. Sure, it would be a loss, but it wouldn't matter as no one would consider it to be a real fight. If he were lucky, it would even keep the question of who the better mage was open, which could be advantageous in the future. He would still have a disgruntled Tanya to deal with in the aftermath, but he would just have to work hard to placate her. It wasn't as if he was stupid enough to continue his teasing once they reached the southern continent. They were in a war zone and he had a debt to pay. He would take up the mantle of a dutiful soldier for her to see that it was. I hope are not considering letting me win, Captain. Tanya leaned over and whispered in his ear. It was as if she'd read his mind. He must have allowed too much of his thoughts to appear on his face. I expect, no, I order you to put everything you have into this. We wouldn't want to disappoint our hosts now, would we? Will's heart sank. Tanya had skewered his most favorable outcome already. If he were to save his reputation, and escape Tanya's ire, he would have to give everything he had. Fine, he grumbled to himself, just remembered you asked for this. XXXX. September 7th, Unified Year 1925, 6 o'clock. Main deck, merchant ship SS Enric Mers, the Southern Sea. Tanya felt a smile tug at her lips as she looked across the deck and into the green orbs of her opponent. To most, he must have appeared nonchalant about the whole affair and stood calmly with one hand resting easily on the hilt of his sword. However, to someone better acquainted with his deceptive qualities, it was clear that Wilhelm was worried. He may have been doing his best to keep up his confident veneer for those watching, but Tanya saw past the lies. He knew he couldn't win. She glanced around the deck, barely masking the elation as she saw how many people had gathered. Despite the early hour, they'd drawn quite a crowd. It seemed that every sailor, soldier, and officer had gathered on deck to see this. It was hardly surprising. They were both named mages after all, and it wasn't every day you got to see the likes of them go toe-to-toe with each other. She could tell Wilhelm wasn't pleased about this. However, no doubt he wasn't looking forward to being mopped up in front of a crowd. But if he hadn't wanted that, he shouldn't have been picking fights he couldn't win. You brought this on yourself, Wilhelm. I can't let you continue your insubordination. When we get to the south, our lives will be on the line. You need to learn your lesson before then. But since you refuse to behave, you'll learn the hard way. She would be lying if she said she wasn't looking forward to this. Wilhelm had been grinding against her last nerve for some time now, and it would be most gratifying to see him knock down a peg. Despite her warnings, he still hadn't ceased his irritating behavior, and his foolish boasting below decks had been the final straw. Not only was it disrespectful, but it was tantamount to undermining her authority, and she could not allow that. What did he think he was doing? They were on their way into a war zone. It was no place for his stupid games. She couldn't afford for him to continually challenge her and her patience like this anymore. It was time to finally put this matter to rest. That was why she had been willing to be a little liberal with the rules on dueling. By calling it a training exercise, she could get away with giving him a good thrashing until he learned to respect authority. And by using the ship's tradition, she could make sure there was enough of an audience to make sure he is suitably shamed into submission. If she'd learned one thing about Wilhelm, it was that his fake reputation was where he was most vulnerable. Today she would give it a bruising. After that, he wouldn't dare misbehave again for fear of her shattering it completely. Still, she couldn't allow herself to get overconfident. Wilhelm may have his doubts about the outcome of this duel, but she knew it was dangerous to underestimate him. The boy had proven time and time again that he was an expert at turning situations to his advantage. It would be unwise to assume he wouldn't have some trick up his sleeve. She also couldn't underestimate his combat prowess. She'd seen enough of his skills to know he was a genuine threat if she allowed him to take the initiative. However, that was precisely the reason she was so confident that she could beat him. She'd studied his fighting style and had a good idea of how to counter it. As usual, he had equipped his close combat gear, including his sword, pistol, and a few grenades, eschewing the benefits of superior range that a rifle or even an SMG would provide. This meant he had no choice but to engage her in close quarters, as was his speciality. She had no intention of letting him get that close. However, she'd seen how skilled he was in a melee and didn't see any reason to allow him the luxury of fighting on his own terms. It was much safer to keep him at range. If worst came to worst, she could simply wear him down if necessary. Although she'd prefer the crowd to see him beaten more decisively if at all possible. The additional bruise to his ego would be sweet, but it wasn't quite worth the risk of granting him any potential advantage. She watched as Visha marched into the space between them and looked to both for confirmation that they were ready. Her adjutant had been entrusted with the task of starting proceedings and to act as a sort of unofficial referee, and she nervously began explaining the rules for the benefit of those present. Tanya had insisted they put some rules in place for this. Rules were important in every walk of life and there would be chaos without them, so it only made sense that such an event was properly coordinated. They would do their best not to seriously injure or kill each other. It was supposed to be a friendly duel after all. Bruises to the ego were acceptable, however. They were also using live ammunition, and both had the option to call a halt to proceedings if they felt they were in any genuine danger. Such an action would mean conceding defeat, but even Wilhelm wouldn't allow himself to die so foolishly for the sake of his pride. As for their gear, they could take only what they could carry and were limited to one computation orb. There would be no tricks involving a spare. Wilhelm had also insisted that she couldn't use the Type 95, claiming that it would give her too much of an advantage. She had been happy to agree to that. She didn't want to use it. She would beat the little captain without being X's interference. The match itself was to be overseen by the officers below and members of the 203rd were on hand in case anything went wrong. As she finished explaining, Visha looked to them both again, giving them a pleading look. She didn't seem especially happy about this event. Perhaps, Wilhelm's discordant actions had already begun affecting the morale and operational capability of her battalion. Why else would his most loyal subordinate be so hesitant about following such simple orders? It was unforgivable. Wilhelm's beatdown couldn't come quickly enough. She needed to re-establish discipline in the ranks before the damage he'd done was beyond repair. She and the little captain each gave Visha a nod of confirmation and the young woman raised her arm to prepare the signal to begin. Meanwhile, Tanya returned her gaze to her opponent, studying him for any sign of trickery. He may not be confident, but she was sure he'd have some sort of strategy prepared. Eins, zwei, los. 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 Visha yelled, dropping her arm to signal the start of the bout. Wilhelm wasted no time and moved the instant that Visha's hand fell. Instead of ascending, however, he shot off backwards and disappeared off the bow of the ship, expertly avoiding the shocked onlookers as they struggled to get out of the way. They'd agreed that they were to hold fire while so close to the ship in order to avoid potential damage or friendly fire, and evidently Wilhelm was willing to take advantage of that fact to cover his escape. Tanya didn't pursue him, however. It was a clear invitation to follow from Wilhelm and she knew better than to allow him to take the initiative. Instead, she quickly took to the skies to attain aerial superiority and gain a better view of the situation. Although it might seem a fairly obvious tactic, it was a solid one that seldom had any drawbacks, especially when she wanted to maintain the distance between her and her foe. She cast her eyes downward to look for her prey. Wilhelm had chosen a different strategy and had dropped down to the sealine. His boots glided along the top of the water, throwing up a dense misty spray behind him, blocking the view of the spectators still aboard the ship. It wasn't a bad plan. If she'd have taken the bait and followed him as he had intended, she would have found herself with a mouth full of seawater and zero visibility. She hadn't fallen for it, however, and his sea mist smokescreen was nothing more than a convenient arrow pointing her towards him. She aimed her weapon and fired off a few short bursts at the boy, her elevated position giving her a clear line of sight. She was at the extreme range of her weapon, so knew that both the stopping power and accuracy would be somewhat limited at this distance. However, she was pleased to see a few hits impact on the boy's barrier, causing light to shimmer across it. Thankfully, it seemed her marksmanship skills hadn't been too badly affected during her time putting up with Wilhelm's deluge of paperwork. However, it wouldn't be enough to stop him at this range, she had to get a little closer to score a hit that would incapacitate him. She accelerated and began closing, firing off more bursts as she descended, more and more hits lighting up his shield as she closed. Wilhelm quickly realized that his feint had failed and abandoned his exposed position by stopping suddenly, allowing the sea mist to engulf him. Tanya circled, keeping her distance while the spray evaporated, opting to save her ammunition for when the little captain was once again within sight. Suddenly the boy shot upwards out of the fog towards her, hastily ascending, drawing his own pistol and firing a few pot shots in the hope of throwing her off. Tanya remained calm and ignored the shots. The pistol was well outside its effective range and his shots were wide of his mark. Instead, she moved to maintain her distance while adjusting her aim to fire at the approaching threat. At this range, she could barely miss, but her instincts caught her before she could squeeze the trigger. It was a fake, she was certain of it. She had never known the boy use decoy formula before, but it was clear he'd been practicing, although where he had found the time, she would never know. This was a surprisingly good facsimile, but unfortunately for him, she'd had enough experience with using decoys that she could see through even the most elaborate ones. It was difficult to explain, but eventually, you learned to sense whether something was really in the space or not, and her instincts told her it was empty. The real Wilhelm, still dripping from his saltwater shower, had instead stayed close to sea level and had obviously been trying to use the distraction to maneuver himself for a charge from underneath. He'd been rumbled, however, and had only just begun his ascent as she lowered her aim and fired a burst directly onto him. He was forced to abandon his charge to evade, and Tanya adjusted her aim to follow his course. This time she wasn't aiming at him though, she was using her fire to herd him in the direction she wanted him to go. He was still uncomfortably close to the fleet and she didn't want to put it or its passengers at risk. Using near fire to control the enemy's movement was one of the favored combat doctrines of the Republic's mages, but Tanya saw no harm in putting what she'd learned on the battlefield to good use herself. Wilhelm would either have to follow the route she chose for him or push through the hail of fire she was pouring around him. Although she succeeded in forcing him away from the vessels, ultimately Wilhelm would choose the latter of these two options. She saw his barrier waver as the remaining shots in her magazine impacted and caused it to shimmer once again. It was a reckless move, especially for a friendly bout, and Tanya began to wonder exactly how far the boy might take this duel. Perhaps it would be better to end this quickly before he got hurt. First, however, she needed to reload, and she hastily began replacing her magazine, tossing the empty into the ocean below while keeping a wary eye on the little captain's movements. She'd half expected him to use the opportunity to close on her, even though the act of reloading had become second nature to her, it still slowed her slightly. If he moved at full speed, he could have considerably shortened the distance between them. However, he instead chose to continue his climb, opting to take this brief respite to get some cover in the clouds. She followed at a distance but did not enter the cloud bank, it would be too easy for the boy to ambush her in there. Instead, she would smoke him out and finish this before he had time to recover. She raised her weapon and prepared several air-burst artillery formulas as she poured mana through her weapon. She squeezed the trigger, sending the magic-infused ammunition into the air, and watched it disappear into the clouds before it detonated in a series of violent and fiery explosions. Wilhelm would need to move quickly to avoid being engulfed in the flames. From what she'd seen, his shield wouldn't hold if he tried to weather the firestorm in the air. As if on cue, a slightly singed but otherwise unscathed Wilhelm charged out of the detonation, riding the crest of the blast wave to give him additional speed. He raised his pistol once more and fired off several shots of his own as she quickly began accelerating to keep the distance between them. She felt some hits impact the rear of her shield. It was clear that this was not a fake this time. He soon switched his aim, however, and 3 more shots whizzed past her head and the air in her path erupted in front of her. She realized he too had fired artillery formulas past her and had lit the air ablaze in order to force her to drop her speed to avoid the blast. It seemed he too was willing to put what he'd learned in battle to the test in this duel. She turned to avoid the blast before returning fire once again. Wilhelm was undeterred by this, however, and he continued his charge as the shots impacted her barrier, finally drawing his sword as he closed. It was now clear that he would catch up with her, she would have to act quickly. She immediately decelerated, coming to a sudden and complete halt in the air, wincing as she felt the G-forces shudder through her body. She braced herself as surprised-looking little captain reached her far quicker than he had expected, and his stomach impacted heavily with her flight boot, knocking the wind out of him. It had been almost a mirror of the attack she'd seen him pull off when they'd first met on the Rhine, but obviously Wilhelm had not expected to be on the receiving end. He hadn't even had time to react with his sword, much to her relief. She knew that she was close enough that he could cause her problems if she weren't careful. She watched him tumble backwards as he struggled for breath as she moved off once again to regain her range advantage. To his credit though, he quickly recovered and began accelerating once more, but surprisingly he once again ran from her rather than tried to chase her. It seemed strange, they both knew he needed to get close in order to win this, so why was he keeping his distance? Her question was soon answered as she took a long turn and observed him from a distance. It seemed like he was shielding one of his sides once again. It was likely that her blow to the stomach had done more damage than she had originally thought. he may have even cracked a rib again. She'd heard that once broken, bones were often brittle and more likely to break again long after the original injury had healed. However, the fact that he still hadn't given up meant that the boy was taking this little farce far too seriously. She would have to end this soon, before he really hurt himself. She continued her turn and followed after him. His speed had decreased due to his injuries, and with a little more controlled fire, she found she was quickly able to catch up with him. He was still doing his best to evade, however, and had used the extra time to reload his pistol, but his fire was sporadic, and she soon found herself close enough that she was sure she could shatter his barrier with a well-placed burst from her weapon. "I've got you, Wilhelm!" She yelled, partly in triumph and partly as a warning. Once his barrier dropped, she would declare herself the winner, but he needed to be prepared for some stray fire that might come his way as it fell. However, suddenly Wilhelm rolled onto his back and fixed her with an evil smirk. All sign of his previous injury had disappeared, and he was no longer holding his side. Instead, he revealed a familiar stick with a cylinder on the end that he had been hiding with his phony injury. She cursed her foolishness. He must have faked it to draw her in. He didn't bother ripping the pin to prime the explosive, he didn't need to. Instead, he released it in an almost casual manner, allowing it to tumble backwards towards her. With barely a glance to aim, he squeezed off a shot from his pistol that struck the grenade before it reached her, causing it to detonate in a cloud of thick smog. "Shit, smoke grenade," she realized as she inhaled a mouthful of potassium chlorate. She'd fallen into his trap and lost sight of him in the gas. She had little time to react, however, as her ears picked up on the sound of Wilhelm suddenly switching directions, and she was suddenly face to face with the boy's blade. At this point all she could do was rely on her survival instincts and hope for the best. There was no time to properly consider her actions. She jerked backwards, dodging Wilhelm's first blow with only a second to spare as the blade whizzed past her face. The second was not far behind, but Tanya kept her cool, evading him again while moving to position herself for a potential counter. Sensing an opportunity, her hand flew to her combat knife and she lashed out in an attempt to retaliate, only to be parried by the boy. It did catch him off guard, however, had he backed off, disappearing into the smoke once more. The smoke was beginning to clear and she now had a larger range of vision around her. However, visibility was still low and the wisps of smog played tricks on the eyes. She caught a flash of movement out of the corner of her eye, along with the telltale hum of flight equipment, and turned just in time to meet Wilhelm's charge once again. She leveled her weapon but hesitated as she realized something was wrong once again. It was another decoy. Instinctively she shifted her aim upwards, seeing the real Wilhelm bearing down on her. She wasn't sure how she had known he was there, but some part of her mind had obviously registered his presence overhead. She squeezed her trigger once again, spitting another burst of fire at her opponent, and the boy's shield shattered like glass. She felt a moment of elation and a smile reached her lips once again. It was over. Her elation was short-lived, however, and Tanya felt her heart stop in horror as the boy yelled in pain. Time seemed to slow as she watched one of her shots strike the center of boy's torso, and she felt a terrible mixture of sickness and dread. His chest exploded in a shower of crimson ichor. His face went slack with surprise as his mind realized what had happened, and he stared at her with a dumbfounded look of confusion on his face as he hung in the air for a moment. For a moment she dared believe it was another decoy, another trick. But her instincts didn't lie. She could feel that the real Wilhelm was there in front of her, and her eyes told her that he had just been gravely wounded. "Tan, yay," he whispered, sounding betrayed before he fell backwards, dropping his pistol as gravity began inviting him towards the ocean below. Tanya's mind raced as she watched Wilhelm's lifeless form plummet to the ground. She hadn't meant to hurt him, at least not this much. She'd only wanted to teach him a lesson, get him to behave. She wanted him to be the person knew he could be if he stopped the games and deception. She hadn't wanted this. Tanya rushed after him in a panic, hoping to catch him before he reached the sea. His injuries were severe, but he was a mage. If she could get him back to the ship, they might be able to treat him before it was too late. Still, that chest wound had been horrific. What if he was already dead? She had no time to dwell on that possibility now. Time was of the essence. She pushed every ounce of mana into the Type 97, urging as much speed into her flight gear as possible. As she approached, she dropped her machine gun, trusting the strap to catch the weapon. She needed both hands free to save Wilhelm. She was almost there when suddenly the image of the wounded Wilhelm flickered for a moment, revealing his smug grin once again, and his injuries had disappeared. All too late she realized what he had done. He had overlaid another decoy over the top of himself, using it to fool her into believing she had seriously injured him. He must have realized why she could tell the difference between him and the decoys and used it to his advantage. Had that been his plan all along? Tanya didn't know whether to be relieved, surprised, or furious. No normal combat mage would consider using a tactic like this. Why would they? There was nothing to gain from placing your decoy over yourself. They were used to draw fire away. But Wilhelm was no normal mage, and she'd made the mistake that they were playing by the same rules. But as with everything else he did, he made up new rules as he went along. Well played. The boy's hand shot out and grasped her wrist as he brought his sword down towards her neck. She wasn't ready to give yet however, and she caught his sword arm with her other hand, and they began to struggle to overpower each other as they continued to tumble downward. It seemed she had an advantage however. She twisted his wrist. She knew he hadn't allowed to properly heal and saw him wince in pain as she wrenched it around. A little more pressure and she would force him to drop his weapon. He wasn't about to go down so easily however, and she saw him move his head as if to headbutt her. She closed her eyes and braced for the impact. She wasn't about to let go now, but then something completely unexpected took her by surprise. Rather than the heavy blow to the head she had expected, she felt a sudden soft warmth covering her lips. Her eyes snapped open in surprise. Wilhelm's face was close, very close. She saw the boy slowly lift his head away with a soft smile, leaving a strange tinging on the edges of her mouth as their lips parted. His smile drew her gaze to his eyes, and she found herself trapped by the green orbs that, for that moment, looked back on her with a strange sort of reverence. He kissed me. Tanya's mind was blank. She was struck dumb by the sudden turn of events and felt like she had utterly lost the ability to keep track with such a bizarre situation. She could barely process what had happened, let alone why he had done it or even how it made her feel. All logic had fled this situation and she was utterly lost. That was when she saw the glint of mischief return to his eyes and she felt a deep sense of foreboding as the realities of her situation began flooding back to her. She realized that in her bout of confusion, she had loosened her grip and she was now completely at Wilhelm's mercy. What's more, they were still in freefall and were plunging towards the sea. She needed to act quickly. She summoned a little mana and willed it into her orb to start giving herself some lift, but to her horror, nothing happened. She heard a chuckle from the little captain and glanced back at him. She felt him release her and she began falling away from him as he restarted his flight gear. He held up an object in his hand and shot her an infuriating smug grin as she fell away. He'd snatched her computation jewel while she was distracted. Without it, she could no longer operate her flight equipment. She'd lost. Wilhelm, you bastard. XXXX. September 7, Unified Year 1925 7:45. Main deck, Merchant Ship SS Enric Mers, the Southern Sea. This didn't go as well as I'd hoped. Will moaned inwardly as he sat miserably on a crate, holding a cold slab of frozen meat liberated from the ship's cold room across his eye. He could already feel his face swelling up already and knew for certain he'd be sporting a particularly nasty-looking shiner by the end of the day. He'd won, but it didn't feel like it. If he were a character in one of his favorite stories, he'd have been hailed as a dashing rogue that used cunning, charm and brilliant tactics to win the duel. Tanya would have graciously conceded and started treating him better and they'd end up as close friends and confidants. She'd learn he was an indispensable ally and would eventually hate to even think about being separated from him. This was not one of his stories however, and reality was far too cruel for the silly sentimental notions that existed in fiction. Especially when Tanya von Digerekhoff was involved. You're lucky I don't charge you with sexual harassment. The girl who had gifted him the injury growled at him with annoyance, further sinking his mood. You're the one who said I shouldn't hold back. He grumbled back at her. She was the one that started it, and it wasn't as if she was the only one to have suffered in this situation. The entire ship saw her punch him as soon as she returned to the deck, and the outburst that followed put to rest any questions as to why she had done it. They had both been humiliated. I'm sure you're aware of the saying about all being fair in love and war. He continued, more for himself rather than because he thought she was really listening. You knew I wouldn't play fair. All things considered, Will could probably only count this as a Pyrrhic victory. Although he had technically won the duel, he had failed at both protecting his reputation and had further antagonized Tanya. It felt like he'd stormed the enemy stronghold and lost all his troops in the process. Could you really claim victory in that sort of situation? Although at least in that position hundreds of people wouldn't have seen him floored in a single punch by an enraged tween. He glanced back up at Tanya. She seemed distracted and was now silently staring off into the distance as a soft breeze caught her hair. He winced as he noticed her fingers reach up and absently touch her lips. She really must have been angry about the kiss. Had it been anyone else he would have assumed that she was upset that he had stolen her first kiss. He had read in many stories that girls often treasured such things. Tanya was not the sentimental type however. She probably placed little or no value in something as insignificant as a kiss that barely lasted more than a moment. The only explanation for her caring about it at all was that she was utterly disgusted by it. He felt a curious sense of disappointment deep in his chest as he reached up and felt his own tingling lips. It wasn't as if he'd wanted to kiss her or anything, it was a ploy to get her computation orb, but still, it hurt to think that he repulsed her that much. At the time he hadn't really thought of exactly what he was doing. She'd managed to counter every trick he had come up with and he was desperate. Once she had hold of him he had thought it was all over. That kiss had been the only thing he could think of to distract her. Still, it hadn't been unpleasant for him. Was it because of how he had been acting recently? True, he'd been a nuisance, but it only ever been in jest. She knew that, right? He'd always been rather fond of Tanya. He respected her work ethic and determination. In truth, she was an inspiration. she treated every problem as something that could be fixed with enough work and organization. Sometimes he found himself almost believing her misguided views on the imperial meritocracy. If anyone could survive in that world, she could. He'd always assumed that beneath the angry scowls and sharp words, she felt a similar respect for him. He truly believed that deep down she liked him on some level, but her reaction made him doubt that, and his hopes for seeing a genuine smile seemed further away than ever. Even the brief puzzled expression he had witnessed from her in the air was scant compensation for that. Maybe I really did push her too far. Tanya must have sensed her staring at her. She quickly turned, the angry scowl returning to her face while the ache in Will's chest became all the sharper. What are you staring at? Planning something else? I've had enough of this, I'll keep punishing you until you learn to behave, Wilhelm. She spat irritably. Will sighed. They couldn't carry on like this, they'd end up humiliating each other so much their positions would be compromised. Tanya was so blinded by her quest to force him to behave she'd turned into Captain Ahab, and he didn't particularly like being thought of as a white whale. He supposed if she was going to be too childish to deal with this situation sensibly, he would have to swallow his pride and do it for her. Tanya, he began softly, keeping his voice level so as not to further antagonize her, earning a raised eyebrow in response. How about we call a truce? I think you've misunderstood how this works, Wilhelm. She replied, narrowing her eyes in annoyance. We aren't at war with one another, you are my subordinate, and you need to learn to follow orders. I fully intend to follow your orders in the south, Tanya, but we need to stop trying to one-up each other and work together. He began, removing his meaty cold compress to hold her gaze for a moment before returning it and staring back down to the floor. We both have more important things to worry about. Unbidden, the thought of his sword entered his mind and he suddenly felt cold. As much fun as it had been to tease Tanya the last few months, he could no longer afford to be so carefree. He'd already been given a stay of execution and he'd promised Tanya he wouldn't do anything to risk prolonging the war any further. It was a risk he couldn't take, he needed to focus on removing the curse or it would be the end of him. Tanya had been silent for a while now, so he glanced back up at her and saw her regarding him with a mixture of suspicion and confusion. This was by far the expression he'd had the most experience with, but it was perhaps the one he least enjoyed seeing. It was an expression of distrust, one she wore when she wasn't sure if he was lying or not. He supposed under the circumstances it was understandable, but he really wished she would put a little more faith in him. She turned and stared off thoughtfully again for a few moments, suspicion leaving her features but confusion remaining as she considered his words. Her fingers unconsciously moved towards her lips once again but stopped before reaching their mark, and she removed it before turning on her heel and catching his gaze once again. How can I trust you? You haven't exactly been acting with the best intentions lately, she asked, less aggressively this time. Perhaps he was getting through to her. I suppose giving my word won't be enough. He sighed bitterly, knowing how little Tanya regarded his promises. He would no doubt need to find her some sort of collateral again, but what more did he have to offer her? Tanya studied him again for a few moments and Will thought he saw her expression soften slightly. A notion that was dispelled as soon as she continued the conversation. Is that your word as a prince? She said evenly, sticking him with the barb despite her neutral tone. Will winced again. It was a cruel thing to say considering what she knew about him, and they hurt more than he would have expected coming from her. Still, he knew better than to react and pushed those feelings aside for now. He had to make this work. I'm one of you now, remember? He said slowly as an idea of how he might win her over might began forming in his mind. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks I am now a member of the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion. He waited for a moment for Tanya to argue, but instead, she remained silent and watched him critically. As such, the honor of the battalion is as precious as my own. He continued, aware that Tanya knew how carefully he maintained his fraudulent reputation. So, I give my word that I'll follow your orders and stop undermining you from now on. Not as Prince of Letzenbourg, not as Wilhelm von Hohenzollern, not even as Will. I give my word as a soldier of the 203rd. XXXX. 40 years after the war. Thames Fencing Club, Londinium. En garde. Pret. Allez. Andrew stood enraptured as he watched the lightning-quick movement of the white-suited figures as they chased each other up and down the piste, blades dancing in the air as they went. He did not dare blink, their motions were so fast and fluid that he worried he might miss the deciding lunge or riposte if he did. Andrew was by no means an expert in the sport of fencing, usually he would have shown little more than the patriotic support all people did during the Olympics, but even from his limited understanding, he could tell he was watching something truly impressive. The slim lithe combatants moved like dancers as they maneuvered themselves to the ideal position to strike or parry. But rather than music, their motions were accompanied by the clash of steel as the blades struck one another, filling the room with noise. If anything could be considered poetry in motion, this was it. It was exhilarating to watch. He could feel his heart beating fast in his chest as he watched the combatants. It almost made him want to call out a warning to his favored competitor as his eyes struggled to keep pace with the swift movements of the blades. It would have been a wasted effort, however, she had already begun reacting to the next strike before his mind had even processed the last one. She was far too skilled to need the help of a clueless spectator like him, but the excitement that the match made him feel 20 years younger. He'd been surprised when he found out Maggie had been a fencer, although knowing her fiery attitude and boundless energy, perhaps he shouldn't have been. It was clear she was as talented a swordswoman as she was a journalist, yet more proof of what an extraordinary person the woman really was. Just watching her expert maneuvers was enough to bring a smile to his face. Suddenly, her opponent lunged forward, and Andrew feared the match was lost. But in a motion too quick for his eyes to follow, she parried the blow, knocking her opponent's blade aside before bringing her own saber in for a final strike. Her opponent was completely caught off guard and was unable to step back quickly enough to avoid Maggie's blade as she expertly placed the tip of the sword at her opponent's neck. Touché, called the referee, raising his hand to confirm the points scored. The spectators began clapping enthusiastically. Maggie had won. Andrew joined the applause of the club members as he watched Maggie remove her mask, allowing her long brown hair to fall on her shoulder, and exposing her beautiful smile. He sighed as he took in her features. She was smart, beautiful, and athletic. Some might consider her the perfect woman, Andrew included. It was a mystery to him why she was still single. If only I really was 20 years younger, he thought to himself with a wry smile. She shook her opponent's hand and congratulated him on a match well fought before searching the room with her gaze. It didn't take long for her emerald eyes to find him, and her grin broadened in recognition as she excused herself and headed over to him. Andrew, what are you doing here? I thought we were going to meet in the Red Lion later. She inquired, pulling him into a friendly hug. Well, I thought I'd come to see Londinium's finest swordswoman in action. I have to admit it was quite the spectacle, I could barely keep up. He explained brightly, happy to see the young woman so cheerful. He knew it had been a difficult few months for her. Ha! I'm hardly the best there is, Clive would have beaten me easily with an épée or foil. She protested humbly. I was just lucky he decided to use the saber. Nonsense, I'd wager you could take on the entire club single-handedly, he joked. Even an old fool like me can see how much practice you must have put in. Andrew realized too late the mistake he made as he saw the woman's smile waver. Perhaps it would have been better not to remind her how much free time she'd had lately. Well, I've had plenty of time to practice recently. She replied, trying hard not to allow the hint of bitterness seep into her voice. Since you know what my own projects have stalled, so it was either this or listen to mother complain about my absence at church again. Maggie had fallen afoul of the new director of news and current affairs at WTN. Much like his predecessor, the man had a very traditional view of female journalists and had done everything in his power to keep Maggie down. This had eventually resulted in a suspension as the headstrong girl had bought the director an incredible report about government corruption. Unfortunately, the man's backwards views made him foolishly believe that she had no ability to understand the complexities of politics. Maggie hadn't taken it well, and when the director went on to claim she should be doing the job of a secretary, she blew her top and made some statements that couldn't be repeated in polite society. It was only Andrew's intervention that had stopped her from losing her job altogether. He'd had to use almost all of the influence with the higher UPS he'd gained over the tiers to save her. The whole situation had left Maggie feeling understandably angry and demoralized. She once again saw it as their superiors keeping her down because of who she was. She'd been off work for 2 months now because of it, and she'd clearly been miserable. Andrew had arranged for her to return, but the director had demanded an apology from her before she did. Maggie was too proud and stubborn for that, of course, so she had yet to return to the newsroom. Andrew had made a point of meeting with her at least once a week to catch up and keep an eye on her. He was more than a little worried about her. Today though, he also had an ulterior motive. I'll be honest, Mags, I'm here to ask you for a favor. He began, taking a deep breath to steel his resolve. I told you before I won't apologize to that pig, Maggie replied immediately. Despite her months away from work, her skills at reading people and divining their intentions had not faded even slightly. Why should I? He's lucky I don't use him to practice my swordplay on after he shut down my work and belittled me like that. Do you understand how it makes me feel to be treated like that, Andrew? He'd be lying if he said he did. It never really made sense to him why some of his colleagues treated Maggie differently, but the look in her eyes, whenever she talked about it, was heartbreaking. It seemed to him that the world had progressed backwards since the war, at least in some industries in the Allied Kingdom. It seemed as though everyone had forgotten how much the ladies in this country had helped the nation pull through the conflict. They even seemed to forget that some countries had even allowed women to fight side by side with their male counterparts. Despite all they'd done, some still thought that women should go back to cooking, cleaning, and looking after the children. But to Andrew at least, they had proven they were capable of great things. He wanted to see them succeed. That was why when he'd met a promising young woman studying journalism, he'd taken her under his wing. He wanted to see what she would achieve firsthand. But for whatever reason, things never seemed to work out for her. Still, what could they do about it? It was the world they lived in. He'd heard that things weren't quite so bad in the Unified States and that the Germanic Republic still maintained a certain degree of its former attitude towards equality. But Maggie loved her work. Andrew knew she was going crazy without something to keep her mind active, and neither the Unified States nor Germania had the world-renowned WTN. Even a secretary at WTN was more prestigious than a reporter for the New Horvik Times. I know he's an idiot, I'm fairly sure that's how he got the job, Andrew began, his comment about the director eliciting the smallest hint of a smile from the woman. And I know it's less than ideal, but I really want you to come back. You're one of the best researchers in the business. Those files you coaxed from the Republic War Office practically gave old General Drake a stroke when he found out about them. It was perhaps a little underhanded of him, he knew, but Maggie was always very proud of her accomplishments. Buttering her up with praise was always a surefire way to get on her good side, and if he were to persuade her to return to come back, it was the best place to start. In Maggie's case, flattery really would get you anywhere. It got Drake to crack at? He must be getting soft, normally you're the only one who can get anything out of him. She observed, a hint of smugness entering her voice as she heard the effect her efforts had on the old soldier. Then again, I'm not sure how much help I can be, she continued, allowing the bitterness to seep back into her voice. Such matters are too complicated for a woman to understand after all. The director really is an ass, he thought to himself, sharing Maggie's frustration. Maybe if he showed an ounce of intelligence or talent, he'd realize the talent he was wasting. I suppose this is what happens when you give positions to a fellow Freemason rather than hire someone on their qualifications. This wasn't getting him anywhere. If he wanted to get her back, he'd have to pique her interest. Fortunately, he had just the thing. In fact, it was part of the reason he was here. Mags, forget about that for now, please, I really need your help again. We've finally been given the go-ahead to continue our program on the Saint. The Saint? She replied, cheering slightly. Andrew knew that the woman had a soft spot for the tales of the so-called warrior prince, even if they were just wild rumors. She had shared with him how much she had enjoyed researching the subject. It was only natural that she would perk up upon hearing about the program. Yes, we're finally going to talk about what happened in the southern and eastern campaigns, and we're hoping we might be able to uncover one or more of the identities behind the legend. I could really use your help with this. He pleaded, inwardly pleased to see the interest on her face. The South, she said thoughtfully as she considered his words. You only went to the Rhine and the Federation, right? You never got to see what actually happened in Tripoli. Andrew suddenly felt very old. He'd been very lucky in his early career, and his first assignments had been reporting on the war from the trenches of the Rhine and later from inside the Federation itself. That was such a long time ago now, and listening to that sort of question from a woman young enough to be his daughter reminded him how long ago it really was. The war had been horrific. He'd seen more death than anyone ever should, but despite that, he'd always held lingering questions about almost everything he'd experienced. The military had done their utmost to only show him what they wanted him to see while he was there, the Federation especially. He never felt like he was seeing the truth he'd been sent to report on, he always felt it was kept just out of his reach. If not for his association with Drake, his work might have been nothing more than one-dimensional propaganda pieces. That was why he wanted to make this program, he wanted to find out the truth before it was buried forever. No, I never went south. He said quietly as he did his best to push aside the memories of the war. That's why I'm so keen to have you back with us to help out. A strange look passed over the woman's face. For a moment Andrew thought she might refuse him, but gradually a grin started to creep along her face. He'd got her. I suppose I do owe you for everything with that pig-headed director. She began slowly, making it seem like she was still considering. And it would be nice to get back to work. I'm looking forward to hearing your latest theory as to why the young Prince of Letzenbourg was most definitely the saint. He teased, reopening the same debate they'd had time and time again. I'd love to know why the merciful saint of the Rhine changed so drastically. Maggie gave him a weak but undeniably beautiful smile before turning away thoughtfully. For a moment and Andrew worried if he might have said something wrong. Her confidence had already been shaken by the director. He hoped his good-natured teasing hadn't been taken the wrong way. He opened his mouth to apologize but fell silent as the young woman's lips began to move once again. I'd like to know that too. Author's notes. Hi everyone, and as always thank you for reading. This was out a little later than I had previously hoped due to accidentally losing a chunk of it because I forgot to save, so I had to rewrite some of it. I'm sure you all know that feeling. I'm not sure how well this one will land, but as I've stated before, the additional operations chapters are supposed to be fun little extras to add some fluff and character. So, if you don't like this one, it's not especially important to the overall story. I've been wanting Wilhelm and Tanya to face off against each other for quite some time, but it took a bit of maneuvering, and a little poetic license, to get them there. The next problem is I realized that Tanya would win this fight 9 times out of 10, even without the Type 95. So, I had to think of some way Wilhelm could win, and you see what I came up with. The only way I could see the aftermath of Wilhelm's win was a black eye and some very wounded pride, and it made me smile just to think about it. I couldn't not put that in, so Wilhelm got his victory this time, although he probably wishes he didn't. I've also been wanting to bring Andrew and Maggie back for a while now and thought they would make a nice official end to part 2. It was a nice little extra to write into this part, so I hope you liked it too. What I didn't realize until I got the latest LN was that Andrew is supposed to be quite old. I always imagined him as in his 30s, but he must be much older. He makes his program after the war and was apparently a reporter on the front lines during it. Fortunately, I didn't mention any age before now, so hopefully, I got away with it, haha. Quick extra note, this probably goes without saying, but from this point on there will be spoilers for the movie and later editions of the LN and manga. You can't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 44, Part 3 Prologue, The Choir. Saint of Letzenbourg Part 3, Prologue. A certain dimension, a certain domain of existence. Beyond the constraints of time. The entity looked upon its assigned portion of the multiverse and rejoiced. Faith had begun to bloom once again, reversing the worrying trend that had afflicted so many of the flock of late. It could do nothing but praise the wisdom of the divine for delivering his prophet unto this world. It was nothing short of a stroke of genius. But then again, what else could you expect? The being was pleased to be involved in such an endeavor. Pride was a sin, and this creature was all but incapable of such an act, but it experienced intense delight when it thought of what they were in the process of accomplishing. The faith that had been imbued upon these people would undoubtedly lead them on their first tentative steps to something much greater. The entity had played its part too, of course. Since time immemorial it had traveled to countless worlds so as to deliver his will. It had spent innumerable human lifetimes carefully guiding the flock towards a goal that would one day benefit all creation. It had even been recorded and described by the children it had visited, so that they may share the divine message it had delivered. Regrettably, the children were unable to comprehend its true form, they had not yet grown enough to gain the necessary understanding. However, when they had been created, the Lord had bestowed upon them a wondrous gift to help counter this deficiency. Imagination. This gift allowed them to create a more simplified version of the wonders of existence, one that they could understand despite their current limitations. With imagination they could turn ideas into words and pictures, they could explore entire worlds without ever lifting a foot from the ground and experience the lives of others while still living their own. It was truly a gift from the divine. That gift had allowed the children to give the entity a name and a form that was pleasing to human sensibilities. It was known as the cherub. The cherub was most gratified with the appearance he had been bestowed by the children. He had been given the form of a human infant with pure white wings and golden hair. This was nothing like its true nature, of course, but the cherub considered the form it had been granted to be a great honor. What could be purer than a newborn babe that had yet to experience the world that lay before it? It was a sure sign that the children trusted the words he had taught them. It had even inspired some of their scripture. A pleasing sentiment about truth from the mouths of babes if he was not mistaken. The cherub wasn't entirely sure, his kind tended to let the faithful spread the word themselves when possible, so the exact wording often changed to fit the limited forms of their communication. A shepherd cannot lavish too much attention on an individual sheep, or the others may become lost. As long as the message remained the same, all would be well. Still, humans were truly wondrous in their own way, it was understandable why he desired to guide them towards greater things. They held so much potential. Now that the children in his flock were beginning to believe again, the cherub felt the need to share the wondrous news with the others so that they all might rejoice and learn from the Lord's success. They should sing the praises of the Lord for his divine providence and guidance. For once again, his word had become truth. As the cherub spread the good word to its fellows, joining his voice to the heavenly choir, it was shocked to find another of its kind whose song was discordant. The children had named this being the Archangel, for this being had the great honor of sitting at his side, but something was most peculiar. Of all the entities that served the Lord, the Archangel's song should be the most beautiful and melodious. However, its music instead reflected his troubled state of mind as he looked upon its portion of existence with great concern. "What burdens you?" the cherub inquired without words or sound. No such things were needed here. So many here still lack faith. Instead of embracing his word they seek to stamp it out. It is most disturbing. This was most shocking news to the cherub, that someone such as the Archangel could struggle to rekindle faith in the children was most vexing. Something terrible must have happened for such an unprecedented event to come to pass. There would be no judgment or assigning of blame, however, it was not their place. They shared a united goal, and they were all there to support each other to achieve it. The cherub had a duty to help as best it could. The cherub looked upon the Archangel's zone of responsibility and studied it so that he might help his forlorn colleague. What it saw was truly shocking. A mighty nation had risen from the ashes of a great conflict between the children. A nation in which they had overthrown an oppressive and uncaring king and caused unprecedented suffering amongst their own people. A nation very close to the flock that the cherub had been tending. Yet rather than praising the Lord, they had implemented compulsory atheism. They tore down symbols of devotion and persecuted those that remained true to their faith. They had even begun rounding up the faithful to turn them away from his light. They were teaching with their limited understanding of science without the guiding principles of spirituality to help them grow. They were grounding themselves, preventing them from spreading their wings. If this continued, they would be trapped on earth forever rather than attaining the enlightenment that would see them prosper. The cherub had seen things like this before, but the scale was truly terrible to behold. These wayward children clearly didn't understand what an awful thing they were doing to each other. Faith was not simply a way of giving praise to the divine creator, in fact, it was not its purpose at all. It was supposed to be the first step towards opening the mind so that they might become more than they were. It was supposed to be the key so that they could grow and eventually escape the cycle of rebirth. The cherub could understand the human desire to grow through science and knowledge. That thirst had been put into them from the beginning. For a time, science and faith had even managed to coexist in near harmony. However, as time passed, the children's understanding had become flawed, and it began to distort the Lord's message. They argued that the Creator could not exist because they were created over millions of years of evolution rather than in the 7 days described in the scriptures. They used the bones of the past as proof of this. It was most distressing how they had gotten it so wrong. What happened to their wondrous imagination? Could they not see that 7 days and millions of years were the same thing? Time was not a reality that beings such as the cherub and archangel needed to consider, and neither did the Creator, so both versions could coexist without issue. The children had figured out the wondrous method of their creation, but rather than marvel at its grandeur, they used it as proof their Creator did not exist. It saddened him that they used the trials they experienced in their lives as reason to lose faith rather than allow it to help them grow and cultivate it. It was all due to the limited understanding that science provided when faith was absent. Just as they could not comprehend the cherub's true form, they could not comprehend the true majesty that had been laid out for them. It was most distressing to see the children regress like this. One could only hope it was simply a rebellious phase. This could not be allowed to continue. Each soul that passed and entered the cycle of rebirth without growing with faith was another step backwards for the children. They might even be forced to remove them from the cycle entirely. However, such an act, on such a scale, the entire divine plan could be at risk. Additionally, since these humans had implemented this on such a wide scale, it could afflict several generations. They would lose so much progress. It would be a catastrophe for all those children that had come so far to be pushed back now. There must be something they could do. Perhaps the prophet that he sent could be of use here, the cherub suggested. After all, the prophet had already done wonders at propagating faith so far. It was, of course, regrettable that a conflict had erupted on this world, and that many children's lives were tragically cut short. But it had been the motivations of the children that had caused it, not intervention from beyond. However, everyone had begun to benefit from the strife that had erupted across this portion of existence in the presence of the prophet. Even those who had fallen would be placed back on the right path. In their last moments, their faith had begun to blossom again, and they took that faith with them to their next life. Whether they survived this war or not, they would resume the journey that the Lord had planned for them. An excellent idea. But how to achieve it? Asked the archangel, clearly thankful for the help provided by his colleague. We cannot simply place the prophet here, we are forbidden from intervening so directly. Indeed, that could be difficult. Although a short distance for beings such as them, it was a long way for the prophet to travel without good reason, especially with so many faithless around. The prophet could not go alone, they would need to be supported in this great endeavor. Perhaps another conflict, the cherub suggested. After all, that was what had made the flames of faith burn brightly again. Surely the same thing would work here, and the prophet would be escorted by others who had already reclaimed their faith. The archangel considered this for a while but seemed hesitant. If we incite a conflict, would it be considered a punishment? That is not our place. Aside from the Lord, there is only one that is permitted to bring down punishment on souls in this manner. The archangel was right, they had never incited the children into conflict with one another. Holy war had often been declared by the children, but it was always their own doing and often had more to do with their own politics than faith. The only times that direct intervention had been granted was when a particularly harsh lesson was thought to be needed. Then they called on another. Another presence began to appear before them, sensing its presence was required. The children had many names for this entity and almost as many descriptions and stories surrounding it. It was rather fitting that it had arrived so promptly. The humans had a saying that he would appear if you spoke its name. The truth was it was always nearby. The cherub always felt uneasy in the presence of this entity, although he was ashamed that this was so. Perhaps it was due to the role that he played in the grand plan, this being was here to punish the children and set them back on the correct path. However, punishment implied that the Lord's plan was fallible, something that was an anathema to the cherub, and it made him feel very uncomfortable. Still, this entity had been created by the Lord too, so perhaps punishment was part of the plan after all. You believe these children may require correction? The entity inquired without greeting or introduction, his discordant tones causing the cherub more discomfort as the heavenly song grew more distorted by its voice. The archangel felt no unease around the other entity's presence, however, and seemed not to notice the effect on the music surrounding them. If anything, it seemed to experience relief having him around. The cherub supposed it was understandable given the severity of the situation. They needed all the help they could get to restore the children's faith. Look for yourself. The archangel replied, beckoning the entity to look upon their burden. It was silent for a few moments as it considered the fate of this portion of existence. Privately the cherub hoped that nothing drastic was required. It would be dreadful if too many were removed from the cycle of rebirth and doomed to non-existence. Hopefully, only the worst offenders would need to be punished in order to set an example for the others to follow. If all went well, all would get the chance of redemption. I will not need to interfere here. The entity communicated eventually. Send these children the news that a prophet will visit them from the west. Send them visions until they believe it, then everything else will fall into place. The archangel accepted this without question and began busying itself with this new task, but the cherub was still troubled. It did not understand how this would achieve their goal. How would giving the faithless these dreams summon the prophet to them? Additionally, these children did not believe that there was a prophet at all. Why would they pay heed to these visions? Fear is a powerful motivator. The other entity answered, reading the cherub's concern. However, the cherub still did not understand. But what of punishment? The cherub asked, concerned for the fate of the flock. It is not required. The other stated without hesitation, humans are more than capable of punishing themselves. Author's notes. Hi all and thank you for reading. Sorry this is a short one, the rest will hopefully be coming within the next few days, but I didn't feel like this part fit well with the rest of the chapters, so I've added it separately. However, I am aware I'm late uploading, so I wanted to post something. This part is my version of part of the LN that in my opinion wasn't quite right. I've never liked the directly showing of being X and his various colleagues as simply an old man or an angel ECT, and much prefer the possession idea that the LN goes for. However, I did want to add a few bits of my own, including the third entity, and the idea that humans are more than capable of punishing themselves is something I added. However, I doubt I made that up, it sounds far too familiar. Chapter 45, Kitchener's Advance. A/N, the views of General Kitchener regarding colonials are his, not mine. Kitchener's Advance. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. Good evening everyone, and welcome back to our program continuing to explore the near-mythical figures connected with the Great War. I'm your host, Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. Tonight, we are moving on to an often overlooked part of the war, the Southern Campaign. Although it is not nearly as well remembered as events such as Operation Revolving Door, the Masquerade or the Second Normandy landings, it is no less important than any other part of the conflict. Indeed, the Southern Campaign holds some very important events, including the massacre at Tripoli and the first major defeat of the forces of the Allied Kingdom and the Commonwealth on land. It is that defeat we are to look at today. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. September 9, Unified Year 1925, 6 o'clock. Commonwealth North Africa Command Center, Iskandria. Lieutenant General Horatio Kitchener groaned as he rolled in his bed. His head throbbed painfully, an unfortunate side effect of overindulging in the 24-year-old scotch he'd been saving for a special occasion. It had gone down far too easily, and his old bones were paying for that now. It had been worth it though. The comrades he'd bid farewell to on their journey to protect the home country deserved the very best he had to see them off. He just wished he could have gone with them. He reached an unsteady arm towards his bedside table and fumbled around for his pocket watch to check the time. The timepiece, along with a barony and its noble title, had been a gift from the royal family for his distinguished service. He cared little for the lordly label, but he prized the watch as much as any of his military awards. It was proof that his opinion had once been respected, that he had been needed. That seemed like a long time ago now. Is that really the time? Where the hell is my Batman? He thought, wondering what might have happened to his personal attendant. The man had never been late before. Then he realized how foolish that question was. Oh, that's right, he's been called away too. He remembered, feeling a wave of melancholy at being left behind when so many good men had been recalled. An old soldier like him wasn't required for this war, and any opinions or advice he might wish to give would simply be ignored. His only purpose was to stuff a uniform and decorate Iskandaria. He'd long fallen out of favor with the ruling elite of the Allied Kingdom. He'd been told his views on maintaining the Commonwealth through forceful intervention was outdated. Greater autonomy and democratic freedoms were the order of the day. No longer did Albion gentlemen carefully guide the colonies with the benefit of their education and wisdom. Now they were to pick their own leaders and eventually choose their own destinies. They were being given the opportunity to choose their own paths, even though it may lead them to ruin. Kitchener was not part of any of those destinies. He was seen as a walking symbol of the old way of running things. Even his title of Consul General was seen as an outdated concept, and much of his powers over the Egyptian government had been reduced. He was sure he would be the last man to hold this title. The last man of Albion to be given the task of defending the shifting sands beneath their feet. His past triumphs in the wars in South Africa, the uprising in the Raj and his defense of the Suez against Rumeli aggression were no longer viewed as great achievements. They were now symbols of oppression and failures of diplomacy. Nothing more than symptoms of what they called a poorly run colonial administration. He was still praised for his military tactics and ability to command, but now everyone asked if he should have been there in the first place. His past glories and the memories of those he had fought alongside were being pushed aside and forgotten. Modern politics meant that he was no longer an acceptable face to have around. He'd been sent here so he was out of the way, a symbol like him was an embarrassment. They probably hoped he'd simply retire and fade into obscurity, but he had no other life outside the military, no family other than a niece that shared his namesake. He'd given everything for crown and country and now they no longer wanted him. He let out a heavy sigh as he lifted his aching body out of bed. The morning was already bright and hot, despite the early hour, worsening the feeling of dehydration. Despite the years he had served the crown in the warmer parts of the Commonwealth, he'd never quite grown used to the heat and he was already beginning to sweat. What he needed now was a cup of tea and a wash, but without his valet, he felt a little lost. He would need to find someone else to acquire these things for him and he'd likely have to tend to his uniform himself until he found a suitable replacement. It had been quite some time since he'd had to polish his boots himself. His thoughts were interrupted by a polite rap at the door. He threw on his dressing gown and crossed the room to answer, cursing with annoyance as he attempted to force away the pain that assailed his temples. "Yes? What is it?" he inquired, perhaps a little too irritably as he flung the door open. A young Indus soldier from the Allied Raj 12th Frontier Force stood nervously in front of him, frozen stiff by the older man's sudden apparent annoyance. This was one of the many colonial regiments passing through on their way to defend God's blessed islands of Albion. At the moment, there were Indians, Nova Australians and New Cambrians roaming around the place under his nominal, if temporary, command. Xanen fought off a sigh as he stared down at the man. Had the Allied kingdom fell so low that it needed to call on people like this to rally to its defense? The boy looked no older than 18 and was terrified of a doddering old man like him. How would he face up against one of the vile Hun when he charged at the poor fellow with a bayonet and his spiky helm? The fellows from the Allied Raj were nice enough chaps, but they obviously weren't suited to soldiery. They were born to tend the fields and serve their betters, an important and noble task to be sure, but they were not born to rule and protect. Compared to the grit and determination of an Albion gentleman, these men were nothing but peasants given arms. They would likely break the moment they saw the enemy. The poor fellows simply weren't made for this. Still, at least he now had someone who could be relied upon to fetch him a decent cup of tea. "General." The man stuttered with a heavy accent while hastily assembling a salute. "Lieutenant Colonel Bastien needs to see you in the command center." "Bastien?" Xanen asked with confusion before remembering the name of his new temporary second-in-command. He was a mage commanding the 9th Nangkok Magic Reconnaissance Company, another temporary colonial regiment assigned to him while they awaited transport to Albion. At least this one had a bit of Albish blood in him, although it had doubtlessly been watered down by now. Xanen hadn't yet decided whether the man was trustworthy. He might have inherited the criminal nature of one of his Nova Australian ancestors. "I see. Go fetch me some water to wash with and a pot of tea. There's a good man." Xanen ordered as he began shooing the soldier away. The young soldier seemed confused by this and stared at him for a few moments before glancing towards the command center and back again. "Hop to it, man. I haven't got all day," Xanen said in a firm but not unfriendly tone, causing the young soldier to snap back into life and begin his newly assigned duties. Xanen retreated into his room and began preparing his khaki uniform, silently wishing they still wore the old red coat rather than the drab brown. Before long, the Indian soldier returned with the tea and water he had requested and Xanen quickly washed and shaved while the tea served to chase his headache away. As he finished his morning grooming rituals, he paid particular attention to his mustache. Although the army had long since abolished the necessity for all soldiers to sport facial hair across their upper lip, Xanen refused to abandon the old tradition. In his mind, it was as much a part of his uniform as his hat or jacket, and he would sooner melt in the desert heat than dress improperly in front of his troops. After some last-minute adjustments to his uniform, he strode out confidently and headed towards the command center. With the benefit of years of parade ground practice, he kept his back straight and maintained a healthy marching speed despite his advancing age and the previous evening's excesses. He was the leader of these men and he would set an example, regardless of their background or the aches and pains his body possessed. As he strode into the war room, he was surprised to find it full of activity. So much so that his own presence went undetected by the various officers in the room. There was usually very little to do, outside of the routine duties they performed on behalf of the Egyptian government. That was why so many of his staff had been recalled to Albion. Nowadays they mostly dealt with the additional administration required to keep track of all the troops en route to the Allied kingdom. The chaotic atmosphere made it clear that something important had happened. "Gentlemen," he greeted, clearing his throat, finally gathering their attention. One could only hope that whatever news they had received was the cause of their breach of etiquette, rather than that they were deliberately ignoring him. "General." A tall slender Australasian man wearing a slouch hat greeted him eventually, snapping him a salute that matched the namesake of his headwear. "We've had a bit of rum news from intelligence. It looks like those imperial buggers have landed a force in Ildo in Libya. We thought they might be trying a strike at the Francois while they are reorganizing, but reports suggest they are heading this way instead." Despite the man's lackadaisical salute and coarse manner, Bastien's report was concise and informative enough that he got the picture, even with the accent. He supposed his lapse in etiquette was forgivable. He'd heard the man had been promoted up the ranks, so it was unsurprising he was a little rough around the edges. Perhaps he might not be such a bad man to have under his command after all. His thoughts did not linger on the man for long, however, as a thrill of excitement filled his chest as he crossed over to the large map table that dominated the room. He had expected he would be forced to sit out this war and watch helplessly as his countrymen gave their lives in defense of the Commonwealth, but the Imperials had handed him a way to help. This was his chance to prove he was still useful, to do his part for Queen and country. But why attack the Commonwealth forces first? They might not have been the best equipped at the moment due to so much of their materiel being diverted to the homeland, but they had plenty of troops available. Especially with so many being sent through the Suez. Did they really expect that they could take a position as fortified as the canal before Lugo moved to counter? The airfield. Kitchener thought out loud as he saw the exposed airstrip on the map. Precious few Republican aeroplanes had escaped the fall of François, leaving the problem of air superiority in the hands of the Allied Kingdom's Air Force. They didn't have many planes left after the colony had been emptied of almost everything that could defend the homeland. However, once Londinium learned the Imperials were here, they would send reinforcements to keep the skies in their control. That was why the airfield must be their target. If they dealt a blow to the airfield itself, they could deal with the still reorganizing Free Republican Army without fear from the skies. This Imperial commander was a cunning one. That's what I thought, sir. I've already given orders to begin fortifying the airstrip. A wise and logical move, to be sure. Any good officer would no doubt do the same, but Kitchener wanted more. He wanted a chance to hurt the Imperials for their transgressions. He wanted a chance to make a difference. Good man. What do we know about their disposition? Who and what are we up against? Early estimates are 2 to 4 divisions of light infantry, some armor, and anything up to a regiment of mages. Bastien replied before his tone turned grave. We also have unconfirmed reports of both the Devil of the Rhine and the Saint with them. Their commander is also very experienced, a veteran of the Rhine front, Lieutenant General von Rommel. Kitchener didn't bother to ask how they knew so much. He had already known they had a man in Tripoli keeping an eye on the Ildoans. He may have been considered a has-been, but Mr. John was at least kind enough to drop in for a cup of tea and to reveal his presence. It was clear the spy had passed on the intelligence as soon as the Imperials had arrived. Sounds like they're outfitted for a maneuver battle. Surround the airfield and attack from all sides, pick us off at their leisure at. Kitchener observed casually as he continued studying the map of his domain. Light infantry, fast vehicles, and mages could overwhelm a much larger force if they were given room to move, and the desert gave them plenty of space. Hardly sporting of them, don't you think? The airfield isn't very defensible. I think we should choose to play this little game by our own rules. He grinned, feeling younger than he had in years. It was time to do what he did best. General. Bastien asked with confusion. We'll sally forth and meet them here. Kitchener explained, pointing at the map. The geography means they can't flank with the tanks. He'll be forced to send everything down this stretch of the line. We'll end this Rommel's little adventure right here. But sir, we don't have enough heavy stuff we can use to take out the armor. Bastien objected, looking shocked that Kitchener had even suggested the idea. Nonsense, man. What about the new 40mm anti-mage rifles? They'll be more than enough for light armor. Perhaps he'd been wrong about the man. Didn't he see the opportunity they had here? A solid victory here could cause the Empire to rethink their dominion over Europa. Perhaps Albion's blood didn't run as thick in this man as he'd hoped. They haven't arrived yet, sir. Everything was routed to Albion. Damn. Then take the guns from the Iskandaria garrison. He continued undeterred. He wouldn't let this chance go to waste. They won't do the Egyptian troops any good if Rommel gets past us anyway. Bastien looked ready to argue, but Kitchener hit him with an iron glare. He'd stared down armies before. He would not put up with the nonsense of a man half his age. He knew what he was doing. Permission to take my mages out to slow the enemy advance, sir. The Nova Australian asked instead. If we do this, we'll need to get to the pass and fortify it before they get there first. We need more time. Kitchener smiled broadly before giving his approval. He felt like he was finally getting a good reading of the man. He wasn't a coward, but was rather cautious. Not a terrible trait for an officer, but sometimes a man needed to gamble everything on the roll of the dice, and now was that time. Get the planes in the air to support and get everyone else ready to move out, he ordered to the other officers hovering around as Bastien left to stall the enemy. I'll be leading this one myself. He strode out the door before anyone could argue. He wasn't about to ask anything of his men that he wasn't willing to do himself. Besides, these troops would need his experience and guidance. He'd prefer to have a proper Albion regiment for this battle, but he would make do. They might be colonials, but they had still signed up to do their duty. That showed they had courage. Even the troops from the Raj could be put to decent use with that attitude. As God is my witness, I'll make every man jack of them a hero before this is over. He reached into his pocket and glanced at his watch. feeling a warm sense of pride as he relived old battles fought long ago. He would add a new victory to their number. He would show his detractors that he was still useful, and he would show the Empire the folly of their little expedition. But he would do it not for himself. He would do this, as he always had, for crown and country. For the Queen. For the Commonwealth. XXXXXX. September 10th Unified Year 1925 1700 hours. Egyptian Western Desert, 70 miles from Iskandria. Here they come again. Grants heard one of his comrades warn as he turned to see another group of Commonwealth mages racing towards the expeditionary force again. 2 companies, 1 o'clock. They'd been weathering hit and run attacks from the enemy since they'd crossed the Egyptian border. The mages seemed to appear out of nowhere and attack them before they had time to react. They'd strike and disappear into the dunes without a trace, they never knew when they'd reappear again, meaning everyone was on edge. It felt like their advance had slowed almost to a crawl and any hopes that they might have caught the Allied Kingdom's colonial forces by surprise had been dashed. They now knew they were advancing towards a prepared enemy and everyone was dreading the inevitable confrontation waiting for them in the sands. These guys certainly are persistent, I'll give them that. He heard the commander call with undisguised annoyance. It's always such a pain fighting people who are dedicated to their work. She was right as always, these guys were no joke. They attacked regularly and hit hard, targeting the relatively undefended tanks and infantry before disappearing again. Every time they chased off one group of attacking mages another assault began from another direction, forcing them to return to the battle group. They didn't dare pursue them too far however, the major estimated there was a whole regiment out there hitting them a few companies at a time. Since they had yet to commit their full force, both the general and the major were convinced this was a ploy to draw them out. They wanted the 203rd to chase them to rob the battle group of its mage support. Without them, the rest of General Rommel's forces would be sitting ducks. They'd done their best to minimize this risk, the Letzenbourg mages had been scattered amongst the vehicles ready to shield them if anything got through. The combination of the companies in the air and the mages in the vehicles meant that damage to the convoy had been minimal so far. Even then, the bulk of their casualties had been due to the intermittent air raids from the local RAF units. But the strikes were already taking their toll on morale, especially when combined with the blistering heat. Major, we also have incoming aircraft. Another voice warned and Grants began to wonder if he'd inadvertently summoned them with his thoughts, light bombers escorted by fighters. Grants looked to the skies and saw the silhouettes of the approaching biplanes. The aircraft may not have been the most up-to-date models the Allied Kingdom had to offer, but they still did the job, especially when their assault was supported. He had to hand it to the Commonwealth troops, they were good at coordinating with their air force. This wasn't the first major assault accompanied by an airstrike, they were making the most of their aerial advantage and were obviously coordinating their strikes for maximum effect. The mages are splitting up again. He heard Captain Weiss reported, drawing his attention away from the approaching aircraft and back to the mages. He watched as one of the enemy companies broke away from the group in perfect formation and headed towards the supply trucks. The desert heat made the distant figures shimmer, and for a second it looked like they had disappeared. For a brief moment, Grants dared believe they might all be a mirage, but the other company began opening fire and even at such a distance he could sense the flare of mana erupt from their muzzle flashes. 02, take your company to intercept the group going after the trucks. The major snapped, not allowing the intense heat to affect her ability to command. Third company engage the second group. The rest of you, cover the rear of the convoy in case this is another feint. I guess I'll have to deal with the aircraft. She cursed, pulling the Type 95 from her neck as she stared up at the bombers with disgust. Grants found himself staring at the computation orb. It still amazed him that the major could use it so effortlessly when any other who had tried had failed so spectacularly. No matter the outcome of the prince and major's duel, this artfully crafted instrument was proof that she was the best there was. With that orb, she could reach altitudes that were impossible for anyone else. Grants almost felt sorry for the Commonwealth pilots. Acknowledged. Weiss confirmed, gesturing the company to follow. Wake up, Grants, don't let the commander catch you daydreaming like that. Grants apologized and let out a silent curse at his lapse, he'd hoped nobody had noticed. He mentally slapped himself and fell into position alongside the rest of his company. The captain was right, Major Digirekov would not be pleased if she caught him lost in thought in the middle of the battlefield. They had a job to do. They advanced at full speed towards the Commonwealth mages, increasing their altitude to gain the height advantage. Grants readied his rifle and began picking out a target, waiting for the captain's order to fire. They were still outside of effective range, but the practiced movements were automatic and helped subdue the anxiety of being in combat. As before, the enemy was ignoring them and was instead heading towards the vehicles with the single-minded intent to do as much damage to them as possible. It was impressive how focused they were on their task. Grants doubted he could manage the same if he knew there was an entire company pursuing him. Meanwhile, the second group was attempting to distract the rest of the battalion. A glance over his shoulder told him that they had already engaged, and an explosion overhead revealed that the major was dealing with the aircraft. They would not need to worry about any stray fire from behind, they could focus on driving away their attackers. Pick your targets and open fire, ordered Weiss, keep them away from the convoy. The company complied instantly, each switching their aim and firing off a few shots to keep their targets from descending towards the supply trucks down below. A second burst of fire erupted from the vehicles below, adding to the firepower whizzing through the air. The enemy mages were forced to break off their attack to evade the incoming wall of lead, and their formation fell apart. Grant's chosen target ended up separated from the rest of his platoon, and he took the opportunity to take him out before he could recover. He held his breath to steady his aim and forced some mana into his weapon. Time slowed as he watched the distant figure weave back and forth in front of his sights, then he judged the time was right and squeezed the trigger. Got him, he said triumphantly as the mage fell from his gear and plummeted towards the ground, pushing aside the nagging feeling of guilt that accompanied it. He had no time to think about the moral implications, he needed to protect the convoy and his comrades. He turned quickly to fall back into formation, searching for his next target. However, Weiss and the others had made swift work of the rest of the attacking company, and both the Commonwealth mages and the aircraft had already begun to withdraw. He breathed a sigh of relief, they'd managed to keep them away from the convoy at least. The major would have been furious if they'd have let anything get through. Grants wanted to follow and deal with these mages, if only to stop the relentless harassment, but with so many out there they would need the whole battalion. If the rest of the 203rd went off to hunt the Commonwealth troops, the close combat unit could end up grievously outnumbered if the enemy pulled off a counterattack. He doubted even Prince Wilhelm could deal with those sorts of odds, so they would have to suffer this torment a little longer yet. He looked to the captain for direction, he could see the older man wanted to chase them down as much as he did. These guys were wearing everyone down with their hit and run tactics, and it was starting to get to them. If not for the major's calm, and slightly terrifying, presence, they would have broken off to pursue them for sure. 02 to 01, we've driven them off, Weiss reported with barely concealed annoyance. As much as he wanted to pursue and end the threat for good, he was too much of a professional to give in to temptation. Good. The major radioed back, the aircraft have withdrawn too, any sign of a follow-up attack? We're not picking up anything else, maybe they've given up for now. Visha piped up hopefully, making his heart skip a beat as he heard her voice. However, her optimistic assessment was soon shot down by the commander. Don't drop your guard, they haven't given us a break so far. We shouldn't expect them to be so considerate. The major replied with a voice laced with irritation. It seemed these attacks were even getting to the major. Grant silently wished that the mages would give up before her mood got any worse. It was sure to end badly for them if they didn't, and it wouldn't be an easy time for the 203rd either. His company formed back up with the rest of the battalion and waited nervously for the next attack. Several of them summoned observation formula and studied their displays nervously for any sign of magical activity in the shifting sands, but there was nothing. The mages were gone. It seems you've scared them away, Captain Weiss. A familiar and cheerful voice called as he ascended from the convoy towards the group. And without them reaching the supply trucks, I appreciate the hard work you're all putting in, but you're making us feel like we're not pulling our weight down there. Grants chuckled at Prince Wilhelm's praise. The boy was likely feeling a little frustrated at being left to guard the convoy. The boy liked to lead from the front, he always seemed convinced that if he was fighting, others would not need to be put in danger. Ironically, it was this sort of attitude that made people want to fight and protect him all the more. Captain Hozollern, you are supposed to be guarding the supply vehicles. The major warned as the young prince reached them, still sporting the black eye that the major had gifted him. Unlike the rest of them, he wore a white robe and headdress over his black Letzenbourg uniform. He claimed it was to keep cool, but Grants couldn't see the sense in wearing an extra layer in this heat. His flight suit was proof of that. Grants felt a twinge of nervousness on his behalf as the major glared at him. The boy seemed immune to the sense of dread that the girl emitted, even after she'd given him his new bruise. In a way, he was jealous of how fearless the boy was, in another he feared for the boy's well-being. I came to give my report, Major. The boy said with a cheerful grin, thanks to your valiant efforts the convoy has suffered no further damage, although some of the tanks have suffered mechanical failure due to the sand. The general asked me to let you know that we'll be coming to a stop. Grants felt a strange mixture of emotions as he heard that news. On the one hand, he was looking forward to getting out of the sun, even for a short while. The heat seemed to be sapping both his strength and mana at double the usual rate. On the other hand, however, the convoy would be completely exposed once it halted for the day, and although there were only a few hours of light left, they would be at great risk until the sunset. Very good, Captain, return to your post. The major cut in before he could continue. She'd been quite terse with him since the incident on the ship, more so than usual. Was she really that annoyed with how their duel had played out? Nobody had been entirely sure what had happened during their bout, and nobody was foolish enough to bring it up in front of the major. They'd been too far away to see the end of the fight clearly, but they knew the major had been pretty angry about it. They'd all assumed that Prince Wilhelm had done something dangerous, as the major's outburst had sounded like he'd almost been killed. It was also the only reason they could think of as to why she would punch him. Thinking about it brought a smile to his face. Visha was right, as terrifying as the major was, she did care for those around her, and Prince Wilhelm was no exception. They all suspected she cared for him even more than she cared to admit. Her anger and her continued hostility towards him was proof, if she didn't care, he'd have been left behind long before now. That was probably why she'd given him the safest job in the convoy, she wanted to keep him out of harm's way. Major, there really isn't much for us to do. We should use this lull to gain some intelligence. The boy said, ignoring the major's command to return to the convoy. Perhaps I should take a platoon to scout ahead. Denied, your company is in charge of protecting the vehicles. Replied quickly with a frown. The column won't be left undefended, I'll only take a platoon and you and the rest of the 203rd will be on hand to chase off anyone foolish enough to come close. Called the prince once again, undeterred by the major's darkening mood. I'm sure the general would like to know exactly what we're up against. I'll deal with that, Wilhelm, you get back to your position. She returned, causing those who knew them to smile again. Prince Wilhelm was the only person she ever referred to so familiarly when on duty. He had never known her to forget to refer to anyone else by their rank, but with Prince Wilhelm, she often forgot both his military and social rank. The strangest part was she didn't seem to realize she was doing it. I see. The boy sighed, looking disappointed. I was hoping to use this opportunity to prove I was capable in my new role to support you. Apparently, the prince's demotion had affected him more profoundly than any of them had realized, perhaps it really had shaken his confidence. I suppose I'll just do whatever I can to help the general while you're gone. Grants caught the major twitch in the corner of his eye and saw her frown deepen. He wondered what the prince might have said to have caused it. Was she worried about the prince's drop in confidence too? Fine, if you're so enthusiastic you can tag along. She said with a hint of exasperation, gesturing the prince and Visha to follow her, trusting that Captain Weiss would handle everything else while they were gone. Lieutenant Grants, you can come too. Captain Weiss keeps telling me you're not so green anymore, I think it's time you proved it. Grants felt his heart sink, it seemed his well-earned rest wasn't to come to pass, even one with the fear of bombing raids and mage attack. Worse still, it looked like the major wanted to put him to the test. Still, it wasn't so bad, at least he'd get to spend some extra time with Visha. XXXX. September 10, Unified Year 1925-1830. Egyptian Western Desert, 60 miles from Iskandria, near the town of Aliel, Maine. Tanya scowled as she peered through her binoculars at the enemy who were fortifying in the pass between the sea and the Catara Depression. She and Wilhelm were perched on a ragged cliff that overlooked the pass, keeping a healthy distance between themselves and the enemy to keep themselves hidden. The sun had begun to set, bright sunlight giving way to long shadows that masked what lay inside. This made hiding easier, but as time wore on it made it increasingly difficult to see what they'd have to deal with. However, what she had seen so far gave her a bad feeling in the pit of her stomach. The Expeditionary Force's presence was supposed to be a secret and no one in the Allied Kingdom, their Commonwealth, or the Free Republic should have any idea they were here. Yet for some reason, the Commonwealth commander had sent out a sizable force out to prevent any entry into the pass. Either their officers had astounding foresight, or Wilhelm's reckless destruction of the Abwehr had caused a massive intelligence leak. Quite a show of international cooperation they've put on for us down there, isn't it? Said the probable reason for this predicament at her side. She turned to favor him with a glare. She didn't have the patience for idle comments or his attempt to mimic Lawrence of Arabia with that ridiculous get-up. He didn't seem to notice her scorn, however, and instead continued to study his sword, doing his best not to let the light reflect down at the enemy and give away their position. She wasn't especially happy to have him tagging along, she had yet to forgive him for the incident on the ship. Just thinking about it made her feel uncomfortable. It was mortifying that he'd done that in front of all of those people, and he more than deserved the bruise she'd given him in response. The only consolation she could take from the whole incident was that her troops were too professional to talk about it, at least openly. She wasn't sure she could maintain her position if they were gossiping and spreading rumors because of the incident. She wished she'd never provoked the brat into actually fighting the duel, she would have to be more careful in future. Despite not wanting him around, she didn't dare leave him unsupervised with the general. She was willing to believe his promise to stop undermining her and follow her orders. He'd seemed unusually sincere about that. However, she'd already seen how much damage he could do, even with good intentions. He'd destroyed Imperial intelligence over a petty grudge and a desire to set her free. She could easily envision him inadvertently destroying the expedition if left to his own devices. She sighed as she thought about the nuisance beside her. In hindsight, she probably should have allowed him to slake his bloodlust. He'd no doubt have happily slacked off in camp if she'd given him the chance to let out all his pent-up frustration. She had told herself that leaving him and his company to protect the column was the wisest choice. Their lack of ranged firepower made them of limited use when engaging the mage's hit-and-run attacks. His troops were better used to extend their barriers to reduce damage to the vehicles and serve as a last line of defense if anything went wrong. However, if she were being brutally honest with herself, she had just wanted to keep him out the way. It still felt too awkward to be around him. This had backfired. Since her troops had prevented anything getting through, Wilhelm had quickly become bored. He'd spent most of the time between attacks badgering her for permission to lead a scouting party. She suspected he'd use the opportunity to go pick a fight with whoever he ran into on the way, so she'd been reluctant to let him go alone. Still, they did need to know what they were up against, and his badgering was becoming more annoying by the minute, so she'd reluctantly agreed to bring him along. Wilhelm had been right about one thing though, the force they faced was truly international in origin. The Allied kingdom seemed to have called on troops from all of their colonies east of the canal, all flying several slightly different versions of the flag of the Allied kingdom to specify where they were from. She could barely tell the difference between the banners and ignored Wilhelm as he flaunted his knowledge of vexillology. She was more concerned about how many guns would be pointed at her. It was just her luck that the Allied kingdom had got so many troops there so quickly. Either that or being X had given them a helping hand. Still, with so many nationalities on hand, organization must have been difficult. They'd hoped to quickly sweep in and take out the Commonwealth airfield before the enemy realized they were here. The plan was to demolish the place and get out as soon as possible so they could go pick on the Republicans while they regrouped. It was a plan that Tanya wholeheartedly endorsed. Attacking a lightly defended airfield then mopping up demoralized Republicans wasn't exactly desk work, but it was a veritable vacation compared to the Rhine. Unfortunately, the Commonwealth had decided to be difficult and force a confrontation. They had no choice but to try to push through, however. General Rommel had rightly judged it was imperative they take out the enemy's airfield as quickly as possible. They'd already suffered numerous air raids and were incredibly lucky to have come out of them so lightly. Worse still, these pilots weren't the fools that the Legadonians had been in Norden. They sacrificed accuracy for altitude, keeping them out of range of most of the 203rd. The expeditionary force had few AA cannons, so she'd been forced to use the cursed Type 95 to get the altitude to engage them and prevent them from damaging the convoy. Even now she could feel Being X's malign influence whispering praise to the false god in her mind. If they couldn't destroy the airfield, Rommel would be forced to continue to rely on her to protect them from the aircraft. That would mean she'd be forced to use Being X's trinket daily and she would gradually lose her mind to it. However, if she refused her orders, she'd be court-martialed and her career would be over. She might even be shot for disobedience. She'd had no choice, one way or another they had to get past the Commonwealth. Damn you Being X! I will not let you win. She thought, grinding her teeth in frustration. We need to find some way to push through. Major, there's another division behind the ridge. Reported Grants in a whisper as he and Visha made their way back towards them, both hunched over to minimize their chances of being spotted by sentries. They have less anti-tank guns but there's a lot less space for the vehicles to maneuver amongst the rocks. She nodded her understanding and gazed back out over the enemy. Tanya had been pleasantly surprised by Grants so far on this outing. He was starting to show signs of a brain in that skull of his, and he seemed to be able to put it to good use. As long as he could stop staring at Lieutenant Serebriakov like a lost puppy for 5 minutes. Truthfully, she hadn't expected much from him, she'd only bought him along at Lisa's behest. He seemed to think he had the makings of a company commander if a vacancy ever appeared, but she had her doubts. She figured she'd test him out while they were here, making sure to keep Visha around to pick up the slack if he failed. Meanwhile, she could make sure that Wilhelm didn't slip his leash and they'd be able to get the job done. Fortunately, Grants had stepped up and proven that he could make some useful observations, making her job much easier. He'd grown a lot since he'd first stepped onto the Rhine. It was nice to see another one of her human resources start to grow into something more than a war maniac. She felt a curious sense of pride in his progress. And the depression? Is it possible for the vehicles to traverse? She asked quietly, looking to her aide whom she'd sent to check. I'm afraid not, ma'am. The girl replied glumly, if General Rommel and his tanks go through there, they'll never get through the fine sand and salt lakes. Damn. She thought, gritting her teeth once more, that meant they had no choice but to go through. Even if they only sent the mages to attack the airfield, they'd be harried by fighters, anti-air and the Commonwealth mages the whole way. The casualties would be horrendous. It almost made her wish they could use the V1S again. Almost. She quickly shook the thought from her mind, it would be reckless for the mages to leave the main army. Without mage support the rest of the expeditionary force would be sitting ducks, even if the 203rd succeeded, there'd be no army in the south to return to. They might destroy the airfield, but the southern campaign would be over. Looks like we'll have to go through them. Hummed Wilhelm in a sing-song voice as he came to the same conclusion as she had. Although unlike her, he seemed to be far happier about it. And quickly too, or the supply situation could be a little tricky. Infuriatingly, he was once again correct in that assessment. Although the task force was reasonably small, it still had a limit of what it could carry and an army ate through its supplies with alarming speed, especially fuel and water. Technically, their supply line was kept open by the Ildoans, but their unreliable ally had once again fallen short. The Ildovans refused to take the supplies brought in from their ports across the Egyptian border, meaning that if they wanted to resupply they would have to go and fetch it themselves. Ideally, they could send out a small detachment of vehicles to go and collect them, but with the Commonwealth mages running amok, such an idea was unwise, to say the least. This meant they were on a timer, the desert heat meant they couldn't sit and wait for an opportune moment, they'd have all died of thirst before then. They had no choice but to attack before they ran out of supplies. It was clear from his comments that Wilhelm understood this, but for whatever reason, he seemed completely untroubled by it. His carefree attitude was beginning to grate on her nerves again. She suspected he had some idea forming in his devious little head and she didn't like it one bit. She did her best to ignore him and looked back out towards the forces in front of her. By her estimation, the enemy had them both severely outnumbered and had enough firepower to counter what few armored units they had. This, combined with the mages that had proven themselves to be far too competent for her liking, made the chances of their success in a face-to-face fight seem pretty slim. They obviously don't feel the need to guard the depression too heavily. Wilhelm piped up again, pointing to the relatively few troops covering the direction of the impassable terrain. Tanya's pushed down her frustration. She knew the boy wasn't stupid enough to have missed Vish's report on the inaccessibility of the depression. He was clearly driving at something. However, Wilhelm being Wilhelm meant he wouldn't simply tell her. He wanted a chance to show off, even if it was only for the benefit of Grants and Serebriakov. We don't have time for guessing games, Wilhelm. What are you getting at? We've already established the area is impassable. Impassable for the vehicles, yes. He purred smugly as though he hadn't just made the most obvious observation in the world. We can put troops or mages in without any problems. To what end? If mages flew over, we'd be intercepted, even with the shroud we'd be seen, and they'd send the whole mage regiment after us. And if we sent troops would take at least a day to get through on foot, the enemy could easily redeploy to counter by then. Perhaps she'd knocked a few brain cells out when she'd punched him. Usually, his plans were just risky, not stupid. Christina thinks it'll take about a day and a half, maybe less if we don't rest, but we'll be fatigued for the battle if we did that. The brat continued, completely oblivious to her words. I think if we leave before midnight, we can be in position to assault by 6 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Tanya stared at the boy for a few moments with confusion, wondering for a moment if they were even having the same conversation. It seemed as though the boy had thought up some strategy, although Tanya already had her doubts as to its chances of success. Unfortunately, the little captain had forgotten to share this plan, and more importantly, who was in charge here. What assault, Wilhelm? The general hasn't ordered one yet. We have to get back and report our findings first. That's why I need you to support me when I tell him about my idea. He beamed, oblivious to the fact that nobody knew what he was talking about. Fortunately, Visha and Grants were as in the dark as she was, so she was saved from having to ask the awkward question herself. Prince Wilhelm. Visha asked, raising an arm like a student asking a question in school. What idea are you talking about? Wilhelm's grin widened at the opportunity to flaunt what passed for his tactical acumen. If not for the fact they were still trying to keep hidden, she was sure he would have made a show of taking a bow for his audience and brandishing his sword theatrically. I'll take the close combat company through the depression on foot, so our mana signatures don't give us away. Meanwhile, the rest of you will get in position for a full frontal assault, making sure to use shrouds so the enemy still thinks we're with the main forces. The little captain explained cheerfully. When you launch the assault, my company will attack from the side and aim for their HQ. The chain of command will collapse and so will their lines. It'll be just like Dacia and Revolving Door. Although he was outwardly making a show of explaining his plan to the two junior officers, his gaze kept straying into her eyeline. It was as though he was trying to impress her somehow, and she found it strangely irritating. What do you want, a pat on the back? She found herself thinking as his green orbs caught her gaze. Still, it wasn't a terrible plan, she had to admit. Even if they failed to take out the enemy command structure, a company of enemy mages rampaging around amongst their lines would likely cause the lines to crumble anyway. Especially when fending off another assault. There was just one part of this plan Tanya didn't like, trusting Wilhelm to get the job done. He'd already made it clear that his aim or ridding himself of his so-called curse came first. Could he really be counted on for something as important as this? As much as she disliked the idea, the safest option was to go herself. If that's the case, a company from the 203rd should go. You'll remain with the main group, she said, gesturing the group to begin making their way back to camp. Tanya braced herself for a barrage of complaints and protests from the boy, but was surprised to find nothing incoming. Her suspicions began to rise again. Had she missed something? I thought it might be wiser to utilize my company to make use of our limited range, but I defer to your superior experience on the matter. The little captain said smoothly as they began making their way down the slope. And you've already forbidden my company from engaging that regiment, but I'm sure Captain Weiss and 3 companies can handle them all alone. Damn, how could I have forgotten about the mages? She thought, mentally slapping herself. Weiss was a good soldier, but would he and 3 companies be able to hold off an entire regiment? Even if she allowed Wilhelm to engage them, they'd still be outnumbered. Besides, these mages had been giving them the run around since they got here, and Weiss may not be able to keep Wilhelm in line. Rommel would likely come to the conclusion that the little captain's first idea was the best one, despite her misgivings about letting him go alone. Keeping the 203rd together maximized their abilities, losing a company severely affected their productivity. Meanwhile, allowing the close combat unit to act independently was the wisest course to an outside observer. They weren't as integrated into the battalion as any other company. Fine, I'll suggest you lead the flanking maneuver. Tanya conceded irritably. She'd just have to make sure they cut through the enemy lines as quickly as possible so she could get him back under control. Just make sure you follow the plan to the letter. Wilhelm nodded with a smile, confident despite not yet having permission from the general to continue with his scheme. I do have one question though, it almost seems like you knew we'd run into this, how did you know? She asked, narrowing her eyes at him. Wilhelm stopped and stared at her for a few moments. His smile wavered a little and he suddenly looked very tired. I had a bad dream. Author's notes. Hi all, and as always thank you for reading. This is the proper start of part 3 and it really did feel like I was starting again for some reason, even though I have everything established and have been hyping, probably too much, the southern campaign for a while now. The fight against the Commonwealth forces in the south in this story will be almost all my story rather than the canon, as it's barely mentioned in the LN and anime. It only mentions that they were taken off guard and quickly defeated. I'm pretty sure the manga has gotten to this part now, but I haven't read it yet so I can't refer to it. I wanted to add a bit more to the south however, and especially the Allied Kingdom / Commonwealth, because I felt they were lacking a little bit. Hence why we have General Kitchener. Again, I must say his views on colonials are not my own, so please don't hate me Indian and Australian readers. I tried to make him seem like an old-fashioned imperialist with outdated ideas rather than just a straight-up racist, but I think it's obvious he thinks that Albion people are superior. I like to make all characters have their good and bad points because people are like that in real life, so hopefully, I've got a nice balance here. Some of you might be a little disappointed that the incident on the boat hasn't fully been addressed. Grant said nobody saw it and Tanya doesn't want to think about it, but this isn't really a romance story. There will be other moments between them where they will grow closer throughout the story, and hopefully a few more moments between them that will make you smile. Chapter 46, Battle of Alamein. The Battle of Alamein Part I. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. The Battle of Alamein is perhaps one of the best-known engagements in the Southern Campaign, thanks in part to the Hollywood blockbuster, Kitchener's Gambit. Within this popular piece of cinema, General Horatio Kitchener is portrayed as an uncaring glory hound, willing to throw away the lives of his men for the chance to bask in the spotlight once again. The outcome, as we all know, was the disastrous defeat of the Commonwealth forces at Alamein. With the only positive consequence of the tragedy being that his forces caused enough damage to the Imperial Expeditionary Force that they could no longer advance on the Suez Canal and had to turn back to secure their supply line. However, the truth behind this battle is very different, and many scholars believe this is an entirely unfair and unjustified interpretation of one of Albion's greatest generals. Kitchener was a veteran of many successful campaigns and had led the troops of the Allied Kingdom to victory on many occasions. Although he did take some risks in his career, his record shows that he wasn't the sort to charge recklessly at the enemy for no reason. The proof of this is in the actions that he took at Alamein. Hollywood has portrayed Kitchener's attempt to intercept the Imperial forces as one of history's greatest blunders. However, most military historians agree that it was likely the wisest course of action he could have chosen under the circumstances. The place he chose to engage the Imperial forces was ideal for a defensive battle and much easier to defend than Iskandraya or the airfield. Additionally, although his troops were less well equipped than the elite force approaching them, they had a substantial numerical advantage. There was no reason to suppose that this deployment was the foolhardy action portrayed in the film. Another important detail that the movie got wrong was the Imperials' target. We know that the Suez was never a consideration for General Rommel, he himself admitting in his memoirs that he only sought to rob the Allies of their aerial superiority by attacking the airfield at Iskandraya. This has made the film somewhat controversial among both veterans and historians. Even General Rommel leapt to the defense of his once advisory, calling the portrayal of General Kitchener the most disrespectful piece of cinema ever made. All this aside, the important question to ask is, if Kitchener wasn't at fault, what exactly went wrong at Alamein? Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. September 11, Unified Year 1925, 2300 hours. General de Lugo's office, Bulawan Kasbah, Casablanca. Major General de Lugo stifled a yawn as he stared out of the open window of his new office and across the city of Casablanca. The sandstone walls of the Kasbah gave an unrivaled view that stretched past the harbor and out into the waters of the Southern Sea. The architects of the old fortress had designed it this way to protect from ocean-borne aggressors, but with both the majority of the Navy of the Free Republic in port and the Allied Kingdom's Southern Sea Fleet patrolling, a direct assault was all but impossible. Still, the Empire had a bad habit of achieving the impossible. He felt a cool breeze wash across his face as his eyes passed over the partially illuminated buildings across the town. Although this city had received a fair share of civilizing from its years under the control of the Republic, it had still yet to fully industrialize, and some parts still used the old-style gas lamps rather than the newer electric ones. It had a curious effect on the town, making it seem like the city was lit by candlelight. This, combined with the unique architecture that illustrated the many interesting aspects of its past, made it a true spectacle to behold at night. Delugo could not argue the fact that it was a truly beautiful city. Yet still, he found himself despising it, and he was sure any true-born son of the Republic would too. At least while their true home was in the grasp of the Imperials. There was no doubt that their withdrawal from the homeland had been their only choice if they were to continue this struggle against the Empire. Everyone agreed that in order to prevent the Empire's complete dominion over Europa, they would need every capable soldier on hand to resist them. Still, every moment of their exile felt like torture. Every second he remained here instead of Paris was agony. He didn't hate the city, but what it represented to him. It was an ever-present reminder that his beloved country was in the hands of another, and he consciously fought to keep this disgusting thought in his mind. He feared that if he did not, he may grow too comfortable here, he may even lose sight of their true goal to reclaim their homeland. Just like them. He frowned, pushing the thought from his mind before closing his window and returning to his desk. Now was not the time to get distracted by idle longing for home, he had work to do if they were to win this war. He sat back down, reaching for the latest of an ever-mounting pile of reports he needed to work through. Although he was fortunate enough to have retained most of his staff to help with the reorganization efforts, there was much work to be done to reform their forces. Worse still, since most of the Francois government had decided to collaborate with the Imperials, he had also been forced to temporarily take on the role of head of the civilian government of the Free Republic. This had created a great deal of additional problems, not least with some of the other Republican officers in the colonies. The Republic had a history of politically powerful men being connected to the military. Many prominent figures in all three republics had been military men, so Delugo's introduction as another was not seen as unusual to the rank and file, particularly amongst those who had followed him from the fatherland. However, he was not the only general present on the southern continent, he was not even the highest ranking, and some of these men were not happy with the role he had been forced to appoint himself. Due to their often political nature, the Republic had always had a bad habit of retaining persons with powerful connections. After all, politics was a tricky game, so it was often better to avoid making unnecessary enemies by giving them a measure of what they wanted. Usually, a place in the colonies was considered a convenient place to dump these people so that they couldn't cause too much trouble. Unfortunately, the colonies were now all they had left, and these men thought themselves kings within the remnants of the Republic. He'd been suffering backlash from these officers. Both from those who felt that their power was threatened and those who saw this situation as a way to increase their own. Some refused to acknowledge him as their new leader at all, while others felt his role as the head of the civilian leadership meant they were not directly subject to his orders. It was infuriating and he was already tiring of their foolish attempts at politicking. Could they not see they needed to unify against the foe? The enemy had chased them here and these men were still content to fight over the meager scraps of power they had gained during their governorships of these colonies. He sighed, as he glanced at the next report, and raised an eyebrow as he recognized its source. The Allied Kingdom's illustrious intelligence service had been feeding information even before they joined the war. Now that they were officially allies, they had been even more forthcoming and the agent known as Mr. John along with his compatriots had been keeping him apprised of what the Imperials, Ilduans, and Commonwealth forces were doing. Delugo still didn't trust the man, or the Allied Kingdom, they had only joined to profit from this war and only fought because they had backed themselves into a corner. They promised their support but removed most of their troops to their home isles, it was clear their word couldn't be trusted. All that considered, he did not believe the Allied Kingdom would lie or mislead him with their information, but he was sure they would never share everything they knew. This report, at least this one contained some good news. General Kitchener had reached the Catara Depression and taken up a defensive position to force the Imperials into a battle to protect the airfield. The report drew a smile to his lips, a rare thing these days. He had great respect for the old Albion general and had studied the man's campaigns while still at the Paris War College. Many criticized him for being reckless and impulsive but Delugo believed that the man was simply very good at reading the intention of his enemies. And more importantly, quick to steal the initiative for them. This was precisely what the old fox had done. When he'd heard the news that Kitchener was moving out, he'd immediately ordered General de Juin's force into Ruse to move to assault their flank. They may not have been in the best shape, but he wanted to make sure that no Imperial escaped to fight another day. They would overwhelm them with simple arithmetic if they had to, he wouldn't take any chances this time. Meanwhile, he'd been putting political pressure on the Ilduans to keep their assistance to their allies to a minimum. They knew that the Republic had a lot more troops down here than they did, if the Ilduans dared join their allies in the war, he would see to it that they lost everything they had on this continent. He just hoped the Ilduans couldn't see through his bluff. His thoughts were broken by a polite tap on his door. He glanced at the time before calling for the visitor to enter. It was a late hour and his staff rarely interrupted him at such a time unless it was important. "Sir." The young soldier saluted as he entered before passing him yet another piece of paper. We've received a report from General de Juin. Colonel Viantu thought you'd want to see it immediately. Ah, he must have reached his position too. De Lugo thought aloud, a smile creeping towards his lips at the thought of finally outwitting the Imperials. He dismissed the soldier and opened the dispatch, but his smile soon twisted to a frown and then a scowl as he read the contents of the message. Major General de Lugo. It is with regret that I cannot follow the advice you have given me regarding the deployment of my troops. It is my judgment that my forces remain at their posts, defending the strategically important port of Toulouse. Although suggestions from lower-ranked officers are welcome, I chose to exercise my own authority in this matter. Lieutenant General Alphonse de Juin. Advice? Suggestions? That was an order. De Lugo thought as he clenched his fists with frustration, this was exactly what he had to put up with. They had the chance to utterly crush the Imperials before they could ever become a threat, yet the foolish generals left in the colonies were too petty to listen to him. Something needed to be done. He had the rank and file on his side, not to mention the elite units that had escaped the Republic. He would invite all the dissenters here and reason with them. If they refused, then he would strip them of their pocket empires. He would have unity. But that still left the Empire's expeditionary force. He glanced back at the disposition of the opposing forces provided by Albion's agent. Kitchener had the numbers, the geography, and the supply advantage. Not to mention a fine commander at the helm. It seemed impossible that he could lose. De Lugo felt a frown tug on his face once again. Then again, the Empire had a bad habit of achieving the impossible. September 12, Unified Year 1925, 3 o'clock. Catara Depression, Egyptian Western Desert, 60 miles from Iskandria, near the town of Aliel, Maine. Nobody had expected that traversing the Catara Depression on foot would be easy. There was a reason that it was considered more or less impassable. The region was essentially a vast sinkhole filled with jagged rocks, fine sand that attempted to swallow you as you waded through it, and salt lakes that robbed the water from your mouth as you breathed. Combined with the already treacherous conditions expected when crossing the desert, it was an incredibly difficult task as fatigue and dehydration robbed everyone of any motivation to continue. It was said that the local nomadic tribes avoided this place wherever possible. Even the people who seemingly made a living out in the sands of the desert struggled to find anything of worth in this desolate place. It was far too much work for too little gain. Nobody would enter this place willingly. At least that was what they hoped the Allied forces would think. The journey had been particularly difficult for the Close Combat Company. Usually, they would fly or physically enhance themselves with magic when traversing such difficult terrain. However, such an action would give off a detectable mana signal and they couldn't risk giving away their position to the enemy. Especially since Project Shroud was going to be used to create a false signal for them to mask their assault. If the enemy detected a second signal, it might jeopardize the entire scheme, so they had been forced to move entirely unaided as they crossed the rugged landscape. The journey had been especially trying for Will, and his body ached from the extra effort he had needed to put in. He was still a child, at least physically, and he usually relied on magical augmentation in order to compete at the same level as the older soldiers. This, combined with the energy-sapping effect of the blistering heat, meant that by the time they had reached their destination, he had felt dead on his feet. If he had not followed Christina's carefully prepared advice for the desert, he was certain he would have collapsed long before now. If not for the fear of embarrassing himself in front of his men, he probably would have allowed his legs to give way the moment Sophia had confirmed they had reached their destination. Fortunately, years of practice at dissembling how he truly felt meant he'd been able to hide the worst of his fatigue from the soldiers until he could find somewhere a little more private. He was just glad that they hadn't needed to go any further. He wasn't sure he could have managed it. Fortunately, thanks to Christina's research on the area, they made the arduous journey with time to spare. Tanya and Rommel wouldn't begin their advance until dawn, so the Close Combat Company had ample time for a well-deserved if uneasy rest. They would need it. Although Will felt confident of their victory, they expected a difficult battle in the morning. So, after arranging an alternating watch to keep an eye out for enemy patrols, he had ordered everyone to catch a few hours of sleep while they could. Will just wished he could do the same. He shifted uncomfortably, tossing and turning as he lay in the rough sand at the base of the cliff, wrapping his robes and a blanket tightly around himself to fight off the early morning chill. Even with his padded flight suit, it was still extremely cold, and he had to fight to stop his teeth from chattering. They had no fire to chase away the cold. The desert gloom meant that any light source could be seen for kilometers around and they couldn't risk being detected. He'd heard that temperatures plummeted in the desert at night, but after experiencing the intense heat during the previous day he'd assumed it to be an exaggeration. However, without the daylight sun to warm the sands, the darkened desert seemed to radiate a cold that rivaled any winter in Letzenbourg. He was now quietly thankful that Christina had been so insistent about bringing something to help them keep warm. As always, her dutiful and meticulous preparations had saved everyone a great deal of time and hardship on this trip. She may have insisted they carry twice as many supplies, but they had needed them, and he had no doubt that the route she had plotted for them was the reason they had arrived ahead of schedule. He would have to find some way to reward her for everything she had done when this was all over. The cold wasn't the only thing causing his discomfort and preventing him from grabbing some sleep, it wasn't even the primary reason for his restlessness. His mind was filled with worry about the upcoming assault and thoughts buzzed around his head as he tried in vain to relax. He would like to claim that the thousands of enemy troops on the plateau above were the source of his insomnia. Even the most experienced veterans still suffered from anxiety before battle, and he would have felt no shame admitting that it was less than comforting knowing they were so close. Although a passing concern, it was not the source of his unease. Sophia was currently on watch and it was unthinkable that an enemy patrol would get past her undetected. As for pre-battle anxiety, it wasn't the battle itself he was worried about. It never was. He would like to have said his inability to sleep was the fault of the fine dust that had managed to find its way into his trousers, causing an almost unbearable itching and constant discomfort. He'd already grown to hate the desert sand, it was coarse and rough and managed to get everywhere despite his best attempts to keep it out. But that wasn't the case either, he'd suffered worse, and he was tired enough that sleep should have claimed him quickly, despite the cold. In truth, the cause of his restlessness was something he was far more familiar with. The nightmares had returned and just the thought of what waited for him in his dreams was enough to keep him away from them. After they had unexpectedly ceased after the party, he had dared to believe that his night terrors might have finally dissipated for good. He'd actually begun to enjoy a few peaceful nights' rest. For the first time for as long as he could remember he had closed his eyes without fear and experienced the joyous novelty of uninterrupted sleep. It was a foolish and unreasonable hope. He should have realized that the creature was too cruel to allow him more than a token reprieve from his misery. Slowly but surely, his sleep had once again become increasingly more disturbed by the nightmares, returning in full force shortly after they received their deployment orders. It was as if the monster felt the need to remind him what he was fighting for. What he owed it. Night after night, visions of pain, blood, and the statue returned to him, bringing terror, dread, and a reminder of his potential fate if he were to fail to pay his debt. The thing Tanya called being X was relentless in its drive to remind him what he owed. God, the devil, or whatever it was, demanded its pound of flesh, and if Will did not start repaying it soon, it would begin taking what it thought it deserved. He was running out of time, he was sure of it. Worse still, the visions had changed for the worse. The monster now only spoke in Ludwig's mocking voice, laughing and teasing him as the creature demanded its dues. He could no longer remember what the voice had originally sounded like, Ludwig's tone had even replaced it in his memories of the nocturnal torture sessions. And his so-called brother was all too keen to point out who he thought the real monster was. With these cruel dreams came snippets of half-remembered and confused information. Knowledge he couldn't quite explain or even fully understand. It was the same sort of insight that he had found to write his political thesis describing the war, but this time it seemed even more confused and vague. Was it a memory of a personal experience or misremembered knowledge from a book or newspaper? He couldn't tell, but it all felt subtly wrong and unnatural, as though it didn't fully belong to him. This twisted information had given him the inspiration for this plan, but somehow it felt more like he was remembering something that had already happened. Because of this, he was confident they would succeed. However, the source of this inspiration made him feel uneasy. He couldn't help feeling like he wasn't seeing the full picture, and it gave him the nagging feeling that something terrible might happen because of it. He wasn't sure if all this was caused by long-lost memories, a cruel trick by the monster, or simply some half-remembered information his mind had dredged up and gotten mixed up in his sleep-deprived mind. He hoped it was the latter, at least that way he could explain it away without worrying about its true origin. Yes, that must be it. He'd read more than enough during his studies that it could be jumbled in his brain, and lack of sleep could do strange things to the mind. Regardless of what they were, he desperately wanted them to leave him in peace. It all felt too similar to the nightmares he had experienced as a child that gave Ludwig the excuse to perform those torturous medical procedures on him. Although the real Ludwig was gone, and he knew he would never have to suffer the so-called treatment of Dr. Jung again. The memories of them still filled him with fear and dread. It was a time he did not want to remember or repeat. He gave up on all pretense of sleep, opening his eyes to stare out over the moonlit landscape. He watched his breath form into a cloud of condensation in the dim moonlight as he allowed his mind to turn itself over again as he considered his situation. He wished he could talk to someone about all this, someone he could share his worries with. But there was not. Tanya was not here, and even if she was, she still hated him. Besides, he wasn't even sure how much she would care if he managed to get her to forgive him for what had happened on the ship. She was far too focused on her goals and her work. She would force away any secondary concerns and focus on her task like a laser until they were achieved. That was one of the things he admired about her, how nice it would be if he could focus himself entirely on his goal rather than all these worries. He could not tell Sophia or Christina either, he knew they could never understand. They'd surely think he was crazy, just as everyone had before. They'd think the war had gotten too much for him, maybe even send him to rest in Jung's sanatorium in Waldstadt. Either that or they'd lose all their respect for him and leave. Why would they stay? What worth was he to them if he was proven to be nothing but an insane little boy? He didn't want to lose them, he'd already lost one of those close to him. He sighed, sitting up and leaning against the cliff face at his back, pulling his knees up to his chest in an effort to retain some body heat. He stared down at the disturbed stand at his feet and tried to push the thoughts of abandonment away. The dreams will go away again when I've paid the debt, he told himself, thinking of the ever-present reminder he kept attached to his belt. He fought off the urge to check the number. No doubt it was burning as brightly as ever, but he already knew exactly how much more work he had to do. Looking at it would do nothing to improve his state of mind. I just need to get through this as quickly as possible, then I can leave the military and the nightmares behind. Do you really think that will work? A familiar and mocking voice replied in the shadows in front of him. You've killed so many already, and for what? You don't even know if killing these men will make a difference. Panic overtook him for a moment as he recognized Ludwig's derisive tone as it entered his mind. Or was it the monster? He couldn't tell anymore. Either way, the voice of the once regent had followed him in order to torture him further. Shut up, you're dead, you're not really here. Leave me alone. Will mouthed in a whisper as he squeezed his eyes shut in an effort to chase away the phantom. He knew that it was impossible for Ludwig to really be here, yet he could almost sense the man standing over him. Childhood memories of the stern frown glaring down at him with disgust filled his mind, making it feel almost like he could see and feel the man in front of him, despite his eyes being welded shut. He tried to calm his panic by thinking logically. This was a manifestation of his fatigue and anxiety, nothing more, he should simply ignore it. Ludwig could not be here, nothing this thing said meant anything. Are you sure they are the faithful you seek? Will struggled to breathe as the words elicited a fresh wave of panic. The ghost didn't care that he was a fake and was relentless in its attempt to inflict suffering upon him. Would this thing stop simply because he was being ignored? Unlikely. Despite all logic, Will felt the need to lash out and defend himself against the words of the spectre, and it took all his willpower to stop himself from crying out at the hallucination. Worse still, this Ludwig had a point. He felt his stomach clench involuntarily as a terror-inducing thought entered his mind. He'd felt a growing sense of unease since he'd seen how diverse the enemy they were facing was. Although the Allied Kingdom predominantly shared the same religion as the rest of Europa, its overseas territories had numerous faiths represented within its peoples and armed forces. What if they were the wrong sort of faithful? He had yet to fully understand how the rules of his debt worked, despite the brutal experimentation on the Rhine. As far as he was aware, he'd only ever faced those who worshipped the Catholic god, and even then, the results had been mixed. Soldiers he met on the battlefield did not always count towards his debt, so it was difficult to tell if they were what the monstrous god wanted or not. The definition for what counted as faithful seemed completely arbitrary and without logic. Cruelly it seemed those who served alongside him were more likely to what the monster craved. He had noticed that losses incurred by his own troops seemed to contribute more consistently than the enemy. Although more of his debt had been paid with Francois blood, his companions from the volunteer battalion had never failed to add to his tally. Was he simply expected to act as a Judas goat to lead his troops to the slaughter? If this was true, it added to the proof of how terrifyingly evil this monster was. However, this also was not a hard and fast rule. Houseman, who not only was dutifully religious but a loyal and trusted comrade, seemed not to contribute to the tally at all. Although it had been difficult to tell who did and did not add to the count in Letzenbourg. True, Will had not been responsible for his death, that had been the work of that other him, but Will hated that the man had seemingly died for nothing. Houseman was worth his debt 10 times over. He was a much better human being than Will. The creature did not care for the worth of people, however, it only cared for who was and wasn't faithful, and even they were nothing but a number. As far as the ethereal monster was concerned, Houseman was worth the same as that disgusting creature Canaris. Nothing. Will felt nauseous as he came to the horrible realization that he could not be sure the death he would inflict upon the Commonwealth's international troops would be worth anything to the monster. Once again, he may have to look into the eyes of those he killed. He would watch as their faces contort between confusion, pain, and fear, and see himself reflected in those eyes, staring down at them, with the fake smile of the saint. Finally, in their last moments, he would see their thoughts turn to their loved ones. He might rob a child of a father or a wife of their husband, he would never know, but he would see in their expressions that their final thoughts would turn to those they left behind. Then they would be gone, but their face would join Ludwig and countless others in his nightmares. Despite his best efforts to placate the ethereal being that toyed with his soul, everyone he sacrificed might be worth nothing. He felt dizzy and his nausea increased. He felt ready to vomit as his body tried desperately to expel these thoughts in some way. It wasn't fair. The monster wanted him to kill, he had no choice in it. He shouldn't have to shoulder any blame for this. Even if they weren't the faithful this thing wanted, it wasn't his fault. He'd done good things while he was doing all this, he'd saved people. So what if they aren't faithful? You make it all seem like it's my fault they'll die, but I didn't do this. You're the monster, not me. He replied in a whimper, feeling tears begin to roll down his face. I'm not a monster. I made sure that Houseman's family got everything they wanted, I saved Tanya from Canaris, and I've helped soldiers on the battlefield. These aren't the actions of a monster. Will could almost feel the smug self-assurance of his older brother as he chuckled at his words. It was terrifying to hear Ludwig laugh. He never had in life, so in death it made him seem all the more terrifying. A wife and child that would be much safer and happier if their father had lived, I'm sure. Ludwig laughed derisively. They must be so happy with what you've given them. Is that why you never sent the letter? Shut up, shut up. He hissed, covering his ears in a futile attempt to block the spirit's words. It did not matter. Ludwig's taunts entered his mind directly. If you really feel that was such a good thing, then why did old houseman come to visit you that day at? The memory of the broken form of his once deputy in the Letzenbourg embassy entered his mind. He could smell the blood dripping from his wounds and see his contorted limbs that had been twisted almost beyond recognition from the fall. Worst of all, he remembered the accusatory gaze of the man as he glared at him from the corner of the office. The tears flowed freely now. Will could not have stopped them even if he wanted to, such was the sorrow he felt in that moment. Had Dietrich Hausmann ended his life hating him, did he continue to blame him from beyond the grave? It wasn't me, the other one did it. He sobbed in his defense. And you saved the girl for your own selfish reasons, didn't you? There was nothing noble about that. The same goes for those soldiers on the Rhine. What does that prove? Monsters are fully capable of being selfish. Shut up, it still doesn't mean anything. None of this is my fault. You chose to take on this curse, you chose to overthrow me and cause so many to die in a needless civil war. You chose to take up that sword and you choose to plunge into people's hearts. Ludwig spat, suddenly devoid of all trace of mirth. You choose to believe that all this bloodshed is worth your pathetic little life. So tell me again, my dear brother, who do you really think is really responsible for all this? He couldn't take it anymore. Rage overtook his fear as Will's eyes snapped open, and he began to yell and lunge forward to attack the voice. He didn't deserve this. He needed to get rid of Ludwig and stop the harassment. However, an arm caught him before he could move, and a hand quickly fell over his mouth before pulling him and holding him tightly so that he could not speak or move. He panicked and began to struggle, wondering how anyone could have gotten so close to him. He was trapped by an unknown assailant and he had no idea what they might do to him. He instinctively reached inward towards his store of mana and began the calculations to manifest a spell in an attempt to break free, but stopped himself as he heard the firm but kind whispers of a feminine voice. SHH SHH SHH. The feminine voice hushed reassuringly, "Calm down, my prince." Will stopped his struggling and blinked with confusion for a few moments as he recognized Christina's soft voice. His mind raced to catch up with events, but the panic had robbed him of his senses. There was no sign of Ludwig. Christina had banished the spectre. He felt his muscles relax slightly as the sense of threat began to dissipate and he became aware of the woman's familiar presence holding him close. He recognized the scent and soft but firm touch of the woman who had cared for him for over half of his life and began to feel safe once again. He was still shaking, and his heart still raced as Christina slowly removed her hand from his mouth, trusting him not to cry out, and began to gently stroke his hair. She pulled him in a tight embrace and guided his head across her chest, allowing him to use her bosom for a pillow while she quietly whispered reassurances in his ear. He could hear her heartbeat and found himself almost hypnotized by the rhythmic thumping, and the closeness felt calming as she gently ran her fingers through his hair. He allowed himself to get lost in the moment, enjoying the feeling of warmth and safety she had brought him while he focused on returning his own breathing and heart rate back to normal. It may have only been for a moment, but he felt safe and calm. He didn't want to leave her arms. He was safe here. "My apologies, my prince, you were dreaming," she explained, sounding slightly embarrassed, pausing to carefully choose her words. "You were starting to make noise, so I had to wake you." Had he really been dreaming? Had he actually fallen asleep? It had felt so real, he almost couldn't believe that it was true. He'd been certain he'd been awake, but Christina was hardly ever wrong. He must have been dreaming. Suddenly, a thought entered his mind, causing a further wave of panic to run through him as he realized he had been making noise in his sleep. What if the other soldiers had heard? Worse still, what if the enemy had heard him? The silence of the desert could have caused any sound to travel for miles. His nightmares might have compromised the mission, maybe even the whole campaign. "I managed to wake you before you made too much noise," Christina said, sensing his concerns. "I don't believe the rest of the company heard you either." Will let out a sigh of relief, his eyes feeling heavy as he relaxed and fell back into the woman's comforting embrace. He'd gone to great lengths to keep his night terrors secret from his troops. He was worried that he'd lose all credibility as a commander if they knew. He may have used his youth to his advantage when persuading or inspiring people around him, but no soldier would follow a whimpering baby that complained of nightmares into battle. It was comforting to know that neither the secret nor the operation had been compromised due to Ludwig's visit. He did not need to worry about that now. He could have this moment of safety. He needed it, and not even Ludwig could take it away from him. "It might make you feel better to talk about it," Christina whispered reassuringly, continuing to hold him tightly. "Sophia and I are here for you, my prince." He wanted to, he desperately wanted to. Christina and Sophia were the closest he had to a real family. Christina particularly had been by his side for most of his life. He desperately wanted to open up to her, to tell her everything about the dreams and what he really was, but he couldn't, he didn't dare. If he told her everything, she might leave him, thinking he was insane. Sophia and Christina may have been more loyal than most, but Will understood how the world worked. His wealth and supposed social rank were what kept people loyal to him. These were the only things people cared about in this world. If anyone thought he was crazy, they would be stripped away from him. He would no longer be of any use to anyone, and Sophia and Christina would leave him. Everyone would. "I'm sorry, my prince, I shouldn't have said anything," she whispered quickly, as if sensing how torn her suggestion had made him feel. "I know you don't like to talk about your dreams, just stay there and give yourself a few moments to calm down." Will felt a mixture of relief, guilt and shame at her words. He felt awful hiding this from her. Of anyone she deserved to know the truth, but he could not risk it. However, as always, Christina was too perceptive to allow it to cause any more problems by probing deeper. So, he took her advice and closed his eyes for a few moments, calming himself by listening to her breathing. Will's anxiety soon began to melt away, and with that calm came a wave of shame and embarrassment as he became aware of the compromising position he was in. He doubtlessly looked even more childish as he sat cradled in Christina's arms. If any of his men saw him like this, it would be far worse than them learning about his nightmares. Worse still, he must have equally embarrassed Christina. He felt ashamed that he'd forced her to do all this to prevent him from ruining the mission. What must she think of him now that he'd put her in such an awkward position? Reluctantly he pulled away from the comforting and warm embrace of the woman and shuffled forward away from her. He kept his back to her, not daring to look her in the face for all the shame he had caused them both. He already embarrassed her enough, he didn't want to risk driving her and her sister away from him. "Thank you, Christina," he whispered, struggling to keep his voice steady. "I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble." Silence passed between them for a few moments, and Will felt the woman's eyes on his back. Will had to fight off a shiver, although whether it was caused by the spectacled woman's gaze or the returning chill now that they were no longer sharing body warmth, he couldn't say. "You should try to get some rest, my prince," Christina said as she placed another blanket over his shoulders. "I'll watch over you." Will felt a lump in his throat as a mixture of gratitude and shame threatened to overwhelm him. Despite all this discomfort he had caused her, Christina was still willing to watch over him and prevent him from making a fool of himself. He both loved her for that and hated himself for his weakness. He couldn't bring himself to ask more of her tonight, she'd done so much already. "Under the circumstances, I think it would be better if I stay awake for now. I'll go relieve Sophia and take over the watch. At least one of us should get some rest," he said quietly, getting to his feet, desperate to find an excuse to extract himself from the awkward situation his nightmares had put him in. Christina was silent for a moment, and Will expected she might argue, but instead, he heard a heavy sigh. It was a mix of disappointment and resignation, and Will felt a stab of guilt as he realized that by refusing to go to sleep, he was still putting more work onto Christina. It seemed that no matter what he did, he made her job as his caretaker more difficult. "I understand, my prince, but you will be fatigued for the battle tomorrow," she began softly before returning to her usual professional tone. "It's against my better judgment, but I'll prepare some part3 for you in the morning. It should at least keep you alert during the assault." He knew how much Christina hated him using the stimulant. She must have been really worried that the fatigue would prove too much for him. She was probably right, she usually was. "Thank you, Christina," Will whispered, glancing back at the concerned woman with a weak smile. "I appreciate it, all of it." As he stared at her darkened silhouette illuminated by the dim moonlight, he found himself desperately wanting to return and give her one last hug. He desperately wanted to taste that small piece of comfort one more time before he walked off into the darkness, but he stopped himself. He didn't deserve it, he'd asked enough of her tonight. So reluctantly he turned and began to make his way to relieve Sophia, fighting with every step to push the longing away. His thoughts began gravitating towards the numbered blade at his waist once again, but as he thought of everything Christina had done for him tonight, he began thinking about it differently. This debt wasn't just about his own survival, it was about his future happiness and about the happiness he wanted to bestow on those who had stayed by his side. He felt a warmth begin his chest as it filled with a newfound determination born from the comfort Christina had given him. Ludwig was wrong, none of this was his fault, he had nothing to feel guilty about. This had all been orchestrated by that monstrous god. If anyone was to blame for this, it was him. The monster had forced this debt on him and caused all the deaths. It was that thing's fault. He may ultimately profit from it, but that was better than their deaths meaning nothing to an uncaring deity. He would pay this debt, and Christina, Sophia, and Tanya would get what they deserved. He would make sure of it. He may hate what God was forcing him to do, but he would extract their reward from the monster as well as his own survival. He would see to it their stories ended as they should. He would see to it that they got there happily ever after. "I'll thank you for everything you've done for me, Christina." September 12, Unified Year 1925, 6:30. Egyptian Western Desert, 60 miles from Iskandria, near the town of Al Main. Lieutenant Colonel Bastien peered through his binoculars at the distant pillar of dust erupting from the desert with mounting concern. This sandstorm was not the work of nature, the dust cloud was the byproduct of the Imperial Task Force's relentless advance towards their defensive lines. An ever-present reminder of the highly trained and effective army that was bearing down on them. An enemy that he and his men had already engaged in the vain attempt to slow them down, an enemy that had driven them off with ease every time. Perhaps it was because he had already faced this enemy that he felt so worried. Victory would not be easy, no matter what the old general thought. After their first engagement, he had quickly realized that his regiment would struggle to take on the enemy mages in a straight fight. His men were part of a specialized reconnaissance unit, it was rare that they would be deployed as a full regiment. Usually, individual companies and platoons were assigned to support infantry advances and artillery barrages. When they were deployed together, they acted as the equivalent of light cavalry in the days of old, used for raiding, skirmishing and reconnaissance. They weren't meant to be used as a shock unit. They were trained in all the usual combat spells and techniques of course, and they were highly skilled at what they did, but they were no marine mages. Against the elite aerial mages of the Empire, they had proven to be hopelessly outclassed and underpowered, with each one seemingly faster, tougher and stronger than any one of them. However, due to the rough and ready nature of the Commonwealth Task Force, Bastien had been forced to take on the role as best he could and had tried to adapt his tactics accordingly. He had hoped to use his superior numbers to his advantage. After the first raid, they had confirmed that the enemy had fewer mages than they had, perhaps only an augmented battalion. If worst came to worst, they should be able to overwhelm them with numbers alone. However, he didn't dare underestimate his enemy, too many had already made that mistake for him not to learn from it. Aside from a mountain of data accumulated by intelligence in Norden and on the Rhine, proving that the Imperial Army's computation orbs were far more advanced than anything any of his men had. He'd also heard rumors of the aces he was facing from the François Attaché, and he swore he wouldn't fall into the same traps that the Republic had. It had been his hope that he could coax a platoon or two out of formation by targeting the vehicles, maybe even the Devil of the Rhine, considering the ace's aggressive reputation. After that, he and his unit could smother them with overwhelming numbers and get out before their friends could reinforce. It didn't matter how good this devil was, enough firepower could take out anything or anyone. Unfortunately, the Imperials had proven to be far too disciplined to fall for the ruse and would not budge from their positions despite their provocative attacks. The strikes had achieved nothing but unnecessary casualties amongst his men, and he felt the loss of each of them like a physical blow. They hadn't even been able to protect the aircraft accompanying their harassment raids, they had been viciously dispatched by the devil, climbing to a height impossible for any normal mage. They'd utterly failed at all their attempts to slow and damage the convoy. The few shots and strikes they and the aircraft had managed to score had been ineffective. True to his reputation, the Saint had taken the task of protecting the convoy, shielding them all from harm while the devil went to work slaughtering them. The Saint and his troops put the final nail in the coffin of any attempt to slow the convoy down. They were far too well protected. He was a proud man, but he had to concede that they were outmatched, although it left a sour taste in his mouth to admit it. He pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. He couldn't even break their supply lines. The Imperial bastards were so confident that they raced ahead with little regard for their own supply use. They clearly thought they could break through before they even needed to resupply. It was insulting. If he could figure out how, he'd happily give them a bloody nose as punishment for it. He would have liked to lead a raid to rob them of their supplies as payback, but he couldn't get at their supplies even if he wanted to. Their nearest supply cache sat tantalizingly across the border, protected by the Ildoan stance of technical neutrality. He would have loved to loot the place and bring the spoils back to the main army group. Lord knew they needed them. However, they couldn't risk provoking the Dagos. The danger of angering them enough to enter the war was too great. They already had more than enough on their plate down here. He glanced down at the makeshift fortifications below, watching the distant figures haul sandbags into position. Even at a distance, he could tell none of them wanted to be here. Morale had been a major problem for all of the Commonwealth troops. This war was not popular in the Allied Kingdom's distant colonies and dominions. Most thought that they never should have joined. This was a European war, caused entirely by European politics. He understood that the Empire's hegemony was a great threat to the Allied Kingdom and the Commonwealth, but this had all been the fault of those bloody Legadonians. If they hadn't attacked, none of this would have happened. Why should they fight to correct the mistakes of others? And why wouldn't those damned Imperials accept the offer of restitutio in Inte Grum? Now they'd been given carte blanche to attack, it seemed like they were determined to expand their dominance as far as they could. He sighed as he watched the troops take their positions on the line. Not even the Egyptian troops had much fighting spirit, despite defending their home. When he'd last talked to their officers, he'd found that many of the rank and file blamed the Allied Kingdom for the Empire's invasion more than they did the Imperials. They'd had discipline problems since the news arrived, with many outwardly claiming that the Allied Kingdom was using their country as a battlefield for a war that didn't concern them. In some ways, it was hard to disagree with them. Bastien's failure to slow the enemy down had done nothing to improve morale, and it felt like they were in a worse position now than when they started. However, General Kitchener still seemed confident of victory. Bastien had mixed feelings about the old general. The man clearly believed in the old-fashioned idea of the total rule of Albion and treated those around him accordingly. He looked down on everyone not born in what he considered the home islands and seemed almost blind to the talents of those born abroad, especially the Egyptians and those from the Raj. It had taken all he had not to punch the old bastard when he made an offhand comment on his felonious heritage. His family had been amongst some of the first free settlers to Terra Australis and they had all been lawful and God-fearing folk. His grandfather had even run a mission station to spread the word of God to the new continent. It had been insulting to have his family thought of as common criminals. The general did not seem to notice or care however and had continued to treat him as though he and his troops had been miraculously reformed by service in the army. If not for his grandfather's teaching about turning the other cheek, the old man might be nursing more than a few bruises from both him and his disgruntled troops. Despite his personal feelings, he couldn't deny the man's ability as a leader and strategic thinker. Now that he'd been able to get a good look at the geography from above, Basitine could see that the old man was right about this area being the best place for them to engage. It forced them into a narrow pass that removed the enemy's advantage of mobility and kept their flanks protected. It was already proving to be easier to fortify just one approach rather than several as they would have needed to in order to protect the airfield or Iskandaria. The old man had also personally taken charge of organizing the troops, picking up the slack left by the relative ineptitude of his remaining staff and had been liaising with all the units present to deploy them as quickly as possible. Despite his advancing age, disagreeable personality, and outdated opinions on race, he was surprisingly energetic and very good at getting things done. He wasn't sure whether it was some lingering respect from his past campaigns, or that he somehow managed to inspire more fear than the enemy as he marched around yelling at people. But somehow when he ordered something, it was done without question or argument. It was probably only the old general that was keeping the force together. Most of the frontline troops spoke little Alba-ish, so they had already been suffering from every communication and organizational difficulty you could name as far as fielding an international unit was concerned. Now that they had deployed in earnest, these problems had been made 10 times worse. However, by sheer force of will, or an inability to believe his orders wouldn't be followed, General Kitchener had somehow kept it together and had gotten them fortified far quicker than Bastien had ever expected. He hated the man, but he couldn't help but respect the officer and somehow he took strength from that. They all did. Maybe this whole thing wasn't such a lost cause after all. The dust cloud edged closer and Bastien was struck by the silence of the guns behind him. The Imperials should have been coming into range of their artillery now, however, the order to fire had yet to be given. They had a limited supply of ammunition and Kitchener had forbidden the guns to fire at their extreme range. Bastien understood the reasoning. At this distance the shelling would be inaccurate. Since they had limited supplies, they would need to make every shot count, force the Imperials through a killing field of shells and shrapnel when they came close enough. However, it was far from comforting to have those guns silent, especially when you can see the enemy approaching. He wondered if the troops on the ground were similarly affected. Morale might end up being the most important factor in this battle. If anyone was in danger of losing their nerve, now was the time to do something about it. Gula 1 to Scarab Command Point, come Indiana. He radioed. It was time to take action, even if it was only to calm his own nerves. Put me through to the general. I'm sorry Gula 1, the general is surveying the troops at the moment. The nervous voice of one of the young staffers returned. Bastien began to swear loudly. What the hell did the general think he was doing? He needed to coordinate this battle, not waste his time inspecting their uniforms. Bastien nearly repeated these thoughts down the radio, but suddenly the general's voice erupted through the transceiver. Perkins, you utter cretin. How many times have I told you that I took a damn radio with me? You are to pass on anything of note at once. But sir, protocol states. The staffer tried before being interrupted by the irate general once again. Damn the protocol, man. The old man yelled with enough volume to make up for the lack of artillery fire. It's all fine and dandy at the war college, but out in the field you learn to make do. Now put me through to Bastien. Bastien smothered a smile. At least the general was being as hard on his own staff as he was everyone else. However, if he wasn't mistaken, he heard a hint of amusement in the old man's voice. He was enjoying this. I can hear you, General. He replied, saving the staffer from another tongue lashing. Shouldn't you be at the command center, sir? Don't you start, Lieutenant Colonel. I've had enough of that from the paper pushers in the command tent. He replied gruffly, the simple fact of the matter is we need to keep the men's spirits up and it's better for me to be around to do it. Besides, there's nothing I can do there, that I can't do from my jeep. Bastien decided it was best not to argue. He doubted he would win if he tried. It was good to see that the general had identified the same problem that he had, however. He'd gone out to join the troops in an effort to keep up morale, and despite the almost universal dislike of the man, it would probably work. No one would dare turn and run under the icy gaze of General Kitchener. General, the enemy are within extreme range of our big guns. I know we want to conserve ammunition, but I'd like permission to sortie and fire artillery spells onto the enemy as they approach. It pisses me off to see them get here so easily. He asked before realizing his momentary lapse in front of the general. The old man didn't seem to care about his language however and erupted into a hearty laugh. Whatever it was about this situation had energized the general and he could imagine the expression on the man's face after hearing his request. In a strange way, it was quietly terrifying. I like the way you think, Bastien. Permission granted, give him hell. Kitchener out. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to advance. He wasn't sure how much damage he and his men could do on their own, but it felt better doing something to resist the approaching Imperials. At the very least it might help the morale of the ground troops to know that the enemy was being put under pressure. Artillery spells did not have the range of the big guns they had sitting idle at their backs. As advanced as Magecraft was becoming, it was still outpaced by the relentless march of industrial progress. They needed to get closer if they wanted to disrupt the enemy advance. However, Bastien didn't see any benefit in getting too close to the enemy just yet. True, he might succeed in drawing the Imperial mages out, but if he had to deal with them, he'd prefer to be closer to friendly lines where they could withdraw behind the anti-air defenses. If they were to beat both the Devil and the Saint, they'd need all the help they could get. Instead, he ordered his troops to prepare their spells and fire at maximum range. They may lose some accuracy at that range, but the point was to disrupt their formation, not to take out every Imperial single-handedly. This was not a hunt for glory. Fire! He yelled, using his binoculars to gauge the effectiveness of their shots. He felt a mix of triumph and pride as he watched the first shots impact just in front of the approaching line of tanks and trucks. They had not caused a direct hit, but the explosive force had caused some of the vehicles to flip and at least 2 of the tanks had been put out of action as they fell suddenly into the craters that had opened up in front of them. Adjust aim and fire again. He called without missing a beat, preparing his own rifle to join the second volley. Right between the eyes this time. Gala 1, this is Scarab Command Post. The nervous young staffer called over the radio in a panic, distracting Bastien from his target. Incoming mana signals, enemy mages are approaching your position. Bastien cursed as he glanced up and saw the distant silhouettes of the Imperial aerial mages leaving the main group and charging forward to engage them. It seemed the Devil wasn't willing to sit back and let him and his troops take pot shots at them. His thoughts were interrupted by the heart-warming sound of artillery fire opening up behind him. Kitchener had finally allowed the big guns to sing, and the effect was glorious. Bastien saw the front of the Imperial line disappear in a cloud of black smoke as the first round of bombardment hit them perfectly. Even the Saint would struggle to protect them from that. He would have to buy the gunners a drink later, they deserved it. It did not slow the Imperial advance however, and they continued to thunder towards them as if the Devil were at their back rather than leading the charge. They were not willing to allow the insult to go unanswered however, and their tanks unleashed their own barrage into the defensive lines, hitting with all the precision he'd heard to expect from the professional Imperial soldiers. Bastien remembered his priorities. The Devil of the Rhine was coming for them and they needed to act fast to keep the initiative. Form 2 groups and switch to penetration formula. He ordered quickly, trusting his officers to follow his instructions. Target incoming mages and prepare to withdraw behind our anti-air umbrella. His soldiers complied and one group began peppering the approaching enemy mages as the other began the withdrawal before stopping and covering their comrades in the same manner as they fell back behind them. Bastien wanted to lure the enemy into the anti-air fire, but he wanted to inflict as much hurt as possible in the meantime. By now the approaching mages were firing back and he began to see some of his own troops fall to the barrage. Still, he was confident that once they were under the 40mm anti-air cannons opened up on them, the mages would be ripped to shreds. His friends and comrades would be avenged. Scarab Command Post, prepare to order anti-air fire on my mark. He called, feeling momentary triumph as he saw the mages close on their line. Like the general ordered, let's give em hell. Confirmed, Gala 1. The staffer replied, obviously feeling more confident now that they had begun to hurt their enemy. We'll relay on your, wait. The radio went quiet for a moment and Bastien felt his feeling of triumph fade, only to be replaced by mounting dread. More magic signals detected. The staffer called in terror, they're almost on top of. The radio signal cut off abruptly and even above the blasts of the firing artillery, Bastien heard the explosion behind him. He turned quickly and saw a pillar of black smoke rising into the air where the command post had once been. Scarab Command was gone. Author's notes. Hi everyone and thank you as always for reading. First, I have to apologize for the delay. I suffered a major case of writer's block and really struggled when writing this chapter, so it took much longer than I hoped to get this finished. The good news is that I am fairly happy with how it turned out in the end. I do have a consolation for you though, since you waited so long. If I direct your attention to the cover picture, you'll notice some excellent artwork featuring Will and Tanya in the ruins of Letzenbourg. A big thank you to _Jebby8th for creating it for me. Please check out his stuff on Twitter using the above handle. I also have to thank VickersVimmy1919 for helping me through my writer's block, so also check out his story, The Purpose of Conflict, and leave a favorable review. PS I apologize for the Star Wars reference about sand but I couldn't resist lol. Chapter 47, The Battle of Alamein Part 2. The Battle of Alamein Part 2. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. The memoirs of General von Rommel, the Fennec, is perhaps the finest source concerning the Battle of Alamein and indeed the entire southern campaign. Although not written by Rommel himself, it is based on the many interviews taken after the war and all the declassified information available in the early 1940s. Hidden within these pages is a detailed description of the general's plan to attack the Commonwealth forces. In order to counter the superior numbers of Kitchener's forces, he sent a small force of mages led by the Saint to launch a surprise attack on the Commonwealth flanks. This was unexpected, since the Catara Depression was considered all but impassable and at this time the Allied kingdom was unaware of the Empire's ability to send false mana signals. Rommel's next blow to Kitchener came as he sent a second, larger force of mages ahead of him as a vanguard to weaken the front lines as his main force approached. This force was led by none other than the so-called Devil of the Rhine, and contemporary reports tell that this near-mythical magic user caused a great deal of devastation. Meanwhile, Rommel initially advanced his force of armor and infantry across a wide front, spreading them out in order to minimize damage. However, as he closed, he expertly maneuvered his troops back into a tight formation and at the final moment assaulted a small section of the line, in what he called a spearhead attack. All this was in order to achieve a swift breakthrough so that Rommel and the Imperial forces could isolate individual units and disrupt the Commonwealth forces. However, Rommel's account implies he was surprised and impressed with how quickly Kitchener was able to recover and counter his tactics. Indeed, the ex-Imperial commander is quoted as saying if not for those aces, the South would likely have been lost that day. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. September 12, Unified Year 1925. Zurich Train Station, Waldstadt Confederacy. Reinhardt stared at the puddle at his feet, watching as the raindrops created ripples that spread through the water. When he was younger, he had loved playing in the rain, despite the warnings of mother his and father that he would catch a cold. He'd always found the patter of the raindrops calming and enjoyed jumping in the puddles so that the water would splash everywhere. It didn't calm him anymore and the happy memories of splashing around in the rain seemed foreign to him now. Somehow the rhythmic beating of the water droplets just made him feel angrier and he couldn't figure out why. It felt like he had been angry since the day the news about father had arrived. No, that wasn't true, he hadn't believed it when the lady captain had appeared and told them he wouldn't be coming home. Even as his mother hugged him close and cried her eyes out, he refused to believe that father wasn't there anymore. It simply couldn't be true. Everything felt wrong, like the world was muffled, as if it was covered with a thick fog. It didn't feel real, it must have been a terrible dream that he would eventually wake up from. The woman was wrong, father would come home and visit soon. He was sure of it, he just needed to wait. He'd started skipping school to wait for him at the station. Just a few days here and there at first, watching the trains go by and watching in disappointment as they disappeared in a cloud of soot and steam after failing to return his father. It wasn't like he wanted to go to that stupid school anyway. They had always treated him differently there, the students were all rich snobs and they mocked him for being the son of a simple soldier. He hated that, he was proud of his father and had wanted to become a great warrior just like him. He couldn't stand them making fun of father and ended up getting into more than a few fights with the other children. Mother had been furious. It had only gotten worse since the lady captain had visited. The lies about father had spread to the school. Instead of teasing him, they left him alone and began whispering how terrible things must be for him and mother. Some of his previous bullies had even tried to be friendlier towards him, apologizing for their earlier insults. Maybe he should have been happy about that, but he hated it and he had begun to feel bitter frustration bubbling up inside him. He'd been going to school less and less since then, and when he did go, he would usually end up lashing out at someone. Instead, he spent his days sitting on the base of some statue of a Waldstadt banker in front of the train station, willing his father to walk through the exit so that he could run to him and hold him tight. Willing the lady captain to be wrong, willing the pain inside to leave him. Every day that passed made him feel worse until his anger seemed to want to spill out in all directions. He wanted to blame the François for starting the war that father had been forced to fight, he wanted to blame the lady captain for taking father to that war and failing to bring him back. He wanted to blame the Argent and Saint who had saved so many but failed to save the only one he cared about. He'd wanted to blame the prince who sent him and his mother away to this awful country and spent so much time with his father when he could not. Most of all, he wanted to blame his father for breaking his promise and leaving them alone here. When he was alone, he wanted to yell out and give voice to this anger. He wanted the world to know that he blamed them all for how he felt, but it didn't help. He just felt empty. Neither the anger nor the sound of raindrops would fill the void left in his chest. "Let go of me, you bastards!" A voice from behind yelled angrily, causing Reinhardt to gaze up from the puddle. "I'm a Letzenbourg citizen, you can't treat me like this." Two policemen had grabbed a man by the arms and were dragging him forward towards the station while a third officer was carrying a walking stick and a briefcase. All wore dark and violent expressions, whatever the man had done had clearly angered them. "We don't care, We don't want warmongers like you here. We are a peaceful country, you can leave your war at the border like everyone else. One of the officers leading the man stated sharply, as he dragged him along. I'm a veteran, I served in the army and the resistance. I didn't live through the day of tears just to have bullies like you manhandle me like this. The man returned angrily as the officers shoved him into a puddle in front of the station. You are not to recruit in our country, if you know what's good for you, you'll be on the next train home. Another officer threatened as the third threw his walking stick and briefcase at him, causing it to spring open and the papers inside to fly everywhere. And take this filth with you. Cowards! The man called as the officers turned and walked away, leaving him on the floor desperately scrambling to pick up his papers before the rain made them unusable. Reinhardt felt a pang of sympathy for the man and found himself rushing to help him. The man had said he was from Letzenbourg, they had to stick together. Besides, he was intrigued about what the man might have to say, even if his mother would not approve of him talking with strangers. Reinhardt moved to help the man out of the puddle, but the man initially ignored him, electing to save his papers first. Reinhardt knelt down, grabbing as many of the errant documents as he could before offering a hand to help the man up once again. It was then he noticed the man's leg was missing from the knee down. Reinhardt's eyes widened in surprise as he saw a metal prosthetic lying on the floor nearby, obviously dislodged by the man's fall. The man obviously saw the boy's shock and gave him a reassuring grin before stuffing the artificial limb under his arm and taking the boy's proffered hand. Thank you, lad, it's nice to see someone in this country has some manners. He said as Reinhardt guided the hobbling man to a nearby bench. Are you okay? The boy asked, unable to take his eyes away as the man reaffixed his leg. Fine lad, I've had worse. He returned before realizing the boy was talking about his false limb rather than his run-in with the police officers. Lost it in an artillery strike on the Rhine, but it doesn't stop me from doing my part for the motherland. You're from Letzenbourg? What are you doing here? The boy asked, looking at the man properly for the first time. He looked old, at least older than father was, and had short whitening hair and an unshaven chin. He wore a suit but didn't look like he belonged in it, and he had a battered and damp cigarette tucked behind his ear. However, despite looking so out of place, he wore a bright and friendly smile that helped put him at ease. I could say the same for you, you don't sound local. And shouldn't you be in school? The man replied with a grin, causing Reinhardt to redden as he realized, he may have to admit his crime. The man glanced down at him for a moment before letting out a hearty laugh. Sergeant Oliver Thorne at your service. Formerly of the Letzenbourg 2nd Light Infantry, now recruiting for the His Majesty's Volunteer Army. The man said, bowing his head to the boy. Or I'm supposed to be, at least, this damned country is full of cowards. They won't even let me wear a uniform. They didn't seem so happy about the pamphlets either. Maybe I wasn't the best guy for this job. The man passed him one of the damp pamphlets, the ink now running due to the water. It had the words, "Will you fight with the saint?" in large, stylized letters written across the top and a picture of Prince Wilhelm brandishing his sword underneath. Of the rest he could make little out, the water had smudged the print too much, so he stuffed it in his pocket and turned back to the man. It's a shame really. The man said wistfully, reaching behind his ear for his damp cigarette and putting it in his mouth. So many more failed God's test. God's test? Reinhardt asked, becoming increasingly confused by the man's words. Yep, all this war is one of his tests. He's finding out who is good and who is evil, see? Reinhardt did not see, the man wasn't making any sense, and the boy found himself staring blankly at him, causing him to chuckle. Let's see if I can explain this in a way you'll understand. He said thoughtfully, pausing a moment to phrase his words and fail to light his soaked cigarette. Any priest will tell you war is evil, right? So obviously anyone who starts a war is evil, right? The boy nodded, that much made sense at least. Legadonia started this war, they tried to take what didn't belong to them, so they were evil, and the Empire was right to stand up to them, so they must be good. That part is simple enough, but that's where the real testing starts to come in. You see, the Francois in the Allied Kingdom never had to join the war, they knew the Legadonians were wrong, but both chose to side with them. They failed God's test and sided with evil, so we all have to defeat them so that they can be redeemed. Reinhardt thought about this for a moment. He'd always been told it was the right thing to stand up to bullies, so it made sense that the Empire should stand up to other countries. However, this was all very different to how everything was explained in school and at church. Besides, if they were his bullies, he wasn't sure he'd want them to be redeemed. The priests say that killing is wrong. He replied, scrunching his face in confusion. It had always puzzled him that there were so many wars if God thought it was wrong. I'm no priest, but we soldiers pray plenty, and I can tell you that I'm sure he forgives those who fight for self-defense, and especially those who offer mercy and redemption to their enemies like the saint. This war is a holy war, son, one that the Lord will reward us for our struggles if we chose the right path. Reinhardt felt a strange stab of anger again at the mention of the saint, but pushed it aside for the moment. He wanted to know more about the strange man's ideas, and there was one question that he needed answering. What about Letzenbourg? How were we tested? He said, thinking of his father once more. The man's face went somber for a moment and he leaned down to scratch his leg, stopping himself before he reached his false limb. We had the hardest test of all, one we nearly failed. He began with a frown. At first we did the right thing and joined the Empire, despite how small and weak we were. We did the right thing. Then that traitor Ludwig had us switch sides and almost dragged us into the pits of hell. If not for the Saint's guidance we would have been lost. Once again Reinhardt felt a strange ache in his chest upon hearing about the Saint. It was strange, he used to look up to Prince Wilhelm, but since the lady captain had tried to tell them the lies about father, he had found himself having mixed feelings about him. Hearing this man speak so reverently about him made him feel uncomfortable. We passed in the end though, said the man suddenly perking up, and now Letzenbourg is greater than ever. The Empire has granted us control of half the lowlands and a decent portion of the Republic. We won't be a small country to be bullied anymore. Hell, the way things are going, the Empire might even crown Prince Wilhelm as the next emperor. The Letzenbourg Empire. Nice ring to it, eh? Reinhardt didn't have much to say about all that, it was a lot of information to take in, but at least it made some sense. Still, it didn't fill the void left inside him and it didn't displace the anger he felt in his blood. I'm Reinhardt Houseman, by the way. The boy replied, awkwardly feeling the need to repay the strange but friendly man the courtesy now that he'd shared so much. My father is a soldier too. He's a mage with the prince. The man's jovial attitude froze again, and he turned back to stare at the boy again with an unreadable expression. He didn't happen to be Captain Dietrich Houseman, did he? The man asked carefully. You know him? I'm waiting for him to come back. He promised he would. Reinhardt replied with a mixture of surprise and discomfort at the topic at hand. He wasn't sure he wanted to talk about father with a stranger, but the knowledge that the man might know something about him made him unable to keep quiet about it. I see. The old sergeant replied sadly, I'm sorry, son. The man's voice trailed off and an uncomfortable silence passed between them. Reinhardt knew what he was going to say and desperately wanted to deny it, just as he had been for these past few months. He wanted to call the man a liar and drive him away like the policeman had, but deep down he knew he had to face the truth. He's not coming home, is he? Reinhardt said quietly, feeling the sting of tears return to his eyes. I didn't know him in person, but I doubt there's a single person in Letzenbourg that hasn't heard of Dietrich Houseman. The man whispered softly, I'm sorry for your loss, boy, I really am, but know that your father died a hero and a martyr, everyone who was lost to that traitor Ludwig is. They put them all in St. Willibrord's church, we're building a memorial to all of them. Reinhardt felt the tears run down his face, his father was really gone. He felt his anger rise up again and closed his eyes as he clenched his fists in resentful frustration. His father had lied to him, he'd promised he would come back. He was going to be a mage and they would fly together, beat the bad guys together. But he lied. It was because of his sacrifice and the words of Prince Wilhelm that we in the city knew we had to rise up against the François. The Saint may have asked us not to fight, but he had to. We knew we couldn't let their suffering be for nothing and we made sure the François paid. Prince Wilhelm. Reinhardt spat vehemently, unable to bottle up his anger any longer. Why does everyone love him so much? Even father liked him more than he did me. The man seemed surprised by the boy's statement and stared at him in silence for a few moments. Meanwhile, Reinhardt felt his tears run freely down his cheeks and sobbed audibly as all the repressed feelings billowed out of him. Do you really believe that? The man eventually asked quietly. He spent all his time with Prince Wilhelm and sent me and mother away to this place. He obviously wanted to spend time with him instead of me and mother. The man let out a long sigh before discarding the still unlit cigarette in his mouth. He carefully reached into his pocket and pulled out a fresh packet, frowning as he saw the battered condition of his favored vice. I'd be lying if I said most of us soldiers don't love the Saint. He said eventually he has a way of getting people to follow him. He paused for a moment as he considered his next words. Even now, just knowing that he's in the south fighting for our future puts a fire in my belly, but... His tone shifted and a look of great sadness crossed the man's face. We also hate him, despise him so very much. And the Argent for that matter. Reinhardt looked up through the tears and glared at the man. He was obviously lying, everyone loved the Saint and the Argent. They were heroes. He was trying to trick him, he was certain of it. Most soldiers would never admit it, but they make us feel ashamed of ourselves. They're so young, they should be out playing or be at school, not in a war zone. That they need to fight at all shows us how close we came to failing God. We hate them because they show us what failures we are as human beings, they show us how much we have sinned. That's why we have to do everything to help win this war. It's the only way we can clear our consciences. The man paused and the rain began to stop as the sun tried to break through the clouds. The fact you are safe here in Waldstadt proves your father loved you more than the prince. Just knowing the Saint is out fighting for us, refusing to return until the war is over is torturous. I can only imagine how bad it was for your father to see him and be by his side. Your father sent you here so you'd be free from the war, so you wouldn't be like him. Then why did he stay with him? Asked Reinhardt through bleary eyes. Why didn't he just come home to me and Mama? The same reason the rest of us fight, we can't bring ourselves to let the saint fight alone. September 12th, Unified Year 1925, 9 o'clock. Egyptian Western Desert, 60 miles from Iskandria, near the town of Al Main. It seemed that every soldier amongst the Commonwealth forces had frozen in place when the command center fell silent. Every pair of eyes stared in amazed horror as they saw the column of smoke rise up from the former location of their commanding officers. Every man found themselves unable to move or react to the sudden change in their fortune. Every man aside from Lieutenant General Horatio Kitchener. Stand to and hold your positions. The man's bellow cut through the noise of the battlefield as though they were commands from God himself. You and you. You're now part of my command staff, get whatever equipment you can together and put them on my jeep. The soldiers saluted quickly before abandoning their machine gun and leaving to commandeer some radio equipment. You. Get in contact with the remaining units and tell them I want a situation report. All of you, get moving. Now. Kitchener orders were obeyed without question, each soldier rushing to fulfill the man's commands. Perhaps they were simply clinging to the slim piece of comfort the chain of command provided, but it didn't matter to Kitchener. As long as these men obeyed, they would fight. They would be victorious. Kitchener had been out visiting the Indus soldiers when the command center had been attacked. He'd stationed them between the front and the command post in the hopes of using them as a reserve, but he had been concerned about how well they might perform in such a role. He had assumed these young farmers would need the most encouragement for the upcoming battle, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that they recovered from the shock quicker than most. They had even managed to persuade some of the neighboring Egyptian and Nova Australian units to stand fast and hold the line as they hastily reassembled some semblance of organization amongst their forces. He was proud of these brave boys from the Raj. Their steadfast attitude was precisely what they needed now. They reminded him of the Irish Fusiliers back when he led them in defense of the Suez against Magna Rumley in 1886. Inexperienced but with enough spirit to take on the world. Their hasty return to operational strength and resolute attitude meant that they now made the backbone of his new impromptu command staff. Despite the lack of equipment and experience, they were already proving to be infinitely better than the defeatist bureaucrats he had left in the command center. God rest their souls. Both the commander of the Allied Raj 12th Frontier Force and many of his men had a decent grasp of Albash, enough to get simple messages across at least. Meanwhile, Kitchener knew enough Egyptian that between them they could manage to communicate well enough with most of the task force. Although Kitchener usually found if he shouted loud enough the job would get done eventually anyway. Now they just needed to re-establish contact with Bastien out on the front. Once they did, they should be able to get things stabilized again. Sir, we can't find enough spare radio equipment to get the messages out. A Nova Australian private reported with the nervous salute any young soldier carries when he's the bearer of bad news. Well, send runners, man. Keep the radios for the units further afield and use your legs for the closer ones. And someone get me in contact with Bastien on the double. The old general yelled, doing his best to keep a grin from his face as he saw the soldiers scurry off once again. Kitchener felt younger and more alive than he had in decades. This was where he was supposed to be, how he was supposed to be serving his country. Not as some political figurehead, but as a soldier, a leader. By robbing him of the command center the enemy had freed him from his shackles. He could now prosecute this battle in the way he was most accustomed, without the dithering and complaints of his staff officers. However, they had suffered a blow and had been partially blinded by the enemy surprise attack. Kitchener had no choice but to fight this battle the old-fashioned way, using the experience and tricks he'd picked up over a lifetime of service. He would not rely on scattered and unreliable reports, he would not rely on charts and figures. This battle would be fought in his mind's eye as he predicted his enemy's next move and his best way to counter it. Sir, report about the group that attacked the command post. One of the Raj officers announced. Mages, company strength, they are moving off to harass our rear lines. Mages, he thought with a were not something that he ever really needed to worry about in his younger days. Before the invention of the portable computation orb, mages needed a great deal of equipment to manifest spells. They used to be used with artillery or be attached at command level to provide extra support with detection. Now they had mobility, they were a deadly weapon all by themselves. But despite their power, they weren't invincible. What do we have unengaged in the area? How much anti-air? Kitchener asked. It wouldn't do to let these mages run free behind the lines. Besides, they clearly hadn't yet realized that their attempt to shatter the chain of command amongst the Commonwealth forces had been unsuccessful. Now was the ideal time to punish them for their transgressions. Elements of the Egyptian 9th and 10th Infantry along with the Nova Australian 5th. All the anti-air support. The man replied before frowning. Sir, there are reports that one of the mages is broadcasting something, the Australians say it's a call to surrender. The damned saint. Kitchener hissed through gritted teeth. The boy was well known for his ability to sap the morale of those he engaged, it seemed that Rommel had dropped one of his aces at his back to try and hasten the collapse of the lines. It wouldn't help him this time though, the Saint couldn't demoralize troops that couldn't understand him. We'll have the Egyptian units move in and surround them, tell them to throw up a wall of lead in the air to keep them at bay. Have the Nova troops pull back for now. The Saint was known to be a caring soul. If he offered mercy to his enemies, he wouldn't risk his own troops on a suicidal charge. Kitchener felt certain the young prince would surrender as soon as it became clear his situation was hopeless. It had been a brave gamble though, he would have to invite the boy to dinner once the enemy was repelled and he was safely incarcerated. Before long, more radio equipment was brought in and placed unceremoniously around his jeep while out-of-breath messengers appeared and reappeared with information from the closer units. The little vehicle soon began to resemble a proper command post as soldiers fashioned some tables and a makeshift shelter from nearby scrap. Slowly but surely, they were regaining a picture of what was going on. Scarab command. Anyone? Do you read me? Is there anyone left alive? A familiar voice yelled as one of the reclaimed radios screeched into life. Finally, Kitchener said to himself as he snatched the radio receiver from the startled operator. Bastien, this is Kitchener, I need a report from the front. General? You're alive. The man replied with a mix of relief and disbelief. But the command po. Never mind that now. Your report. Tell me they haven't broken through yet. Not yet sir, but we're close to breaking. The devil is wreaking havoc here, I've lost almost a third of my mages already, not to mention the ground forces. Rommel is about to hit us with the main force and I'm not certain we can hold out once they hit. The lieutenant colonel replied urgently. We need any help you can send us, General. Kitchener glanced at a map placed down by an enterprising lieutenant while listening to the flow of information he was being given by the surrounding soldiers. He closed his eyes for a moment and envisioned the movements of his forces as a plan began to form in his mind. Bastien, please confirm that the enemy is focusing their primary strength on your position. He asked calmly, not even opening his eyes. Yes sir, we need to shore up the line or I'm sending the Nova Australian 5th and whatever other reserves I can spare for you. He declared, opening his eyes and nodding to a nearby officer to see that his will was carried out. Hold that position, Colonel, you have authority to take whatever steps necessary. Just give me time. Kitchener passed the receiver back to the soldier trusting that Bastien would carry out his orders. He closed his eyes once again and took a deep breath as he envisioned his army in their positions. There was an old maxim about not interrupting your enemy while making a mistake and this upstart Rommel had just made one. His intentions were obvious. Smash a hole in the lines while the command was disrupted, then isolate and destroy each pocket until the army routed. However, when surrounding units, it is imperative that you do not find yourself surrounded instead. As long as Bastien could hold, they could exploit that and bring about victory. Peel back anything we can spare from the flanks and have them move and envelope the enemy. He ordered, allowing his lips to curl into a grin. He would have his last victory, he would show his detractors in Londinium he wasn't a has-been. But most of all, he would maintain his honor while doing it. Once they are in place, we will offer the enemy the chance to surrender. Call Escondria and tell them to make space for prisoners. September 12, Unified Year 1925, 11 o'clock. Egyptian Western Desert, 60 miles from Escondria, near the town of Al Main, behind Commonwealth lines. Damn it! Wilhelm hissed with frustration as he snapped off a few shots from his pistol before ducking back behind the cover of the smoldering remains of an overturned truck. She'll never let me hear the end of this. He didn't expect to hit anything with the sporadic fire. The air was filled with too much dust and smoke from the explosion, making it almost impossible to aim it through the fog of war. However, he hoped that adding a little suppressing fire might help deter any further enemy reinforcements from breaking ground and assaulting their position. If they were lucky, they might even fall back and give them some breathing room. Unfortunately, and typical of his run of recent luck, this hope was quickly dashed as a flurry of equally inaccurate rifle fire revealed the presence of another squad of Commonwealth soldiers hiding amongst the smog. A few bullets pinged off the metal shell of the truck, indicating that they must be close enough to at least make out his silhouette peeking out of the cover despite the thick smoke. They were closing in, they'd be coming for them soon. I can hear her now. You shouldn't have gone back, you should have pushed on to the secondary objective and regrouped with the rest of the battalion. He muttered to himself, imitating the girl who would doubtlessly give him an earful when this was all over. The worst part was, she'd be right. It seemed that the run of bad luck that had been plaguing him since Letzenbourg had followed him onto this new continent. His plan to strike a decisive blow against the enemy and cause them to flee had failed, just as every other scheme had failed since the botched coup back home. Once again, he was on the back foot, trying to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Things never seemed to go smoothly anymore. He grumbled to himself, firing off a few more rounds in defiance. This was a far cry away from the perfectly crafted plan that had first placed him and Tanya together on the Rhine. Although at least he hadn't been shot so far. At first, things had appeared to be going according to plan. As Tanya and Rommel began their attack, Will and the close combat company had taken to the air and assaulted the enemy command center. He'd ordered a barrage that had quickly destroyed it, while the few units guarding the approach from the Katara depression were left in confusion as they tried to figure out where this new threat had come from. The first phase had gone off without a hitch. He'd ridden this wave of surprise and had ordered his troops to push on to cause some havoc behind the enemy lines. As distasteful as gunning down fleeing and panicking enemies was, it was an ideal way to harvest some of the souls the monster demanded. It would also help hasten the collapse of the front once they knew that the enemy was already behind them. However, it soon became apparent that something was very wrong. He hadn't expected the enemy to collapse immediately, of course. It took time for order to break down and the news of the command center's destruction wouldn't reach the front lines immediately. However, without someone overseeing the battle, it should have been almost impossible for the enemy to react to the ebb and flow of the conflict. They would be unable to see where to reinforce and where to maneuver to counter incoming assaults. Panic would set in as soldiers waited for some instruction from their commanders, orders that would never come. The silence from command would soon have them a hair's breadth away from fleeing the field, and it would only take a small push to make them break. Rommel should have been able to take advantage of this situation with ease, and Will had expected his forces to begin breaking through the enemy lines without delay. However, this hadn't happened. Although the enemy were noticeably slower to react to each new threat, it quickly became apparent that the Commonwealth forces were still operating in concert and the expected drop in morale had not manifested itself. Someone was still in control. Will and the close combat company had soon found themselves facing heavy resistance as multiple enemy units converging on them. This commander had even peeled off a portion of the anti-air guns from the flanks and redirected towards them. Meanwhile, messages from both Tanya and Rommel had confirmed that resistance was still strong at the front line. They had yet to break through, and it was clear that the enemy had not lost their ability to coordinate their defense. Will must have missed something. Enough equipment and officers must have survived the blast at the command center for the Commonwealth to mount a swift counterattack. The situation was dire. While they still maintained their command structure, Tanya and Rommel would be unable to break through their lines, and all of them would eventually be overwhelmed by the enemy's numbers. Everything was going wrong. It was the monster's fault, he was sure of it. Those dreams had been the reason for his confidence, they had given him the idea for this plan, and he had felt certain that it would succeed. He should have listened to his unease about the source of this confidence. The whole affair had been doomed from the start. The dreams were simply another trick, a way for the evil deity to rob something more from him. The failed assault rekindled the memory of a poem that he'd studied back when Christina had first become his governess. Into the Valley of Death rode the 600. They did not number so many, but much like the soldiers in the poem, they were surrounded by cannon, or at least anti-air and heavy machine guns. Stormed it with shot and shell. The poem had not ended well for its subjects. Perhaps they too had fallen foul of God, maybe they owed that vile creature something too. Will began to feel panic bubble up within him as he thought what the villainous deity might try to take from him this time. The monster had already taken Houseman from him. Who would be next? Tanya? Sophia? Christina? The creature could target any one of them, perhaps all of them, in its quest to take away the happiness he deserved. He couldn't let that happen, he refused to allow it. It had been that fear that had driven him back towards the site of the former enemy command center. They had to finish what they started, or Will's failure might destroy the task force. It had been an ill-conceived idea and a foolish mistake. There was nothing left amongst the burning mess of the enemy command post. How could there be? Without permanent fortifications, a barrage from a company of mages was easily enough to wipe them off the map. There were no signs of survivors or usable equipment at the site. There were scarcely even any bodies amongst the wreckage, most had been vaporized by the explosion or burnt to a crisp by the flames. He'd squandered the initiative and the element of surprise while wasting one of warfare's most precious commodities. Time. The enemy commander did not make the same mistake and quickly moved whatever unengaged forces he had close by to surround the close combat company. Will's decision to return had trapped them, and they were now besieged on all sides by infantry divisions backed up with anti-aircraft guns to keep them out of the skies. They'd already lost 2 in their first attempt to break out, the anti-air fire forcing them back to the ground when they attempted to gain some altitude. The weight of fire had forced them to take cover amongst the smoking wreckage while they regrouped and came up with a new plan. They'd been subjected to sporadic attacks since then. The enemy was clearly testing their strength as they prepared for a full assault. It was only the poor visibility amongst the smoke and the sparse cover provided by the debris that caused the enemy to pause at all. Without it, they would have likely been wiped out already. Will's mistake had put them in a desperate position. As soon as the enemy came at them in full force, they would be done for. A yell from the smog interrupted Will's mental self-flagellation. He glanced out from his cover, flinching as a burst of shots lit up his shield from a squad of Commonwealth soldiers who were charging at him through the soot. Incoming enemy, north side. He shouted as he raised his weapon once again, unsure if anyone had heard his report over the noise of the battle, before adding more fire into the chaos. 2 soldiers fell as his shots hit home, their heads erupting in a splash of gore and ichor as the magically enhanced bullet passed through their skulls. Will swung his aim around to target a third as the enemy began returning fire. His shield started to waver as the enemy closed and their fire converged on him, becoming more accurate now they were close enough to see through the smoke. He squeezed the trigger once again, but instead of a gunshot, he was greeted with a soft click. Damn! He muttered, raising his sword. He wouldn't have time to reload before the enemy arrived. It would be dangerous to leave cover, but it would be worse to let them overrun their defensive position. He prepared to charge, hoping his shield would hold long enough for him to drive off the enemy. My prince! Get down! A familiar voice called from behind. Will obeyed without thinking, turning to watch as Sophia raised her twin pistols at the approaching soldiers. He felt a surge of mana from her as she fired off several shots into the crowd and glanced out from his cover to see several small explosions erupt amongst them. The air filled with screams as bodies flew in every direction, scattered like tumbling rocks in a landslide. Soon after he made out more panicked shouting, that he recognized as a call to fall back. The urgency of the call making the message clear, even if he couldn't understand the Egyptian language. He glanced back to Sophia and nodded in thanks as he breathed a sigh of relief. She returned it with a slight smile, opening her mouth as if to speak, but they were soon interrupted by another call warning of another attack from the east. Sir, I'll go to reinforce. She stated, reloading her weapons before disappearing into the smog as quickly as she had appeared. I'll give you time to get us out of this. Will frowned as he began reloading his own pistol, feeling slightly nauseous from the pressure of what was expected of him. It was clear they couldn't stay here much longer, but what should they do? Ideally, he would like to push out and attempt to regroup with Tanya and the 203rd, perhaps they could manage an impromptu pincer assault that could help with the breakthrough attempt. However, that would be easier said than done and smacked of the same sort of hubris that had led to the end of the soldiers in the poem. The smoke that protected them and hid their presence was a double-edged sword. Although it currently shielded them from much of the enemy fire, it also prevented them from seeing where their greatest threats were. After the last attempt, it was obvious that they couldn't risk taking to the air to survey the situation, they'd be ripped to shreds by the weight of fire. Any breakout via the sky would have them suffer the same fate, and even if they managed to escape, it was difficult to tell what direction they should even head in order to try to regroup with the main force. Sir! Incoming attacks from the south and west, the enemy is getting more coordinated, we need to get out of here soon. Christina reported across the radio. What are your orders? What are my orders? What should I do? He thought, biting his lip with frustration. He wasn't thinking straight, the shock of how disastrous this operation was going had robbed him of his ability to think clearly. A small part of him considered surrender for a moment, it would ensure the safety of Christina and Sophia at least. No, he couldn't do that, surrender would mean leaving Tanya and the 203rd to their fate in exchange for their own survival. That was precisely the sort of thing the monster would want him to do. He wasn't willing to trade with the monster for the safety of any of those he cared about. Besides, if he surrendered, he might end up out of the fighting and then he would lose everything to the creature's debt. There had to be a way out of this, one where he could keep everything. What would she do? He thought, taking a deep breath to calm himself. The simple answer was that she wouldn't have gotten into this situation in the first place, but that train of thought was hardly productive. Instead, he focused on what he had available, the strengths of him and his company and how Tanya might use them. He still had the reputation of the saint, however his usually effective morale-damaging broadcasts had been having limited success. He was uncertain whether this was due to his fame being less widespread outside of mainland Europa or simply the language barrier. He was fairly good at Alba-ish, but aside from a little Rumeli, he knew little that he could use to convince the Egyptian soldiers to flee. Regardless, it was clear that the saint's influence would not turn the tide of this battle. That left the specialization of the company itself. Even Tanya admitted it had its uses. When he'd been in command of a full battalion, he had wielded it like his saber. He swung with full force at the enemy so that it would cause as much damage as possible before thrusting deep into the enemy ranks. Armies had adapted to the idea of shooting at each other over long distances, this meant charging them was often dangerous and casualties were almost guaranteed. However, once you got in close, the enemy rarely knew how to counter, and the enhanced speed and strength of a mage made them all but invulnerable to anything but another mage in melee. This tactic had always worked in the past, hence why his unit had often been used to break open a hole in the enemy lines. Unfortunately, now he only had a single company. He couldn't afford to take too many casualties, every loss made them incrementally weaker. They'd already lost 2 members in the fighting, much more and they would no longer be an effective fighting force. His eyes were drawn down to the blade in his hand. A thought began to ferment in his mind. A saber wasn't the only type of sword used in fencing. A rapier was smaller and lighter, used almost exclusively to lunge and strike at the heart of the enemy. Its sharp point was designed to bite deep into the flesh and cause the foe to bleed out with devastating speed. This was how he should be using his company. He laughed as he realized Tanya had already told him this in her own way. She'd seen how to get the most out of his troops when she'd written that report on his tactics. Without thinking, he'd used his company as he had his battalion. Tanya would doubtlessly be even more furious with him when she found out he'd ignored the advice. Still, there was no use dwelling on mistakes, it was time to take the initiative. The enemy had parried his first blow, now he needed to counter, to lunge and strike while his foe believed themselves to have the advantage. This time the attack would be highly focused like the point of a rapier, but where should he strike? It was often said that it was wisest to attack where the enemy is weakest, although he couldn't deny this fact, he wasn't sure it would work in this scenario. Their attack had come to a halt both here and at the front, until whoever was coordinating the Commonwealth response was neutralized, this was likely to remain. Their primary objective hadn't changed, they had to deal with the enemy commander in the field and Will had a feeling where he might be. They would attack where the enemy was strongest, even if the enemy commander was not amongst this group, it would cause him a distraction that the main force could take advantage of. If his tactic worked, the enemy numbers wouldn't matter, they wouldn't be able to bring their superior firepower to bear against them. The point of his sword of mages would bite deep into the enemy's chest and if they were lucky, they would pierce the heart. He chuckled to himself as he realized, he was adopting the same doomed tactic from the poem that had been plaguing his thoughts. Unfortunately, it seemed like the best course of action if he were to win even if it was a desperate roll of the dice. He glanced back into the sea of smoke, sand, and corpses and a flash of blue, white and red caught his eye. It was the flag of the Allied Kingdom or at least the ensign of whatever part of the Commonwealth these troops were from. The sight brought a small smile to his face as he realized something very important about the poem that he had missed. Albion had lost that one. Disengage and form up on me in close formation. He sent, trusting his troops to follow his orders without question. They soon complied and joined him behind the enemy truck, now it was simply a case of deciding which way to assault. They'd had the most resistance from the southwest, that seemed the logical place to start. We're going in fast, close and at ground level. He explained quickly, meeting the eyes of each of the soldiers around him. Stay together and don't let them bog you down. I want you each to angle your shields in different directions, we'll trust each other to cover our backs. With limited numbers came limited strength, however, if they used it properly it would be greater than the sum of its parts. If they only focused their shields in one direction each, the barriers would be strong enough to shrug off all but the most powerful weaponry the enemy had on the ground. The risk was that it left them exposed in other directions. However, as long as each member of the company directed their shields in different directions, it should cover the weakened flanks of each individual. Once they were amongst the enemy, they could revert to normal shielding and focus on the butcher's work. He looked again at the faces of those around him, from the grim determination of Christina and Sophia to the nervous but trusting gaze of Corporal Litz. This wasn't going to be easy, he felt like he should say a few words. I trust that every one of you will protect my back. He began truthfully, meeting the gazes of his remaining troops. I hope you trust that I will lead you through this. He turned, staring out at the smoke once again, and his mind turned to a different piece of Alba'ish literature. He raised his sword and pointed through the smog towards the enemy, pouring a portion of mana into his flight boots to raise him a few inches from the ground. Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more. He began, unable to keep a smile off his face as he relished the irony of the subject before uttering the second line more quietly to himself. Or close up the wall with their Alba'ish dead. September 12th, Unified Year 1925, 11 o'clock. Egyptian Western Desert, 60 miles from Iskandria, near the town of Al Main, Commonwealth outermost defense line. 02 to 01, Major, we're under heavy fire and resistance is far stronger than expected. Suggest we withdraw and regroup with the general. Called Weiss as the hail of lead and smoke filled the air around them. Tanya would have loved to oblige her subordinate, right now she would prefer to be as far away from here as possible, but she knew she couldn't order a withdrawal without good reason. General von Rommel had begun moving his forces closer to hit this portion of the line with the spearhead, he was relying on her and her battalion to weaken the line enough for him to break through. Failure could mean the destruction of the task force, or worse, demotion, disgrace, and a permanent position in the worst parts of the organization. Denied. We've all suffered far worse than this on the Rhine, Captain Weiss. She shouted angrily, trying her best to sound convincing with the half-truth. I expect you all to do your jobs. It was true they had suffered worse on the Rhine, but even she had to admit that it was scant comfort. The amount of fire they were taking reminded her of the delaying action they had performed for Operation Fog and Sunday. Although during that time they had been closer to friendly lines when the time came to withdraw. Right now, they had nowhere to run even if they wanted to. If they pulled out, they'd have the Commonwealth guns at their back all the way back to Ildu in Libya. Besides, although the general had given her relative freedom with the use of her battalion, she was sure he wouldn't appreciate seeing her troops falling back right when he decided to commit his main force. That was precisely the sort of action that would end in a court-martial, and Tanya was not keen on the possibility of standing in front of a firing squad. Unfortunately, the Commonwealth international forces were proving to be tougher than anyone had expected. Wilhelm had reported that his attack on the command post had been successful and the tower of smoke originating behind the lines showed he had caused some damage. However, as she had feared, this time the decapitation strike had not been enough to disrupt the enemy. It appeared they had learned from the mistakes of their François allies during Operation Revolving Door. Hardly surprising considering how much the Allied Kingdom had been meddling before they joined the war. Perhaps they had spread their command team across the whole force to prevent a complete collapse of organization? Regardless, it seemed that cutting off the head was no longer an effective option when dealing with the enemy. Machine gun fire echoed around her and the sky filled with munitions once again. For a nation renowned for seaborne their prowess, the Allied Kingdom and their Commonwealth allies were putting up quite the fight on land. It was understandable why General von Rommel had wanted to deal with this threat first. It was almost depressing. No matter who won this battle, more promising human capital would be wasted. She had to do her utmost to make sure she wasn't among them. The enemy had been hitting them hard with a combination of heavy fire from the ground while their mages harassed them at a distance, both making themselves a serious threat and dividing their attention as they closed on their objectives. Additionally, the Allied Kingdom had plenty of anti-air, artillery and anti-tank spread across their lines, meaning Tanya hadn't been able to target the threats to the main force as effectively as she would have liked. Meanwhile, Wilhelm's harassment attack behind enemy lines had not been as effective as they might have hoped. Contact with him had been sporadic since the assault began, but it seemed he was having just as much trouble as she was. Rather than drawing the enemy away from the front, he had been surrounded by some of the enemy reserves and had been forced to take cover. If they didn't break through soon, it looked like the brat would end up captured or dead. No, not captured, that idiot would probably fight to the death. She thought, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable as she thought about his possible loss. It felt the same as when she'd seen Vicious Orb Overload on the Rhine watched her fall towards the ground. It was a growing feeling of dread as the thought that Wilhelm might not make it out of this mess. She gritted her teeth with frustration as she thought about how badly things were going. Their spearhead attack had been blunted before it had even hit, and as the tip of that spear, she would likely be blamed for the failure. Worse still, as Wilhelm's keeper, she would have to explain to the High Command how she allowed the Emperor's favorite nephew to be lost to the enemy. She felt another twinge of panic as she imagined the idiot being gunned down as he attempted some foolhardy charge at the enemy. As skilled in combat as he wasn't the strongest of mages. He'd be gunned down eventually. I should never have allowed him to go on this foolish mission. She thought with a heavy sigh, annoyed at herself for letting him irritate her enough to approve his participation. They needed to break through somehow. She needed to get him out and keep him close by from now on. His continued survival was integral to the future of her career. Yes, that was it. That must have been the source of this unusual source of concern for him. She considered the Type 95, it would surely be enough to punch a hole in the enemy lines. However, she wasn't willing to risk the mental corruption. If she used it, it was entirely possible that she might lose all memory of the rest of the battle, maybe even the next few days. It had happened in the mountains during the training of the 203rd, who knew what being X might force her to do or say. No, I'm not willing to risk it. Not yet at least. She thought, surveying the battlefield as she prepared to give her orders. 02 take second company and try to keep the mages off our back. 04 your company is to target the anti-air positions. The rest of you follow me and take out the anti-tank and artillery. I want to roll out the red carpet for the general. She ordered, steeling herself for a hard fight ahead. Weiss and Koenig would have the harder time in this assault. The mages and anti-air cannons were the most likely sources of damage. However, one company on each threat would only distract some of the enemy, the rest of them would still come under heavy fire. She would like to assign more to each, but they needed as much firepower as possible to support Rommel's breakthrough attempt. Yes ma'am. Came the chorus of confirmations of her troops. As expected, they could be relied upon to follow her orders without question or argument. Weiss and his company broke off and moved to intercept a group of incoming mages, the latest in a seemingly never-ending stream of attacks that the Commonwealth commander was able to accomplish. Meanwhile, Koenig's company dropped below the rest of the battalion and began picking out their targets as the anti-air fire turned to meet them. Tanya sensed the remaining companies form up on her and she increased speed as she descended towards one of the fortified positions. She felt several surges in mana as the soldiers around her picked their targets and began preparing to fire their explosive formulas. She felt a twinge of pride as she did the same. Her troops were competent enough to anticipate her wishes without waiting for orders. She'd trained them well. Fire! She ordered, smiling as she saw the devastation her troops wrought upon the enemy. Her good humor was short-lived, however, as a fresh hail of fire peppered her shield from the troops below, causing her to bank and turn away. Suddenly a second set of shots struck Vicious barrier beside her and Tanya looked forward to seeing a partially diminished company of mages heading straight for them, firing as they closed. She cursed, bringing her weapon around as she ordered her company to fire on the new threat. As she'd feared, Weiss had been unable to tie up all of the mages and she had now been caught as they tried to recover from their attack run. She squeezed the trigger hard, letting loose a flurry of shots into the approaching mages while pouring as much mana into her weapon as possible. She was rewarded with the sight of two of the enemies falling to the ground while another fell to the fire of one of her comrades. Unnerved by this, the enemy turned and ran back as a second flurry of fire attempted to cover their escape. Tanya considered giving chase, these mages were causing her too many problems to be ignored for much longer, but her thoughts were interrupted by a blood-curdling scream from one of her troops below. "Report, what was that?" she called urgently as she guided her troops upwards into the cover of a cloud bank. It wasn't much, but it would give them a little break from the punishing torrent of fire, at least until the enemy sent their mages to smoke them out. "Major, this is Corporal Man. It's Lieutenant Koenig, he's been hit." "I'm fine, I can still fight," Koenig replied, voice strained with the effort of hiding the pain. Once they were hidden in the clouds, Tanya called a halt and levitated over to her injured subordinate. He was supported by Corporal Man, who also held his battered rifle while Koenig winced in obvious pain as he cradled one of his arms close to his chest. As Tanya approached, she saw that little if any of the man's hand remained. It had been blown apart, leaving little more than some exposed bone hanging from a few threads attached to the bloody stump. Meanwhile, blood was flowing freely from what little flesh remained and Koenig had turned a deathly pallor. He looked as though he were struggling to remain conscious, and it was nothing short of miraculous that he was able to contribute anything towards helping man keep them in the air. The sight made Tanya feel slightly nauseous, but more than that it filled her with a cold rage. How could this happen? Koenig was one of her best. One of her most precious human resources. "I'm sorry, Major, I must have gotten careless and been clipped by one of the AA rounds," he breathed, grimacing in pain as the corporal began dressing his wounds. Tanya felt her fist close with instinctive anger. She knew Koenig well enough to know that he was not prone to carelessness, he was amongst the most professional of her team, so she knew this injury was no fault of his. Her troops were tired, and the desert heat was sapping their strength. It was hardly surprising that the number of munitions that the Commonwealth was throwing at them was beginning to take its toll on them. Although that knowledge did nothing to calm her simmering rage. "Corporal, finish dressing his wounds and get the lieutenant out of here," Tanya ordered, unable to hide the anger she felt of losing one of the top members of her team. "Major, please. I can still fight," Koenig pleaded desperately. "How? You can't even hold a rifle," Tanya snapped harshly as her eyes darted to his damaged hand. It was clear that this injury would likely mean the end of Koenig's career, at least as a frontline officer. "You are ordered to get to the nearest medical station first, Lieutenant. I can't afford you weighing us down." Tanya saw the man's face drop and his shoulders slump as he whispered a pained acknowledgement before she turned away and floated upward to meet the rest of her senior officers. How dare they? She thought, shaking slightly as she cursed the Commonwealth gunners that damaged one of her finest resources. Her fingers clenched into a fist and her jaw set as she ground her teeth together with frustration. How dare those Commonwealth bastards do this to me? They shouldn't even be in this war. "Major, are you okay?" Visha asked, tapping her gently on the shoulder, gazing at her with a look of concern. Tanya felt herself calm slightly, seeing her adjutant's worried eyes bore into her. She opened her mouth to reply, but they were soon interrupted again. "Commander," called Weiss from above. "The enemy are on the move, you might want to take a look at this." Once again, her deputy was proving how indispensable he could be. While she had been dealing with the stricken Koenig, he had taken it upon himself to check the overall situation below and was gazing around the battlefield intently. Tanya grabbed her binoculars as she moved to join him and gazed down towards where Weiss was had indicated. What she saw wasn't good. Further reinforcements had almost reached the line, almost undoing the damage they had inflicted upon the enemy. Meanwhile, more enemy troops were moving forward to flank General von Rommel's task force. He had already committed, trusting that she would break through for him, but soon he would be the one that was surrounded. This was a disaster. Tanya clenched her fists with barely controlled rage. This battle might be the end of everything. She'd already lost a precious human resource without anything to show for it. How many more could she afford to lose? It was clear Wilhelm would be lost if they failed, and that would mean the end of her career, or at least an end to any chance of a comfortable position in the rear. She couldn't let that happen. She had only one choice left. Tanya reached to her neck and switched her computation orb. She immediately felt the immense but unstable power fill her body as she raised her weapon and aimed directly, reinforcements moving towards the front line. She felt her mind turn hazy as she struggled against the vile relic and felt bile rise up inside her as she heard her voice begin mouthing words she did not wish to speak. "Dear Lord, I pray that you give me the same strength declared in your word." She began feeling her sense of self slipping away as Hay-type 95 stripped it away from her. "When I am weak, it is you who gives me power, and when I have no might, you increase my strength. I pray that I lean not on my own human ability, but instead find strength in your supernatural never-ending strength and love." As the final syllables fell from her lips, she squeezed the trigger, and everything went blank. Author's notes. Hello everyone, and as always, thank you for reading. I apologize again for the delay in getting these chapters out. I'm doing that a lot lately. I'd like to say I have a good excuse, but in reality, it's because I keep getting stuck. I always plan to expand on the southern campaign as it isn't fleshed out too much in the canon. However, aside from a few key parts of Will's storyline, I never really planned out exactly what would happen and I'm suffering the consequences because of it. I had hoped the muse would favor me but instead, this has turned into a little bit of a slog. Hopefully, the quality isn't affected too much by this. I still plan on forcing my way through this though as I really want to eventually finish this story. It has also made me realize that I will have to plan out a few other bits better in future so hopefully, it will all be for the best. A few other notes. Reinhardt mistakenly blames François for the war rather than Legadonia, partly because Letzenbourg didn't enter until the war until they did. I was originally going to mention Notre Dame Cathedral in Letzenbourg but I didn't want to cause confusion as the famous one that everyone knows is the one in Paris, Parisii, so I changed it to St. Willibrord's Church, which is where Damien grew up. Koenig doesn't have his hand blown off in the canon, spoilers. However, he and Newman aren't mentioned much in the LN after the 203rd is formed and they don't feature much in the movie either and I needed someone to be injured. Fear not though if you are a fan of his, despite him being possibly the blandest character in the franchise, I have plans for him in the future. Chapter 48, Battle of Alamein Part 3, Monsters. The Battle of Alamein Part 3, Monsters. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. The total casualties inflicted on the Commonwealth forces during the battle is unknown to this day, but it is thought that many more died to the desert heat during the subsequent rout. Indeed, many thousands arrived back at the Suez Canal suffering heat exhaustion, nausea, and hallucinations caused by severe dehydration. They tell of fanciful tales of superhuman feats performed by mages, however, these have been largely dismissed as tall tales. Rommel's own memoirs praises the magic users involved but denies that they were able to accomplish anything unattainable by contemporary standards. Despite this, many stories persist, and some veterans have even called the general's claims a lie. With such passionate feelings at work, it's difficult to disregard the feelings of these men. But until further research is done into the battle, we cannot be certain of the truth. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. September 12, Unified Year 1925 12 o'clock. Governor's Palace, Benghazi, Ildoan, Libya. Colonel Virginio Calandro found himself raising a surprised eyebrow as he glanced over the latest reports from the men observing the imperial advance. The colonel had not rated the Empire's chances of success in this assault. They were outnumbered and outgunned by the Commonwealth forces brought in via the canal. Additionally, Calandro knew the local terrain, that old dog Kitchener had chosen the perfect choke point to halt the Empire's colonial ambitions. He'd expected to see the Empire's finest back in friendly territory within a few days to lick their wounds. However, the latest reports indicated that the battle had turned in favor of Rommel's expeditionary force. The Imperials had caused a huge amount of damage to the forward lines and broken through, causing untold Commonwealth casualties in the process. They had now begun to encircle and overwhelm the individual units. It wouldn't be long before the Commonwealth lines collapsed completely, and they fled back to Iskandria. It was a surprising turnaround, one that made Calandro uneasy, despite the good relations between Ildoa and its northern ally. General Gassman would want to be informed of this development at once. He collected the files and strode towards the general's temporary office. The Empire's involvement in the southern continent had meant many diplomats and military personnel that would usually be busy in Roma had been sent down here to aid their allies. While protecting Ildoa's interests of course. Lieutenant General Igor Gassman had been amongst them and as his aide-de-camp Calandro had been brought along with him. General Gassman was considered by most to be more of a politician than a military man, so many thought he would be the ideal choice to send to liaise with the Imperials. His position was in part due to the connections and influence he held that spread right through both the military and the government. Although he'd served out in the colonies in his younger years, he had little experience as a field commander of late and it was rare to see him away from central command. His rivals often dismissed him as little more than a bureaucrat in a uniform and he was unpopular with both those who supported their imperial allies and those who would seek to undermine them. They thought he was a coward whose leadership of the center faction in the government served only to keep Ildoa from winning glory in this war. Calandro knew better. Unlike most of the Ildoan military, the colonel had tasted real combat during his career. He had been dealing with small-scale conflicts, border wars, and uprisings in the colonies his entire career. He knew exactly how woefully underprepared their military was for a large-scale conflict. They had some skilled Alpine specialists and one or two crack mage battalions, but much of the rest of the army was ill-disciplined, undertrained, and outdated. If Ildoa went to war in this state it would be suicide and would likely cause the country to collapse back into the fragmented mess that existed before unification. Gassman's national defense plan was the only hope they had for long-term survival. It was far better to toe the line and see where the most profitable outcome lay. If they managed to reap some benefits without getting directly involved, excellent. If not, at least they didn't need to risk losing what they already had. Ildoa couldn't afford to gamble its future. As he finally reached his destination, he paused for a moment to straighten his uniform before knocking on the door to gain entry. He waited for the muffled reply of the general beckoning him inside and entered one of the grander offices of Benghazi's government building. Until recently it had been inhabited by Libya's governor and it still held all the gaudy furnishings of a man who enjoyed showing off his wealth and power. However, the recent incumbent had fallen ill in recent months and a replacement had yet to be appointed to take over the stewardship of the area. General Xanen had taken the opportunity to snatch up the disused office during his stay but had not yet seen fit to remove the ex-governor's opulent decor. Perhaps he didn't expect they'd be here long enough for it to be worth the trouble, or he found it fitting for his own aggrandized taste. It wasn't all bad though. The office faced the sea and offered an unrivaled view of the ancient city, especially on clear days like today. The expansive office windows stretched far enough that they allowed a spectacular view of the busy port and the clear waters of the southern sea. Many Ildoans like to call this sea Mare Nostrum, even if the country's control over the waters were tenuous at best, but from the palace window it almost felt like it really was their sea. The general was not enjoying the beautiful scene outside his window, however. He was hard at work wading through a mountain of paperwork and reports from the capital. Just because he was not in the general staff offices, didn't mean that he would allow others to attend to his duties for him. Whether this diligence was due to duty or fear one of the more aggressive factions might attempt to undermine his efforts, Calandro could not say for certain. News about Rommel? The general asked without looking up from his work as Calandro snapped a salute. Yes sir, replied the colonel, placing the file on the general's desk. Reports indicate that he has broken through, and Commonwealth casualties are mounting. Our observers don't expect the battle to last the day. Xanen paused his work, allowing no hint of his thoughts to show on his face as he reached for a cigarette. He offered another to his aide, which Calandro took gratefully before reaching into his pocket for a lighter. Soon the smell of tobacco filled the room and silence descended as the older man schemed the report in front of him. You don't seem especially surprised by the news, sir. Calandro prompted, noticing that the general remained impassive as he read the document and inhaled the nicotine-infused smoke. Xanen was silent for a moment, looking up to study his subordinate with cold grey eyes. It was as if the cautious old man was quietly judging whether it was safe to share his thoughts with his deputy. Calandro had served with Xanen for several years now, so knew the general was very careful when sharing information. Calandro tried not to take the implied lack of trust personally. One does not get into such a powerful position by speaking carelessly. He doubted the general meant any offense. Finally, and with a groan of effort, the man got up out of his chair and slowly made his way towards one of the large windows overlooking the terrace, stopping to stare out over the distant blue sea. Tell me, Colonel, have you studied the Empire's national defense plan? He asked eventually, gesturing for Calandro to join him by the window. Yes sir, the so-called interior line strategy. He replied promptly, as Xanen nodded, urging him to continue. They keep small armies on each of their borders. These are tasked with delaying the enemy while the main forces mobilize and overwhelm their foe. Unfortunately, in this war, they were attacked on multiple fronts, which made it difficult for their main force to achieve this. Indeed, it is a solid strategy built to take advantage of the Empire's expansive infrastructure. They can move a lot of troops and equipment around their lands with relative ease. The general added, taking a long drag from his cigarette. However, it is entirely defensive. Odd given the current situation, isn't it? Indeed sir, as far as we know the Empire has no prearranged plans for invasions of its neighbors and certainly nothing for operations overseas. That is precisely why I'm surprised by their success. I can only assume they must be making it up as they go along. As far as we know. The general replied with a dark smile, leaving an unspoken accusation in the air. You can't mean. The point of a general staff is to plan for all potential eventualities in war. The general replied in a tone that suggested that certain specifics of this conversation should remain unsaid. I think it's fair to say that such a radical change in overall strategy means that they had something up their sleeve. It would be best not to underestimate our dear friends in the north. Calandro nodded, understanding the general's meaning. The Empire were their allies, but they were also rivals. Despite treaties promising otherwise, it was clear they had been hiding things from them, perhaps even a plan to betray their southern neighbor. They had already taken Istria away from them after all, and they still held other lands traditionally considered to be within the Ildoan sphere of influence. Still, potential trouble from the Empire wasn't Calandro's primary source of concern at this point. His worry was focused far closer to home. Imperial victories down here will rile up the other factions. They'll use it as an excuse to draw us into the conflict eventually. I'm sure they'll try, replied Xanen, turning to his subordinate with a wry smile as he tossed his finished cigarette out the window. But they'll soon calm down. Why should we risk our necks when the Empire will give us what we want? Sir. Calandro replied with a confused look. It'll take the Empire generations to pay off the debt of this war, even with reparations from the Francois and the Allied Kingdom. Meanwhile, they have no experience dealing with colonial administration and it's a terribly expensive business. The general explained with a smile. As their dear friends, we will need to step in to help them, of course. They'll either give us difficult colonies or sell them to us on the cheap to get rid of the cost. We'll achieve Mare Nostrum by diplomatic means. Calandro nodded in understanding. The Empire may be a great conqueror, but controlling its new territory in the long term was a very different business, a business that Ildoa had valuable experience with. Then of course there is the Republic and the Allied Kingdom. They'll have nothing after this war, not to mention the trouble they'll have at home. They'll be forces to either sell or release their colonies. Either way, we can make them ours. The general continued brightly before turning serious once again. As long as we give ourselves the time to get our occupying forces ready. Silence fell over the room. Despite the general's confidence, they both knew that preventing the other factions from dragging them into the war would be difficult, even with the promise of territory from the empire and the vanquished nations. The pro-imperial faction particularly would be itching to take part, especially since it was rumored that the king himself favored intervention on behalf of their allies. Our agreement with the empire states that we will take care of any injured for them regardless of nationality. The general said eventually, I'd like you to organize a force to head to the battlefield to provide aid. I need to take care of some business in Tripoli, you can meet me there when you're done. Yes sir, but what do we do with the Commonwealth troops? We're officially neutral, we can't keep them prisoner. They'll be sent home. The general said absently, as per our agreement with the Allied Kingdom. Calandro nodded in understanding. They'd be playing both sides, a dangerous game if they weren't careful, but what other choice did they have? He saluted and headed out of the office to see to the medical teams, pausing as he reached the door to look back at the general as he continued to stare out over the sea. Towing the line for survival? Calandro thought grimly. It feels more like a tightrope walk. September 12th Unified Year 1925 1330. Commonwealth Temporary Command Center, Egyptian Western Desert, 60 miles from Iskandria, near the town of Aileo, Maine. Impossible. Kitchener stuttered as the fragmented reports from the shattered front lines poured in. It can't be true. The temporary command center was in disarray as the soldiers around him frantically attempted to get confirmation of events happening at the forwardmost lines. Soldiers rushed backwards and forwards between the makeshift tables, while the officers manning the radios struggled to make themselves heard over the shouting in the makeshift shelter set up around Kitchener's jeep. The picture painted so far was grim and seemed to contain nothing but ill tidings of chaos and destruction. A series of devastating explosions, far too big to be artillery fire or tank shells, had ripped into their defenses and left untold casualties. Moments later, Rommel and his tanks had hit the weakened section of the line, cutting Kitchener's forces in two. It now seemed only a matter of time before almost half of his forces were surrounded and overwhelmed. If they didn't act quickly, the battered and beleaguered men still desperately fighting on the right flank would be lost. But how had they done it? Nothing the Empire had with them should have been capable of such destruction. It would require something with the caliber of a railway gun or a battleship barrage. The only thing they had nearby was the mages that Bastien had been engaging, but no mage was powerful enough to produce firepower of that magnitude. Even the fabled Devil of the Rhine couldn't have pulled off such an extraordinary feat. It was utterly impossible. Wasn't it? Kitchener felt his strength leave him. It was as though all the new life bestowed on him on the onset of this battle had been sucked out of him again. He felt the weight of his advancing years return to him, making his muscles feel weak and tired once more. It felt as though he barely had the energy to stand anymore. It took all his willpower not to slump down onto a nearby crate and hang his head in despair. Where had it gone wrong? No, the men still look to me for leadership. We can still turn this around. At the very least we can repel them and make an orderly withdrawal. He thought, regaining his composure as a distant explosion filled the air somewhere behind him. He was an Alba-ish gentleman. An Alba-ish gentleman did not crack under pressure. What would his niece think of him if she saw him acting this way? Forcing himself to be calm, he closed his eyes and began envisioning the battlefield and the troop positions in his mind's eye once again. The important thing now was to do what he could to get the soon-to-be encircled troops on the right clear, or at least as many as possible. He still had a force at Rommel's left, but they were still quite far away from the fighting, and they had no vehicles to speed their advance. He wasn't sure it would be enough. Even with their aid he would need to find something to help plug up the hole while the defenders withdrew the front lines. Order the flanking forces to engage immediately. Tell them to do everything they can to slow Rommel's advance. Kitchener began turning to a nearby radio operator. He just hoped that they could make it in time to save their beleaguered colleagues. And tell the right flank to withdraw immediately. If they haven't started rooting or surrendering en masse, he added silently to himself, feeling the despair clawing at him once again. He wouldn't blame them if they had. This disaster was his fault. They shouldn't have to suffer for it. He shook the dark thoughts from his mind, trying instead to focus on the matter at hand. He needed something to help cover their retreat, or it really would end up as a rout. But what else did he have available? Of course. The troops pinning down the Saint. He thought, remembering the units he'd sent to prevent the mages from harassing the rear lines. Surely, he didn't need 2 regiments to keep a single company trapped in the burning wreckage of the old command center. The boy was likely ready to surrender now anyway. It would be the ideal time to move his troops to somewhere more useful. Get me the Egyptian 9th. He began, feeling a little more of his confidence return. Have them move to support the withdrawal. Yes, it would work, he was sure of it. They might not be able to win this battle outright, but they could at least force a stalemate and fall back. In this war, a draw was a win for Albion. It bought time for the Allied Kingdom and the Free Republican Army to send reinforcements. Even if they were forced to give up the airfield, they could recover as long as they maintained control of the Suez. Once they did, they would put an end to Rommel's desert adventure. He just wished he'd have the chance to see it. He would likely be forced to retire by his critics after this battle. They'd say he was an old fool that had led them to disaster. Perhaps they'd be right, but at least he'd be able to look himself in the mirror and say he did everything he could. He had done his duty. What are you doing, you old fool? He mentally scolded himself. There are men dying out there. This is no time to worry about your career. Sir, the 9th Egyptian reports they've been engaged with the enemy mages for some time now. A young lieutenant replied as another explosion, much closer this time, filled the air behind them. I'm sorry, sir, the initial message must have gotten lost during the confusion. Damn! Cursed Kitchener loudly, clenching his fist with frustration. It seemed the saint wasn't content to sit the battle out either. He was probably trying to regroup with the main force, but how had he broken the encirclement? How did he get out? There was more than enough firepower to keep them pinned down indefinitely. It seems they stayed close to the ground and used the smoke as cover to close in. The officer replied eventually as he tried to make sense of the radio traffic. The Egyptians were never able to bring their full firepower to bear because the mages were too close when they attacked. They've been in melee ever since. They've been forced to fall back. What about the Egyptian 10th? Where are? Suddenly Kitchener found himself flying backwards through the air as a blast tore through the temporary command center, sending his jeep flying and scattering the makeshift tables and equipment in every direction. Kitchener cried out in pain as he hit the ground hard, feeling bones break in his fragile and elderly body. He heard panicked shouts and sporadic gunfire around him as he rolled his aching body onto his stomach. He tried to stand but found he could no longer move his legs, and a sharp pain shot up one side every time he tried to move. Hesitantly he looked around, seeing the burning wreckage of his transport sitting sideways in the sand beside him. He saw no sign of the other soldiers that had been manning the temporary command center with him. The smoke surrounding him made his eyes water, making it difficult to see very far, and the blast had been enough to throw everyone a considerable distance. He prayed they would be safe. It's over, I need to order a full retreat before it's too late. He thought, dragging himself towards a battered radio set half buried in some rubble in front of him, desperately hoping the device was still operating. I have to make sure as many of my brave boys get out as possible. The agony was almost unbearable. Even in his prime these injuries would have made this task difficult, but with his advanced years, his aging muscles struggled with every centimeter of progress. But Kitchener refused to give up. He had always done his duty, he would not fail in it here when it mattered the most. Even if this was to be his final order, he would see it through. Finally, his hand closed over the telephone-like transceiver, and with his final ounce of strength, he began dragging it towards him, only to find a sudden pressure halting its movement. A small metal flight boot stood on the handset holding it in place. It was bulky, as all flight equipment was, but very small. It was clearly a child's footwear, and he was certain if he had the strength, he could have easily wrenched it free from the juvenile that kept him from his final duty. His strength had left him, however, his aged and damaged body had betrayed him and had nothing left to give. He struggled feebly, desperately trying to free it, but to no avail. The boot began to apply pressure, and Kitchener made an anguished sound of desperation as the handset split apart and shattered into a mess of broken components and loose wires. He used what energy he had to lift his head to look upon the one responsible, the one who would have doomed so many more Commonwealth troops to the grave than was necessary. His gaze traced upward along the boot, revealing the figure of a small boy in a black flight suit and bulky battery with white robes similar to those worn by the local nomadic tribes hung like a cape over the top of them. In his hands, he had a pistol and an old-fashioned cavalry saber that gleamed in the desert sunlight. It was the sort of weapon Kitchener had carried at the start of his career, an old relic in a modern battle, just like him. He wasn't sure if it would be fitting or ironic to see his life ended by a weapon as archaic as he was. The boy had messy golden hair, with silvery flecks that reflected the light. And he wore what to most would seem like a kind smile. However, Kitchener had seen too much in his life to believe that false expression. The kindness did not reach the boy's eyes. Instead, the piercing green orbs had a wild look about them, akin to a cornered and desperate animal. The sort of eyes that showed that their owner was willing and capable of anything. The boy stared down at the broken radio, and for the briefest of moments, his smile distorted into one of cruelty and the evil eyes flashed once more. It was as though he realized the significance of the destruction of the communication device, and as he stared down at Kitchener it felt like those emerald orbs existed only to feed off his misery. This must be the real command center. The boy said, Kitchener barely managing to understand the Germanic language through the fog of pain in his brain. The evil expression disappeared as he turned his head to the squad of mages behind him, as though he wanted to keep his cruelty secret from his comrades. Spread out, make sure nothing is left behind. Kitchener tried to speak out, but his voice had diminished to little more than a whisper. He felt his remaining energy fade and his head slumped as the mages quickly obeyed the boy's orders and began spreading out to make sure that every remaining trace of the command center was destroyed. The enemy commander, so this is where you've been hiding. The boy said sweetly in slightly accented Alba-ish this time. He used his foot to push Kitchener onto his back, forcing him to look up at the boy's now smug grin. I'm Prince Wilhelm Hozollern, it's nice to finally meet you. This is the saint? Kitchener thought incredulously as he stared up at his attacker. This is no saint, nothing holy can carry an expression like that. Tell me, General, are you a man of faith? The so-called saint asked, pointing his blade at his throat as the wild look returned to his face. Before Kitchener could reply, a yell and a burst of rifle fire cut through the air, causing the prince to grimace as he looked over towards the source of the ruckus. Despite his weariness, Kitchener also found himself looking towards the cause of the commotion and was surprised to see a squad of soldiers from the Raj 12th Frontier Force appear through the smoke. Rally to the general! One of the soldiers called as they charged towards the young mage, firing wildly as they advanced. The prince's face soured as he raised his pistol, and he clenched his teeth together as he fired 3 shots at the approaching Indus troops. The ammunition erupted into small explosions, each with the size and ferocity of a grenade, and the men of the Raj fell before the cruel saint. God no! Kitchener breathed with a tear in his eyes as he saw his men blown away. His voice had scarcely been a whisper, but the name of the Almighty caught the cruel saint's attention, even over the din of battle. The boy's head whipped down as soon as he heard it, distracting him long enough that a more accurate hail of fire struck the mage's barrier, forcing him to stagger back as the shield lit up. Suddenly Kitchener felt himself being hauled to his feet as a young soldier propped him up on his shoulder and began dragging him away. Quick, General, we have to get you out of here. Kitchener turned to his savior and recognized it as the young soldier that had woken him just days before. He couldn't believe it. The young man who had been terrified of an old man in his nightgown had dashed through the flames and snatched him from the grips of the enemy. You brave fool, he thought, feeling his heart swell with pride. He'd been wrong about these men, they were no simple farmers without the will to fight. They had the hearts of lions and the courage to match, they had risked everything to save him. It was an honor to serve with such men, but it was too late for him, he needed to do what he could to get these men out of here. No lad, get out now. He coughed, tasting the coppery taste of blood on his lips. I'm done for anyway, you need to get everyone out before it's too late. The young soldier stared at him with worried confusion as he continued to carry the old man away. He opened his mouth to argue but suddenly let out a silent exclamation as the air was forced out of his lungs. He released Kitchener and the old general fell to the floor once again, twisting as he fell to reveal the sight of the young soldier impaled on the prince's sword. The young soldier looked down at his chest in shock, unable to believe what had just happened to him before looking to the old general once more before the light faded from his eyes. Kitchener felt tears form at the corner of his eyes once again as stabbing guilt replaced the pride in his chest. He didn't even know the young soldier's name. It shamed him to admit it, but he had never bothered to learn the names of any of the Raj troops. What kind of commander was he? With strength far exceeding that of someone his age or size, the prince shrugged the young soldier from his blade, leaving it covered in shimmering red ichor. Kitchener watched in disgust as the false saint lifted the bloody blade to eye height and studied the residue from his kill while his company continued with the butcher's work of cutting down the rest of the brave soldiers from the Raj. Idiot, if you'd just ran. The boy said with a strange expression on his face as he gazed at the blood dripping from his blade. Finally, the cruel saint turned back towards Kitchener, his desperate wild eyes blazing once again as he approached. This time the smile matched his eyes, his grin almost manic. The Empire were madmen for sending children to war, it had obviously mentally shattered this boy, leaving little more than a vicious beast behind, one that fed off death and destruction. And this was the one renowned for mercy, he could only imagine how evil the devil of the Rhine must be. The cruel saint stood over him and stared down into his eyes for what seemed like an eternity. Kitchener coughed again, tasting more blood in his mouth, but despite himself, he smiled. He knew he was dying, at least he could take comfort that the imperial bastards wouldn't capture him. His mind started to turn hazy, and his thoughts started to wander. He thought of all his achievements and the proud day when he stood in front of the Queen and was rewarded for his service. He'd been so proud of what he'd done for the Commonwealth, he didn't care much for the medals, the ranks, or the titles, but he felt honored to have his hard work acknowledged by their sovereign. His mind drifted further back, to the day his niece was born. He'd been a young captain then, so focused on his career that he barely ever visited his family. If not for poor weather delaying his voyage, he would have missed it, but in the end, he was thankful for the delay. From the moment he'd held her in his arms, looking down at her inquisitive eyes and soft dark hair, he'd known she'd forever have a place in his heart. Now she was the only family he had left, and he felt a pang of guilt as he realized he would be leaving her alone. But she was a strong woman, stronger than anyone he'd ever met. He knew she would be fine without him. Finally, he thought of home. The Allied Kingdom of Albion with its rolling hills, green fields, and smoggy cities. He'd spent so little of his life there, he realized, he'd been serving or campaigning across the world for most of his life. But Albion was where his heart lay, and he knew he would return there to rest when this was all over. He became aware of the cruel saint staring down at him once again, but something had changed. The mad desperation was still present in the green orbs, but now they were colored with something else. Sadness, deep sadness, and regret. The boy looked at his blade once again, and Kitchener swore he saw a tear form at the corner of the boy's eye as he winced as though in physical pain. If it's any consolation, I wish I didn't have to do this. It's just... the boy whispered as he slowly and deliberately placed the point of his blade at Kitchener's chest. Kitchener took a deep breath and stared up at the boy as he lifted his sword to deliver the final blow. He would not look away, he would meet his end as a man of Albion. Dies lo Volt. September 12th, Unified Year 1925, 1700 hours. Egyptian Western Desert, 60 miles from Iskandria, near the town of Aliel, Maine. Bastien felt as though the world had been ripped out from under him. His body was aflame with agony, and he could barely move. He could barely even summon the energy to open his eyes as he lay broken on the warm sands. He now knew only pain as he lay trapped within the shattered confines of his own body. Drifting in and out of consciousness, unable to call for help or even reach for his canteen to slake his thirst. Barely able to hear as his ears filled with blood. He had no idea how long he had been lying here, he had no way to mark the passage of time aside from the occasional fluctuation in his agony. Gradually it began to feel like his sense of self, his very being was slowly fading away, and there was nothing he could do to prevent it. It was a mercy really, the world was becoming ever more darker and distant, as though he were becoming detached from reality. He should have been terrified, but instead, a curious sense of serenity took over him as he felt the void begin to take away his pain. He tried to recall how he had gotten here, his injuries made it difficult to remember, but he felt like it was important that he recalled what happened before the end. His head throbbed as he tried to force the memory forward, then all at once he saw a figure in his mind. It was the devil, and as he saw her dispassionate stare, everything came flooding back. 5 hours earlier. God help us! Bastien whispered as he stared at the impossibly large explosion that had just ripped through their lines. He felt frozen in place by a mixture of horror and awe as he watched a single streak of unearthly power remove hundreds from existence in a mere instant. No trace of them remained, even their clothing and equipment was swallowed by the blinding light and deafening noise. The detonation left an empty void filled with nothing but blasted sand in its wake, and there was now an unnatural emptiness where these brave men had once stood. There was a moment of eerie silence, as though even sound had been removed from the blast radius. Bastien felt numb as he saw so many lives extinguished all at once, unable to contemplate the enormity of what he had witnessed. It shouldn't have been possible. That blast had only been from a single mage. An entire regiment shouldn't have been able to cause so much destruction. Yet somehow this lone soldier had torn through them like they were nothing. He stared down at the blast site, feeling dizzy from the impossible sight he had just seen. From his vantage point, he could see there would be little hope of finding any survivors. He doubted even the strongest of his mages could have survived even being close to a blast like that, and they would at least have some protection. The poor souls down there had nothing to shield them from the mage's power. He couldn't even begin to comprehend what it might have been like for those caught up in the destruction. The anguish cut into his chest like a knife. He could only hope that it had been quick and painless. A single mage. He mumbled to himself as shock deafened him to the frantic radio signals and battlefield noise that had begun return around him. It wasn't possible, no mage was strong enough to wield that sort of power. Or at least they shouldn't be. He gazed upwards towards the shooter, his head feeling heavy, almost like he was drunk from the horror he had just witnessed. In the distance, he saw a single figure lower their weapon and look down upon the havoc they had wrought as the remainder of the mages formed up around them. It was true, it really had been a single shooter. It was her, the Devil of the Rhine. He now understood why the François feared her so much. She wasn't human, she couldn't be. They'd been having trouble with her and her mages before this, but now it was clear that she had been toying with them like a cat playing with a mouse. Rommel had wanted to bring as many of them together as possible, simply to unleash her and show how futile their resistance was. He'd herded them in order to let the devil slaughter them like cattle. He had thought he'd taken heed of the Republic's warnings, he thought he'd done his best to prepare for what this monster was capable of. But there was nothing that could have prepared him for this. He swore he would never forget the moment that this monster destroyed so many lives so callously. This person deserved her moniker, they truly were evil. A second shot rang out from the devil, this time accompanied by the fire from her lesser demons. Their power was minute compared to that of their vile mistress, but together it added to the concert of destruction taking place below. The air filled with screams that almost matched the volume of the explosions. This was no longer a battle, it was a massacre. The shock began to transform into indignant rage, and for the first time, Bastien felt as though this war were truly justified. The Empire knew they could push this force aside, they knew that the Commonwealth forces had no hope of victory here, yet they allowed them to believe they stood a chance. This enemy was ruthless in their killing, they had no respect for the lives of those they had taken. That they offered no quarter before unleashing such a devastating and overpowering attack was proof of that. This carnage was immoral, sinful even. A monster like this cannot be permitted to live. Both his mages and the troops below were already panicking and would doubtlessly be looking to him for leadership, but Bastien's gaze was fixed on the figure high above them. They should withdraw, save who they could while they still had the chance. He knew that, and every rational bone in his body told him that he should order it immediately before it was too late. However, he knew he would never forgive himself if he allowed this evil to go unopposed. Even if the effort ultimately proved to be futile, someone had to stand against this demon. With a wordless prayer on his lips, he willed mana into his flight gear and charged towards the enemy mages, firing wildly at them despite the extreme range. He became aware of many of his own troops following his example, but his mind was too focused on his target to pay them any mind. He needed to rid this evil from the world. If he ever wanted to close his eyes without seeing the terrible vision of death he had just witnessed replayed again and again, he needed to make sure the devil was defeated. His men joined their fire to his and he saw the barriers of the Imperial mages begin to light up as they were struck. Again, he paid no attention to them as he focused on his own target, the monster who led them. As they closed, he began to make out the figure of the devil more clearly, and what he saw made him feel sick. He'd been briefed that the devil of the Rhine and Saint were children, of course, he'd even seen top-secret pictures taken from computation orbs, but he'd never truly believed that a nation would send children to war. How could any moral person even consider it? No, this is no child. A child is not capable of such slaughter. This is a monster in the form of a little girl. A killing machine shaped by an unscrupulous empire. He urged himself forward, firing again, watching the shots impact against her shield. She ignored him, firing another devastating volley into the helpless soldiers below. He felt his rage rise further as he thought about how many countless lives she had so casually extinguished and yelled in anguish. "Face me, devil!" Time seemed to slow as the girl turned to face him. She wore a dispassionate expression, as though she were completely unaffected by the death and destruction she had caused. Her eyes glowed a sickening yellow gold and she radiated an unnatural aura that made her seem large and dominating, despite her short stature. Just looking at her filled Bastien with a strange feeling of dread. The girl raised her weapon once again and he felt a surge of mana in the air that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Her lips began to move, and her voice rang out over the battlefield as she leveled her weapon at Bastien and his mages. "Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon them." The girl's voice echoed in the sky as she squeezed the trigger and unleashed a volley of fire at the soldiers behind him. He heard the blasts and the screams of the fallen behind him. He didn't need to look to know that they were dead. This monster was too efficient of a killer to allow any of them to live. However, her words as she fired cut through his soul. This creature, this devil was mocking his very faith. It was as though she knew the reason for his foolhardy charge, and she was taunting and laughing at his conviction. He let out a wordless yell of defiance and fired the last of his ammunition at the devil, watching as it lit up her shield once more. He increased his speed and hefted his rifle so that he could charge her with his bayonet. He would drive it through her heart, he would defeat this monster. He'd use his bare hands if he had to. He owed it to his fallen comrades, he owed it to everyone who had suffered under her gaze. The devil did not react as the blade drew closer and closer to her, a little more and she'd be. Bastien saw his barrier shattering into 1,000 pieces, the blow that had struck him had been so quick that his eyes had not seen what had broken it. A moment later, he found himself coughing up blood as an explosion of pain ripped through his torso. He heard a sickening crack as a sledgehammer-like blow fractured his rib cage and knocked him from his flight gear. Time slowed again as his brain struggled to process everything that had happened. He looked down at his chest to see the devil ramming the butt of her gun into him. How had she moved so quickly? It wasn't possible. Her gaze moved up to meet his and terror filled his heart. She still wore the impassive look on her face, almost like she was in a trance, but her actions didn't seem thoughtless. Instead, it was as though she were being puppeted, as though the devil himself really did inhabit this fanatic's body. Again, he felt a prayer on his lips as he looked into those soulless eyes, not for himself but for those below. He prayed that they would escape the clutches of this demon. "Lord bless you and keep you, and give you peace," she whispered robotically before in one terrifyingly swift movement she brought her weapon up and smashed it into his face and the world went dark. Several hours later. She hadn't bothered to finish him off, she'd let gravity do that for her. She hadn't even fired her weapon to tear him from the sky. She didn't need to, he wasn't enough of a threat for her to bother with. He was too weak to defeat her, too weak to even hurt her. Too feeble to avenge the poor souls she had so casually slaughtered. A spasm of pain brought him back from his memories and a curious sense of tranquility fell over him as he thought about his situation. It was unlikely he would survive. If he didn't die from his injuries, the desert heat would no doubt get him. His throat already felt dry, it wouldn't take long for thirst to take him at this rate. He was going to die. He felt a deep sadness as he thought of his home and family, he would never see their smiling faces again. He'd always told himself that as a soldier he had prepared himself for the possibility of falling in battle, but now that it had become a reality, he found himself terrified of leaving the world behind. Leaving the people he loved behind. He didn't want to go. It was at that moment he heard muffled voices at the edge of his awareness. They were distant and it was impossible to make out any details, but someone was nearby searching for survivors. He began to feel the smallest pang of hope, the tiniest flame of belief that he might be rescued and survive this ordeal. He might see his loved ones again after all. He focused on the voices, using the sound as an anchor and grasping it with his mind in an attempt to drag his consciousness back from the pit it had fallen into. Gradually the voices began to become clearer, and the darkness began to fade away as the sunlight began to pass through his eyelids. He gasped to fill his lungs with oxygen, sending a new wave of agony through his chest. However, he began to feel stronger, as though the life was somehow being returned to him. Mustering all the effort he could manage, he forced his eyes open, filling his world with light once more. His vision was blurry as his eyes struggled to focus and his aching head began trying to interpret the fuzzy shapes being introduced to him. His vision began to clear and a face filled his perception. A young boy with bright, but tired, green eyes knelt before him smiling softly at him as he gazed down at him. His hair was golden with flecks of silver that shimmered in the desert sun, making the boy seem like he was glowing. His first thought that this was an angel, perhaps he had already died and this cherub had come to calm his anguished soul. As his mind became slightly clearer, he knew he was mistaken, this was a real boy, not some divine apparition. But why would he be here on the battlefield? Bastien became aware of a small hand on his chest. A small influx of power was being directed into his body. The boy was healing him, he realized, using magic to breathe new life into him. He may not have been a true angel, but he was Bastien's savior, his saint. He urged his mouth open to thank him, barely able to force a raspy whisper from his parched lips. However, before he could form any words, the boy lifted a finger to his mouth and gently shushed him before reaching into his pack and pushing a canteen towards Bastien's mouth. He swallowed the water gratefully, the liquid giving him life as sure as the boy's mana was. He watched as the boy returned to performing magical first aid and although still in great pain, he felt some of his strength begin to return to him. They stayed like that for some time, although Bastien had no idea exactly how long. Eventually, the boy's ministrations were interrupted by shouting somewhere outside Bastien's vision. He felt as though he recognized the speaker, but he couldn't remember where from. He tried to turn to see who the new voice belonged to, but the boy stopped him, once again bringing his finger to his lips before whispering in 2 words in accented Albish. "Stay quiet." The boy stood and turned, giving a quick salute to whoever was approaching. Bastien tried to focus on the second voice, attempting to remember where he knew the speaker from despite the pain and disorientation filling his mind. It was young and obviously belonged to a female, but the tone was harsh and aggressive. Somehow it didn't seem to quite fit with his recollection. "Ah, Frau Major, Sie haben es in dort drüben aber gehörig gesiegt. Bei so wenigen überlebenden Word das Ildo erot Cruz mit wenig Arbeit belohnt sen." The boy began, smiling at the approaching figure while Bastien silently wished he could understand the Germanic language. "Nächster Halt, Flugplatz, Dan Iskandria und den Akter Kanal, oder." Despite the boy's warning, Bastien forced himself to move his head to one side so that he could see the second figure. Pain shooting through him with the effort, but he felt compelled to find the source of the familiar voice. His vision was still blurry, and the bright sunlight made it difficult to see, so he had to squint in order to see the person the boy was speaking to. Bastien's blood ran cold as the figure became clearer. It was her. The devil who had killed so many and left him a broken shell. Fear overtook him. In this state he was helpless. The cruel girl could snuff out his life in an instant and he had no way of defending himself, just like the poor soldiers she had so mercilessly killed a few hours before. All that stood between him and certain death was the small boy who had brought him back from the brink. He prayed as he unconsciously reached into his pocket, his hand closing over a small silver cross. It had been a gift from his grandfather, a family treasure that he had kept safe since he was a child. He drew strength from it as he asked the Lord for protection against this she-devil, not just for himself but for the boy who stood against her. The devil girl's gaze met Bastien's for a brief second and her eyes narrowed. Bastien's fear turned to terror. They were not the same eyes he had seen far above as she struck him from the skies. These were much worse. These were the eyes of a much more controlled individual. Unlike before, these eyes seemed to show understanding of the carnage around her. However, her expression showed that she simply didn't care. Somehow, these eyes were much worse and he thanked God that he had not needed to face her while wearing this gaze. He was certain he would not have survived. The second seemed to stretch on for an eternity, but eventually, the girl ripped her gaze away from him and returned it to his savior. "Genugrum Gilbert Wilhelm, ab Martian Zen Minuten." The devil barked at the boy, causing a shot of pain to run through Bastien's body as he reflexively jumped at the girl's harsh tone. It was strange, this was very different from the monotone prayers that he had witnessed in the sky, yet no less intimidating. The girl was fiery and aggressive, like a predator ready to strike. It did not seem to bother his savior, however, as the boy continued to smile calmly at her. "So verst anden Major, ich komm gleich noch." The boy replied as the girl turned and stalked away, waiting a few moments before kneeling back down and returning his attention to Bastien. He wished he understood what the two had said, he felt he had missed something important in their interaction. The boy must have seen the pained confusion on his face as he began to speak to him again in a soft whisper. "We'll be leaving soon, now that your army has been beaten, we'll go to the airfield then push on to Iskandria and the Suez." The boy began with a hint of regret in his slightly accented Albish. "We haven't got the numbers to take prisoners and wounded, so the Ildoans are sending some people to look after you, since they're neutral they'll send you back home. If you could, I'd like you to warn your people what we're doing, try to convince them to surrender peacefully." Bastien was confused, although they had suspected that the Imperials would continue to threaten the important sea lane, they hadn't had any proper confirmation of it. The boy had revealed the Imperials' plan to him. With foreknowledge they would be able to dig in and defend the canal, Albion and the Commonwealth would throw everything they had at it to keep it secure. Even with the power of that devil behind them, they couldn't hope to take it if they had enough time to prepare. Could they? Why? Bastien breathed, barely able to force the word from his lips. The boy was silent for a few moments and Bastien saw the tired and melancholic look that fell over the boy's expression. He suddenly looked older, far beyond his years, as though the weight of this terrible conflict had stolen away some of his youth. Too much blood was spilled today. I don't want to see any more. Who are you? Bastien whispered as he stared up at the boy, already knowing the answer. I'm just a soldier like you. The boy said, getting to his feet, one who wishes there was no need for saints. September 12th, Unified Year 1925, 1900 hours. Egyptian Western Desert, 60 miles from Iskandria, near the town of Ailil-Main. Tanya waited impatiently as Wilhelm sauntered towards her with an infuriating smirk on his face. Her head was pounding and the disorientating effect of her memory loss of the past few hours did nothing to improve her mood. Neither did Wilhelm's irritating antics. One would never have thought that not so long ago the little idiot had been surrounded and was lucky not to have been killed. What the hell was that? She hissed as he drew closer. The little captain replied with a widening grin, his pretense at innocence only serving to further aggravate her. Her temper snapped and she grabbed him by the collar, pulling his face level with hers. The action caught the boy off guard, and he now stared at her with undisguised apprehension and surprise. You'd have thought he'd have learned not to push my buttons by now. That crap about Iskandria and the canal? You know full well we're heading back once we've destroyed the airfield. She growled, invertedly launching spittle into the nervous and confused Wilhelm's face. And don't think I didn't notice you talking to that injured soldier. I'm in no mood for whatever game you're playing. Tell me what you're up to or I swear you'll live to regret it. She warned, narrowing her eyes at him. Tanya, please, I'm just trying to be helpful. He stammered nervously as he tried to make his excuses. It was just a little show for our injured friend. I thought it would be useful to pass on a little false intel. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to understand Germanic, so I had to improvise. I think I was quite convincing though. Tanya glared at the boy, searching for the telltale signs of deceit she'd learned to recognize in Wilhelm's expressions. Eventually, she loosened her grip on the boy's collar, satisfied that, for now at least, the boy was telling the truth. You don't get to make decisions like that anymore, Captain. She stated, emphasizing his rank in order to make her point. Still, she felt herself calming slightly now that she knew the bratty captain's motives. He may have been acting without proper authorization, but at least he was doing it with the mission in mind. You should have asked me or the general first. I just wanted to try and make myself useful. He replied with a frown and a heavy sigh. My assault was a disastrous failure. You'd already broken through by the time I managed to take out their commander. I was hoping to prove I can be of some use to you. Tanya found herself genuinely surprised by the boy's words. Usually, the boy took almost any setback in his stride, adapting to the changing situation with surprising alacrity. As a general rule, he viewed them as little more than a bump in the road, so it was unexpected to see him upset that things hadn't gone quite his way. Besides, she'd had her doubts about how well the plan would work in the first place. She knew better than to pin all her hopes on the chance that a decapitation strike would cause the enemy to flee. Being X would never allow her to have such a run of good luck. All in all, Wilhelm had done a decent job, it was just that his gambit had failed. It wasn't his fault, so why did he feel so bad about it? You were even forced to use that thing. If I'd done my job properly, it wouldn't have been necessary. The boy sulked. Tanya felt her ire rise once again. One thing both she and the Salaryman had always found incredibly annoying was people who took responsibility for things they weren't accountable for. It was acceptable for a superior to bear a portion of the blame for a subordinate, they were ultimately culpable after all. However, taking the rap for something not within your power to prevent was a pathetic attempt to gain unearned pity. Besides, the idea that he was somehow responsible for her using the Type 95 was an affront to her belief in self-determination. It was bad enough that being X ripped away her free will whenever she used the cursed device. She refused to believe that anyone could somehow take away her choice to use the damned thing in the first place. Don't give me that crap, Wilhelm. She snapped at him irritably, next you'll be telling me that you're the reason I got put on the front lines in the first place. Wilhelm blinked at her with confusion before allowing himself a small smile. I'm not sure even I could have managed that. He chuckled, doing nothing but increasing her displeasure. I'm not sure what you're laughing at, Wilhelm. She cut in, feeling an evil grin pulling at her features. You're still guilty of insubordination. And not for the first time. She smiled inwardly as she saw Wilhelm turn a shade paler as his smile evaporated. It was always nice to see him taken down a peg. He looked tired, well, weren't they all, but Tanya had always been a fan of using unpaid overtime to encourage correct behavior. It would be some time before Wilhelm got the rest he wanted. If she was lucky, the little captain might actually learn his lesson this time, but she wouldn't hold her breath. She'd originally intended to keep him close after this mission to prevent him getting caught up in any other suicidal missions. However, what she was planning for him shouldn't be too dangerous under the circumstances. With the Commonwealth on the run, he should be relatively safe. Besides, it would be nice to get him out of her hair for a while. Since you're so keen to make yourself useful, you can act as a rearguard until we're back in Ilduin territory. She began, taking perverse delight at watching the boy's expression sink further. Another few days of active duty will do you the world of good. Author's notes. Hello everyone, and as always, thank you for reading. First of all, for all those unable to speak German, such as myself, the dialogue translation is below. Major, you certainly let them have it over here. There are barely any survivors for the Ildoa Red Cross to collect. So on to the airfield, then Alexandria, and the canal, Enough playing around, Wilhelm, we're moving out in 10 minutes. Right away, Major, I'll be right with you. Thank you to my German friend Simco for translating for me. I know you read the and so enjoy your kudos. Next, in case you haven't heard, Season 2 of YS just got announced, so hooray. They also showed an OVA showing a little more of what Tanya and Sio were up to while in Africa. Sod's law, considering I've been stuck for so long. For some reason, it involves pasta, which I don't really know how to work into this story, but maybe one day I'll write a short side story or something. I feel like I'm getting back into my stride with writing, so I hope I might get back to updating a little more regularly. Fingers crossed. Emmy Vickers, 1919, author of The Purpose of Conflict and my proofreader, impels me to add that I rather annoyingly, and accidentally, no matter what he says, added a character with the same name, Kitchener, and that I finished using mine so quickly. Personally, it didn't feel quickly to me, and I'm kinda sad to see the old fella go, but that's how it is. Lastly, since it has been mentioned that some can't see the cover art, by the very talented OCBY, I have set up a DeviantArt page to show it along with a few other bits and pieces in future. Vickers will also be putting his cover up there, also by OCBY. Most excitingly, we will be getting some more art commissioned and added to the page. Chapter 49, Advance on Toulouse. Advance on Toulouse. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. The unexpected appearance of the Imperial Task Force in the southern continent, and General Kitchener's subsequent defeat sent the Allied Kingdom and the Free Republic into panic. Until that point, the leaders of the Allied Kingdom were convinced that the Empire would attempt an invasion of the home isles and strike the island nation directly. Likely after attempting another decapitation strike, a tactic that the Empire was now becoming infamous for. However, the defeat at Talielmain proved that places previously considered out of the Empire's reach were now being targeted, and nowhere was safe from Imperial attack. Worse still, the loss represented another damaging blow to the government's war strategy and further eroded what little faith people still had in Prime Minister Samuel Baldwin's ability to lead. Meanwhile, the forces of the Free Republic were still reorganizing after the flight from Francois and were left to frantically create a defense against this new threat. General von Rommel mentions in his memoirs that at this point in the campaign he was under pressure from the general staff to continue on to the Suez Canal. However, he knew this to be a fool's errand. With only sporadic supplies making it through Ilduin Libya, and not nearly enough troops to occupy the newly won territory, he knew he could not advance too deep into the Commonwealth-controlled lands. Additionally, he had no way of knowing how long before the vastly superior forces of the Republic would be ready to counterattack, and he did not dare risk having his forces trapped between the two superpowers. He instead chose to strike at the Free Republic before they had a chance to regroup. He speaks of how thankful he was of the backing of Generals von Zetter and Rudersdorf at this time, both supporting his choice of action to the Imperial High Command when others questioned his decision. The Commonwealth forces in the region were not to receive much respite, however, as many of its supply depots were raided and destroyed by the Imperials before they left, leaving a large area that was difficult for any large force to operate in. Fortunately, the Royal Navy was able to step up to the task of keeping both the Commonwealth and the Free Republic well supplied while the Allies weathered Rommel's assault. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. September 22, Unified Year 1925. Free Republic Military Command Center, Balawan Kasbah, Casablanca. General de Lugo could barely keep the look of contempt from his features as he looked over the gathering of bickering officers. Between them, the men at this table commanded the largest fighting force on the continent. Yet, rather than rally to the cause of freeing their homeland, they dithered and made excuses as they argued about who should command their crusade. Their forces may have been under-equipped for the moment, strained further by the Delugo's orders to begin conscripting from the local populace, but they were still a force to be reckoned with. Every day they were receiving shipments of equipment donated by their allies in the Allied Kingdom, along with food and fuel bought from the all-too-greedy merchants of the Unified States. Meanwhile, the colonial administrations were working overtime so that they could fully support the brave soldiers of the Free Republic in every way possible. Every day they became stronger. They had a force that could drive the empire from the continent if they properly applied their strength, Ilodoa too if necessary. He had borrowed against the country's future so that they could continue their righteous campaign to retake their home, yet these men refused to commit, as though they feared they could somehow lose even more. The meeting had yet to start, and they were already at each other's throats, squabbling about who had the greater right to lead their forces or dragging up some ancient slight that should have been long forgotten. Still, things would be easier if he could get these officers on side. These men had served in the colonies for years, and many had a professional staff, local knowledge, and connections which could be a huge help to their cause. Although there were some bad apples, many were actually very good officers with a great deal of experience. Unfortunately, they had fallen out of favor or become politically difficult, so sent away. Delugo would use them if he could. He needed every edge to drive the Imperials back to reclaim the Republic. However, he was prepared to do it without them if necessary. The future of the Francois Republic demanded he did everything in his power to free the fatherland. It had been difficult enough to gather all these generals here in the first place. They had only reluctantly accepted him as the political leader of the Free Republic and had likely only joined the War Council to voice their discontent. They claimed that they objected that he had not been elected in the traditions of the Republic, a sentiment he would share in more usual circumstances. However, times were desperate, and they needed a strong leader and had no time to hold elections. Besides, who would vote? Most of their citizens remained under the heel of imperial jackboots. The generals knew this. Delugo suspected their real objections were based on self-interest rather than a love for democracy. Now they were here, he would remind them that it was in everyone's interest to get their home back. Gentlemen, if we could please come to order. Delugo called over the din, doing his best to project a calm authority over the meeting despite his growing frustration. I've invited you all here to discuss our plans for persecuting this war. Should we not wait for General de Juin? One of the younger officers interrupted, and Delugo fixed the man with a cold stare. De Juin had proven to be a major thorn in Delugo's side since he had arrived on the southern continent. The lieutenant general placed all blame for losing the homeland on Delugo. He refused to acknowledge him as their new leader and treated any orders as suggestions. He was his most outspoken critic and part of the reason he'd had so much trouble getting the rest of the generals to support him. If not for Delugo's popularity amongst the troops and local politicians, he might never have managed to continue the fight against the Empire. General de Juin will not be joining us. Delugo replied carefully, watching as the other officers shared sideways glances. The stubborn mule had ignored Delugo's summons, simply writing that he would do what was right for the true Republic. The other generals likely thought of this as a sign of weakness, a sign that Delugo's support was not as strong as he might have liked. They were mistaken, he would prove that to them soon enough. Gentlemen, I have gathered you here to this council of war so that we may discuss the imperial threat. I believe you all must have heard of General Kitchener's defeat by now. He began, surveying the room, watching the expressions of the gathered officers. He was dismayed by the show of arrogance displayed by the men as they heard the news. The old fool was outwitted. Lieutenant General Pétain called vindicatively, despite being almost as old as OCBY General had been. Pétain and Kitchener had been rivals of sorts. He knew the two didn't like each other, but Delugo had hoped that his countrymen would have shown the old Albion some respect now that he was no longer with them. He was always far too reckless. He never should have left Iskandria. Came another voice, soon followed by more murmurs of agreement as the room began dragging the OCBY general's name through the mud. Delugo did his best to tune out these disparaging comments about the old Commonwealth general. He feared he might lose his temper if he did not. He wanted to argue in favor of the old Albion, but to do so at this point would be impolitic. However, he kept an eye on who was speaking out. Their cautious attitude was concerning. Delugo had always respected Kitchener. The man had won many victories in his youth and had never let the changing face of warfare leave him behind, even as age caught up with him. He was sure that Rommel would have run rings around most of the men here. He was an expert at maneuver warfare. He would have had an easy time disrupting their lines while their cautious attitudes kept them hidden behind the fortifications of their pocket kingdoms. But Kitchener had been daring and aggressive. He saw the danger and moved to gain the initiative. Tried to take away Rommel's advantage, just as any good leader should. His loss was a painful defeat for all of them. Delugo almost wished that the Allied kingdom had experienced the true depths of the Empire's cunning before the battle. Perhaps if they'd witnessed firsthand what the Imperials were capable of, the old Albion might still be here. Delugo would have a worthy ally watching his flank and a like-minded individual to fight this war with. Intelligence suggests Rommel has turned around and is heading back towards our territory. Delugo continued, retaking control of the meeting once more. Since a great deal of our forces are still trying to reorganize, we are uniquely vulnerable, we must act quickly. For once, there was a murmur of agreement from the men and Youjo felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. Perhaps there was hope that these men could be of use to him. Now they realize the severity of the situation, we might finally get somewhere. Well put, Pierre, said Peyton informally, causing Youjo's eye to twitch with annoyance at the casual familiarity. They weren't close, it was obviously a calculated insult to win himself some political points amongst the group by making him look foolish. The best strategy is for our forces to dig in and fight, delaying actions until the men from the mainland are reorganized. There was a disgruntled chorus of agreement, each man agreeing with the strategy but clearly reluctant to support one of their rivals. The united front did not last long however, and soon the men returned to bickering over the map on the table. Each arguing that areas containing their own interests were of greater strategic concern than the others. Peyton dominated the proceedings however, taking for granted that he would take the lead in the upcoming operation. He still pushed for defending the isolated pockets hidden amongst the vast emptiness of the desert, where they would be easy pickings Rommel's forces. All of them ignored the brooding figure of Youjo silently smoldering at the head of the table, his hands clenching together as his frustration grew. They had clearly forgotten he was not some mere political figurehead. He had been the vice minister of war before the fall, he was used to deciding strategy on a grand scale. Additionally, he knew their enemy better than anyone here, he had suffered at their hands. I have already chosen a strategy that we will use to counter the Imperial task force. He rumbled quietly but with enough force to cause the other men to pause their debate. The enemy has deployed a small but mobile force, it is clear that they intend to split our forces into small groups and destroy us piece by piece. The desert is ideal for this, it gives him space to maneuver. However, we can counter this by concentrating our forces. He began ignoring the stunned looks on the other officers' faces as he marked several locations on the map. We will pull back and muster our forces in these locations, from there we will slowly close the net on Rommel. We will cut off his options and overwhelm him. That would mean surrendering a huge amount of land to the enemy. One officer protested loudly. A temporary sacrifice, to prevent disaster I assure you. He replied calmly, fixing the man with a glare, a simple tactical withdrawal. Concentrating our forces like that is impossible. Peyton objected, this is the desert. We can't keep so many men supplied when deployed like this. I'm aware of the difficulties in maintaining supply lines. Youjo replied calmly, however the alternative is to give the Imperials a free hand, we cannot allow that. We have supply caches across the continent and the Allied Kingdom has promised a steady stream of supplies for anything within 50 miles of the coast. It will have to be enough. The assembled officers shared a worried look and Youjo found himself suppressing a grim smile. It seems I've finally found a way to unite them. He thought glumly. I'm sorry General, but I don't think you realize quite how difficult such an endeavor will be. Peyton continued, suddenly much more politely. Any advance would be at a snail's pace and the rate of attrition in this climate would be unacceptable. We have to advance in small groups to keep a steady rate of supplies. That would leave our forces open to attack. We know that Rommel will take advantage of any weakness. Youjo countered but Peyton refused to listen. It's simply not practical. Your officers believe it can be achieved. It cannot be done. The Lieutenant General declared finally as a chorus of agreement filled the room. So it's come to this, thought Youjo as he surveyed the room one last time. I believe I have grasped the situation. If you are all so strongly against the operation, then I have no choice. Youjo said carefully, watching as the assembled officers visibly let out a sigh of relief. Then you understand that we can't support this action? Peyton asked expectantly. Indeed, it would be difficult to command in an operation that is opposed by my general staff. He continued with a smile before calling to some men waiting outside the room. The generals watched in confusion as several soldiers entered and stood behind each of the assembled officers, handing them bundles of documents. Each of these men had been picked personally by Youjo, and all were familiar to the generals. They were senior personnel from each of the general's personal staff, here to show that they had pledged themselves to Youjo and the Free Republic. Here to show the generals that they were replaceable. Therefore, I have found more suitable positions for you all as counselors advising the local governments. Good day, gentlemen. He finished, rising from his seat as the room erupted into anger. However, the stern looks from the soldiers prevented the assembled generals from resorting to violence. These men were lucky. In an emergency such as this he was within his rights to take much more drastic measures. However, politics and a sense that some justice from the old republic should remain had stayed his hand. He had placed them out of harm's way and given them comfortable positions with limited influence. He could have locked them up or had them shot for cowardice, no one could say he wasn't merciful to his enemies. You have no right to do this. Peyton called as Youjo turned to leave. He ignored him, he had every right, as the leader of the Free Republic he was duty-bound to remove them for the good of the fatherland. He let out a sigh of relief as he exited the room, although short, the meeting had been extremely taxing. The removal of the generals would likely cause him more operational problems in the long term, but at least he wouldn't have the headache of dealing with them anymore. He walked with renewed purpose as he entered the command center and was gratified to see his men already hard at work preparing for the operation. "Sorry to keep you waiting, gentlemen," he called as the mix of Rhine veterans and eager colonial loyalists all greeted him. He was pleased to have such brave compatriots by his side. Like him, they were keen to take the fight to the enemy and had already begun distributing his orders to marshal the men. "Can I assume that it didn't go well, sir?" asked Colonel Viantu, knowingly passing him a progress report. Delugo simply nodded. The veteran mage had known him long enough to judge his moods by now, and he had been his closest friend and ally since the Rhine. He trusted the mage with his life. "We will proceed without them. They are more loyal to themselves than they ever were to the Republic," he confirmed. "We must be united if we are to return it to glory." "What of General de Juin?" "The Imperials are closing on Toulouse, and there may still be some among his men that are willing to join us," Viantu asked, as ever concerned for the lives of the soldiers at the front lines. "Not to mention a sizable amount of our navy is still under repairs in the docks." Delugo paused thoughtfully for a few moments. Part of him dearly wanted to leave his rival to his fate, but he couldn't do that to the brave soldiers under his command. They were dutifully following the orders of a fool, they couldn't be blamed for that. "Take some mages to Toulouse and try to convince de Juin to evacuate. I have asked the assistance of the Royal Navy to tow the ships out." Delugo replied eventually, "I'd prefer to send our own fleet, but we need to save as much fuel as possible for our advance. And if de Juin refuses to evacuate? I trust that you will do what needs to be done." September 23, Unified Year 1925. Somewhere in the Alsair Desert, Mr. John Doe had been forced to make a great many sacrifices during his service to his sovereign nation. His honor, his dignity, perhaps even his very soul had been given over to further interests of Queen and country. He'd even been forced to give them his name. Technically his true identity was stored away, kept to one side so that one day he might step back into his old life as though he had never left. It was kept hidden as one might lock away one's treasures to prevent theft, but to John, it was no less of a sacrifice. There was limited time to share between his two personas, and every day he spent as John Doe was a day he would never get to spend as his true self. He'd already missed the death of his mother, what else might be lost in service to the crown? The day he might meet his future wife? Teaching his future child to ride a bike? He may have sacrificed countless potential futures in order to ensure the safety and prosperity of the Allied Kingdom. A sacrifice given in secret with no glory or prestige to show for his effort at the end of it. It often occurred to him that people tended to look down on his profession. Spies by their very nature tended to garner a reputation for being untrustworthy, even if it was usually unwarranted. They fought secret battles in the shadows with their wits and guile rather than with blood and bullets. They kept secrets and used information like currency while others fought their enemies on equal terms. Worst of all, they did the dirty work for the nation and made problems disappear in a manner that most considered distasteful. But it was all in the name of motherland. For some reason, people thought this manner of conflict was a dishonorable endeavor. As though allowing countless men to die was preferable to stealing the enemy's plans or assassinating a VIP to prevent such a catastrophe. It seemed odd to John that so many saw the world as though they were playing a civilized game of cricket and they needed to abide by the rules. John had learned long ago that there were no hard and fast rules to this game. Sometimes there was no choice but to be a bad sport. You just had to make sure you weren't caught. Soldiers were particularly judgmental when it came to his occupation. They were thankful for the information that people like John provided but always kept him at arm's length. It was understood they were both working towards the same goal, but the soldiers never saw him as one of them. They never said it, but John could tell they felt he wasn't risking nearly as much as they were. Soldiers often said they would give their life for their country, and John was certain that every man jack of them believed it when they said it. He envied them. What the critical eyes of his comrades on the front lines didn't realize that as a spy he'd already given his life, a down payment to help prevent them spending their own lives unnecessarily. And no one would ever know. Despite the high cost, he was proud of his service to his country. He would not have chosen to serve in any other way. He had been given the opportunity to see and experience things others could only dream of. He'd seen the world in a completely different light, although not always in a favorable one. He sometimes wondered if he could go back after everything he had experienced. It was frightening how ignorant most people were of the truth of the world. However, despite his overall positive impression of his work, he sometimes wished the higher UPS were a little more considerate of his needs when they deployed him to places like this. His current complaint was that he had been completely unable to source a decent cup of tea since he'd left Albion. The beverage wasn't exactly popular in the desert, and the Ilduans tended to prefer the bitter and unpleasant taste of the coffee bean. Thus, his favored refreshment had been difficult to come by as he'd been traversing Ilduan Libya. Additionally, the higher UPS in Londinium, who he knew were likely enjoying a cup while making these decisions, seemed to think that sending a few extra tea bags with his supplies was a waste of resources. Apparently, it was thought that it was not essential for his mission here, whereas the maps, weapons, and money were of course paramount to its success. John disagreed with this assessment. As far as he was concerned, a cup of tea was essential for any situation, and he knew he was much more agreeable after his morning brew. Alas, the brass in Londinium had ignored his pleas, so he had been forced to suffer another sacrifice for Queen and country. Fortunately, he'd had plenty to be getting on with to keep his mind off the deficiency of his favoured refreshment. He'd had more than a month and a half to make contacts with both the nomadic tribes in the area, as well as other groups opposed to Ilduan colonial rule. He had successfully built an effective information network and organized partisan groups to stir up trouble for both the Ilduans and Imperials. Trouble with the locals would do wonders to help keep the Ilduans busy, and anything to cause problems for Rommel was always a welcome bonus. He'd spent some time in the company of the nomads and had learned that nobody knew the desert as these people did. They had the ability to appear and disappear into the sands seemingly at will, and they knew secret paths through the terrain that let them traverse the wilderness with impressive swiftness. He had high hopes that they would be able to cause some mischief for the Imperial general. Unfortunately, many of these groups also had concerns about the Republic and the Allied Kingdom's rule over the region too. However, John had gone to great lengths to convince them that it would be better to fight alongside them, at least for the moment. There was no point in swapping one colonial ruler for another after all. Besides, the Commonwealth was moving towards the self-determination of its constituents. They had freedom on the way, more or less. Why risk losing it? As for what the Republic would do after the war, well, it wasn't his problem. Overall, he felt like he'd done a fine job here. It was a shame he couldn't have a cup of tea to celebrate. He'd even settle for Earl Grey. Then again, he doubted many of his contemporaries in the Allied Kingdom felt much like celebrating right now. Kitchener's defeat had been a blow to morale across the Commonwealth and had been another nail in the coffin for the Prime Minister back in the Allied Kingdom. The poor man clearly wasn't made for wartime decisions, and the movement for a vote of no confidence against him was growing. He'd heard that discussions had begun to decide who should replace him, and shockingly even the opposition parties were promising to support a new government until the war was over should the vote pass. Evidently, the politicians back home were getting very nervous. The Prime Minister's poor decisions had even affected John in a way. In the aftermath of Aliel Maine, he had made sure his new friends were ready to help out with the defense of Iskandria. These friends had been the first to find out that the Imperials had turned around and were heading back towards the Free Republic's territory, and he'd quickly reported this information back to his superiors. However, the Prime Minister had ignored this information, choosing instead to rely on the words of a dying Australasian soldier and some conflicting reports from Project Ultra. Convinced of an imminent assault on the canal, he'd ordered almost all the troops to head back, along with a sizable chunk of the Southern Sea Fleet. It took days for them to realize their mistake, and during that time only the nomads had acted against the Imperial task force. There had been some good news, however. The new anti-mage rifles had finally arrived. Although large and unwieldy, these weapons had excellent penetration power that could easily rip through light armor and even the strongest of mage barriers. They would be an ideal counter to Rommel's task force. It was just a shame they hadn't arrived earlier. Maybe they could have turned the tide at Aliel Maine. Still, there was no use crying over what could have been. They now had a surplus of such powerful weapons on the southern continent and some new colleagues eager to make use of them. They couldn't simply give them to their new friends in the separatist groups, of course. The Allied Kingdom would never consider something as dishonorable as that, officially at least. However, the mess that the Imperials left behind meant that not all the new weapons were well guarded, and it seems that some had already gone missing. How very shocking. It was almost as though they knew they were there. Some poor diplomat would soon have to explain why so many Alba-ish weapons had made it into the hands of Libyan nomads, but John judged it a decent trade-off to see his new friends armed. He doubted even the most dim-witted espresso drinker would believe they were stolen, but it would be difficult to prove false. The suits would do their best to calm things down. In the meantime, he'd already heard that Delugo's people were leaning on the Ilduans pretty hard. Now that the nomads were armed, they hoped they could begin causing a few problems for the Imperials. They didn't expect miracles, but it was hoped that a guerrilla campaign would at least slow Rommel down. John had also taken the liberty of picking out a few high-profile targets for his new friends to test their new rifles on. General Rommel, a few of the colonels and other high-ranking officers were obvious targets, as well as signal officers to disrupt their communications. He'd also assigned high priority to anyone they saw wearing mage equipment, as each mage lost would be a significant blow to the enemy. Besides, that was what the rifles were designed for. He'd considered having them specifically target the devil, but he'd thought better of it in the end. The nomads had yet to see how destructive she could be and would likely have seen her as nothing but a little girl. He wasn't sure how the separatists would react to a request to act against her, and he needed to keep them on side. They'd learn how dangerous the devil was soon enough, then they'd target her regardless. His last and most important target had been that woman, the one that had ripped out their intelligence network in the Empire. Sophia Zerbest. He'd been surprised when she'd seen her accompany Prince Wilhelm to the southern continent. He'd rather expected that as Canaris' protégé she would rebuild their intelligence network back in Berlin. However, that she was here not only gave credence to his theory that she was somehow controlling the little prince, but also gave them an ideal opportunity to remove her as a potential threat. He just wished he'd have the chance to see it through to the end himself. He disliked leaving loose ends, but his time here was almost at an end. Once he'd established the necessary connections so that the nomads could effectively share their information with both the new Commonwealth commander and General de Lugo, he would be off the Unified States. It seemed the government wanted to buy a suspicious number of precise pocket watches and armored tractors, and he was to assist in the negotiations. The Unified States of America, he thought, feeling slightly despondent. It seemed he would have to wait a while longer before he could finally enjoy his favorite beverage. The Americans were hardly famous for hosting afternoon tea. Unless you counted Boston Harbor, of course. September 24, Unified Year 1925. Rommel's temporary command post, 20 miles outside port of Toulouse, Alsaire Desert. Tanya drained of the water from her canteen, stopping to savor the last of her daily ration to ensure that not a single drop was wasted. She'd known on an intellectual level how important the life-giving liquid was, especially for desert survival, but it had taken the blistering sands of the Alsaire to really hammer the lesson home. Water rations that would have been more than satisfactory back home seemed woefully inadequate out here and ran out in a fraction of the time. Every soldier had felt the sting of the disappointment as they found their canteen empty when there was still more than half the day left before their next ration. Even those like Tanya, who had been exceedingly careful with her water allowance, had found it difficult to conserve their supply to last a full day. It felt as though the dusty desert winds purposely cut at her throat, as if some unseen force was tempting her to take a drink. Then, as if to mock the gesture, the sand would rob the moisture from her lips the moment she removed her canteen from her mouth. Meanwhile, the intense sun burned the skin and forced your body to sweat profusely in the vain attempt to regulate your body temperature. Tanya often felt as though she were perspiring much more liquid than she was consuming, although she knew if that were the case, she would have lost consciousness before now. Fortunately, she and most of the task force had been issued with desert uniforms which went some way towards offsetting the heat, if not the ever-prevailing sense of thirst. Aside from a color scheme that made them infinitely less noticeable than the usual dark green, it boasted lighter and more breathable material and short sleeves to allow a little extra airflow. The Letzenbourg troops hadn't been so lucky. Unlike the professional imperial troops, they had not been issued with a suitable uniform for the heat. Whoever had designed the Letzenbourg military attire had never envisioned a world in which any of their militia would be forced to fight outside their own borders. If they had, they would have probably reconsidered the color scheme. They hadn't needed to account for extreme weather when designing the gear since the little country enjoyed relatively mild weather all year round. Despite the additional funding of their patron and the plethora of non-standard and additional equipment each member carried, at least according to Wilhelm's voluminous amount of paperwork. Wilhelm's private army of mages had arrived with possibly the most inappropriate apparel for the climate and had needed to adapt to simply survive the heat. Hence his silly-looking robes. Although she was thankful for her own cooler desert attire, it was still uncomfortably hot no matter what you were wearing. She was becoming more and more frustrated with the near-constant sticky sensation of wearing her sweaty uniform all day. Not to mention the uncomfortable feeling, and smell, of taking off her boots when she was finally off duty. What she really wanted was a bath and a fresh uniform, but at the moment that was nothing but a fanciful dream. Still, things weren't all bad. She paused for a moment to look over at the setting sun as she made her way across the camp, allowing herself a moment of introspection as she enjoyed the view. Despite the uncomfortable heat, it had been a good couple of days. The campaign was off to a good start, she'd barely seen Wilhelm, and she'd been given an unexpected chance to impress General Rommel with her organizational skills. They had spent 10 of the last 12 days on the move. General Rommel had been keen to begin his strike on the Free Republic's forces before they could reorganize, and the first step was capturing somewhere to use as a staging point. Some had still wanted to press on towards the canal, but the fools had been shouted down. Attacking the canal while several 100,000 Francois troops were preparing to hit you in the rear was suicidal. Besides, they had no troops to spare for an occupying force. Rommel preferred the safer option of hitting the Republic, splitting the enemy forces into manageable chunks and taking them out piece by piece. Tanya fully supported the idea. Bullying small group of Republicans sounded infinitely safer than taking on another numerically superior foe. They'd been lucky that the Allied kingdom was unprepared, but that luck wouldn't last forever. They'd already had reports of their navy steaming across the southern sea to deliver reinforcements. This war would be won with speed and ferocity, not territorial gains. They had initially advanced quickly and with little resistance, skirting along the Ile-de-Uin border as they headed back towards Republican territory. They'd even managed to raid a few lightly defended supply depots along the way to bolster the sporadic deliveries they received from the Ile-de-Uins. However, their good fortune was not to last, and as Wilhelm began reporting increased activity in the rear, they also began suffering raids from suspiciously well-armed desert tribesmen. They suspected that someone had been giving out weaponry to the locals, but these tribesmen were experts at disappearing into the desert, so they had yet to confirm the theory. Since the attacks were becoming more frequent, and they were approaching their target, Rommel had decided to advance a little more cautiously. They had spent the last 2 days encamped in order to rest and regroup before the assault on the Toulouse naval base. Tanya had been assigned to help Major von Leenberg organize some temporary defenses along the western picket line. Unfortunately for poor Leenberg, he and several others had their heads taken off by snipers almost as soon as she had arrived. For once she had reason to be thankful for her small stature, as the ditch and sandbags hid her from view, meaning she escaped the attack while the taller officers were cut down. Major von Leenberg's misfortune had given her an ideal opportunity to gain the favor of the general, however. Since she was now the highest-ranking officer present at the picket, she had assumed command of his Kampfgruppe and quickly organized a counterattack to drive off their attackers. She had then taken great joy organizing the work crews to create, what she believed to be, a much more efficient system of defenses and much quicker than anyone had expected. She was sure the general would be impressed by her organizational talent. Hopefully, he would remind the general staff of this too. It couldn't hurt to remind them that she had skills that would be ideal for a position in the rear. She could just imagine her corner office in the general staff headquarters. Far from danger and never having to worry about not having enough water for a bath. Paradise. She let out a contented sigh as she turned to continue her journey back to her tent, stifling a yawn as she made her way through the camp. The fatigue from the journey and her duties were starting to catch up with her, and she was looking forward to a good night's sleep. Her lodgings were fairly basic. Most of the buildings in the village had been used for the command center and storage for supplies, meaning that the soldiers were all billeted in tents. As an officer, she enjoyed slightly larger accommodation than most and did not need to share her space like many of the lower ranks. She had partitioned her tent so that she had an office area in the front with a small desk for her paperwork and various other equipment. Meanwhile, the rear contained her bed, and a modicum of privacy was attained via the canvas sheet splitting the two sections. As she approached her temporary home, her nostrils were greeted by the familiar scent of her favorite caffeinated beverage. However, the usually pleasant aroma of coffee was spoiled slightly, as whoever had made it had obviously left it on the stove too long and the precious liquid was beginning to burn. What a waste! She murmured to herself as she lifted the flap of her tent. At least it isn't my. She paused as she stared at the little trench stove burning in the corner of her tent, the aroma of burning coffee filling the air. Next to it was a familiar small tin of her favorite coffee which should have been sitting safely at the bottom of her kit bag. It had been a gift from her old classmate Major Uger, and although Wilhelm had brought her more exotic and expensive blends, the brand remained her favorite. She felt a familiar anger bubble up in her stomach as she crossed the room to turn off the stove to prevent any further waste of her favorite treat. Someone had been going through her things. She knew Visha wouldn't enter her tent without permission, none of her men would. She could only think of one person who would dare be so disrespectful. She felt her ire rise further as a vision of the culprit came to mind. She could already imagine that infuriating smug little grin of his spread across his face. A quick glance around the front section of the tent revealed no more evidence of the little trespasser, but as she inspected the tent, she heard movement from behind the canvas partition. Carefully she crept towards the noise, taking care to be as quiet as possible. She wasn't yet sure why the boy had decided to go through her things, but she was determined to catch him in the act. Let's see if your precious reputation can survive proof that you're nothing but a lying little thief. She thought vindicatively as she flung the flap open. I can't wait to see the look on your face. She'd anticipated seeing panicked Wilhelm rummaging through her underwear or something, like a character from one of those cheap mangas she'd so often seen people reading in her previous life. Or perhaps finding him stood confidently waiting for her with that irritating self-assured grin he wore when he was up to some sort of mischief. However, what she actually saw caught her completely off guard. What the hell? Tanya murmured incredulously under her breath as she found the slumbering form of Wilhelm laid haphazardly across her camp bed at the far side of the tent. She felt herself staring at him dumbfounded as he snored softly, occasionally muttering something unintelligible as he rolled onto his side to find himself a more comfortable sleeping position. Her mind could not fathom that someone could be so brazen as to walk into someone's private quarters, attempt to make a pot of coffee, then sleep in their bed without the owner's permission. It seemed utterly inconceivable that someone lacked the basic social understanding that such a trespass was unacceptable. The lingering specter of the salaryman was horrified by this intrusion. Privacy was a prized possession in Japan. The density of the population meant that an unspoken agreement existed in society that what little personal space and privacy an individual could attain was respected without question. It was practically sacrosanct. There had been several times when the salaryman had tactfully ignored certain sounds coming through the thin apartment walls or resisted the urge to look at other people's phones on the subway out of respect for that privacy. Space was so tight you gave people that courtesy. Wilhelm's actions were an anathema to all of that. Only a criminal would enter someone's space uninvited like this. Tanya had learned as she grew up in this new world that other cultures were less strict on such things, but there was still a certain amount of respect for an individual's right to space for themselves. This was especially true for those born female, who were expected to maintain a certain amount of modesty. Yet here was Wilhelm, ignoring all of society's rules as though they didn't apply to him. Sleeping snugly on her cot as though he belonged here, and she was somehow the intruder. He must have no concept of shame, she concluded. How else could someone of his social standing not understand such basic social rules? No, he must be doing it to purposely aggravate me again, she thought, feeling the familiar ire that Wilhelm so often elicited rise inside her once again. There's no way someone can unintentionally be so irritating. Her anger propelled her forward and she reached out as her fingers itched to wrap themselves around the brat's collar and throw him out of her personal domain. However, a cautionary voice in her hindbrain forced her to stop before she reached the camp bed. She'd been in this situation before. Back on the Rhine she'd had the ignominious task of getting the bratty royal out of bed and had quickly found it to be a far more dangerous undertaking than gently shaking a child awake. Wilhelm had a paranoid streak a mile wide. It was surprising that her entrance hadn't already woken him. He may have been reckless on the battlefield but elsewhere he was fanatically careful about his own security. He was a light sleeper, and she knew from experience he habitually slept with his pistol within easy reach. The last time she had woken him she'd ended up staring down the barrel of that gun and she had no compulsion to put herself in that situation again. Particularly when all that stood between her and a bullet in the brain was the already unstable mental state of a drowsy Wilhelm. She ran a cautious eye over the slumbering boy, perhaps she could disarm him before she woke him. He'd abandoned his white desert robes for the moment and without the shroud he looked oddly exposed as he lay diagonally across her bed, his boots dangling over the side. He was clearly comfortable, and he wore a content smile as he slumbered. He was sleeping like a baby, looking as innocent as he usually pretended to be. Someone, most probably Christina, had altered the little captain's uniform to better suit the extreme heat. Although how she had found the time Tanya didn't know. Much like her own uniform, the sleeves on his shirt and legs on his trousers had been cut short, showing his skinny arms and legs, his pale skin now tanning slightly due to exposure to the sun. He still wore the Letzenbourg black and red, an unwise color choice for the desert in Tanya's opinion, however, it was now only the shirt rather than the thicker tunic that usually went over the top. The adjustments had been professionally done and doubtlessly cooler than the original. Tanya would have been willing to believe it was an official uniform if she didn't know better. She swept her gaze down his arm and found his hand resting softly over his holster, fingers curled slightly around the handle of his pistol. Meanwhile, his sword lay in its scabbard on the opposite side, untouched but within easy reach. Tanya knew the boy could probably draw the blade just as quickly as the gun if he were provoked. As she'd suspected he was ready to strike if anything were to take him unawares and she couldn't be sure if his brain would overrule the instinct to attack if she had startled him. She had been right to be wary. Suddenly he began to move, and Tanya felt herself tense as she watched his fingers slowly tighten over the grip of his pistol. She prepared herself to throw herself out of the way but soon felt herself let out a sigh of relief as the boy's fingers left the pistol as he reached up to rub his eyes. He let out a yawn as he sat up rubbing his eyes and blinking the sleep from them drowsily. He glanced around sleepily, and their eyes met, causing a small, contented smile to form on the boy's face. "Ah Major, you're back." The boy yawned innocently and amazingly without a trace of insincerity in his voice. "I was waiting for you to return, but I must have nodded off." "Nodded off? What the hell are you doing in here in the first place?" she yelled, unwilling to believe this wasn't some fresh attempt to upset her. However, the way Wilhelm stared back at her, blinking with genuine tired confusion made her doubt exactly how calculated this attempt at annoyance was. He didn't seem to understand the nature of her displeasure. "I came to give you my report about the rearguard action," he began explaining, confusion staining his tired features. "I've already told the general, but you ordered that I should also report in person. Visha told me you were at the picket line and wouldn't be back at the command center today, so I thought I'd meet you here." Tanya scanned his word for any hint of duplicity, a skill that had become almost automatic during her dealings with the little captain. It was true that she had ordered him to report to her after he returned. She would have preferred if he'd come to her before the general to be sure he wasn't omitting anything he should have reported, however, that wouldn't have been possible while she was out by the defenses. She didn't get the sense that he was lying. However, she knew the boy well enough that just because he wasn't lying didn't mean he was sharing all the details. Besides, none of this explained why he was on her bed or going through her things. "I don't recall giving you permission to make yourself at home in my tent, and what makes you think you can go through my things?" she questioned, holding eye contact in order to better gauge his response. "Hey? Your things? I came in to make some coffee for your return. I don't usually use my ration and Sophia managed to get some of the good stuff so." Wilhelm's words trailed off as he sniffed the air, obviously smelling the burnt coffee for the first time. He cursed before pushing past her and into the other partition towards the stove. Fearing his escape, Tanya turned to follow but almost tripped as her boot caught the strap of her kit bag. It seemed to be untouched and set precisely where she had left it, causing her to doubt her earlier suspicions. A quick inspection proved that her beloved coffee was still there, and she quickly repacked it and followed the little captain into the other partition. "Damn. Sorry, I don't usually make it myself, Christina normally handles it. I'll get it cleaned up." The boy apologized as he fussed over the coffee pot, the inside no doubt now filled with a thick and hardened mess. Tanya began to wonder if her suspicions were unjust, Perhaps she had gotten so used to mistrusting the boy that she was seeing alternative motives when there were none. She hoped not. Paranoia was a symptom of an illogical state of mind, and she'd hate to think she was losing her rational outlook on things. No, there's still something that doesn't make sense here. Why were you in my bed? She asked, injecting a hint of menace into her voice as she snatched the coffee pot from his hands and placed it on the table. She couldn't think of any reason why he should have been in her sleeping area. Wilhelm at least had the decency to look slightly ashamed, and he was unable to continue meeting her gaze as his face began to redden. She'd caught him, he couldn't explain this one away. You're losing your touch, Wilhelm, you used to be a much better liar. I'm sorry about that, I really didn't mean to fall asleep, I just wanted to sit down for a minute. He mumbled, struggling to find his words as he reddened slightly. I was tired, we've been deployed for days. I only sat down for a moment, it was comfortable, and it smelled nice. The boy's words trailed off as he reddened further, and Tanya searched his expression once again. He wasn't lying, she was certain of it. He was genuinely embarrassed about being found here. Until now she hadn't thought he was capable of such an emotion, but why sit on her bed at all? Why there? There's a chair by the desk over there. She asked, pointing at her small workspace. I didn't want to disrupt your desk. I thought you might think I was going through your things if you found me by your paperwork. He began uncomfortably, ironically echoing precisely what she had thought when she had first entered her tent. I'm sorry, Tanya, I just wanted to try and get back on good terms again. I thought I'd have some coffee waiting for you when you came back, and... He let his words trail off again as he stared at the ground with a dejected look, and Tanya cursed herself. It seemed that this all was a misunderstanding and she had taken her suspicions too far. Rather than trying to annoy her, he had been trying to do the opposite. It had been another foolish misunderstanding, something that annoyed her even more than a difficult Wilhelm. She had jumped to conclusions before properly examining the evidence. She'd made a mistake. She hated mistakes. She regarded Wilhelm once more, partly in the hope of finding something to relieve her of any blame in this. She could see none, however. He looked utterly exhausted. If he had an ulterior motive, it was likely just to get some rest. A request she would have to honor if she didn't want to develop a reputation for being too cruel on her subordinates. She felt a pang of sympathy for him, however. He still wasn't used to acting like a subordinate, and his actions weren't unlike that of an overenthusiastic intern. The implementation may have been lacking, but it seemed as though the intention had been to be helpful. It would be important not to dampen any enthusiasm he had to please a superior if she were to turn him into a useful resource. So, reluctantly, she decided it would be best to drop the matter for now. Very well, give me your report. She said with a sigh, feeling oddly pleased to see Wilhelm snap her the only proper salute she'd ever seen him perform. She listened as he gave a relatively concise description of his company's activities for the last few days. Much like the main group, it had been fairly uneventful for the first few days, although they did catch sight of several watchers at a distance. However, as the days passed, it seemed they too had been victims of hit-and-run attacks from the desert tribesmen, and it seemed they had been even better armed. It's definitely some sort of new anti-mage rifle. Wilhelm explained. Well, a 14mm anti-materiel gun if you want to be precise, but I doubt they bought it here for Rommel's armor. We managed to capture one if you want to examine it. We suspect it was made by the Allied Kingdom, although the people using them certainly weren't. This was concerning. If the Allied Kingdom was supplying the locals to fight for them, they could be targeted anywhere, even in neutral Ilduin territory. Since these new enemies were essentially insurgents, they wouldn't respect international boundaries or agreements. She would also have to take a look at this rifle later. It was always wise to know what the enemy was throwing at you. Wilhelm was right about it being designed to take out mages, though. A 14mm rifle could penetrate light armor, but it wouldn't cause much damage to the machine itself. However, it was a natural enemy to a mage. Their shields could shrug off quite a lot of splash damage, but anything high-piercing was dangerous and could pass through the barrier with little resistance. Even the higher output of the Type 97 would be no match for it. Dr. Skiggle would doubtlessly say that the Type 95 could handle it with ease, but she didn't like the idea of field testing the theory for him. Sophia's barrier took a glancing hit, and it was almost as though it wasn't there. The boy continued, frowning at the thought of losing his subordinate. It's fortunate whoever was shooting wasn't a good marksman. The shot went wide, and she was unhurt. It would be deadly in the wrong hands. Fortunately, it seems to have a low reload speed and it's unwieldy. We didn't let them take a second shot. That was some good news at least. It sounded as though as long as they weren't taken unawares, this new rifle wouldn't be too much of a threat. Mages moved fast, especially those using Imperial equipment. It would be difficult for any marksman to hit them while they were on the move. Its size meant it would be unlikely to be carried by a mage either. Where would you store the ammo? And how could you effectively aim such an awkward weapon on the move? She became aware that Wilhelm was staring at her, still wearing a concerned frown. Evidently, the thought of losing one of his closest subordinates had shaken him slightly. However, she got the sense that this concern had shifted its target slightly. I heard about Koenig, he began softly, as though treading on eggshells. I understand you haven't seen him since he was injured, and you have yet to sign off on the orders to send him home. The boy's words struck her more than she could have expected, and she felt an unusual sense of unease in her stomach. It was true that she had yet to do these things, but she had been very busy with other duties. She simply hadn't had the time. No, that isn't true, a good manager makes the time for such important matters, she corrected herself, not allowing herself the luxury of hiding behind excuses. The doctors had confirmed her assumption that his injury was serious enough that he would never see frontline service again. He would be sent home and likely given a quiet office post in the rear, probably a secretarial job with less pay and no chance of advancement. It was essentially a charitable donation from the state. The organization would create this job for him out of pity, and even then, it was only because he was an officer. His career was effectively over. The Empire had no welfare system as of yet. Most injured soldiers were sent to live in hospices and live out their days relying on the charity of others. But then, what the military was doing for Koenig was no different really. Tanya couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Being reduced to a burden on society was a fate worse than death. Koenig had been one of her best and had the potential to go far. However, the injury had snatched that chance from him and robbed her of one of her precious resources. He'd probably have to relearn basic skills such as writing or even using a knife and fork all over again. She hated that one of hers had been brought so low. She'd put off seeing him as she hadn't wanted to break the news to him. She had no qualms about firing someone for not performing, or even laying people off because the company no longer had use for them. The Salaryman had plenty of experience with these, but she'd never had to consign someone to a dead-end position where they would have to live off handouts for simply doing their job. If it helps, I can put in a good word with a few influential people. Wilhelm said, as if reading her thoughts, being a prince has its perks, maybe I can persuade them to put him in the instructor unit or something. If you must. She nodded, hiding her enthusiasm for the offer. She liked the idea, it was a much better use of his talents than shuffling paper somewhere. His skills and experience could be used productively at least. However, she wasn't about to let Wilhelm have the satisfaction of knowing that she appreciated the gesture. At least you'll put your meddling to good use for once. You're dismissed. I'll get on it right away. Wilhelm smiled with a salute but without leaving the tent. Was there something else? Tanya asked wearily. It was getting late now, and she really wanted to get some sleep. There was one other little thing. The little captain replied cautiously, his smile wavering slightly as the earlier embarrassment returned to his features. There seems to have been a small problem with my company's equipment. Tanya simply stared at him with a raised eyebrow. It seems that not all of the paperwork I submitted got through the Service Corps offices before we were deployed. None of my company has received our tents. He explained, looking unusually sheepish. They won't arrive for another few weeks. We hadn't noticed until now since we were deployed away from the main force. Despite her fatigue, Tanya felt a wide grin pull at her face at the news. A less logical person might assume that this was karma or some divine punishment. Tanya knew that such things were fanciful nonsense, but she still took great pleasure in the knowledge that Wilhelm's childish actions back in Berlin had come back to bite him. Suffering the consequences of your own actions, are we, Wilhelm? She asked innocently, suppressing a laugh. Maybe if you hadn't been so difficult back home you wouldn't be in this mess. You and your company will just have to bunk up with the other soldiers, I'm sure someone will take pity on you. I've already managed to make arrangements for most of my troops. The little captain replied carefully, as though he were trying to find his next words. The rest of the battalion were very generous when they found out about the mix-up. Wilhelm paused to gather his thoughts and Tanya began to feel slightly uneasy. She was used to the boy's confident and blasé attitude and usually, words and lies flew from him effortlessly. It was never a good sign when she saw him struggling to compose his sentences like this. It was an obvious sign that she wasn't going to like whatever came next. I rather hoped that I could perhaps stay with you. Since their first meeting, Wilhelm von Hohenzollern had managed to render her speechless on multiple occasions. As far as Tanya was concerned, it was one of his least endearing qualities. However, compared to those earlier instances, this was something else. Her mouth hung open and her mind went blank as logic failed to construct a reason as to why the boy thought to make such a ridiculous request. It's a joke, right? He thought he'd find some way to ridicule me before he left, right? She studied his features once again, expecting to see the glint of mischief and self-assurance in his insidious green orbs, but she found nothing. Instead, she found an almost pathetic pleading look accompanied by an awkward beseeching smile. He's serious? Out of the question. She snapped quickly, feeling her cheeks redden in a peculiar automatic response to the situation. I realize it's an unusual request, and I know there's already talk about us, but the boy began begging before Tanya cut him off. I said no. You can stay with Weiss or one of the other male officers. I've never really been comfortable sleeping around other men. He explained slowly, shuffling uncomfortably, even those my own age, it feels wrong. What are you talking about? What about when you're on a mission or that time you were playing soldier on the Rhine? Private Ansbach. She questioned, using the boy's once pseudonym, causing him to wince slightly. I usually try to keep my distance from the others when I can. And in truth I never slept in the barracks on the Rhine, I snuck back to my room in the mansion. He explained awkwardly, looking as though he expected a reprisal for the confession. Usually, I'd stay with Christina and Sophia, I feel better knowing they're nearby. I'd stay with them, but it's already crowded in Vicious tent. Usually, Tanya would have taken a certain amount of perverse joy at how awkward the boy looked as he tried to explain himself. She hadn't seen him look so uncomfortable since he was forced to take demotion. However, since his discomfort was projecting directly at her, she felt almost as affected by it as he was. Almost like she too was trapped by it. Besides, I'd rather my nightmares weren't made public knowledge. He continued gloomily. Tanya felt a headache building in her temples, she really didn't want to deal with this today. Maybe it would be easier to just let him set up a bedroll in the corner somewhere. She couldn't exactly leave him with nowhere to sleep, she could only imagine how bad it would make her look to her superiors. What the hell am I thinking? Am I actually considering this stupid request? The answer is no, Wilhelm. She snapped, unwilling to compromise. Wilhelm was nothing if not resourceful, he'd find something. I suppose I'll try to find somewhere else then. The boy said, looking deflated. Tanya felt an unusual feeling of guilt in the pit of her stomach, as the boy's shoulders slumped. She chose to believe it was some lingering corruption from when she had used the Type 95 and tried to ignore it. It was probably better to get Wilhelm out now before the corruption caused her to reconsider. An unusual request indeed, what an understatement, she thought as she began ushering him from her tent, but another thought tugged at her mind. What else had he said? What did you mean, talk about us? She asked, but Wilhelm stopped abruptly and turned as if he had heard something. Suddenly, she found herself being thrown backwards as Wilhelm shoved them both to the ground. She opened her mouth to protest when a hail of fire ripped through the fabric of the tent, one of the bullets tearing through one of the wooden supports, causing the whole thing to collapse on their heads. There was a moment of confusion, and a yell went up from inside the camp as Rommel's soldiers began swarming to the site of the attack. Ambushers have broken through the southern picket line. She heard from somewhere outside as she lay under the site of her wrecked shelter. Tanya cursed as she disentangled herself from the wreckage, ignoring Wilhelm's shouts as she rushed to the command center to check the situation. To her relief, the raiding party was being swiftly chased off by the guards and it seemed she had no reason to intervene. Once convinced a second attack wasn't imminent, she returned to her tent and stared at it with dismay. The stove had still been warm when the canvas fell on top of it, and it had started to burn while everyone was distracted by the attack. She could see that someone had attempted to beat away the flames with limited success, succeeding in doing as much damage to the frame as dousing the flames. It was clear that as a shelter, this tent was no longer fit for purpose. It seemed she too was now homeless. She sighed heavily as Wilhelm sidled up beside her, unsurprised that the boy had both managed to find his way out safely or that he had chosen this moment to return to her side. I'll let you share my tent if you want. If you can wait a few weeks for it to arrive. Author's notes. Hi everyone, and thank you as always for reading. I probably would have had this out much sooner. However, it has been very hot here this past week and I have not dared turn on my computer for very long in case either me or it overheats, haha. I'm beginning to get a little worried that spending so much time in the south is starting to stretch Will and Tanya's story too much, so I'm going to try and speed things along a little if I can. Regarding the 14mm anti-materiel rifle. In the LN it's supposed to be 40mm, however that is basically a cannon or at best a grenade launcher, so it didn't seem right for something that is supposed to be a rifle in the 1920s, or 40s as YS tech is all over the place. I did some research, and the British were using 14mm anti-armor rifles in WW2. I'm also told that 14 and 40 are very similar in Japanese, so I think it may have possibly been a translation error in the English version. Chapter 50, Operation Trebuchet I. Operation Trebuchet I, Negotiation. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. The capture of Toulouse is an event not often talked about by any that participated in the action. Indeed, several of the records relating to the incident remain classified, even after so many other documents about the war have been made public. This has led to a great deal of speculation concerning the events of that day and the impact made by the 11th Goddess and the Saint of Letzenbourg. What is known is that following the fall of Francois mainland and the subsequent defeat of the Allied kingdom's forces at Ailly-aux-Maine, General Alphonse de Juin believed the Allied war effort to be futile and approached the Imperials in order to broker a separate peace. It is even theorized that Imperial personnel may have already been in the city and beginning negotiations by the time Allied forces arrived. Meanwhile, fearing that the capture of part of the Francois navy and the port facilities in the city, the Allied kingdom had sent a task force to destroy the ships in the harbour. An action still considered controversial to this day. General de Lugo, hoping that some troops in the city might still be loyal to the Allied cause, dispatched some men to the Albish fleet in the hopes that some could be evacuated before the assault. As you can imagine, this caused a confusing situation for everyone involved, and most of us are still unaware of precisely what happened. For the moment we can only speculate and hope that one day historians will be allowed to examine the files hidden by the various government agencies. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. September 25, Unified Year 1925, 5 o'clock. Rommel's temporary command post, 20 miles outside the port of Toulouse, Alsera Desert. Will awoke to the aroma of coffee filling the air and felt a moment of confusion as he gradually emerged from his slumber. He was still bone-tired, and both his mind and body ached from so long on front-line duties without a break, so the realization that this odor was odd came to him slowly. As though his thoughts were trickling into his conscious mind like treacle dribbling from a spoon. He didn't often drink the bitter beverage, at least not if there were any other alternative, and Christina would never make it for him without his asking. He'd only suffered it on the Rhine because he'd been worried that Ludwig would smuggle poison into his personal supplies, so why should the smell be filling his nostrils now? Once more, he was waking up slowly and naturally, without the unwanted assistance of his night terrors. This in itself was strange. It was rare for him to go a night without them, and usually, he would wake up in a panic rather than in this slow, gradual manner. He must have been more tired than he'd realized, exhausted enough that even Ludwig and the monster couldn't find him in his dreams. He blinked his eyes open and stared blearily at the canvas roof as he tried to remember quite where he was and how he had gotten here. I was trying to persuade Tanya to let me stay with her, wasn't I? No, there was an attack and her tent was ruined, but what happened after that? He thought, trying to prise the information from his sleep-addled mind. His thoughts were interrupted by murmuring from the far side of the shelter. He turned and saw a partition separating the interior of the tent, similar to the one that Tanya had erected in her own accommodation the day before, but this time he heard two voices conversing softly beyond it. Rather you than me. Came the familiar voice of his commander. How you managed to wake him without getting shot at is a mystery to me. Tanya's voice allowed the memories of the previous night to tumble back into his mind. Once Tanya had found herself in a similar position of homelessness, she had been much more enthusiastic about solving their shared predicament. She had recalled that there had been some casualties during one of the nomads' raids, so she reasoned that their equipment would now be unused and available for anyone who needed it. It was a typically pragmatic Tanyesque solution to the problem. Major Leenberg obviously had no need of his tent and bedroll anymore, why not use them? However, the idea has sat a little less easily with Will. Although he liked the practical simplicity of the solution, he didn't much like the thought of using the equipment of someone who had only died that morning. Aside from it feeling distasteful, he worried it might make him appear heartless, which would hardly be great for his reputation. Besides, the last thing he needed was another ghost following him around. Exhaustion had forced him to get over his qualms fairly quickly, however. He decided a roof over his head and somewhere to sleep was worth the risk to his image, and it was unlikely that Leenberg would have objected under the circumstances. All he had needed to do was make sure that Tanya would share the newly found space. Fortunately, that hadn't been too difficult. He knew how people's minds worked and also knew that Tanya could be quite susceptible to a little peer pressure if applied properly. Once enough people from the battalion were around to witness it, he simply had to mention that he had asked to stay with her. The listeners had assumed she'd agreed to it, and once they did, social convention made it difficult for her to deny him. She too had to worry about her professional image. As suspected, she had eventually relented, possibly because she too was tired by this point and didn't want another argument. However, she had insisted on both the partition for privacy and a larger section of the shelter in deference to her rank. This was accompanied by a long-winded speech about personal space that Will found mildly insulting. He'd been more than willing to make the sacrifice by this point though, although he had no idea why she was so convinced he had any interest in spying on her. Soon after, they had bedded down for the night, although Will could not remember falling asleep. He must have fallen unconscious the moment his head hit the pillow. He isn't a bother once he learns to trust you. He heard Christine reply behind the partition, I very much doubt he'd harm you, Major. He's actually rather fond of you. Will heard Tanya scoff, obviously doubting the veracity of the words, and he directed a mental stab of annoyance at the girl. He hated that she was still so distrustful of him. He'd only pointed a gun at her a few times and he'd never fired. And one of the times he'd thought she was going to expose him. She'd even broken his arm. If anything, he should be mistrustful of her. She was fortunate he was so forgiving. Besides, he really wouldn't hurt Tanya if he could help it. He liked having her around. He'd even left his pistol unloaded at night just in case she startled him. If anything really did happen, he'd be counting on her to come to his rescue. He sighed, forcing himself to drop his anger for now. Hopefully, one day she'd come around. Good morning, Your Highness. Christina called as she lifted the flap of the partition and entered Will's side of the tent. I see you're already awake. Morning, Will yawned in response, struggling to form the words through the sleepy haze in his mind. Somehow, he managed to haul himself out of the comforting embrace of his blankets as Christina passed him a warm mug of milky tea, which he sipped on gratefully. His lodgings were not much compared to the grandiose surroundings he had been used to back in Letzenbourg. But since he'd enjoyed a rare, good night's sleep, it had felt incredibly cozy and he almost didn't want to tear himself away from it. I smelled coffee. He muttered with sleepy confusion as the taste on his lips conflicted with the aroma in the air. His mind had not properly woken up just yet, and the stark contrast between the sensations were difficult to reconcile in his half-asleep state. I made the Major a drink as I was preparing your tea, it would have been impolite to do otherwise. Christina replied in way of explanation as she turned to bring in a small bowl of soapy water and a cloth for him to wash with. Water may have been scarce in the desert, but hygiene was still a major concern for any soldier. Particularly one that had Christina glaring at them with disapproval if they decided to forego their wash. Will suspected the overall cleanliness of the expeditionary force had dramatically increased once word got out how much the maid disliked it. Oh, you had to deal with the commander before her morning coffee. He replied loud enough for Tanya to hear. Now that he had his tea, his mind was beginning to liven up, and he couldn't resist the opportunity to tease the girl. Especially after her earlier comment and the speech about privacy that she'd given him last night. Sounds dangerous, do I pay you enough for such a hazardous assignment? Will chuckled and Christina struggled to hide a smile as the sound of disgruntled mutterings found their way past the canvas partition. Despite her protestations about privacy, it seemed that Tanya was the one guilty of a little surreptitious spying. You forget, my prince, I look after your books. I assure you, I'm well compensated for everything I do for you. Christina replied, allowing herself to show a grateful smile. And you'll find the Major is much more appreciative when you arrive with coffee that isn't burning in the bottom of the pot. Will reddened slightly but chuckled once again before taking another sip of his tea, slurping loudly to test if Tanya was still listening in. The disparaging muttering about damn tea drinkers from behind the partition told him that she was, and he smiled as he began washing while Christina laid out his uniform. After managing to make himself feel as clean as he could with such a small amount of water, they began the familiar routine of Christina helping him dress while informing him of his schedule for the day. His itinerary was surprisingly sparse, far more so than Will had expected. Especially since Tanya had been working him so hard lately. Usually, a soldier's life was fairly busy, even outside of combat. There was a multitude of tedious and time-consuming tasks that the military demanded on a daily basis to keep soldiers out of trouble, especially for officers. So much so, that in the past he had habitually fobbed off the onerous and boring tasks to save himself the bother. However, since he was trying to be a good soldier for Tanya, he had been trying his hardest to do everything she expected of him, even if it wasn't especially enjoyable. He would usually be overseeing drills, making sure his company's equipment was maintained and organizing various work details. Not to mention all the paperwork that the Imperial Army insisted on keeping for its records. Additionally, Tanya often volunteered the services of herself and her officers to assist the general with anything he might need help with. She couldn't resist the urge to score a few extra brownie points with the brass, even at the expense of other people's spare time. However, aside from finishing up a few reports and making sure his company's equipment hadn't been too badly damaged by the dust, something Christina had likely already seen to, his schedule was empty. Is this right? Surely I must have more on the agenda. He asked as Christina buttoned up the collar on his shirt, but before she could answer, Tanya's voice interrupted them from beyond the canvas partition. If you're decent, I'm coming in. She stated authoritatively, and Will found himself smirking again. Considering she had been so insistent about maintaining space between them in their new living arrangement, she was awfully interested in what he was doing on his side of the tent. Since he was mostly dressed by now, he called for her to enter, although this earned them both a disapproving look from Christina. Will thought about making another comment about her hypocritical attitude towards privacy, but thought better of it. He could only tease her so much before she got angry with him again. It would be better to space it out throughout the day so he could wrest as many expressions as possible from Tanya's stone-like face before she got too upset with him. I'm the reason your schedule is light. You and your troops are to rest for the next few days or until we get orders to move out. She explained, making Will frown with confusion. Major, I assure you that I and my company are more than capable to continue our full duties. Will replied, doing his best to keep his tone light despite the frustration he felt with the girl. He'd done everything she had asked of him, did she still not trust him? I wouldn't want anyone thinking you were giving me special treatment. The second part was a lie, and an obvious one that Tanya would doubtlessly pick up on. She already gave him special treatment, although not in a good way. He wouldn't mind her giving him light duties if she would just admit how useful he was to her. Instead, she worked him to the bone by trying to give him tasks designed to humiliate him. However, it was the sort of thing he was supposed to say in this situation, and it would make her think about how her treatment of him would be perceived. He was getting fed up with her distrustful attitude towards him, and others would notice this if she didn't change her tone soon. I'm not in the habit of working my men to death, and I've kept you deployed for 10 days. Not to mention the fighting before that. I'm sure you can use the rest. She replied quickly, ignoring his comment. You are walking proof of that. Will stared at her with confusion before looking to Christina for help. What does she mean by that? He asked silently, hoping his longtime companion would understand his bewilderment. The maid simply looked back at him sympathetically, and Will realized he had been outmaneuvered. He felt a moment of betrayal. Christina was obviously a part of whatever Tanya was doing, but the feeling was soon chased away as the maid produced a small vanity mirror from her pocket and showed him his reflection. The face that looked back was like a zombie, gaunt and tired looking. Despite the time in the sun, he still looked pale and thin. Had he passed this child in the street, he would have probably told Christina or Sophia to make sure they got a good meal and somewhere to rest. He was shocked to see himself in such a state. Then again, when had he last eaten properly? How much had he slept in the last 2 weeks? Miss Zerbest has told me you've been pushing yourself, skipping sleep and meals, and overusing part3. Tanya continued, since I am in part to blame for overworking you, I'm making sure you have time to recuperate. Did Tanya just admit she was at fault? Will thought, blinking with surprise as Tanya's face contorted into an awkward frown. You are a good soldier and a decent officer when you behave yourself. She conceded begrudgingly, as though saying the words somehow caused her pain. It would be irresponsible of me to put you on regular duties in this state. I would also prefer you stop using part3, it's dangerous enough on a fully grown soldier, let alone someone your age. I wouldn't want to lose a promising officer due to the overuse of combat stims. I'll make sure not to overwork you in future. Will rocked on his heels as though he had been struck. To say that hearing this from Tanya was unexpected was an understatement. He could count on one hand how often she'd said anything that even came close to a compliment to him. He suspected Christina's hand in this, especially the part about the part3. However, the words would most definitely be Tanya's. She would never allow herself to act as a mouthpiece for another. Then, she does appreciate me? He thought, feeling a strange swelling of pride in his chest. She even admitted it to my face. It was unusual for Will to feel especially proud of any of his achievements, they had always been a means to an end. He had never doubted that he would become a mage, so there was no reason to feel particularly satisfied about it, and he felt little for the commendations and medals he had received. However, he found that these few words from Tanya delighted him in a way he had not thought possible. From anyone else, being called decent might be considered almost insulting, but from her, it felt like the highest praise. And she'd admitted it freely. He was speechless. Silence fell on the room, the only noise being Christina carefully tidying away the used water bowl as he and Tanya tried to find the words to fill it. Fortunately, Vish's voice called from outside the tent, breaking the awkward atmosphere, and both let out a sigh of relief. Tanya allowed her adjutant to enter, and after a quick greeting, things seemed to return to normal as the group prepared to head for the mess tent for breakfast. Tanya distracted herself from her earlier discomfort by grilling her subordinate on the morning reports she had brought her. Meanwhile, Will found him silently falling in beside them as they headed out with Christina trailing behind him. He was still feeling remarkably pleased with how things had turned out and could feel a wide grin sitting on his face. The sun was beginning to rise when they reached the mess, and a golden sheen filled the air as they all lined up patiently for their morning meal. Technically, as senior officers, both he and Tanya could have had their respective adjutants collect their rations for them and dine privately. However, both preferred to dine with the troops. Tanya would never admit they had anything in common, but both of them were keen to use the opportunity to help their standing among the other soldiers. Even if their reason for doing so was different. Sophia had yet to join them as they sat down for their meal of thick porridge. She was likely still checking with her informants for any news and gossip from around the camp, but he was sure she would seek him out later to fill him in. In the meantime, he dug into his meal with enthusiasm despite the grumbles about military rations echoed by the other soldiers around him. Even Tanya shared her displeasure at the thick gruel. Will had never understood why everyone was always so critical of the military's food. Aside from the odd suspicious potato and the food served in the general staff offices, he had found he quite liked the rations they were provided. Perhaps it was a product of Ludwig keeping him ill so much in his youth, but he found it difficult to stomach particularly rich or strong-tasting food. Hence why he didn't particularly like coffee, preferring tea or the ersatz version of the bitter drink due to its weaker taste. Chocolate too he only ever ate sparingly, the sweet taste was just too much for him. He knew Christina disliked that he was so fond of such cheap food, it seemed to conflict with her mental picture of how a prince should behave, and she often tried to turn their rations into something a little fancier when she could. Even that was often too much for him though, so while others were complaining how tasteless the porridge was, Will was enjoying it immensely. The service corps had even provided a small amount of honey to add to the watery cereal. He would have gone for a second portion if it were allowed. He finished his meal far quicker than everyone else and found himself wishing he had spent more time savoring it. Although at least it gave him time to think. He now faced an unusual conundrum, at least for him. What should he do with his awarded free time? He wasn't used to not having anything to do. He had spent most of the last 5 years preparing for this war in one way or another. He'd used almost every waking moment doing something that would help pay off his debt to the monster. He wasn't used to having any downtime. But he was in the middle of nowhere. What exactly could he do? He wondered if Christian had packed any books for him to read. By now Tanya had also finished her food and was heading off to the command center. At first, Will rose to follow her, but she shot him a glare that told him it would not be wise. Considering their living situation, he decided it best to heed that advice. Instead, he headed back to the tent and began his reports while Christina excused herself and saw to the company's equipment. As expected, Sophia sought him out soon after with news from both inside and outside the camp. Aside from a few rumors that had allowed her to get a hold of some better foodstuffs and some contraband that could be traded, the most interesting news involved an increase in radio traffic from both the city and from back home. It seemed someone in Toulouse was keen to get in contact with the Imperial High Command. Something interesting was going on behind the scenes, but Sophia had yet to find out exactly what. It seemed the messages had been for the general's eyes only, and although Will knew she was fully capable of intercepting and decrypting the general's personal messages if she so wished, he thought it better not to go quite so far. He didn't dare imagine the consequences if Tanya found out. He had a few theories, or rather half-formed possibilities, but it seemed he would have to wait and see what came from messages along with everyone else. In the meantime, he was once again left with little to do, and he soon found himself lying on the ground outside his tent, staring at the clouds, dozing and thinking about the future. Once the debt was paid, things would be better for everyone. Christina would become the best in whatever field she wanted to progress in, Sophia would become a formidable politician, and he would be writing stories like the ones he read when he was younger. He wondered where Tanya might fit into his life when it was all over. She had wanted to continue her career, hadn't she? How often would they see each other? He hoped they wouldn't drift apart. He had a hazy memory of the conversation he had slurred his way through at the party. Hadn't she said she would want a family one day? That would mean her getting married to someone. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. What if they took her away from him? Then again, he doubted she'd find someone who'd put up with all the abuse she habitually dished out. She already has, a treacherous thought interjected, but he did his best to pretend he hadn't heard it as he continued to stare contentedly at the sky. There was a bright future ahead for all of them, he just had to grasp it. I see you have a long and happy life planned ahead of you, little brother. Do you really deserve it? A terrifying and familiar voice whispered in his ear. It seemed that one night of peace had been too much for Ludwig. Will did his best to control his suddenly rapid heartbeat and ignore the voice. He knew he wasn't really here. Do you deserve your future at the expense of those you've cut short? The voice asked again as the clouds above seemed to twist and contort into faces. He felt sick with fear as he recognized the intruder he had attacked with the sword on his 6th birthday. Is it you? Have I finally found you? The face said, staring down at him with sad eyes, echoing the strange words it had said time and again in his dreams. The clouds then morphed into the face of the first Francois soldier he had killed on the Rhine. He remembered how difficult it had been to bring himself to do it. He remembered his hands shaking as he took aim at the man far below him. Sometimes he was sure he could see his own terrified expression reflected in the man's eyes. The face changed again into that of another soldier he had slaughtered, then another and another. So many faces that were already etched into his memory were shown to him before eventually ending with the old Albaïsh general he'd killed at Ali Alamein. The mustached man stared down at him coldly, and Will found himself cowering under his glare. Shut up! Will hissed quietly. They were enemies in battle, they were justified. They would have died anyway. He'd had no choice, he was defending himself. Besides, he needed to feed the sword, it was all justified. He had no reason to be ashamed of any of it. What about these? Were they justified? The voice of Ludwig asked with a mocking chuckle as the clouds again transformed, this time into the smiling faces of the soldiers he had lost since he took command. It's an honor to serve with you, Prince Wilhelm. He heard as he saw the cloud figures salute before they turned into broken and bloody corpses. Will was unable to look away. They no longer resembled clouds at all, the terrible memories of their deaths had superimposed themselves over them. It felt as if their broken bodies were really hanging over him in the sky. He felt a pain in his chest at the sight. It's not my fault, it's not my fault, he told himself, repeating the mantra like a prayer. Will felt tears in his eyes as he watched the corpse clouds drift together into one and transform into the broken and shattered form of Dietrich Hausmann. This time, however, instead of the lifeless orbs that had caused him so much pain at the time, Will felt the man's stare boring through his soul. Stop it! Will cried as he scrunched his eyes closed in a desperate attempt to dispel the apparitions. None of this is real, none of this is my fault. It was the monster that did all of this. Ludwig said nothing, but the screams of all the faces he had seen filled his ears. Will tried to block them out by covering them, but the ethereal screams were being projected directly into his mind. He tried to force his mind to focus on something, anything to drive the voices away, but nothing was working. He desperately tried to find some trace of happy feeling he had been given that morning in the hopes of driving them away, but found nothing, and he felt his stomach wrench with despair. Suddenly the voices retreated, and so too did Ludwig's presence. He felt a shadow fall over him, but rather than feeling threatening, it felt safe and familiar. Carefully he opened his eyes and saw Tanya staring down at him cautiously. He let out a sigh of relief as he saw her. Being close to someone who had no fear of the monster was reassuring, and it seemed she had driven Ludwig away for now. Hey, maybe she was right. The girl mumbled to herself as Will pulled himself up and she returned her attention to him. Sorry Wilhelm, your break is over, we're moving on to Ruse and the General needs your expertise. September 25, Unified Year 1925, 1600 hours. Allied Kingdom Naval Task Force, Southern Sea, HMS Ark Monarch. Vice Admiral Winters leaned on the railings of the observation deck and gazed out at the calm blue waters of the Southern Sea. The air was warm, but a cool breeze made it pleasant and comfortable, while the intense color of the water below was beautiful enough that a man might lose himself in its depths. It was easy to see why the Ildoans were so keen to claim this ocean as their own. He'd served all over the world during his career, everywhere from the freezing cold of the Atlantic to the shark-infested waters of the Pacific. He'd found that every ocean had its own allures and perils, a siren waiting to guide you to the seabed for every tropical paradise and friendly port. He had decided that the danger of the Southern Sea was in its beauty. It made you feel cozy and lured you into a false sense of security. A dangerous state to be in when on such an important mission. He turned his gaze to the other ships in his task force. It was an impressive sight. It wasn't often that the Allied Kingdom dedicated so many ships to a single mission in this theater, particularly with the Prime Minister's reluctance to allow the fleet out of home waters. Winters suspected Marlborough's influence. The First Lord of the Admiralty was known to be daring, and it had doubtlessly been him who had pushed for this operation. The Prime Minister might be overcautious, but Chibol wasn't the sort to allow the enemy a free hand. Or his allies for that matter. Winters' fleet consisted of 11 destroyers, 2 cruisers, 2 battleships, and his flagship the aircraft carrier HMS Ark Monarch, along with some civilian tugs to assist the Francois Navy if necessary. Then, to top off this already impressive display of naval power, the pride of the fleet had also been sent to reinforce them, the battlecruiser HMS Hood. This wasn't a battle group, it was a message to their Francois allies. Both a promise of their continued support and a threat to those who had not committed to the fight. The Hood was here to deliver that message. Winters watched the mighty Hood as it steamed along next to the carrier. The battlecruiser could outpace his ship easily, so it was cruising leisurely at the aircraft carrier's side. Despite that, to an outsider at least, it still gave the impression of strength and power, like a tiger casually studying its prey while its huge gun batteries radiated menace despite being idle. The Hood was like a smiling man with his hand on a gun, friendly but ready to fire at a moment's notice. Although the ship was famously known to be the pride of the Royal Navy, he had never much liked the old girl, and he'd decided against moving his flag to the vessel. It may have been powerful and well armed, but it sat too low in the water for his liking, making it uncomfortably damp in high seas. Its crew had even started calling it the largest submarine in the Navy due to the amount of water that was on the decks when it sailed at full steam. A fact conveniently omitted when people talked about its illustrious reputation. It also lacked much of the equipment Winters had grown used to on his carrier, and he felt a little blind without it. Its design also meant that outfitting the ship with that extra equipment would leave him little space to work efficiently. Despite its flaws, the ship's notoriety made it a potent weapon. It rarely needed to fire its mighty city-leveling batteries in anger. When the Hood sailed into port, the enemy started negotiating. It was a ship that everyone feared. It was the epitome of gunboat diplomacy. That was why it had been sent. This rogue Francois general needed bringing to heel, and the sight of the Hood and this task force would have him quaking in his boots. At least that was their hope. If not, more drastic and regrettable measures would need to be taken. The Hood might even need to show what she was truly capable of. He straightened up and re-entered the bridge, waving off the salutes of the duty officers. He was only passing through, so there was no need to distract the sailors from their tasks. He descended the stairs of the tower and made his way towards the comms room at the base. Unfortunately, what he found was hardly encouraging, as the whole floor seemed filled with the angry shouts of the Francois mage within. Evidently, things were not going well. Fils de pute! The Republican yelled as he threw his headset across the room, causing Winters to frown at the man's careless attitude towards his host's equipment, but the man had not seemed to notice him. Instead, he was leaning over the radio set with clenched fists and a look of angry consternation. "Any progress, Colonel?" Winters asked politely to announce his presence, despite the remains of the headset across the room giving him the answer to his question already. "My apologies, Admiral," the man said in soft accented Alba-ish as he turned and saluted. "General de Juin is being a stubborn mule and refuses to speak to me. I've been bounced around his staff for the last hour. We're getting nowhere." "I see," replied Winters, doing his best to hide his frustration. He'd never had much time for the Republicans, and this General de Juin character had done nothing to improve his opinion of them. The Francois had a reputation for being arrogant and self-assured. They believed they knew better than everyone else in almost any matter, even each other. General de Juin had set himself up as a rival to de Lugo for that very reason, ignoring both the will of his people and the proper chain of command in favor of his own ego. For a nation that claimed to pride itself on its military heritage and commitment to the so-called democratic principles of its republic, it was almost laughable. However, Winters wasn't laughing. This situation put him in a very difficult position. "Colonel Viantou, are you aware of my orders for this operation?" the Admiral asked, crossing the room and retrieving the now damaged headset. He knew de Lugo was aware of the full scope of this mission, but he wasn't sure if he'd shared it with his subordinate. Fear of spies was high in both camps, so most information was kept strictly need to know. You are to assist in the evacuation of General Dejuan's forces and tow the fleet out to prevent it being captured by the Imperials. The mage replied dutifully, drawing a sigh from the admiral. As he suspected, no one had told Vianto about the darker aspect of this mission. Perhaps Delugo had not wanted to, believing Dejuan would come to his senses, or perhaps he thought that not speaking of the task aloud might somehow rob the evil deed of its power. Winters felt differently, however. He believed it important to be straight with the man. He may have not particularly liked the Francois mage, but they were still allies. He wouldn't sugarcoat the situation for the man. Those are not our only objectives, Colonel. It is also vitally important that we do not let a fully functioning military port fall into enemy hands. We are to sabotage the docks and render them unusable. The admiral stated carefully, watching the mage's expression turn into a thoughtful frown. That makes sense. Currently, the Imperials are only getting supplies via the Ildo in Libya, but if they capture a port, they can bolster their supplies and range out much more easily. The man began, easily analyzing the risk the docks represented. But will we have time to evacuate all the men and equipment and destroy the docks? Rommel is almost at the gates. Winters grimaced. This would be the part the man wouldn't like. To be clear, Colonel, my primary orders are to destroy the docks and, if needs be, the ships in them. If there is a risk of them falling into enemy hands, I will bring the full might of the fleet against them. The evacuation is a secondary concern. Are you telling me that you are going to fire on a Republican city? Fire on your own allies as they try to flee? The mage replied in disgusted horror. What about the civilian workers and other non-coms? Will you make us suffer another arraign? Colonel, please calm down. The admiral said, doing his best to hold his temper. Although the man's reaction was expected, the man's sudden emotional outburst angered him, especially the insulting comment on killing civilians. He was no murderer. He would not follow these orders unless he believed them to be absolutely necessary. No, Admiral. I will not. The mage yelled, his anger growing as he faced down the admiral. You weren't there when the Imperials slaughtered the entire town. If you were, you'd be as disgusted as I am. Do you really expect me to watch as my so-called allies murder my people and mimic the crimes of the Empire? I said, calm down, Colonel. The admiral said again, coldly, giving the man a hard stare. This time it was not a request. There was a moment of silence as they glared at each other, but eventually, Vianto backed down, finally coming to his senses under the gaze of the superior officer. Winters took a breath and calmed himself, allowing the situation to de-escalate. He was a reasonable man, and he understood the mage's anger, but he would not be branded a war criminal. If all goes well, it will be Republican forces destroying the docks as we leave. This is why it is vital that you make contact with Dejuan. We will only fire if there is no other choice, and we will make sure the civilians are evacuated from the port. The city itself will not be targeted. If all goes well, his thoughts echoed sardonically. If what he had heard was proven true, it was likely they would indeed be forced to fire on the Republican forces in the port. It was not a task he was looking forward to. The mage looked at him hatefully for a moment, but eventually, his shoulders sagged. The man had calmed slightly, but it was clear that he didn't like the situation, and Winters noted the man's features tighten at the general's name. Winters could hardly blame the man for his anger, and he didn't envy him. He could sense that Vianto felt desperate and trapped by the situation. Still, he would not have his honor besmirched again. The mage could only push him so far. Sir, General Dejuan refuses to get in contact. Vianto began dejectedly. The only alternative is that I go and meet him myself. Winters paused, unsure if he should continue sharing what he knew. The man's outburst made him question whether he could be trusted to be rational, but eventually, his own convictions won out. It would be wrong to lie to an ally just because the truth was uncomfortable. It may be difficult to get into the city at all, Colonel. We've had some worrying intelligence reports from back home. The admiral began warily, watching the mage's reactions once again. It seems Dejuan has been in contact with Imperial authorities. It's not completely confirmed yet, but our code breakers believe he has been trying to broker a separate peace with the Empire. What? That can't be. The colonel protested in shock. Dejuan might be a stubborn old fool, but he's no traitor. I doubt he sees himself as the traitor. I understand he opposed the war from the start. Winters pushed. The man probably believed that a deal with the enemy was preferable to continuing the fight under the leadership of the man that lost their country in a war he didn't agree with. We believe that is why Rommel has paused outside of Toulouse. A political bargain here could be problematic for us. What do you mean? The mage asked, looking crestfallen at the potential betrayal of his countrymen. We suspect that the Imperials will attempt to legitimize their occupation by installing Dejuan as a rival leader of the Republic. Since he would nominally control the mainland, he might be seen to have a better claim than Delugo. It would also free up more Imperial troops, as they would no longer need such a large occupying force in the mainland Republic. It may even make the Unified States rethink their unofficial support of General Delugo. The admiral explained while the mage's expression fluctuated between rage and disbelief. It can't be. He'd try to turn our people against us? Impossible. They couldn't after all the Empire has put us through. The mage cried in disbelief, looking at Winters as though pleading him that it wasn't true. Can you be sure of that, Colonel? After so many defeats, some might think it's the only way to save anything of your country. It was a cruel thing to say, he knew, but it was the truth. Most of the Allied kingdom had been sure that when the Republic fell it would fold completely and sue for peace. They'd been both shocked and overjoyed to hear that Delugo and a sizable force had escaped. They would not be alone in the fight. Still, the fate of the Republican forces sat on a knife edge, and one wrong move could mean their end. It was up to the Allied kingdom and the Commonwealth to bolster their allies so it did not fall. He'd turn our own people against us. The colonel repeated, clenching his fists together once more. Winters wanted to point out that it wouldn't be the first time such an act of treachery had been taken by Frog, but he thought better of it and bit his tongue. I understand how difficult this must be, Colonel, but if there is any hope of salvaging anything from Toulouse, I need you on side. I need you to convince Dujun to talk to us. The man trapped Winters with a glare, as his eyes burned with a cold simmering rage. For a moment the Admiral feared he'd gone too far, perhaps he should not have shared the secrets gleaned from Ultra. However, his fears were soon quelled as the man began to speak once more. No, Admiral. He's had enough chances already. If I see him, I'll drag him to the gallows myself. Vianto growled as his expression hardened. My men have gotten in behind enemy lines before, we can do it again. We'll appeal directly to the soldiers and sailors to join us. Just because Dejuan has turned his back on his people doesn't mean his men have. Vianto paused for a moment and took a breath to compose himself. After that, you can blow the rest of the port to hell along with any of the traitors still in it. Despite himself, Winters couldn't help but smile as he heard the man's words. If they were lucky, they might be able to achieve a decent outcome despite Dejuan's treachery. Now that the mage's anger was focused, Winters could why he was considered a good soldier. He'd even had found a better way to achieve their mission goals while weakening the turncoats' political threat. Every man they persuaded to turn on Dejuan was a hit to the man's credibility as a potential rival to Delugo's leadership. We'll do our best to coordinate with you and target areas in danger of falling to the enemy. Ideally, your troops should perform the demolition, but my gunners and pilots are highly trained, we will be as accurate as possible. However, preventing the Imperials from taking the docks must remain our priority. The Admiral replied, feeling relieved that the Colonel was calm enough to understand the situation fully. The problem is if they board the ships, we may need to sink them to avoid their capture. Vianto was silent for a few moments and wore an expression that was unreadable to Winters. I gave my word to the General that I would do what needs to be done. I expect no less of you, Admiral. September 26, Unified Year 1925, 7 o'clock. Rommel's temporary command post, 20 miles outside the port of Toulouse, Alcera Desert. Tanya had often heard it said that warfare is the extension of politics. If that were truly the case, then she believed she had been put on the wrong career track when she was forced to become a frontline soldier rather than a diplomat. A war of words would have been infinitely more preferable than the battlefield after all. Then again, the military didn't usually handle that side of politics, and the educated elite of this time period did not often allow orphan girls raised in a nunnery to join the diplomatic corps. Thus, she had been forced into the army. She'd had no other path open to her if she were to survive this world. It was better to forge her own destiny than wait to be called up. Wilhelm, however, was part of the elite group that did have a choice in what he might do. His status allowed him to wield either weapons or words on his chosen battlefield. Unusually, he had decided to use both, although only for his own personal goals. It was almost as though he had taken the old maxim literally and saw no distinction between the battlefield and the backroom backstabbing. It was because of Wilhelm's rare mingling of warrior and politician that she now found herself leaning against a truck waiting for the boy to lead her into the heart of the enemy city. Despite her objections, he'd been ordered to Toulouse to negotiate an armistice and potential treaty with the commander there. She had been a little annoyed when General von Rommel had asked her to summon the little captain so soon after she'd allocated him some downtime. It was clear he still needed rest, and the general staff would likely blame her for overworking him if he were to fail. She'd made her objections clear to the general, but without much success. She would never have denied her superior, of course, she had simply wanted to cover herself in case Wilhelm's exhaustion caused any problems. However, the general staff had given their blessing to this mission and suggested using Wilhelm for it. Exhausted or not, he would have to go. Despite disliking the idea of placing herself in the middle of the enemy camp, she would have to make sure she was on hand in case his fatigue caused problems with the negotiations. She'd expected the boy to be equally as annoyed about the situation, or at least greet her with a cocky comeback like, "Can you not go a day without me, Major?" However, to her surprise, he seemed happy to see her after she found him mumbling to himself as he dozed in the sun. He'd followed along dutifully and with hardly any snide comments. It was a rather refreshing change. He soon returned to his normal irritating self once he found out about their mission, however. He had sat with the annoying faux innocent grin of his fake persona as the general told him he was to act as their diplomatic envoy to negotiate with the forces in Toulouse. Apparently, one of the François generals had seen sense and wanted to negotiate separately from de Lugo's war maniacs, and the brass thought it a great opportunity. But the one thing she'd had to ask was why send Wilhelm? Looking back, the answer was obvious. He was a prince and an international figure. Additionally, he'd had experience with negotiation, and most importantly, he was nearby. At the time though she'd not seen the reasoning, she'd grown used to Wilhelm, the bratty subordinate that got under her skin. She'd almost forgotten that he was royalty. However, the world saw him differently than she did and thought him up to the challenge. She still had her doubts, but orders were orders, and now she was in the strange position where she was the honor guard for her own subordinate. More annoyingly, in any non-military matters, he was technically in charge for the duration of this mission. She didn't like it. The quicker they got this mission over with the better. "Good morning, Major," called Wilhelm cheerfully as he sauntered towards their transport with the Zerbst sisters at his sides, each carrying piles of documents. Tanya glanced up and was surprised to see him in full dress uniform, complete with all his royal regalia. She wondered for a moment if he'd brought it with him from the mainland or if this was another piece of wizardry from Christina. Either way, it at least made him look the part, even if it wasn't very practical desert attire. He'd also done something to hide his fatigue, something she was sure was Christina's doing. If she recalled correctly, the maid had surreptitiously smuggled in a makeup box this morning. She'd done a good job though. At least the diplomats wouldn't think the entire expeditionary force was close to collapsing. "I see you're fully prepared for a diplomatic mission," he continued, injecting a hint of sarcasm into his tone as he regarded her critically. "If I recall, I said it would be better not to head into the city looking like heavily armed thugs hell-bent on assassination. That's the reason we are driving there instead of flying." Unlike the little captain, Tanya was not willing to go so deep into enemy territory without some form of protection, and she flat out refused to be parted from her mage gear. If anything went wrong, she wanted a way out. She wasn't about to let herself be captured for the sake of appearances. Besides, she noted that Wilhelm still carried his sword and computation orb. He was hardly a paper tiger himself. "It is my duty to protect you on this mission. To do so, myself and my soldiers need the tools to do so," she said matter-of-factly, knowing that would be unable to do anything about it if she made the issue about his security. "Fine, you and Visha can keep your gear, I suppose. It makes my life more difficult though," the boy replied with a sigh, and Tanya allowed herself a small smile at the victory as the team climbed into the truck. Only 6 of them had been permitted to enter the city for the negotiation, including Wilhelm and a driver. Much to Tanya's chagrin, it had been the little captain that was allowed to choose who would accompany him. Unsurprisingly, he'd chosen the Zerbst sisters as his political aides. He rarely went anywhere without them. Although Tanya would freely admit they were probably wise choices in this case. The 2 women had many hidden skills and talents that could easily be transferred to the negotiating table, but she would still need to keep an eye on them. Who knew what secret tasks Wilhelm might have given them? That left 2 more to act as honor guards and the driver. At first, Wilhelm had tried to choose 2 of his own as his bodyguards, but Tanya had vehemently refused to allow it. She had already decided that she should go and would not take no for an answer. What if he failed because of his fatigue? If the general staff found out she'd been overworking him, they would hold her indirectly responsible and she could kiss any chance of promotion goodbye. No, she would have to stay close to make sure he succeeded. Finally, one of Rommel's men was chosen as the driver. She wasn't happy about being left in enemy territory with so few personnel though, particularly with the Allied Kingdom's fleet lurking near the coast. So, she'd decided to keep Weiss and the rest of the battalion on standby a few miles from the city so she could call them in for support if necessary. "Let's get this over with," said Tanya, knocking on the front compartment to alert the driver they were ready, and they headed out of the camp. The journey was unpleasant. The roads in this area were little more than dirt tracks and military vehicles were not designed for comfort. This, combined with the ever-increasing number of François patrols sent to escort them to the city, made the situation feel increasingly tense. The only upside was that they were somewhat sheltered from the sun and dust by the canopy covering the vehicle. Wilhelm didn't seem to mind any of this, however. He was too engrossed with the documentation the sisters had brought him. She tried to sneak a peek at it but could decipher little of it, and the boy seemed too lost in concentration to have time to answer any questions. Eventually, they reached the city proper, and Tanya found herself distinctly unimpressed. To her eyes, it looked little better than the other coastal towns they'd come across so far, albeit on a larger scale. Her tactical eye did detect several strong points and weaknesses in its defenses, but ultimately there was nothing especially impressive about that either. If peace talks broke down, she didn't expect it to be especially difficult to capture this city. Finally, they reached their destination, an official but provincial-looking building that this General de Juin had commandeered as his headquarters and seat of local government. She ordered Visha out of the vehicle and they both took up their positions to escort her charges out of the rear of the vehicle. Unfortunately, as soon as she was within sight of the Republican guards, several came rushing forward and began shouting at her in their mother tongue. It had been some time since she'd had to say more than a few words in Francois, but she easily recognized the order to disarm and surrender herself. Something she had no intention of doing. A trap, she grimaced, as she immediately raised her weapon and fed mana into her gear while glancing around for an avenue of escape. Visha followed suit, her training kicking in as soon as she saw her commander begin to act, but her face showed traces of both fear and confusion at the situation. The enemy backed away slightly but leveled their weapons at them both as they repeated the order. There was a tense moment as they stared each other down. The men were close enough that their rifles could penetrate a mage's shield, but they knew they wouldn't survive the action. They were hesitating, which gave her time and options. She was about to prepare a communication spell to alert Weiss of their situation when Wilhelm appeared at her side and gently forced the barrel of her submachine gun down towards the ground. "Gentlemen, does there seem to be a problem here?" the boy said in a bright childlike voice, smiling broadly. He spoke in Francois but in a slow and deliberate tone so that everyone around them could hear, and very carefully he placed himself between her and the soldiers. "I hope we haven't done anything to offend you." The two men glanced at each other uncertainly, unsure of how to proceed in the face of the little captain's smile. Fortunately for all parties, a panicked officer rushed towards the group and forced the men to stand down. After a little hushed conversation between him and Wilhelm, the tension seemed to lift slightly and the boy turned back to her with a smile. "You can bring the weapons and the mage gear, but you cannot bring any ammunition into the building," said the boy as he casually took the clip from her gun. "Unacceptable," Tanya snapped, but Wilhelm quickly shushed her and surreptitiously slipped both her and Visha's ammo clips into his pocket, giving her a conspiratorial wink before he turned back to the government building. Reluctantly, she complied and left the remaining ammunition in the truck, seeing no other choice but to trust Wilhelm for the moment, and they were finally escorted into the building to see the general. It felt a little unreal to be walking through an enemy stronghold. She had only been expecting to see the inside of this building if they were forced to capture it. It felt strange to be walking through an enemy installation without the screams of wounded men and echoing gunfire. It made her feel uncomfortable to think that these things had become the norm for her. She wasn't about to complain about their absence though. Peace is always more preferable to meaningless fighting and definitely better than being shot at. They were shepherded into the general's office where she and Visha took up station by the door while Wilhelm made an exaggerated effort to be friendly towards the assembled dignitaries in his childlike and cheerful persona. There were several people present, both military and civilian. Tanya noted that she and Visha were not the only ones with weaponry, and it was unlikely they would have had their ammunition removed. She took a moment to study General de Juin. He looked like he could have been a caricature of a stereotypical Francois officer. Aside from the stupid-looking hat, that in Tanya's opinion looked like an upturned ration can, he wore the Republican blue with almost as many medals and various other military paraphernalia as Wilhelm wore on his own uniform. To complete the look, he had a nose that could only be described as too big for his face, which his bushy little mustache on his top lip did nothing to hide. It was funny, she was almost certain she'd seen a cartoon looking just like him in the Berlin newspapers. Wilhelm took a moment to introduce everyone, and the general seemed to put on a show of good manners and friendliness as he greeted them individually. However, he paused when the time came for Wilhelm to introduce her, his smile straining as he glared at her. He said nothing though and continued, leaving Tanya to wonder what she had done to personally offend him. Sure, they were soldiers on opposing sides, but that was just part of the job. You don't hate those that work for a competitor simply because they work for a different company. Some refreshments were conjured up and the negotiation began in earnest, with both Wilhelm and the Sophia engaging with both de Juin and his clerks. It was a strange spectacle to watch as Wilhelm simultaneously acted the innocent child while needling them on specific points in the wording of the treaty documents. He managed to beg the diplomats for peace with wild-eyed naivety while reminding everyone present that the task force a few miles away could roll over them with barely an effort. Making it seem like a treaty beneficial to the empire was a huge act of mercy on his part. Sophia's role seemed to be to distract any clerks or aides that might be useful to de Juin in any particular moment, while Christina seemed to be able to pull every relevant piece of information needed from the piles of maps and documents they had spread across the tables. Between the three of them, they seemed to have the majority of the room wrapped around their fingers. Despite her doubts about his fatigue, it seemed Will had the upper hand. It was actually a pleasure to watch him employ his mental gymnastics on someone other than her for once, and she had to admit, he had been the right choice for this mission. She found herself with a newfound respect for his skills. She would have to make a note so that she could better employ them in future. Her thoughts were broken as the voices of the negotiators began to increase in volume from the other side of the room. Tanya tensed, gripping her weapon tightly as she concentrated on remembering her Francois lessons to listen out for the cause of the trouble. "I'm sorry, General, but complete control over the mainland republic is impossible until the war with the Lugo and the Allied Kingdom is concluded," the little captain said, sounding contrite, although Tanya could tell it was part of his act. "There's too much risk of invasion along the northern coast. Prince Wilhelm, I have already explained that we would support the Empire from here on. Do you not trust us to defend our own coastline?" The general replied, sounding more like a confidence trickster than an officer. "Trust is not the issue here, General. we've already placed a great deal of trust in you by attending these negotiations in a place that you have complete control over. The boy said sweetly, but the man frowned. Enough trust that you bring the devil of the Rhine to strong-arm us if things don't go your way. The man spat venomously, glaring at Tanya as he spoke. Crap! Tanya exclaimed inwardly. She hadn't considered that her reputation amongst the Republicans might affect the negotiations. She had known they'd given her that ghastly nickname, but she had never really demonized her. She'd always assumed it was spun for propaganda like back home. She had never considered that even enemy soldiers might believe that crap. They were all just doing their jobs after all. What happened on the battlefield was nothing personal. These were supposed to be the rational ones, the ones who desired peace. Not the war-crazed loons that Delugo had spirited away from the continent. Don't tell me they all believe the exaggerated nonsense in the propaganda papers? She thought with a hint of panic. Surely, they must know that everything in those papers was exaggerated to a ludicrous degree. One of the versions she'd seen had practically portrayed her as some sort of evil spirit that had to be kept from their lands so that she didn't eat children. The only lie bigger in that rag of a newspaper was that Republican rations were just as good as the imperial ones. After tasting K-brat, she knew that they had eaten much better. No wonder I've been getting dirty looks all day. Tanya felt uncomfortable as every pair of eyes bored into her and a long silence filled the room. This must have been why Wilhelm had been reluctant to bring her, she realized. Had she managed to bring down negotiations simply by attending them? The Argent doesn't care for that moniker. Wilhelm said, slowly breaking the silence. His usual faux innocence was missing this time and instead was replaced by a frosty tone. I would thank you not to repeat it again in her presence. Tanya let out a sigh of relief as everyone's eyes moved from her and to the little captain once more. He wore an angry expression that she had learned to be wary of. Due to his stature, Wilhelm did not look threatening when he was angry, but looks could be deceiving. In this case, his hand was dangerously close to the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at a moment's notice. Tanya felt a rush of panic. Please tell me he's not going to throw this all away over some perceived insult. Prince Wilhelm! She exclaimed, almost forgetting the boy's social rank. I'm sure the general meant no insult. She shot Wilhelm a glare and their eyes met for a moment. Don't be an idiot, she willed as she stared into his green orbs. Abruptly the boy straightened up and returning to his calmer self before sauntering over to a glass of orange juice that he'd left on the table. As I said, General, trust is not the issue. Since Delugo controls the majority of the Francois military, you do not have enough manpower to adequately protect the northern coast. The boy said, sipping on his drink while pretending to look over a document he had picked up on the way. Thus, it will remain under imperial control until the war is over. And again, I must say that this is unacceptable, Your Highness. If we are to be a credible Francois government, we need to control the entire mainland. The general returned, unaware of how close he had come to finding out just how good Wilhelm was with a sword. Wilhelm sighed and stared at the ceiling for a moment as if considering the man's words. Very well, I assume you'll honor the agreement to allow us to exit the city unmolested. The boy said, eventually snapping his focus back to the general. Oh, of course. The man stammered uncertainly. The general looked confused, and in truth so was Tanya. Had he just agreed to the concession? They hadn't signed anything, so nothing was official, but Wilhelm was already asking about leaving. Good. Christina, Sophia, would you be so kind as to gather our things? We'll be leaving now. The boy stated, causing a worried gasp to come from the Republican side of the room. I will inform General von Rommel that negotiations have broken down and we were unable to come to an agreement. Again, Tanya felt a stab of panic as the room erupted with the sound of dignitaries trying to make themselves heard. What was Wilhelm doing? They had been ordered to do what they can to secure a treaty, but the boy was walking away from negotiations without a second thought. Suddenly a terrible thought occurred to her. What if he was deliberately sabotaging the peace talks? It wouldn't be the first time he'd done something so stupid. Prince Wilhelm, a word. She hissed, taking the boy to one side. What the hell are you doing? Relax, it's a negotiating strategy. The boy replied calmly, but Tanya fixed him with a look that told him she didn't believe him. Listen, Dejuan needs this more than we do. He's put himself in a position where this is his only way out. He knows that if talks break down, we'll take the city by force. He's rebelled against Delugo, so he'll have no help from him, so this treaty is all he has. Tanya felt herself calm slightly. The boy was right. Dejuan had very limited options and Wilhelm had just backed him into a corner. She hadn't expected him to be such an aggressive negotiator. He had never been so ruthless in their dealings. She would have to be more careful with him in future. They always think they can get away with something extra because I'm a child. The boy continued, giggling to himself, like I'd give the general staff anything less than what they asked for. He regarded her for a few moments and frowned slightly, looking oddly hurt about something. Let me guess, you thought I was undermining the negotiations on purpose to prolong the war? He asked, sounding disappointed. I promised you I wouldn't do anything like that again. Besides, I do want this war to end at some point too, you know. Tanya felt a little bit embarrassed, again her mistrust had gotten the better of her. She knew she should swallow her pride and apologize, but fortunately, General Dejuan interrupted before she got the chance. Prince Wilhelm, let's not be too hasty. The man began rubbing his hands apologetically. I'm sure we can come to some sort of arrangement. Will smiled and winked at Tanya, making her feel both uncomfortable and annoyed at the same time. He was going to be insufferably smug after this. She watched the boy walk off with the general when suddenly there was a frantic knock at the door. A worried-looking corporal soon burst through, grasping a piece of paper as though his life depended on it. Sirs. We've detected incoming Mana signals. He reported, barely in control of his voice. Imperial. Dejuan asked as tension filled the room once again. Suddenly everyone in the room found their hands on their weapons. No sir, they're ours. They are coming from the Allied Kingdom fleet. Author's notes. Hello everyone, and as always, thank you all for reading. I apologize for the delay with this chapter, but it took a little while to get feedback from my beta reader, for me to ignore at least half of what they suggested, so if you don't like this one, it's my fault for not listening. However, there is something I can do to make it up to you all. The second piece of art I had commissioned for this FF has been finished, featuring Christina, Sophia, by Jebiath, and the Letzenbourg flag, by Vickers Vimy 1919 and Simcoe. Thank you all for this. Chapter 51, Operation Trebuchet 2, Allegiance. Operation Trebuchet 2, Allegiance. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. As mentioned previously on our program, much of the information relating to Operation Trebuchet remains classified, with some information not due to be released to the public for another 60 years. However, we are aware of the key events that transpired during the incident. One thing that may come as a surprise to those unfamiliar with the incident, is that the Allied Kingdom did not immediately begin their assault on the Francois ships docked in the port city. At the time it was still hoped that the garrison and fleet commanders could be persuaded to join the forces of the Free Republic. Thus, de Lugo's men entered the city to attempt as many as possible to their cause before the attack began in earnest. It is known that fighting and civil unrest occurred between the two Francois factions as the supporters of each clashed in the streets. However, in the early stages of the operation, the Albion fleet did not interfere in these skirmishes. Instead, Admiral Winters bided his time and waited to see if de Lugo's men would be successful. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. September 25, Unified Year 1925, 1300 hours. Port of Toulouse, Eastern Docks outskirts. Damn, they're here already, thought Tanya as she ducked into one of the many shadowy narrow alleyways that dotted the skyline of the port city, doing her best to smother her mana signal as she darted from cover to cover. A sound drew her attention upwards, as a squad of Francois mages to passing overhead, and she pressed herself further into the shadows in an effort to remain hidden. She needn't have worried, however, the mages were too busy broadcasting a call to arms to the city's so-called loyalists to notice her, but there was no such thing as being too careful in this sort of situation. She had decided it was best to avoid confrontation for now if possible. They hadn't had the time to liberate their ammunition from the truck before they left, so only had what Wilhelm had snuck into Dejuan's command center for them. Until Weiss arrived, they would have to choose their engagements wisely or risk running out of firepower. She waited a moment as the mages passed before letting out a sigh of relief. They were too engrossed in parodying Wilhelm's psychological tactics and observing the chaos they'd unleashed in the city streets to notice two Imperial mages hiding in the back streets. While they watched the riots, she and Visha could get around the city without too much trouble if they were careful. By using the anarchy around to distract any unwanted attention and using every piece of cover they could find, they'd managed to creep up on where most of the enemy were concentrated. She could see why small groups were favored when it came to infiltration. Tanya signaled her adjutant to join her. They'd been staggering their movements so that each could keep an eye out for potential threats as the other sprinted to their next hiding spot, and from Tanya's vantage she could see it was safe for her aide to proceed. However, they were in dangerous territory at the moment, so Tanya thought it wise to call a halt and assess their situation before proceeding further. When news of the mages first arrived, she had suspected a trap and Tanya had been prepared for a fight if necessary. However, Dejuan had done everything in his power to convince them that approaching forces had nothing to do with him and, to his credit, seemed genuinely horrified about how de Lugo's mages had interrupted the negotiations. He'd even provided a radio so they could report the situation to Rommel and Weiss. Wilhelm must have been right about the man's lack of options. Tanya had expected an assault on the command center itself and had initially been worried about how she'd managed to get Wilhelm and his retainers out of there with only her and Visha's flight gear. She had no desire to repeat the humiliating action of carrying the brat out again. However, the mages had a different tactic in mind, and if anything, the situation was worse than if they'd simply attacked head-on. It seemed that not all of Dejuan's troops were the rational people she had hoped them to be, and the Free Republicans had decided to spread their insanity to the less fortunate. Much like Wilhelm had done back in Letzenbourg, the Francois mages had started broadcasting desperate pleas to the soldiers and sailors within the port city. After hearing their countrymen ask them to join de Lugo in evacuating the city, many had started switching sides and sporadic firefights had erupted in the streets as the deserters were dealt with. Worse still, the Allied Kingdom's fleet had sailed closer and although it had not fired, it had launched air wings that circled the city threateningly. Right now, it was difficult to know friend from foe but at least she knew reinforcements were nearby. Weiss and the rest of the 203rd could be here within 10 minutes and with the port under threat, Rommel would doubtless have the rest of the force with them as soon as possible. However, she knew she couldn't allow them to come into the city blind. Although she'd prefer to have a few more bodies between her and the Republicans, she knew that asking them to assault without some knowledge of who or what they were up against would be suicidal. So, with Rommel's blessing and orders to do what she could to secure the docks, she'd reluctantly volunteered to scout out the enemy's disposition. She'd been reluctant to leave Wilhelm unsupervised, but without his flight gear, there was little he could do to assist. However, it did at least mean that he and Zerbest's sisters could keep an eye on General de Juin. Although he had been reasonable enough to open negotiations with the Empire, there was no telling how he might react in unreasonable situations like this. Where to next? Visha asked in a whisper as she took cover beside her. A good question. They'd managed to get through the picket before the Free Republic had closed off the eastern docks, although only after an unpleasant detour into the sewers. As loathsome as she was to admit it, de Lugo's men were quite efficient and had worked quickly to cause disruption in the city and set up a foothold. However, they were now well placed to begin their intelligence-gathering operation, if they could get a decent view. We need to get higher. She returned quietly, looking for any potential way onto the nearby building. What about those? Visha gestured towards a pile of discarded crates piled up next to the neighboring building. It was quite possible that she would be able to use them as a platform to clamber onto the rooftop. Tanya however looked at it with dismay. There was no way she would be tall enough to get up there unaided. I'll give you a boost ma'am, her adjutant replied as though reading her thoughts, and Tanya felt herself redden slightly with embarrassment as she nodded for her assent to the plan. It was humiliating but necessary to progress the mission. At least only Visha was here to see it, she would have to take measures to ensure the girl's silence later. A few moments of struggle and a glare that warned Visha about the danger of sniggering and they were up on the roof and able to gain a better vantage point over the captured portion of the docks. They settled in place and Visha passed her a pair of binoculars as well as pulling out a pair for herself. Fortunately, the overzealous guards at the command center had not seized them along with the ammunition, and after taking a moment to focus the eyeglasses, they looked out over the deteriorating situation down below. There were sporadic gunfights throughout the city, but these were not currently the focus of Tanya's attention. The Free Republican mages had captured and set up a beachhead on the easternmost wharf where they were furthest away from any possible reprisal from de Juin's forces. As she glanced around the area, she noted that all the nearby ships and their crews were either frantically preparing to sail or being boarded by those loyal to de Lugo's warmongers. They had the area locked up tight and were using it as a stronghold to spread their influence outwards. Forces loyal to de Juin had started moving in to contain the threat, however, even from this distance, Tanya could see their hearts weren't in it. Like their revolutionary ancestors before them, they were questioning the wisdom of their current leadership. Fortunately, the western docks containing the Francois battleships were still in what Tanya could dubiously describe as under Allied control. For the moment their loyalty meant that at least half the port was in safe hands and she could focus on how best to tackle the problem of the infiltrating mages in the east. Ma'am, down there. Visha piped up, drawing her attention back towards the closest dock. She didn't need her binoculars to see the Francois radio man as he rushed from one of the turncoat destroyers towards a group of mages making their way towards them along the docks. The radio man called out and the group turned before one broke from the group and approached the radio operator, marking him out as the superior officer in the company. Tanya seriously considered opening fire on the man there and then. By his actions, this man had just marked himself as one of the leaders of this little raid. The Republicans had gotten better at not painting their officers as targets since the start of the war, some had even foregone the stupid red trousers, but it was all but impossible to hide the behavior of a leader from a patient observer. One good shot and they might have been able to end this quickly. She didn't dare risk it however, they were mages and in the middle of a war zone, it was a safe assumption that they would keep themselves protected with a barrier at all times. Meanwhile, both she and Visha had very limited ammunition, even with the element of surprise it was possible the officer might survive an assault before they ran dry. Additionally, there was still the rest of the company of mages. If they attacked, they'd have nothing to defend themselves against retaliatory attacks. The only way of attacking the officer with a decent chance of success would be to use artillery spells, however, summoning so much mana would give away their positions immediately and their target would likely take cover. They would have to content themselves with intelligence gathering for now. The officer grabbed the radio handset and began speaking to the sender on the other end, likely the Alba-ish fleet commander sitting comfortably on one of the ships offshore. Tanya swore under her breath, wishing she could listen in on the transmission. However, this was not Dacia, neither the Republic nor the Allied Kingdom were foolish enough to leave their transmissions unencrypted. However, she was close enough to just make out the man's voice from here. Perhaps it was worth using a tiny piece of mana for an amplification spell. It was a little risky, but she hoped that with so much activity in the air from the enemy mages, her small signal would be subtle enough to be undetected by any detection equipment nearby. She touched her fingers to her lips, bidding Visha to remain silent before fixing her gaze on the officer below. Very carefully she summoned forth enough mana for the spell and brought her orb close to her ear, tensing in anticipation that an alarm might be raised. Since the enemy did not immediately converge on them, she could only assume that her gamble had paid off. It took a few moments for her to fine-tune the spell. It wasn't often you used it on anyone but yourself, and it was challenging to correctly target. However, after a few moments, a tinny-sounding approximation of the mages hummed quietly from her computation orb. Yes, we have a beachhead admiral, but Dejuan has yet to tip his hand. I don't dare redeploy any of my mages yet. The mage spoke in Albaish and with more than a little frustration in his voice. It was clear that things were not all roses and sunshine between the two allies at the moment. More importantly, though, the mage had implied that the admiral wanted him to move some of his mages, but why? I understand that, Admiral, but as I said, General Dejuan has not made his move yet and the mana signals are still outside the city. I would advise sending your marine mages to intercept. Tanya froze for a moment at the mention of mana signals, fearing for a moment that her spell might have exposed their position before realizing she could not be the culprit. Judging from the reported location, Weiss and the remainder of the battalion had been detected by the fleet. She had yet to order Weiss in, but she had told him to prepare to advance. Evidently, they had been spotted. I realize that would leave the fleet less able to defend itself from magical assault, Admiral. The mage continued, still struggling to hide his frustration. However, we know these are the only mages the enemy has in the area. Intercepting them at range means neutralizing that threat before they are even close to your ships. The man made a good point, even if it wasn't entirely true in this situation. As far as the enemy knew, all the Imperial mages were still far out of range of the Allied Kingdom's ships. If she were in the mage's shoes, she'd likely make the same suggestion. She should warn Weiss to expect company. She would have liked to have been able to capitalize on their mistake, but Wilhelm and company had no mage gear, and on their own, there was little she and Visha could do against even a single ship, let alone a fleet. She'd had experience fighting against naval craft during a training exercise with the Imperial Navy before the 203rd had been redeployed to the Rhine. It had been a tough job. A ship was all but impervious to mage fire. The armor was too thick for artillery spells, while armor-piercing fire did not cause nearly enough damage to the behemoths. With a battalion of mages, they'd managed to identify a great deal of weaknesses in the ship's defenses, particularly with its anti-air net. They'd found that this left the vessel open to attacks on the deck, allowing the mages to cover it with flames, or to board it, an effective but potentially risky strategy, depending on how the crew were armed. However, she highly doubted the Allied Kingdom would make such elementary mistakes. Unlike the Empire, they had been a great naval power for hundreds of years and had the experience to back up their industrial capacity. They had been the first to begin utilizing mages on their ships, so it was unthinkable that they would not have already seen the vulnerability to them. And with only her and Visha attacking, she really didn't see how they could even put a dent in them. Ma'am. Incoming mages from the fleet. Visha reported, breaking Tanya from her thoughts as the Francois mage also began speaking once again. Thank you, Admiral. In the meantime, I'll have my troops begin laying the explosives to destroy the harbor after we evacuate. Crap. They want to destroy the docks. Tanya cursed inwardly as both she and Visha ducked against the rooftop to hide themselves from the passing Albaish mages. Rommel had been clear, of all the objectives within the city, the docks were the most strategically important and needed to be captured with as little damage as possible. Rommel had done a fantastic job of managing his resources, but as they strayed further from Ilduin territories, it would be difficult if not impossible to keep up with the logistical strain caused by their allies' inefficiencies. The Ilduins had been painfully slow with their transfer of supplies, almost seeming to purposely drag their feet when delivering them, slowing their advance. It was hoped that if they captured a port for the Empire, ships and supplies could be sent directly to it, shortening the supply line and reducing their reliance on the Ilduins. Their destruction would be a major blow to the war effort in the southern continent. Worse still, if she was not seen to at least try to do something to prevent their destruction, she would be considered derelict of her duty. They might even brand her a coward and have her punished accordingly. She shuddered. Cowards got the worst jobs in the military and they were thrown from the promotion ladder permanently. She couldn't allow that to happen. She had to be seen to do something, anything. But what could she do? There was only her and Visha, and they had limited ammunition. Weiss would be tied up with the Commonwealth mages and it would be hours before Rommel arrived. By then it might be too late. She ground her teeth with frustration. She had to do something to slow down the saboteurs on the docks. Lieutenant, send Weiss a warning about the mages. We're heading down there to take out the demolition crews. We need to be quiet though, so no magic unless necessary. She ordered, half expecting her adjutant to think she'd gone insane. Understood. She replied with conviction. Tanya almost believed her. Visha had come a long way since they were first on the Rhine. She could even pretend to accept the insane expectations that their job demanded without letting her true feelings show her supervisor. She'd go far in this organization. Okay, let's move out. September 25, Unified Year 1925, 1400 hours. Touru's government building, General Dejuan's command center, conference room B. Will stared through his reflection and he peered out of the open window of the François conference room. He did his best to ignore the pensive frown staring back at him in the windowpane in favor of watching the urgent panic of both soldiers and civilians as they ran around like ants whose nest had been kicked. It felt strange to feel so calm while chaos descended on all sides. The negotiations had been halted. The news of the de Lugo's forces entering the city had rightly meant that General Dejuan had more urgent matters to attend to. However, since he was now busy seeing to the defense of his city, Will was left without any real role in the drama rapidly unfolding in the port town. He felt oddly disconnected from events, as though he were nothing more than a spectator. Upon hearing the news of the approaching enemy, Tanya had left to report on the disposition of enemy forces. Or rather, she'd left after a small argument about leaving him with as a potential hostage for Dejuan. However, they had both agreed that it was better for her and Visha to contribute to the coming battle by scouting for Weiss and Rommel. Without any mage gear, he had little to contribute in that regard, so leaving him behind was the only viable option. Besides, he was more than capable of looking after himself. It had made him smile how worried Tanya was about his safety, though. He felt rather pleased about that. Particularly since he was sure that Sophia and Christina would see to it that they walked out of here without any problems. They'd already made the arrangements. However, it was nice to know that Tanya cared underneath her cold, professional exterior. Unfortunately though, being left behind made him feel at a bit of a loose end. There was little he could do to contribute at the moment. He'd been left in the conference room with words that were the diplomatic equivalent of "please stay out the way." As an imperial diplomat, the Republicans wanted him out of their hair while they tried to maintain some semblance of order, and although he could have probably talked his way into observing from the command center, he'd seen little point. Any important decisions would be hidden from his ears anyway. He'd decided it would be easier if Sophia sniffed out any relevant information, so both Zerbest sisters had surreptitiously slipped out of the conference room to run some errands for him. Meanwhile, he was stuck here feeling bored. He allowed himself a small sigh. He felt annoyed but somehow unsurprised by the turn of events, as if some part of him had been expecting something to go wrong. He had never quite shaken the feeling of unease he'd experienced before Elialaman, and he wondered if it was the same misfortune that had followed him here. It was frustrating. He'd been on the cusp of giving the Empire what it wanted from the odious little general and finally proving to Tanya once and for all how instrumental his contributions were to both her and the world at large. He'd been a little worried about the potential to shorten the war, but he was certain of success in the negotiations and had been confident that he could still pay the monster its due. In the meantime, he could enjoy some praise and adulation from his commander for once. Perhaps she might even help him with his debt. But of course, something had to spoil it though, didn't it? Things never went straightforward for him anymore. He wondered if it were simply bad luck or if that thing had somehow been involved. It was difficult to tell, but regardless, it wouldn't matter now. Even if Dejuan won, his credibility as the leader of the Republic would be damaged and the Empire would need to utilize more of its resources to prop up his regime. Even the best result now would be underwhelming compared to what it would have been, and probably wouldn't do much to convince Tanya of his good intentions. She'd probably contrive some reason to blame all this on him. He sighed again as he listened to the distant sound of gunfire from somewhere in the city outside. Accompanied by the sound of one of de Lugo's mages broadcasting his pleas for the loyalists to switch sides and evacuate the city with them. That was another thing that annoyed him, although part of him wondered whether he should perhaps be flattered. The Free Republic were using the same tactics he had used in Letzenbourg to turn Dejuan's troops and the sailors against each other. It wasn't as elegant as his own finely crafted broadcasts, but it was proving to be effective nonetheless. It seemed that he had lost his monopoly on psychological warfare. He wondered how many had been converted to de Lugo's cause by the transmission. Or rather, how many had questioned Dejuan's leadership and switched sides. He suspected that many believed Dejuan when he said that the only way for the Republic to survive was to make peace with the Empire. After losing their homeland, they could be forgiven for thinking it was time to throw in the towel and consolidate what they had left, but General Dejuan was not the most charismatic spokesman for the cause. De Lugo meanwhile, although not especially well liked, was gaining a reputation as a firebrand who would do anything to regain the Republic. He branded himself as an uncompromising maverick that refused to be put down. Despite Tanya's belief that anyone believing that they should continue fighting had to be insane, Will could see why people flocked to him. Even if they did not like the man, they liked his message of defiance. It was better than what was promised by Dejuan. Sometimes it was better to cling to a vain hope than give in to a fatal certainty. Wasn't that what he had been doing? He supposed it was inevitable that the two sides come to blows, although he wished de Lugo's attack dogs had waited until after Will had successfully proven his diplomatic prowess. Both sides had their hardliners, their loyalists, their faithful that fought for the ideal rather than the man in charge. One way or another they had to clash. The other side could not be allowed to spread their misguided beliefs. Now, these faithful fought each other fervently, each believing their cause to be just and the only way of saving their precious fatherland. They bought a zealotry usually reserved for the worshippers of the monstrous god that kept him hostage. He wondered if they prayed to him for victory. So many faithful souls, you must be itching to join them. Ludwig's voice mocked, and for a moment, his alleged brother's face replaced his own in the reflection in the window. He felt a stab of panic before quickly composing himself, twisting the sudden anxiety into a cold rage against the spectre. Go away. I don't have time for you now. Will growled quietly, glaring at the apparition and willing him to be silent. He wasn't here, he was just a hallucination. Tanya was right, he was just tired from overwork and the strain was catching up with him. That was the only reason he could see him, the ghost didn't exist. Ludwig was dead. Despite that, Ludwig stared back at him with a smirk, although mercifully remained quiet. The man was right, part of him yearned to be out amongst the fighting, he was missing the ideal opportunity to pay part of his debt. These Francois soldiers were not simply following orders, they fought for what they believed to be right. They weren't simple draftees or professionals that had joined up for a career or to make a living, they really believed in what they were fighting for. So much so, that many were now willing to fight against men that they stood shoulder to shoulder with a few hours ago. These must be the faithful souls that the monster demanded as payment, what else could they be? Yet he was stuck here, unable to do anything to pay the evil god back. He resisted the urge to draw his sword and check the number and ground his teeth with frustration before crossing to the table to liberate some refreshments abandoned by the Francois officials. All he could do is wait until the 203rd arrived with some spare mage equipment. In the meantime, a snack and a drink might chase away some of the fatigue, and by extension his so-called brother. Perhaps if he read some of the discarded documents it might help distract him until either they arrived, Tanya returned, or the sisters completed their work. His thoughts, and the canopy he'd been struggling to stomach, were interrupted by determined-sounding bootsteps approaching the door to the conference room. Soon after the door swung open, neglecting the good manners expected of one visiting a VIP, and revealed an officer accompanied by 2 guards. All armed and all ready to use said weaponry at a moment's notice. Prince Wilhelm, I'm going to have to ask you to come with us. We're taking you into protective custody, said the officer with his hand gripping the pistol in his holster. Oh, I see how it is, thought Will with amusement. Dejuan thinks he can use me as a bargaining chip with whichever side he decides to switch to next, does he? He forced himself to remain calm and adopted a mask of innocent confusion, at least he wouldn't be bored anymore. They must have thought that with Tanya and Vishagan he was defenseless and unprotected, a foolish mistake at the best of times. Additionally, due to Tanya's earlier insistence on entering the building armed, the guards had completely forgotten to confiscate his computation orb and sword. He didn't even have to use his hidden spare. It was amazing how sloppy these colonial troops were with their security. Since you're making things so easy, I might as well have a little fun. I don't understand, I can't leave now, I have to wait for the general to return. He replied, acting the part of the worried and dutiful prince while doing his best not to burst into a fit of laughter. I have to stay here to conclude the negotiations, I need to end the war. He was probably overacting a little by this point, but it seemed to have the desired effect as the guards shared an uncomfortable glance with each other, they hadn't signed up to arrest children. The officer, however, who Will had identified as a captain by his insignia, was slightly more professional and was unmoved by his performance, and Will afforded him a moment of begrudged admiration. If not for his current situation the man might have had a long and, if not successful, at least uneventful career. Be that as it may, you are to come with us. We have already apprehended your aides. He continued as 2 more guards appeared in the doorway with the restrained Zerbest sisters in tow. For a moment Will felt a twinge of concern as he saw them, however the quick glance he shared with Sophia reassured him that everything was under control. Despite the guard holding her arms behind her back, she was ready to react at a moment's notice. She and Christina also had their computation orbs, however unlike him, they had surreptitiously kept theirs hidden in case Francois security managed to display some form of competency. They'd been overcautious, Dejuan and his colonial troops had once again shown their incompetence. They had mistakenly believed that without the terrifying devil of the Rhine for protection, the rest of them would fall easily. They'd underestimated both him and the sisters, a mistake that they would not have the chance to repeat. And what if I refused to cooperate? He replied with a grin, and dropping the innocent act, there wasn't much point maintaining it for these men. A glance at Christina told him that she too was ready, but Will funneled a small amount of mana into his computation orb and prepared an enhancement spell in case he needed to act. He did not tense however and projected an air of outward calm. We will use force if necessary. The captain continued, injecting a hint of threat in his voice that made Will's smile widen. I think not. He replied, giving the sisters the signal to act. As one, the pair each slammed into the guards holding them against the wall, causing the men to lose their grip on them as they were temporarily stunned. Next, in one elegant motion, Sophia lifted a foot and launched a boot into the stomach of the second guard before slamming an elbow into the back of the man's skull, knocking the man to the floor. Soon after, her boot dropped down and made contact with the man's neck, causing a loud sickening crack to echo around the room as the life fled his body. Meanwhile, Christina opted for a less showy approach and smashed the palm of her hand into her opponent's solar plexus, causing him to stagger backwards as he found himself unable to take a breath. She grabbed the man's rifle as he struggled, swinging it around and smashing the man in the face and knocking him out. By now the first two guards had regained some of their senses and were raising their weapons, while the captain was turning to react to the commotion behind him. They were not quick enough however, as Sophia dropped low, grabbing a discarded combat knife from the fallen guard at her feet before launching herself towards her once captor. While Christina had brought her liberated rifle around and plunged its bayonet into her opponent. Both men died, leaving only the captain, who turned just in time to find Will's sword burst through his chest from behind. Will decided he had been wrong about the captain. His career was always destined to be short. The first thing any soldier learns is, never turn your back on an enemy. He felt his smile wane as the man fell to the floor. He felt sorry for these men, they had never stood a chance. He hadn't really needed to intervene at all. Sophia and Christina could have easily dispatched the captain without him, but Will had reacted on instinct. Perhaps Ludwig's earlier goading had gotten to him, he'd had no reason to get his hands dirty, it wasn't a good look for a diplomat to be covered in blood. Your orders, Your Highness? Asked Christina, projecting her usual sense of calm purpose despite the carnage at their feet. I suppose we had better let Tanya know what is going on. He replied thoughtfully, summoning a portion of mana for a communication spell. Major Digirekov, please respond. This had better be important. Tanya's hushed and annoyed voice replied through his computation orb. The communication spell doesn't use much mana, but you are still risking detection. I know, Commander, but I thought you should know our friend Dejuan is getting cold feet. He replied briskly, ignoring the mild rebuke. Don't worry though, I'll see to it though, and maybe I can help prevent any more turncoats going over to Delugo. What are you? The girl began, but he cut the transmission. She didn't want to be detected after all, and he knew she'd probably argue with him if she told her. They didn't have time for that. He turned to the sisters, noting with pride that the two professionals had already looted anything of use from the dead soldier and were waiting patiently for him to decide their next move. Well then. He began returning his sword to its scabbard. I think it's time we saw to it that General Dejuan honors his obligations to the Empire, don't you? September 25, Unified Year 1925. Toulouse Government Building, General Dejuan's Command Center. General Alphonse Dejuan paced the command center like a caged lion and felt just as trapped and frustrated. How could things go so drastically wrong so quickly? Despite what his critics said about him, he did truly believe that peace with the Empire was the only way forward. They had been defeated, anyone could see that. Now all they could do was negotiate a favorable peace agreement, one that the Empire desired as much as they did. However, Delugo seemed hellbent on sending more of their people to their deaths, on angering the Empire further, which could only lead to harsher terms for the Republic. It was for the future safety of the Republic he had decided to negotiate a separate peace. It was for the Republic that he had stepped forward as their leader so he could salvage what he could from Delugo's mess and finally receive the recognition he deserved. However, things had not progressed as well as he had hoped. Report. He barked in the vain hope that the situation had somehow become more favorable in the last few minutes. We estimate approximately 25% of our forces have crossed over to Delugo's separatists. One of the analysts replied uncomfortably under Dejuan's gaze. Mostly the sailors and those stationed towards the eastern docks, but we have reports of groups deserting across the city. Dejuan found his frown deepen. Admiral Jensol had warned him that although he and his senior officers were loyal to his cause, there was growing discontent amongst the rank and file of the naval crews. They felt they had not had the chance to strike at the Imperials, with many believing Delugo's ludicrous promises of a re-invasion of the homeland. They believed their ships would lead the vanguard, all Delugo would lead them on was an expedition across the river Styx. Most of them are bottled up in the eastern docks, although our forces have fired on the deserters in the city. Delugo's mages and the Albion fleet have yet to engage directly. However, we believe Colonel Vianta wants to win over as many of our people as possible. And it's working, Dejuan added to himself, continuing to pace the room angrily. It would be a domino effect, the more people that turned, the more people would feel comfortable leaving with them. Worse still, those firing on the traitors were likely damaging their cause more than promoting it. More would turn against him before this was all over. His chance to save the Republic had been thwarted. Perhaps he should have been more compromising in the negotiations in order to rush them through. He'd known the Albish fleet was out there. However, he'd not wanted to appear a weak leader. He needed to get the best deal possible for the Republic if he was to maintain the integrity of himself and his people. It was too late now. He'd be lucky to have a handful of loyalists left after this, and once he found out he'd been negotiating with the Empire, Delugo would target him next. That left two options: align completely with the Empire, and risk his credibility as a leader and loyalty of his men, or attempt to bargain with the Allied Kingdom. He knew there was no love lost between Delugo and his Albish allies. Much like he was able to negotiate a separate peace with the Empire, he might be able to negotiate with the Allied Kingdom for protection. Delugo would be forced to back off or risk endangering his supplies. In the meantime, Dejuan could rebuild his power base. Of this plan, he was fairly optimistic. After all, he had control of a strategic port in the Southern Sea and the loyalty of most of a sizable fleet, something that the so-called rulers of the waves couldn't ignore. Additionally, he would give them one more little gift to sweeten the pot, a certain Letzenbourg prince. After their defeat at Main, the Allied kingdom wanted a victory to put in their despicable tabloid newspapers. What better story than the capture of one of the emperor's relatives? Better yet, one that represented the opposing party of a nation which they hosted a government in exile? They would be clambering to deal with him. It wouldn't take long for the guards to safely take him into custody, he was only a boy after all. Once in his grasp, he could contact the Alba'ish admiral to ask for a meeting. Suddenly the doors of the command center burst open, causing everyone to turn in alarm as three figures appeared in the doorway. Although surprised, and mostly only support staff, his men reacted quickly and drew their weapons and aimed them at the intruders, calling for them to identify themselves. Dejuan recognized them immediately. However, he'd spent half the morning with them, especially the shortest of the three. "General, we've come to lend you our support in these trying times," Prince Wilhelm called as he entered the room, flanked by his now armed aides. One of his men panicked and opened fire on the group, causing a chain reaction as the rest of the officers followed suit. Dejuan took cover behind a nearby desk and desperately shouted for his men to cease fire. He needed the boy alive as a bargaining chip, and the Empire would never trust him again if the boy was killed in his custody. However, the sound of gunfire was too much, and he could not make himself heard over the din. There was the sound of a struggle followed by silence, and Dejuan risked a glance over his makeshift cover. What he saw was impossible. The three figures stood unharmed as his entire support staff lay unconscious or dead across the room. His eyes met Prince Wilhelm's for a moment, and he found the boy on him in a fraction of a second. He fell backwards as, with inhuman strength, the boy shoved him backwards to the floor, grasping him by the throat. "Did you think we were helpless just because the dear Major was away?" he hissed with a humorless grin lacking any sign of his previous naive and innocent tone. "You'd have probably been safer if she was around to protect you. How was this possible? They were supposed to be unarmed. We should have taken them easily," he thought as he tried to catch up with yet another hasty turn of events. The answer came to him soon, however, as he saw the glowing computation orb around the boy's neck. "Don't tell me we were foolish enough to leave them their computation orbs?" As if sensing his thoughts, the boy looked down at the glowing jewel on his chest before returning his gaze to the general with a cruel smile. "Yes, you and your men have proven to be quite incompetent in the security department. We'll have to keep a close eye on you during your stewardship of the Francois people." What? Dejuan stammered as he tried to unpack the boy's words from his threats. The young prince's smile changed again as his mask of innocence returned and he released the man's throat. "You will of course still be leading your people, won't you, General?" the boy asked innocently, although he was certain he wasn't expecting an answer. "But first we'll have to do something about these rebels on your doorstep." The general blinked with confusion, as the boy relaxed his grip and glanced around the room. "Unfortunately, your command center seems to be damaged, but you have 2 wonderful battleships in the harbor we can use instead. Then we can send out a rousing message to all your loyal soldiers." The boy continued cheerfully, lifting himself off Dejuan and wandering off towards the doorway. One of the prince's aides, the maid whose name he had forgotten for the moment, appeared at his side, grabbing a shoulder and helping him to his feet. He tensed involuntarily as he felt a sharp prod behind his back. He didn't need to glance back to realize it was the barrel of a gun, likely even his own pistol. The sound of footsteps rushing towards the room echoed outside, and for a moment Dejuan dared think he might be saved from the prince and his bloodthirsty band. A squad of guards came rushing around the corner and looked on the scene with shock before raising their weapons. However, they found themselves pausing as the prince rushed towards them. "Thank goodness you're here. Some of those traitorous mages came and attacked the command center and killed everyone. Isn't that right, General?" the boy said like a worried and excited child before turning to him with a threatening look in his eye. His eyes darted between the prince, the dead soldiers and the now confused-looking guards. It was a weak excuse on the part of the prince. There was nowhere that the phantom mages could have appeared or disappeared to. However, the guards looked over the scene in front of them nervously. They wanted to believe that the lie was the truth. However, the boy's falsehoods relied on his cooperation. If he denied it, the men would turn on the brat. But was that wise? Were there enough of them to take down the 3 mages? He wasn't sure. He knew the magic users could be vulnerable if you could get a shot within their defensive shell, but they could enhance both strength and speed beyond human levels with a simple formula. He'd already seen them take down a room full of soldiers. Would the guards get a chance to react? Worse still, the third one had somehow disappeared from sight. Who knew where she was or what she was planning? He felt the barrel of the pistol in the maid's hand press into his back once again, and he decided that if he were to survive it would be best to go along with the prince for now. Yes, he nodded dumbly, not trusting his mouth to say anything more. "Weren't you just telling me you were planning on setting up a new command post on the battleship Britannia?" The boy continued staring him in the eye in a way that told him he should take up his part in the act now or there would be dire consequences. Indeed, go and organize a car for myself and our guests. He continued, recovering slightly. If he could get the prince and his flunkies to the Britannia, there would be more than enough men to take the three down. Until then he would have to bide his time and play along. And organize a guard detail to escort us, the enemy may return. The guards saluted before attending to their designated duties. He wondered if he may have been pushing his luck with the last part, particularly as he heard an annoyed sigh from the woman at his back. However, he wanted to make sure he had as much help as possible when the time came to recover the initiative from the little prince and his henchwomen. The boy simply smiled and nodded at him, however, before gesturing that they should leave. Please lead the way, General. He reluctantly complied, taking his place in front of the small group. The second aide, dressed in a Letzenbourg uniform, had reappeared and the maid had hidden her weapon from sight. However, he could feel the two women's gazes on the back of his neck and he knew they were watching him for any moves as the little prince fell in by his side. The boy casually chatted as they made their way through the building towards the garages at the rear, commenting on paintings or architecture that they passed. It was amazing how he managed to remain so calm and relaxed considering the attempted capture and the utter bloodbath he and his aides had caused in the command center. He himself barely managed to keep the mix of emotions he felt from his face. It was almost as though the boy beside him was a different person from the one that had threatened him only minutes ago. He'd heard stories that the boy suffered a mental illness in his youth. He now began to wonder if the claims he was now mentally stable were mistaken. It felt as though he were dealing with two contradictory personalities. They finally reached the motor pool and Juin was unsurprised to find both the prince and his aides entering his staff car as the guards formed up a convoy around them. He was their hostage, at least for the moment, but he was certain he could turn things back to his advantage once they met up with Admiral Jensol and his forces. However, one thing bothered him. Why go the battleships at all? True, his command center in the government building had been left in a bit of a mess, but the equipment had still been mostly operational. They could have continued whatever they were planning without further endangering themselves. I quite liked the touch with the guard escort, it helps give the impression you're still in control. The boy said as the car pulled away and began the journey to the docks. The uniformed sister had taken over the job of driving, while the maid sat opposite him beside her master with her pistol laid carefully across her lap. The prince casually reached into his pocket as he spoke, revealing a notebook and a pencil as he began scribbling something down. Although I assume you were hoping to try something foolish either on the journey or at the Britannia. Yes. Juin cursed inwardly at the boy's words. He knew what he was planning, he must have had some countermeasure ready. He needed to act carefully. What is it you want of me, Your Highness? He said eventually, realizing his only option was to negotiate. Why do you want to relocate to the Britannia? The boy paused in his writing for a moment and looked thoughtful before returning to whatever interested him so much in his notebook. I've only ever seen a battleship up close once, when I was studying at the War College. The SMS Prince Regent Adalbert, one of Uncle's new dreadnoughts, was being launched, so we went to visit. The boy began sounding slightly whimsical as he spoke while Juin's frowned in confusion. Surely this wasn't simply for a spoilt young boy's enjoyment. It amazed me just how huge and powerful it looked, not to mention the amount of firepower it carried. It was like an ocean-bound artillery regiment. I confess I was overawed by it, maybe even a little afraid. The boy paused his writing and stared directly into Juin's eyes, and for a moment the general thought he saw a little flash in the green orbs. I realized that Uncle's dreadnought was a symbol of the Empire's power. It's hardly any wonder most of the superpowers have been scrambling to build more. You have two such symbols sitting forgotten in your dockyard. The boy smiled and returned to his writing as Juin tried to digest the little prince's words. I know about symbols, General, they are very useful and very powerful, sometimes I play the part of one myself. The boy continued, finishing his scribbling and passing him the notebook. As for what I want from you, I want you to read this to your people and I want to broadcast it. It isn't my best work, but it'll do. My associates will see to it that it is heard across the city. Juin's eyes widened as he read what the boy had written in the notebook. It was a speech, not a terribly long one, but one that would tie him irrevocably to the Empire. He would lose any flexibility when it came to negotiating with the other side, and it would all but prevent him from creating any other options for himself. He'd be committing himself to a side in which he'd tried to turn on less than an hour before. I'm willing to put aside the little misunderstanding back at your headquarters. The boy went on as though reading Juin's disquiet. You will be allowed to lead a government based in Lyon under imperial supervision. You will of course be a neutral party in all further conflict. In the meantime, the Empire and its allies will continue to occupy the northern part of the country until the Allied Kingdom make peace and General de Lugo's rebel elements are dealt with. Juin's mind raced. After all this, he was still being trusted to lead the occupied republic? Surely not. But then, who else did they have? They needed him. The general began to reassess his position. True, he would be tying himself to the Empire, but the Empire was winning and there was nothing that suggested this would change any time soon. Maybe he didn't need to sit on the fence. The boy turned and looked at him with a look of innocence that almost looked alien now he had seen the boy without it. You can still be the man to take your people home, General. The boy's eyes seemed to bore into him pleadingly before his expression turned dark. Or you can be the man that seals the fate of the Francois Republic forever. It's your choice. September 25th Unified Year 1925 1600 hours. Eastern Docks, underneath refueling Jetty 4B. Tanya cursed her slight frame as she used all her weight to drive the stock of her weapon into the esophagus of the soldier she had just knocked over. Choking the man to death silently would be much easier if she could put a little more force behind it, but her small size made the task much more difficult than it should be. As it was, the poor bastard had to suffer a much less efficient end than he might have otherwise, all because being X had burdened her with an irritatingly small body. Usually, she would have used magic to enhance her strength so that she could finish the man off quickly and without issue. However, she was still concerned about being detected, particularly since she was now hidden amongst what was mostly enemy-controlled territory. Since she and Visha were so low on manpower and supplies, she had wanted to avoid confrontation whenever she could, and they were taking down the enemy quietly when they believed it was otherwise unavoidable. She also couldn't simply leave the task of dispatching the guards to Visha. Tanya had to set an example for her subordinate, and it didn't look good to delegate all your work to those below you. Besides, Visha couldn't have been too much heavier than her, aside perhaps in the chest, so she was likely having just as much difficulty without the aid of magic augmentation. The final splutter of life drained away from the man underneath her and removed her machine gun from the man's neck as she rose to her feet, displeased with the inefficiency of her kill. She turned and saw Visha finishing off her own opponent with a determined look on her face. She felt rather proud that her subordinate was putting on such a show of professionalism under the circumstances. Tanya would have felt incredibly annoyed if her manager had demanded she sneak around docks with little ammo to disarm explosives, in which neither of them had much training defusing. However, despite a little look of disgust as she slit the throat of the soldier setting up the detonator, Visha had managed to maintain a relatively calm demeanor despite their dreadful situation. It had even made Tanya pause before complaining about it. If a conscript who never wanted to join in the first place could put up with this, what did it say about her own professionalism? She glanced around, making sure that all nearby threats had been adequately dealt with before joining Visha over by the explosives. She frowned at the device strapped to the steel upright of the dock foundation as she approached. This had been the third that she and Visha had attempted to disarm so far, and annoyingly none of them had been the same. Like most modern militaries, the Francois used some sort of plastic explosive for their demolition, although the exact make and composition of this substance varied from nation to nation. Unfortunately, however, it seemed that no one had told the engineers planting this device that it was preferable to standardize how such devices were rigged up, and it had been a tense guessing game to remove them from the docks. Additionally, Tanya, like most mages, had limited experience with these sorts of explosives. It was exceptionally rare a mage would ever need to use them. They could normally summon enough firepower without them. She and Visha were left with little knowledge of how to deal with these things, and Tanya had nothing in either lifetimes to draw on to help her in this situation. I think we're in luck, they don't seem to have connected the detonator to this one yet. Visha observed with obvious relief. Tanya shared her subordinate's feelings on the matter. It made things easier if the device wasn't ready to blow. However, they still had the problem of disposing of the explosives themselves. They were known to be quite volatile. It was still possible that something else might set them off if they left them here. Throw it in the water like the others, she ordered, trusting her lieutenant to deal with the problem while she risked a look above the wharf. She wasn't sure if the seawater would disable the explosives or not, but she reasoned that it would at least lessen the blast. They could always send some experts to take a look once they'd captured the port. After a quick check to make sure the coast was clear, Tanya pulled herself out of the underside of the pier and quickly took cover beside the wall of a nearby storehouse. She took a moment to make sure her presence was not noticed before reaching for her binoculars to check on the situation further along the dock. She frowned as she looked over towards the Free Republic's side. One of the destroyers was already making sail and exiting the port towards the OCBY fleet. No doubt it was already filled with turncoat soldiers and looted supplies. The situation wasn't improving on that front. She moved her gaze around to the larger eastern docks where the battleships were moored. The pair hadn't moved and as far as she knew had not declared for the Free Republic, but there were signs of increased activity around the vessels. She wondered what it might mean. Wilhelm had said he was going to do something to keep De Juan's loyalty, but he hadn't said what, and she had not dared risk detection by contacting him to find out. However, if the two battleships switched sides, it was all over. Suddenly a loud squeal, like that from a microphone, screeched from the closest battleship. Accompanied by what Tanya had learned to be the same magical broadcast that Wilhelm often used to amplify his voice. Tanya tensed as she waited for what might be coming. Had de Lugo's separatists already captured the battleships? Were they ready to declare themselves the victors? Attention all loyal sons of the Republic. This is Lieutenant General Alphonse de Juan. Please listen to what I have to say. We have been betrayed by our own countrymen. Pierre-Michel de Lugo is a traitor to the Republic. The familiar voice of General de Juan echoed through the port, and Tanya allowed herself to relax a fraction. Evidently, Wilhelm had not liked seeing his own tactics used against him and had decided De Juin should fight fire with fire. Or rather get the general to do it for him. She should have known the boy would find some way to cause trouble. Just hours ago, agents loyal to De Lugo entered the city to loot and pillage from the noble people of this city, spread their falsehoods and turn you all against each other. Worse still, these traitors opened fire upon the loyal members of the Toulouse garrison. Opened fire against their own brothers in arms, whom they swore to protect upon joining our great military. Are these the acts of a patriot? Tanya almost wanted to laugh out loud. Although technically the statement wasn't false, it was stretching the truth to the extreme. The François turncoats had indeed fired on De Juin's forces, but only after the Toulouse loyalists had gunned down any trying to desert. As for pillaging and looting the city, the question of exactly who owned the François supplies here was up for debate at the moment. De Lugo is nothing more than a craven warmonger, a man that allowed our homeland to fall due to his incompetent leadership. A man that instead of fighting to protect the freedom of the Republican people in their time of need, fled like a coward to install himself as a dictator. Tanya began to recognize the style of the rhetoric. These were not De Juin's words, these were Wilhelm's, rebranded to fit the scene. The impression she had gotten from the general earlier didn't match the words being spoken now. It was like listening to a speech from a bad action movie rather than the dull words of a politician. His so-called free republic is nothing like the namesake he has given it. His freedom is silencing those who disagree with him, just as he has tried to silence your fallen comrades. His republic is in name only, as he rules over it like the kings we once fought so hard to free ourselves from. She could imagine the boy standing by the man, prompting and coaching the general as he spoke the words that weren't his. She could envisage him cheerfully acting as the director of this little show and enjoying every moment as the world paused to listen to the performance. However, as she glanced around, she saw that his efforts weren't in vain. Many of the François troops had halted their work to listen to the broadcast and were staring towards the battleships as the general's voice invaded the air. They were at least listening to the words the general was being fed, although, if they were swayed by them, she could not say. He exiled us from our homes so that he could seize power and crown himself. He prevents you from seeing your loved ones by continuing a war designed only to line his pockets and grow his own power. How can he call himself a true citizen of the Republic? She suppressed a laugh again at Wilhelm's overdramatizing of the situation. True, De Lugo was a fool for continuing the war, but she doubted he was setting himself up as a dictator. It would have been much easier for them if he was. The man was no Napoleon, and the Republicans were notorious in their unruly behavior when it came to political figureheads. If the François really thought he wanted a crown, they'd have him on the guillotine by the end of the day. If we stand against his warmongering tyranny, we can have peace, we can have prosperity, and we can return home. I call on all loyal sons and daughters of the Republic to look at the last true bastions of freedom. Look at the great ships Britannia and Richelieu. The crews of these mighty vessels stand ready to defend the Republic from all tyranny. The mighty batteries of the battleships began to move as their names were spoken aloud, as if saying their names had somehow woken them. It seemed as though all eyes in the city stared at the mighty vessel, Tanya included, as the mighty guns slowly but surely aimed themselves squarely at eastern docks. Directly at the beachhead established by De Lugo's mages, and more worryingly, frighteningly close to her position. Will you answer the call to defend it too? A distant roar answered the question, and for a moment Tanya feared that the François battleship had fired on her position. However, her fear was quickly replaced as she realized the situation had just gotten much worse. It hadn't the Republic that had answered Wilhelm's call, it was the Albion fleet. Author's notes. Hi everyone, and thank you all as always for reading, reviewing, follows and favorites. For those of you that left a review on the last chapter, I apologize for not replying to those that I can. I did read them and very much appreciate the feedback. However, I realized upon uploading this that I had forgotten to send a reply. I will try harder in future to respond. Second, for those that read the author's notes of the last chapter, you may have noticed that cut out the link to the artwork by OCBY. So, if you visit DeviantArt and search for the user, LORD0SOLUS, you will find the full cover of The Saint and the Purpose of Conflict by Vickers Vimy 1919. Additionally, there is now the Letzenbourg flag and Christina and Sophia, which I'd love more people to see. Chapter 52, Operation Trebuchet 3, Sudden Strike. Operation Trebuchet 3, Sudden Strike. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. The legality of the naval bombardment at Toulouse remains a thorny issue in the relations between the Allied Kingdom and the François Republic, with parts of the Republican government still maintaining that the attack constitutes a war crime. However, the Allied Kingdom has always claimed that De Juin's broadcast constituted a declaration of war against the Allies, and the official stance is that the action, although regrettable, was justified. While so many of the records relating to the incident remain classified, we may never know the truth of the matter. However, we do know that Admiral Winter's fleet was under time constraints due to events unfolding in other theaters of the war. Additionally, the soon-to-be Prime Minister Spencer Cherboul has claimed on many occasions that he explicitly ordered that the port be rendered unusable in one way or another. Could this have caused Winters to act more rashly than he otherwise might have? We may never know. Admiral Winters died only 2 years after the war, never sharing his thoughts on the attack. He was perhaps the only man who could truly say if the assault was justified or not, but he took that information with him to the grave. Andrew WTN Special Correspondent. September 25, Unified Year 1925. Commonwealth Training Camp at Knackery Castle, Caledonia, Allied Kingdom of Albion 1600 hours. Calm down, you're not going to screw up this time, Mary told herself as she concentrated on aiming her shot. She did her best to control her breathing as she peered down the sights of her rifle towards the distant training target at the far side of the firing range. You can do this. She'd been told it was imperative for an aerial mage to be able to fire both accurately and efficiently, but unfortunately Mary had been struggling to get the hang of using her issue D, been afraid of even touching her grandparents' rifle when she'd stayed with them in the Unified States. Now she'd been entrusted with one of her own. That fear hadn't gotten much better. Holding the weapon made her feel uneasy. It didn't feel natural to hold something that was designed only for killing. Firing it was even worse. The noise and recoil made her instinctively flinch and close her eyes as she pulled the trigger, and she often found herself shaking slightly after she'd fired it. It had been difficult for both her and her instructor to train her out of these bad habits. She'd been told she should think of the gun as a tool and that she'd eventually get used to it, but even after weeks of training, she didn't feel any more comfortable with it. The inevitable consequence of her nerves and consistent blunders was that she rarely managed to even hit her target, especially at longer ranges. This usually resulted in her getting an earful from whichever NCO had been put in charge of the cadets that day. It was an experience that was deeply humiliating, and she did not wish to repeat it. Today, Sergeant Major Hughes was watching over the exercise, the senior instructor who had been with the cadets since they had first arrived in Albion. At first, she had been quietly terrified of the man. The first thing he had done was bawl out the cadets as he'd lectured them on the rules. Finishing his speech with the words, "Since many of you are officer cadets, I will at times be calling you sir. As your instructor you will also address me in the same way, the difference is, you will mean it." She'd later found that although he seemed harsh, he was not unkind. She'd only ever witnessed him get truly angry when a cocky cadet from the Unified States had been trying to show off his shooting skills away from the firing range. Sergeant Hughes had beaten him within an inch of his life for endangering the rest of the battalion before immediately sending the cadet home, despite the protests of the U.S. attaché. The sergeant had said, he could forgive ignorance, but he wouldn't forgive stupidity, especially when it puts people in danger. He had proven to be a mentor to her and done her best to help her whenever he could, spending extra time coaching her that might have been better spent helping someone less useless. It made her feel guilty that she was holding everyone back, but she was trying her best to improve, getting better little by little. She desperately hoped she wouldn't let everyone down today, particularly since the commander was watching the exercise. She risked a sideways glance at Lieutenant Colonel Drake as the man glanced out over the cadets with a stern expression. She imagined that if he smiled, he might be rather handsome. Vivi certainly seemed to think so and had confessed she had a slight crush on the officer. However, Mary had never seen him wear anything other than a frown, at least around the cadets. It was no secret that he was unhappy about being taken away from his own unit to supervise the volunteer corps. She'd had little direct contact with the man aside from a brief meeting after they first arrived. He had summoned her to question her about her father, after explaining that his uncle had briefly served with him. She'd desperately tried to question the man about what he knew, about what had become of him. All she'd received was the same story she'd heard again and again. Anson Su had died at Osfjord facing the Devil of the Rhine. She knew there was more to it, she could sense it deep down, and she was sure the man knew more than he was letting on. However, he had become angry when she pressed the subject and he'd been especially hostile towards her ever since. She hadn't dared try to bring it up with him again. All this made her feel more nervous about the exam. Messing up in front of the cadets and Sergeant Hughes was one thing, but in front of Colonel Drake? It didn't bear thinking about. "You can do this," she repeated, trying to steady her shaky aim as she returned her gaze down the sights of her rifle, carefully lining it up with the distant target. 5 shots, rapid fire, ordered the sergeant, and she felt her training take over. 5 times she squeezed the trigger, not thinking as she pulled back the bolt and refocused her aim between shots. After the final shot, she pulled back the safety catch and returned the weapon to her shoulder, another instinctive action of her training before she stood and took stock of her performance. She felt a warm feeling of pride in herself as she realized she had managed not to flinch during the exercise. She hadn't even thought about it, perhaps she finally was getting used to the weapon. She silently thanked Sergeant Hughes for all his help and patience with her, it seemed to have paid off. She just hoped that she'd managed to hit the training dummy. "Damn it, cadet! How many times have I told you to keep your eyes open as you fire?" She heard Hughes yell and she felt her heart drop, assuming she was the target of the instructor's ire. Perhaps her pride had been misplaced. Had she messed up again and let everyone down? "I'm sorry, Sergeant, I forgot that it upsets you, but I assure you it would have made no difference." A familiar voice returned, banishing her newfound despondency as she recognized the soft, raspy tone of her friend Damien. He was another one who had been on both Hugh's and Drake's watch list, although for very different reasons. The Lord guides my hand. She was sure that both men would have preferred to have drummed the boy out of the volunteers along with the cadet from the Unified States. Hughes had argued several times that he wasn't fit for duty. However, for some reason events seemed to conspire to keep him in the unit. Additionally, the higher UPS didn't like the idea of giving up someone with combat experience on the continent, particularly since he had faced some of the Empire's elite forces. He had never spoken about it, and Mary had yet to pluck up the courage to ask, but it was said he'd faced both the devil and the saint and lived. Mary had been happy that her friend had been allowed to stay, but his actions didn't do anything to help his reputation for being a little strange. Most of the other cadets avoided him, thinking he was weird or traumatized from what he had endured on the battlefield. Even the officers seemed a little uneasy around the boy and acted differently around him. However, after getting to know him, Mary only saw a lonely and pious boy who wanted to do his part and save someone he cared about. What was wrong with that? The people she cared about were far away now, safe for the moment from the horrors of war and the tyranny the Empire would bring if it were allowed hegemony over Europa. Still, she was certain that the Empire still posed a threat to them and everything they stood for. They posed a threat to everyone. If someone didn't stand against them, they would eventually impose their will on the entire world. All those deaths, all the pain, the death of her father, it would have been for nothing. Enough, lip cadet. You do things right or I'll send you H. Hughes paused his angry tirade as he realized his usual threat would not work on the refugee from Letzenbourg. I swear you'll be out this time. Is my performance not satisfactory? Damien asked calmly, somehow immune to the intimidating aspect of the sergeant major only infuriating the man further. It bloody well isn't. And furthermore, Cadet Willibrord. The sergeant trailed off as one of the other instructors approached with Damien's target sheet and the senior NCO's face scrunched into an unpleasant snarl. Impossible. Again. He said in a half-whisper as he studied the target sheet, noting the perfect grouping of the shots. This was not the first time that Damien had managed something like this, and his continued success was a constant source of annoyance for Hughes. At this point, Mary was willing to believe that his shots really were guided by God, or at very least, he completely believed that they were. I'll be watching you, Willibrord. Keep your eyes open, for the safety of your comrades if nothing else. I don't care how you did I on the continent, here you do it my way. The instructor warned before stalking off to inspect the work of the other cadets. Things seemed to settle down for a while as the sergeant strode down the firing line, inspecting the work of the cadets and giving them feedback. Mary waited patiently, if not a little nervously, as she awaited her own evaluation and did her best to remain firmly at attention, despite the desire to look over to see how everyone else had fared. Cadet Sue. The shadow of the senior instructor rumbled as he positioned himself in front of her, causing her to swallow nervously. The sergeant major gave her a reassuring smile as one of the other instructors passed over her target sheet. He studied it for a moment before his grin widened, and he passed the paper to her. Well done, cadet, you've made good progress since you first came here. Sergeant Hughes began, and she felt a small sense of pride radiate from the man's words. You still need some practice, but I think we can at least trust you not hit our side. She felt herself contort into a wide grin as she looked at her target sheet, feeling proud that she had managed to overcome her trial. Hughes was right, her shots were still a little sloppy and spread across the target sheet, but every shot had hit the target. A marked improvement. She'd come a long way since she'd first got here, she hadn't even hit the dummy on her first examination. She'd felt so dejected that she had even considered giving up and going home. That she had managed to improve so much felt like a great achievement for her, perhaps she really could follow in father's footsteps. Commander Drake, sir. A familiar voice called out from behind, snapping her from her thoughts and causing her to turn on instinct. She'd recognized the voice before her eyes had found its source, Vivi Kelly, a spunky earlish girl who had taken it upon herself to be her big sister and best friend while they served together. She had passed her evaluation earlier that day and had been assigned other duties while the rest of the cadets and instructors finished their work. Urgent message for you. Vivi offered a salute and passed the message before subtly extracting herself from the officer's side, something Mary had never been able to master. By now, the cadets had been dismissed and were now milling around discussing their results. Mary looked around for Damien, but the boy had already left, likely to return to his usual haunt in the chapel. Instead of following, she opted to wait, knowing that if she did, Vivi would reappear nearby. As suspected, the older girl forced her way through the cadets and gave her a friendly smile as she approached before gesturing towards the paper in Mary's hand. How'd it go? Hughes only looks slightly angry, so I can only assume that Damien is the only one who's annoyed him today. The girl said beside her with a knowing smile. She wasn't sure how, but somehow the girl seemed to know everything that went on in the base, even if it had only just happened. I passed. Mary grinned, waving her target sheet proudly. Well done. I knew you could do it. Vivi replied, pulling her into a friendly hug. Mary felt herself smile as the older girl wrapped her arms around her. Such closeness was rare in the training camp, and she allowed herself a moment to enjoy it. She gently squeezed back, and thanks to the older girl, she probably wouldn't have made it through all this without her support. Eventually, they split from their hug and Mary caught a glance of Colonel Drake reading the message out of the corner of her eye. She hadn't thought it possible, but the man's frown had deepened, and she could see from the look in his eyes that he was struggling to keep his frustration at bay. "What was it you gave the commander?" she asked as she nodded towards their leader. "He doesn't look very happy about it." Vivi smirked before putting on a show of innocence. "I wouldn't know, I'm not allowed to peek at private dispatches." The girl grinned mischievously, her tone telling her that her words did not reflect the truth, and Mary gave her a disapproving look. "But, rumor has it that the commander's old unit is involved in something big. I hear there have been some big fleet movements recently." Mary glanced over at the colonel and saw him glowering at the message before he crunched the paper up in his hand. Was it her imagination or was he shaking? Despite his attempts to hide it, he was clearly upset by the news that Vivi had delivered. She felt a cramp in her stomach. Any bad news about the war meant that the Empire was winning. That could only mean they were expanding military dictatorship further. That would be enough to upset her, but would that really be enough to anger the usually stoic Albion so much? No, that couldn't be it. He hadn't been so cut up when they'd heard the news about the defeat at Aliel Main. But what could it be? She wondered as she watched the man privately battle his inner demons. His unit, she realized as she studied the man's dark expression. He must be worried about them. Mary glanced around at the remaining cadets. Many had now left to return to their barracks, but there were still a few like her and Vivi milling around. She wondered what it might be like to hear about them going into battle. What would it be like to hear that Damien and Vivi were out there fighting while she was too far away to help? She wasn't sure she could stand it. She wouldn't even like hearing that the cadets that had been mean to her, the ones who blamed her for the war by virtue of her nationality, were in danger. It was no wonder Colonel Drake hated being around them. It must have been a reminder that he wasn't with the comrades he had served with, the people he really cared about. What must it be like to know that your friends were fighting and dying while you were babysitting some hopeless trainees, powerless to protect the people you cared for? It must be awful, like waiting for father to return. Her fists clenched her fists as she felt a pang of sympathy for her commander, mixed with anger at her helplessness to help prevent someone else from feeling such pain. He didn't even have someone like Vivi to rely on, he had to shoulder that pain by himself. Her feet propelled her forward, despite the worried call from Vivi. Part of her knew she was being foolish. The man hated her, he probably didn't want to talk to her. But she knew she had to let the man know he wasn't alone. The thought that anyone had to feel the fear of losing another, or the emptiness if it actually happened. She didn't want the man to think he had no one to turn to when he needed it. Before she knew it, she was stood in front of Lieutenant Colonel Drake. She swallowed down her nervousness at being around the man and forced herself to bring her gaze to the taller man. "Commander. I know you must be worried about your old unit, but I promise you that we're all working hard for you. We'll be ready to fight soon, then we can take the fight to the enemy," she said, trying her best to sound determined for her commander. "In the meantime, we're all here for you, no matter what." Drake stared at her in surprise for a moment and Mary dared believe she'd done the right thing by approaching the man. She'd been right, the man needed the support of those around him. However, his expression soon returned to a frown, and he glowered back down at her. "If I'm not mistaken, Kadetsu, you can still barely aim that thing while stationary, let alone while on the move." He began gesturing toward the rifle on her shoulder. "I wouldn't be so reckless as to put you on a battlefield for a long time yet, and I wouldn't expect anyone under my command to act that reckless either. You'll go into battle when I say so, not before." Her heart dropped as the man's words bit into her like a knife. She'd been proud of what she had achieved today, but the commander had torn her down with a few simple words. She may have managed to impress Sergeant Hughes, but the colonel didn't seem to care at all, and she had to fight to keep the tears from her eyes as the old feeling of inadequacy began to return to her. "Besides which, why would you know anything about my old unit? Or what they are doing?" the man added with a suspicious tone. The tears in Mary's eyes seemed to evaporate as she froze under the man's gaze, cursing her carelessness. He was right, she shouldn't have known anything about Drake's old unit, none of the cadets should have. The only reason they did was because of the snooping of Vivi and a few of the others. She felt a knot in her stomach as she realized that she'd likely landed everyone in trouble with her display. She hoped they wouldn't be punished too harshly. "I think Cadet Kelly needs to be reminded about reading private messages and the dangers of loose lips." Drake continued, glancing up towards Vivi, who had frozen as the man's gaze fell on her. "For your part." The man paused for a moment thoughtfully before sighing and seeming to calm slightly. "I appreciate the sympathy, Cadet, but save it for someone else. I'm not some young buck who's never lost a comrade before. You can report to Mr. Hughes for punishment in an hour. After I've talked with your CO conspirator over there." "Dismissed." "Cadet Kelly, a word." Mary trudged off, giving Vivi an apologetic glance as she passed. Fortunately, the older girl replied with a reassuring smile, telling her that she wasn't too angry, despite the accidental betrayal. She might have even been slightly pleased about getting to spend a bit of extra time with Colonel Drake, even if it was just to be yelled at. Mary wandered away, unable to listen to her friend get lectured by their superior. She needed to find some sort of peace before she needed to report for whatever punishment Hughes could devise for her. She just hoped it wasn't latrine duty. The boys may have been better at aiming a gun than her, but when it came to the latrines it seemed they needed extra lessons. Without any input from her brain, her feet took her towards the chapel. She expected to find him at prayer within, but to her surprise she found Damien laying on the ground outside staring at the sky instead. She regarded him as she approached, and not for the first time, she felt a little sorry for him. Once he would have been quite a cute little boy, however, his face was covered in injuries and scars that had not fully healed from his time in battle. She had heard his body was also covered with evidence of his struggles against the Empire, and she'd witnessed him occasionally wince as one of his ailments caused him pain. It had even all but taken his voice, which now could only be heard in a quiet rasp. Whatever the devil and saint had done to him, he was lucky to have survived. He had put himself in danger for the sake of others, something that Mary admired him for. However, he had paid a steep price for his actions. "You seem troubled," Damien said quietly, continuing to stare at the sky as she drew nearer. When they had first arrived, Damien had insisted on calling everyone brother or sister, a habit he had picked up during his upbringing in the church in which his surname had been borrowed. It had taken her and the instructors a great deal of effort to persuade him to stop, and it had not helped him make many friends. Now there was only one person that he referred to as brother, the one he insisted he had to save. "I got in trouble with the commander again," Mary explained glumly, claiming a place on the grass by his side. "And I caused Vivi some problems too. I'm certain your heart was in the right place. Compassion was one of the gifts God blessed you with," Damien replied matter-of-factly. It was strange to hear Damien talk about God. He possessed an utter certainty whenever he spoke of him. There was no doubt in his mind that what he said was absolutely true. "Maybe," she conceded, knowing that to argue with the boy was impossible. "Sometimes I wish he'd blessed me with a better aim like he did you though." She had meant it as a joke, but she immediately regretted it. Damien didn't understand jokes, particularly when the Lord was involved, and she felt a shiver run down her side as Damien's gaze turned and bore into her. "The Lord has given you a great many gifts, Mary. They may be a blessing, but they come with responsibility. You should not ask for more." An awkward silence fell between them as the boy returned his gaze to the sky, and Mary cursed herself for her carelessness. She knew he meant well, but Damien could be difficult to be around sometimes. "What about you, wouldn't you usually be praying now?" she asked eventually, trying to rekindle the conversation, and to her surprise, she heard Damien hesitate. She had rarely seen anything to affect his unshakable sense of certainty. I must admit, I am restless and find myself unable to perform my usual meditations," he said, sounding almost embarrassed by the fact. "Something terrible is going to happen to him." "Your brother?" she asked, understanding the boy's concern. Although he had spoken very little about the specifics, Damien had made it clear that he cared for no one more than his brother. Mary knew almost nothing about him, but Damien's desire to save his brother was so strong that she felt a measure of it whenever he mentioned him. "It will be painful," Damien nodded with a rare frown, confirming her suspicion. "I hope he is strong enough to endure." "Then you should pray for him," Mary said, sitting up, feeling strangely nervous about what she was about to offer. She didn't use the chapel as often as she should. "Perhaps we should both pray for him." Damien looked at her and his expression returned to its usual serene smile. "Yes, let us pray." September 25, Unified Year 1925. Battleship Britannia, Port of Toulouse 1615. Will gave an involuntary yelp as his head smashed into the wall of the Britannia's bridge, and a sharp stab of pain shot through his skull as a protruding bolt struck his temple. Reflexively his eyes snapped shut in response to the pain, and he landed hard on his shoulder as the floor trembled beneath him. He'd had no time to react or steady himself before his tumble. The deck had shaken so violently and so suddenly, he had been falling before he'd realized what was happening. He grunted as he rolled onto his side, his head throbbing while the ringing filling his ears made it impossible to gain any information about his surroundings. He pried his eyes open, revealing nothing more than the cold metal deck and the hurried footsteps of the officers and sailors rushing past him. Gradually his hearing began to return, the high-pitched whine in his ears replaced by warning klaxons and the panicked shouts of Republican officers demanding answers of their subordinates. Evidently, his Francois compatriots were just as confused about the situation as he was, at least enough that his presence had been temporarily forgotten, despite his VIP status. However, the shouts were soon drowned out again as a thunderous roar erupted nearby and the mighty ship shook once again. An explosion? Has there been an accident on board? He thought as the chaos swam around him. It felt unreal. Regardless of the cause, it was clear he was in danger. He couldn't just lie here. He tried to push himself upright but felt as though his head was spinning as he tried to move, while his vision became increasingly blurred as the movement worsened the dizziness. He lifted a hand to his head in the attempt to stop the nauseous whirling in his skull but succeeded only in finding a trickle of blood emanating from his temple. He must have hit his head harder than he'd realized. Damn. I was careless. I should have been shielding or at least enhancing myself. He chastised himself inwardly. He'd been cocky, he'd wanted to show the Republicans that despite being amongst so many of them and on one their most powerful symbols of power he had no fear of them. He'd made a show of not using magic to remind them who was in charge. Perhaps Tanya was right, maybe he did have a bad habit of trying to show off. Gradually he managed to pull himself into a seated position on the floor and leaned his back on the wall that had just bested him. He felt a stab of pain in his side as the deck shook, the vibration reawakening the pain in his rib that he had never quite allowed to properly heal, and he cursed himself again for his lack of self-care. With his back against the rear wall of the bridge, he glanced around the room to get his bearings, fighting the whirling sensation in his head as he looked for some assistance. He had sent Christina and Sophia out to oversee the broadcast, so there would be no help from them. But surely one of the Republicans would help him, he was their guest after all. His gaze searched the bridge and his eyes widened as he saw smoke and flames filling the room. Several sailors lay slumped on the floor or at their stations, either dead or too injured to perform their duties. While several more were rushing around with fire extinguishers and other damage control equipment in order to return the stricken ship to some order. Eventually, he found the familiar figure of General de Juin and the François Admiral who he had been briefly introduced to when he had come aboard. Will tried to call out but his voice could barely manage a whimper. With so much activity going on around him he found his presence went unnoticed by everyone. He cursed as loud as he could, although still not loud enough to be heard. He wasn't used to being ignored and the confusion along with the terrible ache in his head had already put him in a foul mood. Using what strength he could, and what willpower he could muster to stomach the nausea and dizziness that swam in his vision, he gradually pulled himself to his feet. He attempted summoning some mana for a spell but the dull ache in his skull made it difficult to concentrate on even a simple magical formula. Instead, he tried to focus on his footing and made his way across the trembling deck towards the two officers. Forcing himself to take each pace forward and reaching out for whatever he could to support himself as he staggered over the corpses of nearby sailors. What the hell is going on? He growled in his native tongue as he approached the two senior officers, unable to force his brain to provide the translation for the men right now. It was the admiral that turned to answer the boy, while the general remained still and silent as he stared out at the sea, looking as though all the blood had been drained from him. Will swore he saw the man's lips quivering slightly, although whether this was an attempt to communicate or a sign of fear he could not tell. The hood is firing on us. The mariner replied, glaring at the boy with undisguised loathing as he gestured out at the distant fleet. Because of you, they would destroy us all. Impossible. Mouthed Will as he tried to get a good look out of the window. These Republicans were a neutral faction, attacking them was against the rules of war. It would be counted as a war crime. The Allied Kingdom always put on a show of playing by the rules, they'd been one of the powers involved in making most of them. It would be unthinkable for them to casually discard them, there must be some mistake. Despite his bleary head, Will managed to pull himself high enough to see the distant Allied Navy, just in time for muzzle flashes to flicker across the fleet. It wasn't just the hood, they were all firing in concert. This was no mistake, it was a deliberate act of destruction on Albion's part. He hadn't realized they had it in them to be so ruthless. It shouldn't be like this. He whispered as he watched the distant shells whiz through the air in awe, entranced by the impressive show of gunnery he was witnessing. Perhaps it was the continued disorientation he felt, but he felt unable to move as his eyes followed the trajectories of the rapidly closing munitions. Albion's legendary navy had decided to commit to this fight completely, a force so feared at sea that no one had dared question their mastery over the waves for over 100 years. That fighting force had decided to unleash its fury, and Will felt a wave of nauseous fear as it suddenly dawned on him that he was standing on their primary target. There was a flash followed by another roar, and a shockwave sent him flying backwards once again, sending him skidding along the floor. Moments later, Will found himself staring up in horror as he saw the ceiling ripped away with a metallic screech and a roar of flames wash over him. He lifted his arms to cover his face, terror overwhelming him as he expected to feel the heat of the flames consume him. He'd heard burning to death was the most terrible fate imaginable, but knowing that he would die so horribly only to be deleted from existence by that evil monster afterwards only made that knowledge worse. He was too frozen by fear to think, and even if he had been able to, his head injury had affected his ability to manifest spells. He was done for. My prince. A familiar voice called urgently, and Will felt the wave of heat halt around him. With fearful reluctance, he uncovered his eyes and glanced towards the source of the voice. Close behind, Sophia stood arms outstretched as she concentrated on expanding her own magic barrier to encompass him. However, he could see the effort it took on her face to hold back such a terrible explosion, and he could see the flames singeing her hair and clothes as she directed her barrier away from herself in order to safely encompass him. He felt a mix of relief and guilt as the explosion receded. Sophia staggered slightly, clearly exhausted from the effort, before a determined look returned to her face, and she strode towards him. Quickly, Your Highness, we need to get you out of here," she said urgently, helping Will to his feet. But Dejuan, we can still." His voice trailed off as he turned and realized that much of the bridge was gone. The entire front section had been ripped away, exposing it to the sunlight, and fires burned wherever there was anything left. There was no sign of the officers he had spoken to moments ago, there was no sign that anyone had ever been on the bridge. It was as though the gunfire had deleted them completely, removed them so callously the monstrous god might have done it himself. He stared at the devastation dumbfounded, his whirling head unable to process what was going on. How had this happened? "Come on, my prince, we need to leave," Sophia ordered, sensing his confusion and pulling him away before adding with a twinge of worry. "We need to have Christina look at that head wound." Sophia took his hand and Will allowed himself to be led out of the ruined control room, his mind blank with confusion. She guided him down a damaged metal staircase towards the deck, and he found himself pausing to stare dumbly at the sight of a dead sailor that was slumped over the railings. His aide urged him onward, and they soon exited a twisted bulkhead door out into the open air. Again, Will found himself frozen as he looked out over the stricken battleship, or at least what he could see of it. It seemed as though the entire ship was engulfed in flames, and he could feel the acrid smoke burning his lungs as he breathed. The front of the ship had already dipped down in the water, pitching the vessel forwards, and he could hear the metal superstructure groaning under protest as it began to bend and twist under its own weight. He saw sailors jumping from the ship in a desperate attempt to flee the flames, leaping out onto the dock only to be washed away by another volley from the OCBY fleet. A few officers desperately tried to bark orders but were ignored as the crew scrambled around in the desperate attempt for survival. "Shit! Christina, dockside is too hot. We're heading to the water on the starboard side." He heard his aide report with a communication spell as she urged the boy onwards towards the other side of the ship. "Can you meet us there? The prince is injured." Sophia must have received an affirmative from her sister as she returned her attention to helping him along and avoiding the dangers of the now treacherous deck. Will did not hear it, however. The smoke had done nothing to improve the whirling sensation in his head, and the sound of fire, screams and explosions made it all but impossible to pick out any one noise amongst the bedlam. He felt the smoke and exhaustion starting to overcome him, and his body started to feel increasingly sluggish. Again, he felt he had to focus on every footstep as each movement seemed to rob him of all his energy. His eyes felt heavy, and despite their desperate situation he had to fight the desire to stop and rest for a moment. If not for the woman urging him forwards, he doubted he could have kept going, such was his protesting body's desire to sleep. Finally, they reached the starboard side of the ship, revealing a large stretch of water that separated the Britannia's berth from that of its sister ship opposite. The Richelieu, the second battleship, had suffered just as much as her sibling, if not more. Will managed to look up just in time to witness an Albion torpedo bomber drop its deadly cargo and deliver a final crippling blow to the vessel. A huge explosion erupted moments after the torpedo struck, leaving nothing more than scraps of metal to clog up the shipyards. The deck pitched underneath them again, informing them that the ship would soon share the fate of its sister, but Will could not summon the energy to climb over the railing. Sophia did not give him the opportunity to find another way, however, as he found himself being lifted and thrown over the side, barely having time to take a breath before seawater engulfed him. The sound of explosions became muffled as he sank slowly towards the seafloor, and he found himself unable to move or struggle as the water wrapped around him. He watched the bubbles of air escape him with a strange sense of detachment, as though he were viewing the scene through another person's eyes. He felt too tired to feel anything other than his pain, and his head hurt too much to form thought coherent enough to question it. Soon his lungs would be empty. Was this it? Was it all over? Suddenly, he felt an arm wrap around his abdomen and begin pulling him back towards the surface. He felt the water pressure recede as they breached the surface and instinctively refilled his as he found himself being lifted onto a wooden lifeboat. He lay in the small craft, shivering, coughing and spluttering as he struggled to regain his breath. He felt a warm and familiar presence place something soft under his head and wrap him in a blanket. He blinked his eyes drowsily to try and take in his surroundings and saw Sophia lift herself out of the water and into the other side of the boat. That was reckless. What if I hadn't managed to get the boat here in time? He recognized the disapproving tones of Christina instantly as the woman chastised her sister before adding, "Arm yourself, there are plenty of other sailors desperate to escape, we can't risk them flooding the boat." "I trust you, sis, you wouldn't let anything happen to us," replied Sophia as she withdrew her pistol and fired at something outside Will's view. "Besides, it's not like I had much choice." As if to punctuate her point, another explosion erupted from the battleship Britannia and the ship began to slip onto its side. Will heard Christina let out a frustrated grunt of annoyance and the boat gradually began moving away from the metal husk. "We'd better get clear before that thing drags us under. Then we should find somewhere safe to hide while I look at the prince's head wound, and we can wait for reinforcements," said Christina, taking charge of the situation, much to Will's relief. He allowed himself to relax slightly, he could trust the sisters to look after everything, they always did. Meanwhile, Will found himself staring blearily at the wreck of the François battleship as it got further and further away. The scale of destruction, it was like Irene, but that had at least been legal if not morally justified. But this. It shouldn't have happened like this, the Allied Kingdom liked to follow the rules. He forced the thought through the haze and pain. It shouldn't have happened like this, it shouldn't. For Wilhelm, the exhaustion was too much, and despite the noise of destruction around him, he found himself falling into the silence of a deep slumber. September 25, Unified Year 1925. Eastern Docks, Port of Toulouse 1615. Severin Viantois stared in horror as the western docks erupted in a tide of fire and flame. Vessels that had been sat innocently inert minutes before were now engulfed by explosions and smoke, doubtless swallowing all living beings caught in them and vaporizing them in an instant. A fraction of a second later, the air had filled with thunder as the sound of this visage of destruction caught up with the terrible sight in front of him. It was almost unthinkable that so much carnage could happen so quickly. He'd rarely seen any attack so ferocious. Viantois had served on the Rhine and seen his fair share of artillery fire. As a mage, he had even performed spells designed to emulate the effect of large ordnance. He'd witnessed the devastation caused by both the creeping bombardments used to protect advancing troops and the pinpoint barrages that were to soften up the enemy's strongpoints before an attack, and he'd assumed he had seen every cruelty that such large-scale weapons could inflict. He had been wrong. A battleship had more firepower than an artillery battery, perhaps even more than an entire artillery battalion when all its secondary armament was included. Their main guns on a battleship were much more effective than either and could fire faster and more accurately than anything on land. Only the largest railway guns could compete in sheer power, as all other land-based cannons were dwarfed by their sea-bound cousins. With an entire fleet such of warships performing a bombardment, an unimaginable amount of firepower could be brought to bear. The Allied Kingdom had brought that power to bear on the port city. It was both terrible and incredible in equal measure. At first, he'd thought it must have been a mistake, a misfire or a jumpy crew member acting without orders. Surely Winters had been bluffing when he threatened he might fire on the city. He'd agreed to allow him to evacuate the city. De Juin's broadcast was proof that he had become desperate. They could have gotten everyone out and destroy the port facilities without the Allied Kingdom ever firing a shot. As the second volley fired, he knew it was no mistake. An entire fleet couldn't fire in concert by accident, neither could it be so accurate. The destruction seemed to happen in the blink of an eye, as though one of the pagan gods of old had taken issue with the docked Francois fleet and decided to enacted wreak a terrible punishment upon them. But this was not the work of a god, unless you worshipped the mighty vessels of the Allied Kingdom as so many in Albion seemed to. Neither was this a divine punishment. It was a betrayal of the highest measure. Viantois felt a surge of fury as he rushed back towards the Strasbourg, one the destroyers that had become his makeshift headquarters for this operation. The ship's name had seemed like a good omen at the time. It had been named in defiance of the Empire, after the city that they had stolen from the Republic back when the Empire had first unified. They had hoped the valiant little ship would become a symbol of resistance for the Free Francois, but now it felt as though hope was fading. The Allied Kingdom had wounded that hope with their shameful actions. His eyes saw nothing but crimson, his head was a sea of rage. Not since Irene had he felt such anger and despair, but that had at least been directed at the enemy. Winters, his ally, had fired on his countrymen, the very people he'd come here to save. It was an unforgivable crime, not just against the Republic but against humanity itself. How could any man be so callous? He knew of only one other being on this earth capable of such merciless cruelty, the one they called Devil. Winters was no better than that monster. Perhaps even worse. Viantois dashed up the gangplank of the Strasbourg, ignoring the shouts and panic of the men around him. It seemed as though every step he took was accompanied by another distant sound of cannon fire and the closer sound of explosions, and he felt his fury build with every step. He tried his best to force down his anger and maintain a clear head. Only the western docks had been targeted by the fleet for the moment, those loyal to de Lugo had been spared the onslaught for a while at least. It seemed Winters was avoiding firing at Viantois' forces. Finally, he reached the communications room and shoved the questioning communications officer out of the way, snitching his headset and receiver as he reached for the radio. "Winters! You bastard, answer me!" He yelled down the microphone, repeating his cry a few times with ever more insults directed at the Admiral. Winters here. An infuriatingly calm voice came eventually, with the sound of the heavy guns echoing in the background of the transmission. "What the hell are you doing? You're firing on them. My people. Your allies." Viantois called, half in rage and half in confused despair at the loss of his countrymen. "You heard de Juin's announcement. As far as I'm concerned, that is a declaration of war." The Admiral replied angrily, the transmission crackling slightly as he spoke. "Besides, the Britannia turned its guns on you. If we had not fired, I might have been you under bombardment. That could never happen. The sailors would have rather mutinied." Viantois shot back instantly, refusing to believe his countrymen would ever fire on their own. "We could have won them over, we could have had the whole fleet with us. I wasn't willing to take that chance, Colonel. We acted as necessary." The Admiral snapped. General de Lugo was fully aware that this may happen and sanctioned an attack if de Juin sided with the Empire, you can bring your objections to him. Vianto bit back another retort, the words of hatred reserved for the admiral restrained by his loyalty to Delugo. Had the general really known? He thought back to the words the man had given him when he had assigned him to this mission, I trust you will do what needs to be done. Damn it! He whispered to himself with clenched fists, knowing that the admiral was technically right, even if he didn't believe the attack was justified. He would bring this up with Delugo later, he would see Winters punished for this eventually. We don't have time for this, Colonel. The admiral continued, striking a more conciliatory tone, we need to resolve this and get the fleet moving. Begin evacuating your loyalists now, destroy anything the Imperials can use, the fleet will handle the rest. Vianto bit his lip, tempted to bite back at the admiral's last comment. However, something in what the admiral had said bothered him. Why was he so keen to get the fleet moving? What was the rush? There was nothing to threaten the force now. He frowned, he didn't have time to dwell on it now, they needed to get moving. He turned and saw his subordinates waiting nervously for orders. Speed up the evacuation, tell the captain to make ready to sail. He said eventually before glancing out a nearby porthole at the distant Allied fleet. The rage was still there burning inside, but now there was something else, a hint of worry. What has the Allied kingdom so worried? September 25, Unified Year 1925. SMS Prince Regent Adalbert, Deutsches Meer, Jylland Strait, 60 miles off the coast of Norden. Admiral Reinhard von Lichtenberg smiled as he watched the high seas fleet glide at full steam along the dark water. It was a rare and tremendous sight to behold the whole fleet deployed like this. From the mighty dreadnoughts such as his flagship, to the swift destroyers that sped along in the vanguard, each ship exemplified the superiority of imperial technology and industry. Soon the world would know of that superiority. The war had been a fiasco for the Navy. Its honor had been stained by inaction since the outbreak of hostilities, and the news that the now deceased Vice Admiral Canaris had been passing information to the Allied kingdom had further marred the Navy's reputation. The Kaiser-like Marine had become the target of much derision from both the High Command and the General Staff. There had even been rumors that the Emperor himself was dismayed at their performance after he had invested so heavily in them. It was frustrating. The army consistently mocked the high seas fleet and its inability to make a meaningful impact on the course of the conflict. They complained that while they were bleeding themselves on the Rhine, the Navy was sitting at port in Friedrichshafen, acting more like cruise liners than battleships. It was outright slander. They knew the fleet's hands were tied, but time and again they used this as an excuse to divert funding and resources from Lechtenberg's precious navy, further limiting its ability to win honor and accolades for the Empire. However, the High Command wanted results and the Navy had none to give. All it had achieved so far was a meager contribution at Osfjord, and even that was only as a result of the army feeding them table scraps of their prestige. The fleet had never been given the chance to demonstrate its abilities. Every operation the Navy proposed was shot down as being too expensive or risky, particularly from their critics in the army. The trouble was, these critics were right. Warships were expensive and took a long time to repair or replace. Particularly the mighty dreadnoughts, even with extra resources diverted to their construction, it could take years to build them, not to mention the cost. The thought of losing even one of these valuable vessels was enough to give the High Command pause, and deploying them all at once made them extremely nervous. But that was precisely why Lichtenberg wanted to prove their worth. They were mighty weapons capable of bringing empires to their knees. They just needed to be given the chance, they needed to be let off the leash. Aside from Osfjord and a few skirmishes at the beginning of the war, the Navy had been unable to act. The combined forces of Francois and Legadonian navies had been comparable in size to the High Seas Fleet, and the High Command had been unwilling to risk drawing them into a decisive battle. They feared a loss that would expose the Vaterland to amphibious assault. As though their inferior ships could ever match Imperial steel. Since the Allied kingdom's entry into the war, the fear of the High Command had only gotten worse. Even Grand Admiral von Holtzendorf seemed cowed by the Commonwealth Griffin, although Lichtenberg could understand why. The Allied kingdom had long implemented a policy of having enough ships to beat the next two largest fleets combined. Where the Empire had to carefully ration its national resources to counter all the national security threats posed by their neighbors, the Allied kingdom had the luxury of pouring all of their power into their navy. They could afford to leave themselves a token army, only capable of putting down the natives of their colonies so that they could keep an enormous navy. However, numbers weren't everything, and Lichtenberg firmly believed the Imperials were better armed, better crewed, and better led than their Alba'ish counterparts. Quality could trump quantity if the right opportunity presented itself, and they had been presented an unprecedented chance to humble the so-called rulers of the waves. Although the Allied kingdom had initially bolstered the forces defending their homeland, they didn't dare leave their shipping lanes unprotected. Grand Admiral von Holtzendorf had been using their U-boats to molest as much shipping as possible. They may not have been able to use Holtzendorf's plan of unrestricted submarine warfare, but they could still divert the Commonwealth's attention. Many of the Commonwealth's ships had been diverted to protect the shipping from their colonial assets. Meanwhile, the Grand Admiral had been informed by Ilduins that a sizable detachment from the Alba'ish home fleet had been detached for special operations in the Southern Sea, a fact confirmed by the expeditionary force down there. It seemed Zetter's little sideshow had drawn their foes' attention. Although still numerically superior, the Allied home fleet was vulnerable. It was now at the weakest it had been since they entered the war, and it was time to strike and prove the Empire's supremacy at sea. They would beat Albion's legendary fleet in a decisive strike. They would prove that the army wasn't the only ones capable of performing miracles. Once defeated, the Allied kingdom would likely sue for peace, if not their island would be open to invasion. The Imperial Navy would once prove its power once and for all. Not with simple arithmetic, but with tactics, cunning, and skill. The army may have mocked them, but they hadn't been idle during their stay in Friedrichshafen. Letzenbourg had not allowed his sailors a moment's respite, and every day not at sea he had made them perform gunnery drills until they functioned like a well-oiled machine. Meanwhile, they had deployed what remaining U-boats they had available near OCBY ports to report on enemy movements and harry them as they set sail. They had zeppelins and seaplanes deployed all across the Deutsches Meer, reporting on all fleet movements and compositions. When battle was joined, Letzenbourg would be dictating the terms. Now it was a case of drawing their enemy out. He turned and glanced at the battlecruiser SMS Prince Joseph on his port side. It and its sister ships had both speed and firepower, perhaps that could be used to his advantage. He called for his aid and a young officer promptly appeared at his side. He saw no reason to enter the bridge to issue his fleet orders, he was enjoying the sea air too much to bother himself with that right now. It was just as easy to have the lieutenant here pass on his orders. Have Vice Admiral von Ritter take the battlecruiser squadron and a handful of cruisers to raid the Alba'ish coastline. Let's see if we can tempt the enemy out of their little nest in Scapa Flow. He ordered, trusting the officer to pass on the order as he stared out over the ocean. He smiled, soon the good name of the Navy would be redeemed. No longer would they be known as floating hotels, instead they would be known as conquerors. History would remember the Battle of Giantland as the day where the Empire won this war. Author's notes. Hi everyone, and thank you all as always for reading, reviewing, follows and favorites. I had hoped to have this chapter out earlier, but unfortunately, I've been quite ill recently and have struggled to get as much done as I would like. It is my hope that me not being well hasn't adversely affected this chapter too much, but if it has, I apologize. I decided to change some things to help clear up some issues that I foresee in the plot developing. It might mean that some sections in this part seem a little confusing, but it should make sense soon. In the meantime, Tanya will be back next chapter to sort things out into Ruse. Again, I will remind you that if you visit DeviantArt and search for the user, LORD0SOLUS, you will find the full cover of The Saint and the Purpose of Conflict by Vickers Vimy 1919, as well as the Letzenbourg flag and some artwork of Sophia and Christina. Chapter 53, Operation Trebuchet 4, The Hood. Operation Trebuchet 4, The Hood. 40 years after the Great War. Londinium. As many of our viewers may know, at the time of the bombardment of Toulouse, another important and well-known battle was about to be joined closer to home. The Battle of Giantland, at least up until this point in the war, was the largest modern naval combat the world had ever seen. With the home fleet of the Allied Kingdom, commanded by Admiral Jellicoe, and the Imperial High Seas Fleet under Admiral von Letzenbourg facing off in the North Sea, or the Deutsches Meer as the Empire called it at the time. Although the Allied Kingdom and its Commonwealth had been successfully maintaining a naval blockade to starve the Empire of many of its supplies, the Alba'ish High Command had been hoping for such an engagement in order to end the potential threat of the Imperial fleet. They hoped a victory would hand them uncontested control of the seas and help pave the way for future strikes on the ever-expanding empire that would eventually lead to the liberation of the occupied countries. The Battle of Giantland caused the tragic loss of many sailors, marine mages, and ships on both sides. The fierce fighting making it an incredibly costly endeavor for everyone involved. The most well-known and shocking casualty for we in the Allied Kingdom was the HMS Hood and much of her crew, a ship that until that point had been thought to be one of the most powerful battleships in the world. However, one of WTN's own reporters has found startling evidence that contrary to the official Alba'ish reports of the time, the Hood was in fact sunk at Toulouse. Or at least suffered the damage that would lead to its demise there, explaining why search teams have never been able to find the illustrious vessel. Although both the Alba'ish and Republican records pertaining to the action are still largely restricted by both governments and much of the information from within the empire paints an incomplete and confused picture. Our WTN reporter has found 3 eyewitnesses, including an ex-crewman of the doomed vessel, that tells a very different story. All these survivors have volunteered to testify that the Hood was sunk by none other than the Devil of the Rhine, or the 11th goddess to some, during the bombardment of Toulouse. This exciting revelation may change everything we know about the war so far, and we at WTN are excited to bring you more new findings as we unearth them. Original script for special program on Toulouse. WTN World Television News. Grayson Road. Londinium. Andrew, I refuse to let you broadcast this utter hogwash. Although we at WTN strive to make sure our programming is entertaining, we pride ourselves on providing factual and informative programming, not fanciful works of fiction. On top of that, stories like this are insulting and completely disrespectful to the brave men that fought in the Great War. As someone who reported from the Eastern Front and was so sorrowful about all the casualties the Reds took, I find it horrific that you could treat the memory of your own countrymen so poorly. I expected better from you. I looked over the research you did for this episode, and I frankly find your entire theory absurd. Your original basis was that one of the censored reports on the 11th goddess mentioned the hood, yet there is nothing in any of the other pieces of declassified data to suggest she was involved at all. Considering the lack of available evidence, I think it's fair to say that the mention of your goddess in relation to the hood was a clerical error. As for your so-called eyewitnesses, I checked with them and all three have since retracted their statements. Apparently, during their original interview, they were visited by an attractive young woman and they felt the need to embellish their stories to impress her. Since then, their colleagues have persuaded them that telling such lies was disrespectful, advice you should heed yourself. You sent her, didn't you? I've warned you time and time again that women are not fit for real journalism, particularly her. I know that you have a soft spot for Maggie, but this should make it clear that the girl doesn't care about facts, only silly and divisive fantasies, so can play pretend at being a real writer. Her attitude is damaging your credibility, Andrew. Don't let a pretty face stain what has been a fantastic career. I've given you an awful lot of leeway with this project due to its continued popularity, but enough is enough. I want her off the team and I want you to rewrite this nonsense so that our viewers don't lose all respect for the network. I will be keeping a closer eye on you from now on. I expect a new version on my desk by Monday. Ian Jacob, Director of Programming, WTN. September 25, Unified Year 1925. La Pomme Torpedo Boat, Eastern Docks, Port of Toulouse 1630. Damn it. Why do things always have to be difficult? Tanya complained inwardly as she watched the burning western docks from her hidden position in the back of an abandoned torpedo vessel. Up until now, she'd been rather pleased with the progress she and Visha had been making while disarming the explosives. Although there had been some danger of discovery, she had quite enjoyed the idea of pulling the rug from underneath the enemy without their knowledge. What better way to embarrass your enemy? Their stealth approach had meant that not only could she complete her assignment of securing the safety of the dockyards without too much risk of running into gunfire, but she could do so without the enemy realizing. Maximum gain with little risk, it had been an ideal situation for a soldier. She just wished she could have seen the look on the Republicans' faces as they pressed the detonator to see nothing happen. However, the Allied Kingdom had decided to be problematic. All that effort, gone to waste. Why bother planting explosives in the first place if you planned on tearing it down the old-fashioned way? She grumbled to herself, already knowing the real cause of this disaster. Damn it, Wilhelm. You went too far again, you handed them the perfect excuse to start an attack. The little captain had once again gone overboard while directing Dejuan's performance, although she doubted the boy had realized it, and now they were being punished for it. The general's broadcast had been written more like a national address than a simple speech to discourage defection. The original declaration of war from the Legadonian Entente Alliance hadn't even been as dramatic as the words Wilhelm had stuffed into the general's mouth. You always want to put on a show, make things grand. Why can you never keep things simple? She thought, continuing to direct her frustration at the little captain. It was hardly surprising the Allied Kingdom had interpreted the broadcast as an official declaration of war from the officially neutral forces. If their positions were reversed, she might have done the same, or at least advised her superior to see it that way. Then again, perhaps that was their plan all along. It was all the justification the Albion fleet needed for an assault. Maybe, they were expecting something like this, maybe it was Wilhelm who had been outplayed here. The Allied Kingdom were hardly amateurs at influencing events to fit their needs. They'd spent years bullying nations that threatened their colonial interests and forcing them into unfavorable conflicts with their navy to expand their interests. They'd managed to win several conflicts against Qing China over the years in such a manner, and they'd always managed to manufacture a legal justification for their actions. Why wouldn't do the same here? She should have seen it coming. They'd obviously been waiting for such an opportunity ever since they had arrived here. The presence of DeLugo's troops and the explosives were probably just a ruse designed to cause Dejuan to deliver some sort of official reply. However, in this case, Wilhelm had forced Dejuan himself to address the problem in his special kind of way. Since Dejuan's forces had no official diplomats to deliver an official response, the Allied Kingdom could claim that the man's words were the war declaration they needed and dress it as an unavoidable mistake if international opinion went against them. She doubted that would happen, however. Since its colonies occupied much of the globe, the Allied Kingdom could get news of this war declaration out far quicker than the Empire or the Francois could. Additionally, their Albish-speaking brethren in the Unified States would likely only hear the record of events from their news outlets, so any possible opposition to the assault would be quickly forgotten. It was the perfect crime. They had plausible deniability in the eyes of the international law, and since they were supplying the Free Francois, there would be no official complaint from them until the conflict was over. Chances were that DeLugo's insane fanatics were complicit in the action anyway. Why else would they sanction writing off so much of their remaining naval resources? She wondered what they had traded for them. In the meantime, the Allies had achieved their aim of robbing the Empire of a functioning port and some extra ships, leaving Tanya in danger of failing all her mission objectives. The docks were now a lost cause. It was only a matter of time until those ships finished destroying them, and it was likely that if he'd survived, Dejuan would no longer be a viable candidate as an official opposition to Delugo leadership. They'd been beaten. She'd underestimated the tea drinkers' cunning. She should have expected nothing less from the nation who had drafted so many of the treaties which bound them to the rules of conflict. It was clear they'd left themselves loopholes like this in case they ever needed a way to get around their own rules. It was almost cheating to be able to write your own policy just so you could exploit it. She had to admit, she was impressed. She'd gained a newfound respect for Albion today. However, that admiration did nothing to help her current situation or mood. Albion being adept was disastrous for both Tanya's potential survival and her future career prospects. She glanced out at one of the burning Francois battleships, wondering for a moment if Wilhelm was all right. She was still technically responsible for his safety, and she felt a small pang of concern as she watched the burning ship. She'd tried to contact him and his group several times, but the barrage caused too much interference at this distance and they'd received no response. That idiot would have been on board one of those ships. He enjoys being at the center of things, he likes the attention too much. She thought, feeling another uncharacteristic twinge of worry for the little brat. She shook her head, forcing the unease from her mind with rational thought. There's no need to be concerned, the Zerbest sisters are with him, and both are highly skilled and loyal enough to him to see him out safely. He's probably safer than I am now. She took a breath to refocus her thoughts. She could trust that Wilhelm would be safe for now at least. She should focus on more immediate problems. Namely, the Allied fleet. Initially, Allied kingdoms' bombardment had been confined to the western side of the port. They'd avoided targeting Delugo's defectors while they did their best to evacuate what material and personnel out of port. Since the Francois had gone to so much trouble to booby-trap the docks, Tanya had hoped the Allied fleet would leave them alone, assuming the explosives they had planted would decommission the second half of the dock without the need for bombardment. However, the Albion fleet had evidently decided to allow their gunnery crews the extra target practice. Whether due to mistrust of the abilities of their Free Francois allies, somehow discovering that the explosives had been disarmed, or simply a desire to ensure the destruction was complete, Tanya couldn't say. However, the Allied fleet had gradually been moving their guns further along the dockyards, systematically leveling everything in its path as it drew closer to her and Vish's hiding place. It almost felt unfair. All the hard work that she and her subordinate had put in had been rendered moot. Tanya's hope that she could achieve her mission objectives, and thus impress both General von Rommel and the general staff, with minimal risk had been ripped away. She now had nothing to show for her efforts, and without results, the mission would be considered nothing but a wasted effort in the eyes of her commanders. She would have this failure stain her records from now on. It may even affect her future prospects. Worse still, they might misconstrue her careful infiltration as an act of cowardice. What if they thought she was using the threat of explosives to avoid attacking the enemy? She could end up being court-martialed. She felt a stab of panic. At the time her decision had made sense. The explosives and limited ammunition had made for the perfect excuse to avoid combat and sit out most of the battle hidden under the docks. However, now that the situation had changed, she might be accused of inaction and dereliction of duty. General von Rommel had explicitly stated the importance of the docks to this campaign, left standing orders that they should do everything that they could to take them intact. If she wasn't seen to do something in their defense, she would surely be punished. But what could she do against an entire fleet? She could probably manage to inconvenience a ship with her whole battalion, but with only her and Visha, the Alba'ish sailors wouldn't even flinch. Then again, if she ordered a withdrawal without doing anything, she might be branded a coward, especially since the fleet's marine mages had been called away. She pinched the bridge of her nose and tried to force herself to calm down. Perhaps she was thinking about this the wrong way. In this situation, the higher UPS knew she couldn't possibly provide definitive results. The Empire pushed for excellence, but it didn't ask the impossible. What they would demand, however, was that she show that she was willing to stand against the enemy. Proof she wasn't a coward. Maybe she simply needed to appear as though she'd made an attempt to act against the Alba'ish fleet. Yes, of course. A quick sortie to unload what ammunition they had at a suitably important target and a hasty withdrawal afterwards was all she could reasonably be expected to do in the circumstances. Then again, the fleet did have fighter cover, meaning they couldn't fly too high during their attack. She'd preferred to have taken pot shots at extreme range, but she didn't like the idea of being chased by the speedier sea fighters. That meant keeping lower where they were more vulnerable to anti-air fire from the ships themselves. That came with its own problems. The rulers of the waves were doubtless fully aware of the potential danger mages could cause to a vessel, so would likely have formidable defenses. However, the Allied fleet was still laboring under the misapprehension that all the Imperial mages were being tied up by their missing marine mages outside the city. They wouldn't be expecting them. Additionally, she and Visha had some experience with ship combat. If they were lucky, they could get the drop on them and get out before the tea drinkers could react. She was confident they could do it, but what would be their best target? She grabbed her binoculars and studied the fleet as it launched another volley that landed worryingly close to their position. The vibrations reminding her that their refuge would not be safer for much longer. Tanya was not an expert on naval warfare by any stretch of the imagination, and the Salaryman had been more interested in the theaters of land and air combat. However, she was dimly aware of the different classes of warships, if only from her limited experience with the Imperial Navy, and she studied the horizon for potential targets. Several destroyers and cruisers were gliding around the larger vessels, traveling in what she assumed was some sort of screening pattern. One of these would likely be the easiest to strike at, as they could hit one as it passed closest to their position before the enemy had time to react. However, she quickly dismissed the idea. There were strategically more important targets present, and she worried the brass would no doubt ask questions about her choice. Of the remaining ships, or at least the ones close enough that they wouldn't have to fly over half the fleet, which left the distant aircraft carrier and some variant of battleship that sat low in the water. She briefly considered assaulting the carrier, but again quickly dismissed it. Although they could likely do some damage to the flight deck, it was too far away, and they would likely draw the anti-air of both the fleet and any planes still in the air if they tried it. That left the battleship. Tanya felt a twinge of anxiety in her stomach. She hadn't counted on attacking the largest vessel out there. Still, there wasn't much choice. If they were lucky, they could set it aflame before anyone saw them coming and get out before they unleashed every defensive gun on there at them. If not, maybe she could claim that the anti-air fire had been too much, and they had been forced to withdraw. Either way, they could regroup with the general without fear of being accused of shirking their duties. Lieutenant Serebryakov. She called reluctantly, grabbing her weapon and getting to her feet. It's time we put our training with the High Seas Fleet to the test. September 25, Unified Year 1925. Meeting Room A, Admiralty House, Londinium, 1645. Major General Sir Donald Habergram was no stranger to briefings held in the great halls of power. As the head of Commonwealth Intelligence, he had often joined other members of the defense staff for briefings in Whitehall or Downing Street. He'd even had the honor of visiting the palace to brief the royal family when the need arose. However, it was rare he was ever summoned to meetings within the hallowed halls of the Admiralty. The Navy had long learned to rely on the information Habergram's department provided, and they kept a direct line to the intelligence agency's operation rooms open at all times. As such, face-to-face conferences with the senior admirals were rarely required, at least within their primary headquarters. Even when such a need did arise, Habergram preferred to hold them in his own office or the various meeting rooms of the other defense branches, scheduling them so that all the appropriate civilian and military authorities could receive the briefing simultaneously. He hadn't stood in Admiralty House since the submarine incident the previous year, but little had changed. The building was finely decorated, reflecting the high regard the nation felt for its navy, and its palatial-like exterior was a testament to its perceived importance. It was a temple dedicated to Albion's first line of defense, a symbol of their kingdom's mastery over the waves. Habergram had always felt like an intruder here, a feeling amplified since his previous failure in this place. It still stung that Imperial mages had managed to interfere with their plan to smuggle Councillor Abensal out of Legadonia to form a government in exile. They still did not know how those Imperials had found the location of the submarine. They still had no clue as to where there might be a leak. Simply standing in the building where he'd overseen the operation was a painful reminder of the failings of him and his department. He glanced around the large conference table at the other guests. He could at least take solace that he was not the only intruder in the sacred halls of Albion's senior service. Also present, aside from the expected naval officers conversing quietly at the far side of the table, were several senior members of both the RAF and the Army, including the Chief of the Commonwealth General Staff Sir Henry Willis. The Chief looked annoyed and slightly bemused at his presence here. He too didn't often attend naval briefings. However, he had doubtless become used to suffering the whims of the First Sea Lords, particularly one with a reputation like Lord Marlborough. Unlike their imperial counterparts, it was the Navy that dominated the Commonwealth defense strategy, and Willis' army was often forced to take a back seat in defense matters. The chief seemed to notice his stare and nodded a friendly greeting towards him as their eyes met, and Habergram felt a slight twinge of unease. Although nominally his superior, he had been forced to hide much of Project Ultra's decryption progress from the Army chief in recent months at the behest of the other defense chiefs, and he didn't much like it. However, he could see the reasoning behind the decision. The work they had been doing with Project Ultra was far too important to squander, and they couldn't afford to overplay their hand. Willis had made the other chiefs nervous by repeatedly advising using the codes as much as possible, even if it revealed to the enemy that their ciphers had been broken. Such an action could be disastrous. If the Imperials changed their codes, it would hand their only advantage back to the enemy. He knew couldn't afford that risk, but Habergram still felt slightly guilty at keeping information from the man. Willis was a friend, and Habergram knew he was just as devoted to the preservation of the Allied kingdom as any other man here. It hurt that he wasn't trusted. He pushed the thought aside as a young woman in naval uniform asked him if he would like a cup of tea. He at her smiled and accepted gratefully as she passed him a cup and saucer. One thing could be said for this war: the temporary inclusion of women to take over some of the administrative and servile duties to free up more fighting men had made the workplace a little more pleasant. Although some had complained, they now had to be more careful with their language. He would miss having the womenfolk around after the war was over. He took a sip of his beverage and continued to study the room. The inclusion of himself and the other branches in what should be a meeting reserved for the Navy, although strange, wasn't the most unusual part of the gathering. That honor, at least under usual circumstances, was the absence of one man in particular, Prime Minister Samuel Baldwin. "Thank you all for joining me here on such short notice, gentlemen." A charismatic voice called from the head of the table, drawing the attention of the assembled dignitaries towards a haze of cigar smoke. Its owner was unmistakable to anyone who had any dealings with the Navy or politics in recent months. It belongs to the First Lord of the Admiralty himself, the Duke of Marlborough, Lord Spencer Chibol. This was his show, Habergram realized, and he already tell Chibol was relishing taking center stage. "I know these are trying times and we're all very busy." He continued, taking a generous drag from his cigar once more. "However, there are pressing matters here about how we might better conduct ourselves in this war." His words caused a chorus of confused grumbles, particularly from the army representatives who seemed to sense they had been left out of the loop. Habergram, however, remained silent. He already knew what was going to happen. "If it's so important, surely we should wait for the Prime Minister?" one of the RAF officers questioned, doubtlessly, like most here, already knowing the reason for his absence. "Mr. Baldwin is on his way to the palace to meet with Her Majesty," the First Sea Lord explained, waving a hand dismissively, the unsaid meaning of the words clear to everyone in the room. The Prime Minister was going to resign, and it was already common knowledge that Chibol was going to be recommended as his replacement. However, war waits for no man, and we must act quickly. The Imperial High Seas Fleet is on the move. The news caused a ripple of concern to wash over the room. They all knew that the Empire would try something eventually, and they'd all been quietly dreading it. True, their fleet was larger than its European counterpart, but they were spread thin. Additionally, after the astounding victories the Empire had achieved in the Republic and on the southern continent, many were worried that the Imperial Navy also had some trick up its sleeve. Nobody dared say it out loud, but most everyone privately wondered what they would do if the fleet were defeated. It would be the end for them. Habergram didn't share the unease of the other members, however, and neither did Chibol, as he stood quietly in a cloud of cigar smoke while he waited for the clamor to die down. The Allied Kingdom had an ace of its own, and if things were handled correctly the enemy wouldn't even know they were playing it. "Has the home fleet been deployed? Do we have enough ships to counter them?" the army chief asked hurriedly, voice bristling with concern. "By God, Spencer, you sent some of our best ships south. Not to mention the fleet you insisted stay in the Pacific to keep the Akitsushimans in check. What if they try to invade? You know we don't have enough troops trained to defend the whole coast yet. They cannot risk an invasion until they establish control of the air and sea." Chibol replied calmly, dismissing the general's concerns. "They have made little progress in the air, and I assure you they will not gain our oceans." "You can't be sure of that. We need to recall Admiral Winters and find that fleet as soon as possible." Sir Henry replied angrily as his officers loyally echoed his concern. "I should have never allowed you to persuade the Prime Minister to spare those extra ships. It's just like your gamble in Qing or Africa, but this time your little adventure might have doomed us all." The room fell silent as a strange atmosphere descended over the room. Sir Henry and the other army representatives glanced around and quickly realized that only they seemed worried about the news of the High Seas Fleet. Sir Henry's eyes narrowed, and he glared at the Sea Lord, but Chibol said nothing, simply smiling at the army chief through the haze of smoke. "You knew, didn't you? You planned it this way." It was of course vitally important that the port in Toulouse and the rogue François naval elements were neutralized. Chibol replied easily, ignoring the accusatory tones in the general's voice. "It was necessary to support our ally by denying the Empire the ability to shorten its supply line, not to mention stop them from capturing ships that could be used against us." Chibol paused and took a moment to enjoy another puff of his cigar before breaking into a wide grin. "However, it was also a convenient ruse to draw the enemy into the open sea. Can't sit around waiting for Fritz forever now, can we? How can you be so sure of victory?" Sir Henry spat testily. "I read the estimates. Now that you've sent so many ships south, their fleet is comparable to the home fleet. On top of that, we know the Kaiser's has spent millions modernizing his navy, and we've barely been able to keep up. Must I remind you that Parliament refused to implement your own modernization program last year? Your ships might not be a match for them. There's nothing wrong with our bloody ships." Chibol replied, struggling to keep his temper at the implied slight against his navy. "Once more, we know exactly what the enemy is planning and their positions. That is why I'm so confident, Henry." "How can you possibly know all that?" Sir Henry asked, turning to give an acidic look at Habergram, who found himself struggling to stop himself shifting awkwardly under the man's gaze. It was clear that the army chief suspected he'd been hiding something from him. He would not be cowed by the man, however. He'd never been afraid to face the truth. Project Ultra has successfully decrypted all of the Imperial naval codes along with most of the air fleet ciphers. Habergram reported, noting Cherboul's triumphant grin out of the corner of his eye as the army chief's face contorted into a mixture of anger and confusion. We currently know the whereabouts of every ship, seaplane, and U-boat operating in the OCBY Channel and the North Sea. We have been relaying everything to the Admiralty so that they can effectively counter them. You're sure? Ultra's decoded so much? Sir Harry asked with surprise before his face returned to a mix of suspicion and anger. What of the army codes? Around 65% of traffic has been decoded. At Lord Marlborough and the PM's request we've been focusing our efforts on the Navy. Habergram replied, feeling slightly guilty now that the secret was out. 65%? Why was I not informed? Surely something could have been used to aid our efforts in the south. We might have even been able to save old Kitchener with such information. That's enough, Harry. Chibol interrupted, seizing control of the conversation once again. We've been over this countless times. We couldn't risk using anything from Ultra in the south. We have no way of hiding the source of our knowledge. The enemy would know we had their codes. Yet it's fine to when your navy is at risk instead of my soldiers. The army chief spat venomously as both he and Chibol shared another glare. In this case, there doesn't need to be a risk to Ultra. A new voice cut in attempting to break the tension. It belonged to the Air Chief Marshal, the third player in the tug of war between the defense branches, Lord Trenchard. I have put my forces at the disposal of Lord Marlborough for this operation. The Imperials will naturally assume that they've been spotted by my planes rather than that we've broken their codes. What of the Empire's bombing campaign? Won't you need to pull resources away from that to cover this endeavor? Sir Harry asked, slightly calmer but still stewing. Unfortunately so. Replied the Air Chief, there may be some damage to some of our installations in the south, but I believe it worth the risk. Installations my men are guarding. My men must suffer at the hands of Imperial bombers while you two roll the dice on our future, is that it? Sir Harry replied, sounding defeated. I know how you feel, Harry, but we can't hide behind our wall of ships forever. Chibol replied, striking up a conciliatory tone. The Imperials have proven they can strike where we least expect it. We need to do the same. Launch raids, harass them where we can, force them to spread themselves thin. With what troops? I've squeezed everything I've got from the resources I've been given, and I barely have the men to keep the home isles safe. We have the colonial troops, but half of them haven't arrived yet and they resent being dragged into this war. You keep reminding me that we have men in training, but they are nowhere near ready, and on top of it all you've poached all the best mages for the Marines. Sir Harry protested weakly, and for the first time, Habergram noticed how tired the man looked. The man had been up night and day fortifying the Isles for a potential invasion since the fall of the Republic, using every bit of labor and manpower he could find, yet it still wasn't enough. The effort was clearly beginning to take its toll on his friend. Please, it's too risky, Spencer. If it makes you feel better, Admiral Winters has orders to return as quickly as possible. Albion's waters will never be undefended. Chibol reassured the defeated general. I appreciate all your hard work, Harry. I know it's been difficult. I promise you'll get what you need for the army. This war won't be won at sea. Sir Harry still looked unhappy, but it was clear he was mollified for now. Satisfied, Chibol turned to the rest of the officers with a look of fiery defiance on his face. Nothing would turn him away from his chosen path now. It's time to take the initiative from the Empire. We do not fight for the Republic or Dacia. This is no war of domination or material gain. This war is to save the world from the Empire's hegemony, to prevent the freedom liberties fought for throughout the centuries from being surrendered due to the poor choices of our continental neighbors. We have always been at the forefront of the fight for liberty, and we will not cower when those rights are under threat. The balance of power in Europa will be restored. Order Admiral Jellicoe to put to sea. It's time to show the Empire who rules the waves. September 25, Unified Year 1925. Bay of Toulouse, 1650. Tanya found herself laughing gleefully as she and Visha circled the Albion battleship. She couldn't believe her luck. Rather than the imposing barrage of flak and layers 40mm and 20mm fire she had expected from the world's finest navy, she and Visha had experienced only a token attempt at defense from the floating behemoth. It was pathetic. They'd suffered much worse from the Imperial Navy during their training exercises with the High Seas Fleet. Even then, they'd found the defenses too weak to adequately resist a determined assault from mages. That the world's so-called finest navy was putting up such weak resistance was something she never could have dreamed of. She grinned widely as she effortlessly avoided the machine gun fire directed towards her. It was so easy, she couldn't believe she'd been so worried about assaulting this ship. Without its complement of marine mages, there was nothing to worry about. The threat of the few AA guns they had on deck was minimal. Better still, this particular hunk of iron already looked as though it were in danger of a premature rendezvous with the seafloor. It sat so low in the water, that even the relatively calm waves of the southern sea were threatening to spill over onto the deck. They'd be doing the crew a favor by sending it to the bottom. They'd probably be drier in the lifeboats than that leaky piece of junk. If she hadn't already been in the air, she might have found herself jumping for joy. She'd heard so much about the terrifying Albish Royal Navy that she'd built them up as a kind boogeyman in her mind. As such, she'd assumed the Allied Kingdom would send their finest ships to take part in this operation, the elite of the elite. Part of her had been anticipating that she would struggle to even be able to get close to the fleet. She'd half expected she'd need the Type 95 to even scratch the world's greatest navy. That mistaken assumption had clouded her thoughts and caused her to misread the situation entirely. The Allied Kingdom were no fools. Why would they bother to send their best for this mission? It would be a complete waste of their resources. There was no real threat to their navy here. The Imperial fleet was bottled up in Friedrichshafen and the Ildoans were committed to remaining neutral. They had complete control over the waters, so the Allied Kingdom could afford to allocate their assets more efficiently. They'd obviously sent their old and outdated vessels for this job, ships that were likely due to be decommissioned and scrapped any day now. It was the only explanation for the poor state of this vessel's air defenses. It was unthinkable that the Empire could be worried about ships like this. She had to hand it to them, it was an efficient use of their resources. Even General Zetter and the Service Corps would approve of the careful management of their assets. After all, from the Allied Kingdom's perspective, this was a demolition, not a battle. Why send your elite units to perform the menial work? All they needed was to use the ships as mobile artillery platforms and lob as much munition at the port as they could. She wouldn't be surprised if the fleet was entirely crewed by inexperienced trainees on their first sortie. They certainly aimed their AA fire like someone without much experience. If only Weiss and the others were here, we could probably take out half of the fleet. She laughed out loud, feeling pleased with the turn of events for once. She wondered how Weiss and the battalion were doing. Were the Marine mages they faced also inexperienced troops? She couldn't imagine the Allied Kingdom would send anything better to guard these pieces of scrap. She'd have to reprimand Weiss when they regrouped. He was taking too long to mop up a group of fresh recruits. They should be here to share in the spoils. She forced the thought from her mind and focused on the job at hand. The Albion barrage may have prevented them from fulfilling the general's objective of securing the docks, but if this fleet really was made up of outdated kit, she could at least score a few hits that would look good to the brass. It was still impossible for the two of them to sink this thing, but footage of the ship aflame on her computation orb would certainly prove that she had done all she could to resist the enemy. She would have to do a little more damage than she had originally intended, of course. Since this was an inferior ship, it would be expected that she injure the behemoth more than if it were one of Albion's better vessels. However, no matter what she did, she'd be able to claim that she'd wounded a battleship. That would definitely sound good on her resume. Lieutenant Serebriakov, fire off a few artillery spells and set the deck alight. She ordered gleefully, pleased that she had been gifted an easy opportunity to redeem herself in the eyes of her superiors. I'll join you in a few moments, I have a little something else in mind. As expected of her adjutant, Visha quickly complied and rained several shots down on the deck. Tanya watched as the flames erupted at several points across the ship, sending the distant sailors into a panic as they struggled to control the now burning deck. She watched the flames dance along the deck, causing secondary explosions as the fire found munitions and other flammable objects left unprotected by the crew. It reminded her of a war film the Salaryman had enjoyed, and she found herself resisting the urge to repeat a famous quote about the smell of napalm lest Visha think she'd gone insane. Reluctantly she tore her gaze away and readied her own weapon, concentrating on preparing her own bout of destruction. What she was planning was a little more labor-intensive, but she was sure it would be worth the effort. Usually, a mage had to pick between high explosive or armor-piercing formula when they fired an artillery spell at a target. Since they would usually be adding homing and guidance formula to the spell, it was considered too complicated to add both types of damage to the shot under normal circumstances. However, it was possible to combine them and fire an artillery spell that was both armor-piercing and highly explosive should the need arise. She'd even used it occasionally when she'd first been on the Rhine. It did have its drawbacks, however. It was incredibly mana-intensive, and you had to sacrifice the guidance formula so as not to overcomplicate the spell. Additionally, you had to time the explosions instead of allowing the shots to simply explode on impact, or you would gain no advantage from the armor-piercing component of the spell. Such a finite amount of control required a lot of concentration and would leave the user dangerously exposed. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't bother using such a spell. She preferred to make sure her targets were neutralized precisely and efficiently, and pausing to concentrate on such a specialized formula was less than ideal on the battlefield. In this case, though, she was willing to make an exception. She could cause more damage if the shots managed to penetrate deeper into the ship before they detonated. They had limited ammunition, so the extra firepower would go some way towards countering that deficiency. Additionally, the target was huge. She'd be ashamed of herself if she couldn't manage to hit this behemoth without a guidance formula. Most importantly, it would be an impressive show for the general staff when they analyzed this mission. Even though it was doubtful she could cause enough damage to completely incapacitate the ship, it would cause enough of a mess to scare a bunch of trainees. If she was lucky, it might spook the commander of this mission enough to have him pull the fleet out. She'd be able to do enough to earn the forgiveness of General von Rommel for the failure to secure the docks, and best of all, she didn't need to rely on being X and his cursed orb to do it. I bet you're seething at how well I can do without you, aren't you, being X? I told you humanity has no need for gods like you. She summoned mana to her orb as she began calculating the correct formulas and felt the power begin to flow through her and into her weapon. Carefully she looked down the sights to aim her fire, ignoring the wildly inaccurate AA fire that still whizzed around in the air. She didn't usually relish the destruction that she unleashed in battle, it saddened her to see the waste of human resources. However, this time she smiled as she felt the formula reach completion. Sometimes it was difficult not to enjoy your work. Finally, things are going my way. She grinned as she pulled the trigger. September 25, Unified Year 1925. Forward Gun Magazine, HMS Hood 1650. Able Seaman Hugh Walsh considered working in the ship's magazines as a bit of a mixed blessing. On the one hand, the Hood's weapon store was a triumph of modern engineering, and it was a great honor to serve on the pride of the fleet. Or at least that's what they kept telling him. It was filled with an impressive system of conveyor belts, cranes and hydraulic lifts that delivered their deadly cargo to the massive guns above. This meant that although there was still plenty of manual labor, the work was much easier than it had been when he'd served aboard the HMS Acorn. It was better for his back at least. It was also one of the few places on the ship that managed to stay consistently dry. The bigwigs that had constructed the Hood were content to let the crew live in perpetual damp conditions, but they had obviously been very worried about the welfare of the warheads the ship carried. As such, the magazine had a specialized device built in that helped keep the moisture out of the air, so it was one of the more pleasant places to be on the entire ship. However, the downside was that you had to work with several tons of highly volatile explosives. He'd always been acutely aware of that fact when he moved the heavy shells around, and he was always slightly worried about what might happen if he were to drop one. Petty Officer O'Doherty had always laughed at him about that. He said there was no need to worry about it, he'd feel no pain because he'd be dead before he realized it. It wasn't something Walsh found comforting. The petty officer also liked to remind him that there were safety measures to stop premature explosions and that the magazine was one of the most heavily armored places on the ship. He was safe as houses, it was all but impossible for him to suffer anything more than a bad back down here. Walsh wasn't so sure. It was difficult not to think about how little it would take to set one of the shells off and have nothing to send home except a small pile of ash in an urn. That was why he had ended up freezing up when he'd heard explosions from above. Despite the loud clanking of the machinery, the blasts had vibrated through the decks and Walsh had felt a moment of unequivocal terror as he prepared himself for the worst. There had been several blasts above, he was sure of it, and he had heard panicked shouts describing fires on deck through the speaking tube. Yet fortunately for him, nothing had made it down here. It seemed he was safe, for now at least. Magazine. What's the hold-up? The voice of the gunnery officer echoed through the voice tube, breaking Walsh from his stupor. He needed to hurry up and send the next shell before he lost his rum ration. The officers got very testy if their gun wasn't firing as fast as the others. He rushed to the munitions stack and hefted the next 5 shells onto the conveyor, pulling a lever to send each one onward to the lift so that the loader could prepare their next shot. Another salvo of explosions shook the ship from above, and able seaman Walsh did his best to ignore the unnerving noises from above and focus on his duties. Suddenly, there was a loud ping and he heard something whiz past his ear before hearing a dull thud hit the metal floor by his foot. He looked down instinctively as his heart raced at the thought of what he might see, but was surprised to see nothing but a reasonably small glowing bullet embedded in the deck. He drew his gaze upward to where it seemed the bullet had appeared from and noted a bullet hole in the ceiling above him. He was lucky not to have been hit. But it wasn't possible, was it? The deck armor was known to be weaker than the thick plate along the belt, but there was no way small arms fire could penetrate it. Particularly since he was several decks down. It would take an incredibly lucky shot from an armor-piercing shell to breach the magazine. How did this thing end up here? His thoughts were broken as the glowing from the bullet below him seemed to brighten and a soft whine emanated from it. It was fortunate for able seaman Hugh Walsh that his superior had been correct that he would be dead before he realized there was an explosion, although he also had no time to be thankful for this fact. Indeed, he had not even had time to process the terror he would have otherwise felt as the small bullet erupted in a magical explosion that ignited the other shells within the forward magazine and blew a hole in the mighty hood. September 25, Unified Year 1925. Southern Sea, several kilometers outside the Bay of Toulouse, 1700 hours. Part of Colonel Severin Vianto wondered if he should feel guilty as he watched the distant tower of smoke from the safety of the destroyer Strasbourg. Not only had he been the one to advise Admiral Winters to send his marine mages away from the fleet, but he had also refused to launch his troops to intercept the 2 Imperial mages that had suddenly appeared and rushed towards the Albion battlecruiser. His official reason for his refusal of this request was that he was under orders and duty-bound to protect the refugee convoy as the battered, bruised and injured soldiers made their way back towards a friendly port. However, he would be lying if he were to say that his personal feelings hadn't colored his judgment in this particular instance. Winters, that traitorous Albion. He'd wanted him to suffer for his actions, he'd wanted some justice for the Francois citizens who died at the hands of his guns. The man had rushed this operation and he hadn't even deigned to tell his allies why. It was as though he had been looking for an excuse to attack the port. Surely the damage to his ship was some sort of karma or divine retribution, he told himself. Yet more would die as a result of his inaction, sailors whose only crime was following Winter's orders. Was that really justice? He wasn't sure, but he had made the choice to leave and he would learn to live with it. He had his own people to look after. The few ships of the refugee fleet were now making full steam and were headed back towards Casablanca and Lugo's command. It was painfully familiar, almost as though they were being forced to reenact the flight from Brest a few months ago. It was yet another humiliation, made much worse by the actions of their allies and the deaths of many of his countrymen. He wouldn't shed a tear for those aboard Winter's fleet, he couldn't after what they had done. He couldn't avenge the Republicans murdered by the Admiral, but he certainly wouldn't run to aid him. Let the OCBY look after their own, I have my own people to worry about. Colonel. One of the Mana detection specialists called as he entered through the bulkhead door to join him, pausing only to salute the superior officer. There's something about the mages attacking the Albion fleet I thought you might want to know. Vianto felt a twinge of unease as he heard the man speak. The man sounded slightly uncomfortable as he spoke, as though he knew he were delivering unwelcome news. Go ahead. Vianto replied, trying to sound reassuring enough for the man to feel more comfortable with whatever he had to report. The mages were named. We double-checked, just to be sure. The operator began, stumbling over his words. We have confirmed it is the mage we logged as Harpy and the Devil of the Rhine. Her. Vianto's blood went cold as he heard the man's words. The devil responsible for Irene. He quickly turned to stare back over the distant tower of smoke. The OCBY fleet was too far away, even if he and his mages launched now, the devil would be long gone. By abandoning Winters and his ships he'd missed the chance to avenge the people of Irene, the Republic. He'd lost the chance to earn forgiveness for his failure to protect them. Putain! He yelled, slamming his fist down hard onto the railing. Again that witch had got the better of him, again he'd lost to the devil, all he could do now is cut his losses and hope they would meet again. Tell the captain to remain on course and stay alert for any signs that the Imperials are trying to follow us into the open sea. Vianto told the operator through gritted teeth as he stared out over the seas. I hope you follow us, devil. He said to himself out loud, knowing that it was unlikely his wish would come true. I really do. September 25th Unified Year 1925. Bay of Toulouse, 1700 hours. Admiral Winters stared in horror at the mass of flames and smoke emanating from deep inside the belly of the mighty hood. The forward battery had managed to discharge one final barrage before erupting into a column of flame and soot, destroying the forward guns and blowing open a hole in the deck and sides of the ship. It shouldn't have been possible. The pride of the fleet had been grievously wounded, perhaps even fatally so, and by only 2 mages. No mage should be capable of hurting a battleship in such a way. Damn that Vianto! The stubborn Francois bastard abandoned us. He knew we had limited defense against mage assault, he was the one who advised sending it away. Winters growled internally, unable to tear his gaze away from the terrible spectacle before him. As always, the Republican penchant for making decisions with their heart instead of their brain had caused disaster, however this time it had been the noble sons of Albion who were forced to suffer for it. The man had been angry, that was understandable, but a true officer doesn't let that anger cloud his judgment. There were far greater things at stake. That was why the Francois made for inferior soldiers. Did the fool not realize that the only reason any of his countrymen had escaped the port at all was due to Winter's fleet? That the only reason his country was no longer in danger of becoming an officially sanctioned puppet of the Empire was because of his assault? That the destruction of this port may have saved countless of de Lugo's soldiers by robbing the Imperials the chance to shorten their supply lines? The Free Republic was indebted to the Allied Kingdom, both from its continued support and its actions here today. But how did the Franciosi dog repay them? By allowing the very ships that had saved their country to burn. Winters would never forgive the man for this. From his vantage point on his aircraft carrier, he could already see seawater flowing into the stricken battlecruiser's open wound as the waves washed over the deck. Such massive vessels could take a lot of punishment and were designed to displace an incredible amount of water to keep them afloat, even if their bellies were filling with water. However, Winters looked at the tear in the legendary vessel with undisguised fear. Despite the work of the genius artificers who had built this mighty ship, he couldn't be sure that it would survive this wound for long. He felt a pain in his chest as he thought on what this could mean for the fleet, not only his own ships but the fleet Chabul had kept north to counter the Imperial fleet. Lord Marlborough had gambled that sending so many of their elite vessels away would coax out the high seas fleet. Meaning they could engage them in a decisive naval battle to break the stalemate, assuming the remainder of the home fleet was capable of defeating them. Winters had already been uneasy about this prospect, even more so when he had received the encoded message that the home fleet was moving to engage. However, after seeing the destruction wrought here, he was even more concerned. If this so-called Devil of the Rhine could achieve such damage against a ship such as the Hood, what would their fleet be capable of? They knew that they'd been undergoing modernization. Would the enemy fleet also have contingents of such powerful mages? Had they been hiding their true naval strength all this time? What if the situation had been reversed and the home fleet was walking into a trap? If this were so, and the fleet were defeated, Albion's waters would soon be dangerously undefended. Winter's fleet might soon be all that stood between the Allied Kingdom and invasion. He needed to get back and soon. He couldn't let his current task go unfinished. However, he was an officer of Albion and he would do his duty. If he finished destroying the port, it would at least keep this devil bottled up down here a little longer and with limited supplies. If they were lucky, the whole task force might die of thirst. However, he didn't hold out much hope in that. Have the Hood break formation and head north, and have the foresight, Fearless and Enterprise escort her out. Don't let those mages come round for another attack. Bring the fighters around, and see if they can cause them to think twice about what they do next. He ordered quickly, hoping to save the Hood the shame of going down in front of the enemy, before reluctantly bringing his focus back to the port. Lieutenant Fraser, what's the status of the port facilities? How much damage have we caused? Our estimates are that 85% of the port has been rendered inoperable and will require several months if not longer to repair. The young officer reported, looking slightly pale and struggling to concentrate as his eyes kept darting towards the damaged battlecruiser. Additionally, there is now no intact berthing for larger vessels, only the light shipyards and the westernmost refueling station appear to be largely undamaged. Winters spared a glance at the last section of the docks that had not yet suffered under the guns of the fleet. Despite his concerns for his homeland, he didn't want to leave anything for the Imperials to use. Even these facilities might grant some small advantage to an enemy so cunning, and after watching the Hood suffer such a blow, it would be unconscionable to allow it to go unanswered. Bring the rest of the fleet around and advance in 2 lines. He told one of the aides awaiting his next set of orders. We'll make one final strafing run and head back to Gibraltar to refuel. I'm going to the communication room to report to the Admiralty. He turned back to the HMS Hood one more time as he watched the bow grow closer and closer to the waterline. He wasn't sure the ship would make it. The loss of the Hood in such an inglorious manner would be a heavy blow for morale. The Admiralty would not like it. Something would need to be done. Author's notes. Hello everyone, and as always, thank you all for reading. I had originally planned to release this chapter and the next chapter simultaneously, as I was worried they wouldn't feel like complete chapters when separated. However, after going through this one, I decided it was complete enough that it should be okay. The good news is that the next chapter is well underway, so I should be able to release a little quicker than usual. I'm not sure this has been one of my best chapters. I feel like I am better at the build-up and the aftermath rather than the actual climax. Additionally, I feel like I've spent too much time in the south now, and I feel like the Saint plot has stalled a bit just so I could add more details of this campaign. Thus I found it a little difficult to get things right. Hopefully, you all are still enjoying it though. The good news is after the next chapter is complete, I'll be moving on with the main plot again, finishing off the south and heading off to the Russie Federation. All of which I'm really looking forward to.